Chapter 5752 An Unspoken Accord 5752 An Unspoken Accord. After a lengthy series of discussions, Vase and Sigrun finally ended their dialogue for the time being. The topics they mentioned were incredibly sensitive and could get them in a lot of trouble if they leaked to the public. Nonetheless, both sides expressed serious interest in cooperating with each other. If it wasn't for the fact that they represented two completely different and arguably opposing camps, there shouldn't have been any need for all of this subterfuge. The latest proposals discussed by Vase and Sigrun required greater input in order to move forward. As much as Captain Zonrad Rees had been gaining a steady amount of glory and prestige, his power within the Red Fleet was only confined to a single warship. The real people Vase was negotiating with were the admirals of the Red Fleet. Once upon a time, the mere thought that he would catch the attention of the highest-ranking fleeters would have frightened him to the bone. However, as a mech designer who had already squared off against god pilots and star designers, Vase did not feel intimidated by this development. The opposite was the case. The ability to negotiate with the admirals and possibly the fleet admirals of the force most capable of unleashing mass destruction was a significant step up for Vase. As long as he was able to skip most of the notoriously intractable bureaucracy of the fleeters and negotiate directly with the actual people in charge, he was sure he could establish a fantastic partnership. The admirals possessed the best possible overview of the Red War. From the clues given by Sigrun, it was clear that the Red Fleet was not having a great time. Their warships were unquestionably the best in the dwarf galaxy, but that hardly mattered if the inadequate logistical and industrial capacity of human-occupied space failed to provide enough support. Vase had encountered numerous instances where he was unable to exchange his goods and services for first-class warships. No matter how attractive his offer sounded, the Terrans, Rubarthans, Mechers and Fleeters all clung to their first-class starships as if they were literal lifelines. Despite the fact that they had thousands of powerful hulls at their disposal, they treated the destruction or transfer of just a single vessel as a tipping point that might possibly doom the future of their superstater organization. It was a profoundly extreme response that betrayed the true fear and apprehension among the people responsible for putting up the greatest resistance against the invading aliens. Both Vase and Sigrun stood up at the end of their lengthy meeting and shook hands with each other. "Will you? Don't worry." Vase gave the RF officer a reassuring smile. "I haven't forgotten about my promise. Even if the admirals who you answer to ultimately decide to reject any further cooperation, I will still try to stabilize your spiritual condition. You deserve it for the information that you have graciously transferred to me. If there ever comes a time where you have been promoted to a high enough leadership position, please remember what I have done for you and seek me out if you desire cooperation on other matters. As you already know, I am an inventive and unorthodox creator. My competences are not limited to designing mechs. If you can't solve a problem in the usual fashion, then maybe a less conventional approach will do the job. I shall keep that in mind." Their expressions signaled an unspoken understanding of each other. Neither of the two were stupid. Whatever friction or animosity that existed between them in the past, all of it had become irrelevant in the face of mutual survival. The two possessed vastly different talents and resources, but that made it so attractive for them to cooperate with each other. There was no need for the two of them to join the same organization. They could do more for each other by maintaining their current affiliations with the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Both of them knew each other well enough to know that their ultimate purpose was to benefit themselves. There was no need for Vase to elaborate on his lack of willingness to assimilate into the Red Association. Sigrun, on the other hand, may be compelled to serve the Common Fleet Alliance, but that did not necessarily mean he was prepared to lay down his life for the Red Fleet. Both of them were small fish in a very big pond. They could only rely on the protection of the bigger fish for the time being, and had to work hard to survive the coming years where a constant stream of predators sought to take them down. "Let's start," Vase said. "We can conduct this operation in a medical center if you want, but if you want to ensure total secrecy, then we should complete this procedure on the spot. This office is hardly the kind of place where people undergo life-changing operations. No one will notice a clue, especially since my actions will not lead to any obvious changes." Although Sigrun found many aspects of this process to be sketchy, he suppressed his doubts and decided to put his trust Vase. The man was known to keep his promises, and his commitment to service was as good as any other genuine mech designer. "Let us get this out of the way before my AI core overheats from calculating all of the ways that this can go wrong." Vase quickly took action. He guided Sigrun to a chair that automatically unfolded into a bed. Once the RF captain laid in place, Vase brought out Blinky in order to perform the delicate process of suppressing Zonrad Riza's return. I am beginning to feel apprehensive, Sigrun commented as the star cat dove inside his body and started to do who knew what. Are you certain that this is safe? Nothing about this is safe, Vase admitted as he supervised Blinky's work and acted as a second pair of eyes. However, it is the least risky option out of the ones I presented to you. The reason why you feel so nervous is because a part of your instincts are transmitting warnings to you. Direct manipulation of your spirituality is not supposed to happen. The part of you that is sensitive towards this cannot distinguish between harm and treatment. I see. The only means to do so is to pay attention and form my own judgment, is that correct? Yes, but you need to develop the right expertise in order to make accurate judgments. That is problematic, Sigrun said as the conversation distracted him from his concerns about what exactly Blinky was doing with his spirituality. The Red Fleet has always been aware of the phenomenon known as cultivation. Despite the changes wrought by the Age of Dawn, the fleet admirals unanimously instituted a policy of rejecting cultivation in all forms. Vase almost paused. I heard about that, but I didn't think it would actually be true. Are the fleeters really so draconic about rejecting all forms of cultivation? It sounds so stupid. The new frontier is not the same as before. Exotic radiation is slowly mutating humans throughout the Red Ocean into more powerful but also less controllable beings. If you are not being proactive about it, then you will have very little control over what you will turn into. The gradual revival of Zonrad Riz is one of the outcomes of inaction. Sigrun let out a sigh. I do not disagree with you, but the leadership of the Red Fleet are too set in their ways. A few admirals have shown to be more flexible and open-minded than others, but when it comes to directly empowering humans with the energy, they refuse to accept the benefits on ideological grounds. One of the core tenets of the CFA is that humans must remain pure in body and mind. Many forms of augmentation are outright forbidden due to this reason, and cultivation is an extension of this pattern. Many fleeters still believe that relying solely on external technologies will allow us to maintain our way of life in a changing reality. The assumption that they desperately cling to is that developing our existing technologies will allow us to keep up with the growth of other powers who are much more open about embracing cultivation. Vase took that to mean the Red Association. The Mechers had already been cultivators in secret. Now that E-energy radiation made it viable for everyone to cultivate, the Mechers simply decided to gradually introduce cultivation to the masses. The decision of granting power to those who did not necessarily deserve it could lead to catastrophic consequences, but Red humanity needed to become stronger in order to survive the ordeals of the future. It became clear that the Mechers and the Fleeters adopted two completely opposing approaches. Nobody knew which side had made the correct call. Was it a good idea to change the fundamental nature of humanity, or was it better to stick to the existing traditions that had always served the human race well? Personally, Vase thought that the Fleeters were being incredibly stupid by sticking their heads into the sand, but that was his own bias speaking out. The truth was that he did not possess the information to form a definite conclusion on which approach was better. Perhaps the ultimate reality was that it may be better for Red humanity to pursue both approaches at the same time. While the Red Association dedicated a lot more manpower and resources into exploring how E-energy radiation could advance the evolution of the human race, the Red Fleet focused a lot more on how to strengthen their existing hardware with hyper-technology. If the two earnestly worked together and made use of each other's results, then the Red 2 would unquestionably experience a huge leap in power. Yet close cooperation between the two was a non-starter to many Mechers and Fleeters. The Mechers did not like to rely too much on excessively powerful warships. The Fleeters regarded cultivation as encouraging people to transform into monsters. Muro. As Blinky was in the process of finalizing his brief operation, Vase began to chuckle. As much as you Fleeters want to deny cultivation, it will come to you anyway. If Archie is exactly how you have described, then you Fleeters have inadvertently created your own deity cultivator. This means that as long as every Fleeter worships Archie by interacting with him on a daily basis, you will all become blessed by a fraction of his power. It doesn't matter if you haven't engaged in a direct form of cultivation. The fact of the matter is that any serious interaction with Archie subsequently leads to growth in power. That is a form of contract cultivation according to my theoretical framework. I cannot wait to see how that affects you and your fellow Fleeters in a decade or two. Will you still be able to recognize your current selves? I hope so. Sigrun softly said as his apprehension levels gradually dropped. I have little reason to question your judgment, but please forgive me for questioning the veracity of your analysis. If what you say is true, then a powerful sentient AI will ultimately gain control over the Red Fleet. The only problem with that statement was that the sentient AI was not Sigrun. Yup, if I were you, I would do my utmost to develop and maintain an excellent relationship with Archie. I am not sure about his current state, but I bet that he will follow an explosive growth trajectory in the coming years. The more powerful he becomes, the stronger the blessings he can transfer to the people he favors. Make sure that your name is on that list. I already intended to do that, Vase, though I was not clear about the greater implications of this approach. What can I even do as a contract cultivator? That depends on a lot of factors, Sigrun. If you are willing to take a risk and defy the Red Fleet's directive, then I can teach you a few cultivation exercises that can help you leverage your growing power. Will they work despite the fact that I am partially an AI? Vase grinned back. It doesn't matter so long as you possess a spirit. Even ice can become cultivators. Chapter 5753 Dragon King's Palace Chapter 5753 Dragon King's Palace 5753 Dragon King's Palace, I do not feel different. That's the point. The fact that you do not feel that anything is wrong is a sign of a successful operation. Congratulations. Your human alter ego has become a much smaller threat. The probability that he will grow powerful enough to regain control over his body is minimal. But not zero. Nothing is impossible, Sigrun. My expectation is that as long as all of the variables remain constant, you won't get overtaken by Zonrad Rees anytime soon. The complication is that the variables will definitely change over time. For example, if you suffer extensive damage or if you are exposed to a high concentration of E-energy radiation that injects a huge amount of power into Zonrad, you will still be at risk of getting overtaken. I cannot account for all of these possibilities. The only way you can protect yourself against these risks is to exercise your spirituality. Your strength is the root of your existence. As long as you are strong enough, you shouldn't have anything to fear from your human body. Sigrun did not look all that receptive to Ves's helpful words. Cultivation was still taboo in the Red Fleet. If he exposed any sign that he was engaging in any such activity, he would definitely face a lot of sanctions. Is there no other solution? There are, but I am not sure that you are willing to entertain them. Have you ever thought about cloning your current human body and using it as the carrier of your AI core? Clones normally don't come with any spiritualities, at least at the start. As long as you complete the transfer quickly enough, you don't have to compete with other entities for control of your human form. As for your current body, you can choose to let it go or dispose of it if you deem its continued existence to be a security risk. This was a legitimate suggestion, and Sigrun had to think really hard about it. It is a viable alternative, but the risks are too great. The fleeters will notice the differences. If I am unlucky, then one of our departments will launch an investigation to get to the bottom of my decision to swap my body. Suit yourself. Vase and Blinky conducted a few more examinations. They found no problems. The operation hadn't been complicated to begin with, but it was best to make sure. Once Sigrun raised himself to his feet and confirmed that he retained full control over his human body, he deactivated and retrieved his high-tech jamming devices. Our conversation has been remarkably productive, Vase. I am afraid that I will not be able to get back to you right away. If it is deemed necessary, I may need to journey to the flagship of one of my superiors in order to provide my account in total confidence. I will not be able to return before the start of the public inquiry, but I should still be available to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on your behalf by remote. If an admiral is particularly supportive of one of our proposals, then you may be able to receive more substantial backing from a fleet. Vase crossed his arms. I am not sure whether the favor of an element of the Red Fleet will go down well with the Mech community. We are all humans, Vase. We cannot blindly reject innovation just because of the risk that it will backfire on us. Your living mechs have done much more good than harm, and I think that pattern will hold. I cannot imagine that anyone will succeed in implementing a total ban on the commercial sale and use of your products. Too many customers will riot against their states and organizations if that is the case. Vase thought so as well, but it was not wise for him to assume that his opponents would let him go with a slap on the wrist. There are still substantial possibilities that these bastards will implement partial restrictions. They will most definitely hinder the propagation of my living mechs to an extent. As much as Vase looked forward to closing a deal with the Red Fleet that might finally allow him to complete another supply mission, he had to deal with the more immediate issue first. After sending Sigrund off, Vase tried his best to set aside most of his considerations related to the Red Fleet and figure out what else he could to improve his prospects during the public inquiry. I suppose I can meet with a few more supporters, but will that truly help? Vase did not believe so, but it was not as if he had anything better to do with his time. In the following few days, Vase continued to meet with various people who held different stances towards his living mechs. Even if these conversations failed to improve people's impressions of his work, Vase still managed to get a better grasp of the groups that meddled into this affair. Time went by until the first day of the public inquiry into living mechs had arrived. Vase woke up fairly early, but he made sure he enjoyed a good night's sleep in order to restore him to his peak condition. After freshening up his compressed body, he donned an understated blue business suit that did not contain any excessive embellishments. Vase needed to project rationality and prove that he was in control over himself. This was not the time for him to engage in grandstanding or intimidation. Meow. Lucky floated around in concern. I'll be fine. I am more than ready to defend my living mechs. I have spent enough time on going over my arguments. It is the duty of every mech designer to stand by his work and defend his creations. I do not intend to fail in the coming 3 days. Even if these bastards manage to build up an advantage on the final day, I am still not without options. If the worst-case scenario was about to unfold, Vase could still resort to a number of nuclear options. One of them was to defy the instructions of the Mechers and expose the existence of the Karman system. The revelation was bound to shock everyone, so much so that all of the prior talk became irrelevant overnight. However, Vase did not want to resort to this extreme option because it was an act of open defiance towards the Red Association. If Vase broke his promise to the Mechers once, he could do so again. He would never be able to rebuild the bond of trust that existed in the past. His potential business dealings with the Red Fleet would only aggravate the situation. Although Vase did not think that introducing the public to Karman mechs a few years in advance would be a big deal, he would probably find it a lot harder to cooperate with the Mechers on subsequent initiatives. That was not a price that Vase was willing to pay. The damage to his interests would be too great. For all of his expectations for developing a working relationship with the Fleeters, Vase could not afford to forget that he was a mech designer at heart. It was vital for him to maintain good ties with the only authority that governed over anything related to mechs. As Vase continued to think about what sort of extreme measures he would have to take in order to defend his living mechs, his shuttle finally took him close to the venue where the public inquiry was supposed to take place. Consistent with the exotic aquatic theme that dominated Charvy, the entire place was submerged in a gigantic bubble of azure water. The special shuttles built especially for the City of Seas effortlessly slipped past the energy shield that kept the water in place. From there, the shuttle continued to propel forward until it had reached a secure landing zone where a bunch of aquatic mechs swam around and provided security. When the shuttle touched down on a surface, the hatch opened, allowing Vase along with his mecher bodyguards to swim outside. Special energy shields kept their bodies dry, but also allowed their wearers to navigate the aquatic environments as if they were born in them. It provided a distinctly novel experience to first-time visitors. Charvy is a fantastic tourist destination, Vase remarked to his latest recruit. The water not only immerses us in a radically different environment, but also provides an extra layer of security. A lot of weapons will find it a lot more difficult to propagate through water. Kelsey Ampatok nodded. That is true, but the energy shields that keep the water in place are not infallible. There are probably redundant shield generators in place, but once they have been neutralized, a lot of upheaval will take place as all of the water disperses at once. If that happens, we better take advantage of this moment to get out of sight. Not that Vase expected to be threatened by anyone today. Even though a lot of different groups had banded together to organize this public inquiry, the Red Association claimed total jurisdiction. The Mechers established a strong security presence at the venue. Both aquatic mechs and multi-purpose mechs with aquatic combat capabilities protected the facilities up close. Outside of the water bubble, more first-class multi-purpose mechs patrolled the perimeter and beyond. Anyone who did not have any business in the neighborhood had been forced to leave or turn away. Entire structures surrounded by water bubbles had to be emptied out because of security concerns. The activity was no less frantic up in orbit. Hector V always imposed a lot of restrictions to orbital traffic, but the Mechers became even more strict. All of this provided Vase with enough reassurance to focus on the debate. The Dragon King's Palace, Kelsey Ampatok said with amazement as he looked up at the enormous temple-like structure. It truly resembles an abode that is designed and built to house a mythical beast sovereign. The main structure was enormous. The exterior was made out of a custom formula of white stone, but could withstand a lot more damage than it looked. The expensive stone-like material was already impressive enough on its own, but the architects who decided how to employ them had sought to realize a magnificent design. The enormous columns, the alloy-tipped dome roofs and the magnificent statues of dragons and other mythical creatures all combined in a grand abode that could simultaneously house an enormous creature while simultaneously host its royal court. Vase was not familiar with the myths that the architects drew inspiration from, but that did not stop him from appreciating the vision and the craftsmanship of this grand endeavor. The details that earned the greatest appreciation from him were the dragon statues. Each of them had been hand-carved with exquisite attention to detail, so much so that they had all become masterworks. There were dragon statues everywhere, so the quantity of masterworks was absolutely incredible. Vase did not know how many master artisans had been hired to produce all of these genuine masterwork sculptures, but it had to be a costly endeavor, even for a first-class organization that already invested huge sums into the colonization of the Ector system. What is this place even being used for? He questioned. It is closed to the public most of the time, Kelsey said as he had already looked up the information. It is a prestige project. It mainly exists to broadcast the wealth and power of the owners and rulers of Ector V. The fact that it happens to be large and impressive enough to host the public inquiry is a secondary concern. How wasteful. Don't get me wrong, all of this is beautiful enough to stir my imagination, but the waste of resources is so extravagant that I feel pained with every step I take towards the main palace. The Dragon King's palace was entirely funded by old Galaxy money. We lived in a different reality back then. Now, there is talk about dismantling the Dragon King's palace, but it has never gained enough support to make it happen. Chapter 5754 Planetary Governor Rod Mergen 5754 Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellos. The main debate was scheduled to be held in the center of the magnificent underwater palace. Strangely enough, the massive chamber remained submerged in water, which meant that people could easily swim up and down whenever they pleased. It also altered the acoustics of the entire venue, not that it mattered as the extensive use of high technologies ensured that everyone could hear the principal speakers when the main event started. An event as high profile as this attracted a huge amount of interest from the public. Unfortunately, there were too many barriers in the way that hindered second-raters traveling to the Ector system so that they could attend the public inquiry in person. That still left a lot of first-raters who had many reasons to witness the proceedings in person. Much of the 100,000 guests that were permitted to attend the three-day event. Many of them were locals, but the organizers went through the effort of limiting the guests to professionals from the mech industry, shipbuilding industry and other related sectors. Each of them had their own reasons to care about the proceedings. It was actually quite difficult to find anyone who was not affected by the outcome considering that Ves's works made a huge difference in people's lives. Many first-raters might not possess that much interest in second-class mechs, but they could deny that Vase was good at his job. His mech company already started to sell millions of mechs back when he was just a journeyman, and now that he had become a senior, his mech designs had only just begun to pick up their stride. As such, a lot of people slowed down their conversation and stared at Vase. The slightly murky water that was supposed to simulate a shallow ocean environment made it a bit more difficult to view him with the naked eye, but the projectors that displayed the live broadcast made it a lot easier to notice his arrival. Vase tried to resist the urge to smile and wave at everyone. He instead chose to maintain an impassive expression and move forward so that he could get an update from his two mecher helpers. Jovi, Vector, how optimistic are you guys? Neither the survivalist nor the transhumanist dared to offer a response. This was hardly the most private venue to talk strategy and such. Still, the lack of response did not bode well for Vase. He decided to ask another question. How are our opponents? Is there anything about them that I need to know? According to our investigation, one of your predictions has come true. Jovi said, his voice warbled a bit due to getting transmitted through a body of water. Master Alice Cantor of the Mech Supremacist faction and Professor Kachik Chabran of the Chabran Ancient Clan have both taken upon themselves to lead the opposition. Vase did not look too surprised. Those two have shown the strongest bias and prejudice towards my work. Their views only make sense due to paranoia and excessive fear. That also makes them the most difficult people to reason with. I can at least credit them for being sincere. They genuinely think they are protecting their people from the perceived threat posed by my works. That only makes it more challenging for you to gain the upper hand during the upcoming debates. Vector Loban quietly said. Both speakers are passionate about their respective causes. They will be able to sway a lot of doubters who are tuning into the broadcast. Do not expect them to budge at all when confronted by counter-arguments. The best you can do is to tailor your message to your true audience. I know, I am not as old as the speakers from the opposition, but I have plenty of practice in public speaking. I will manage. Do we know who will preside over the debates? Jovi nodded. Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellanos has agreed to moderate the public inquiry himself. He has lived over 3 centuries and spent much of his life as a shipwright. He eventually transitioned into administration before ultimately dedicating the remainder of his life to politics. He easily managed to get elected to lead Hector V, as many people in shipbuilding companies believe that only a former professional of the largest industry in this port system will be able to keep their economy thriving. The prosperous state of Hector V clearly helped the planetary governor's case. The man had to be doing at least something right for it to become the premier shipbuilding nexus in the Red Ocean Union. Vase looked around for a bit and noticed the slightly lowered circular pit at the center of the massive court. Is that where the speakers are supposed to make their case? Yes, it is anything but traditional, but pay no mind to it. Aside from the fact that the speakers must remain standing all of the time, there are no other special rules. A few minutes passed as Jovi proceeded to explain a few other rules, such as when they were permitted to use projections. They could also invite guests to provide their testimony on certain topics. It was all quite elaborate. Vase had no doubt that his opponents would make clever use of these permissions to paint his living mechs in the worst possible light. The enormous submerged chamber continued to welcome more and more arrivals. Many of them swam to their floating seats that had been reserved for them. Others moved to the sides where the proponents and opponents had claimed their territories. The opposition had gathered a lot more people, but only a fraction of them intended to raise their voice during the public inquiry. The rest were primarily analysts and other helpers. Vase did not have much need for advisors, so the people around him were not as numerous. Have any representatives from the Red Fleet arrived? He questioned as he looked around the entire venue. Not yet, but we have already received word that Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson is due to arrive on behalf of the 5th Enforcement Fleet. Her name sounds familiar. That is because she is the great-great-great-great-granddaughter of Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson. Vector Loban answered. Fleet Admiral Jameson is known to be an aggressive firebrand who holds very strong opinions on how human society should work. Her descendant has lapped it all up. You can expect the Lieutenant Commander to be just as fiery. I see. Since she is a lieutenant commander, I take it that she quite young when compared to the other speakers. She is only 33 years old. Do not underestimate her because of that. What she may lack in experience, she makes up for it by growing up as one of the princesses of the Jameson Spaceborne clan. The Jamesons have always been known to advocate stronger enforcement of the rules. Some of them have even urged for taking over direct control over states. It was fortunate that the Jameson Spaceborne clan was only one among many. The other true Spaceborne clans that supplied the vast majority of manpower to the CFA and RF were much more restrained in comparison. I can handle her, Vase confidently said. I am sure the 5th Enforcement Fleet has a lot to say about my living mechs, but it does not represent the entire Red Fleet. I have already made contact with a captain of the 7th Light Fleet. He might not be able to arrive in person, but he will probably be able to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in my favor by remote. That will have to do, I suppose. Jovi did not sound as confident. Once the final guests had taken their seats, everyone quieted down as the main event was about to begin. The planetary governor finally arrived. The man had dressed up for the occasion. He wore a suit made of azure scales that sparkled like gems. The light reflecting from the scaled outfit varied depending on the angle and intensity. A large white cape furled from his back. Its length was truly excessive, but somehow flowed so elegantly through the water that it made the former shipwright look majestic as opposed to pretentious. Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellanos definitely carried a lot of presence. His confident and elitist bearing made it seem as if it was the most natural action in the world for people to show their respect to him. He was the closest equivalent of a king to the citizens of Hector V, and right now he looked like he was at home in his court. As the moderator of the public inquiry steadily crossed to the other side of the massive chamber, he eventually stopped before an impressive carved throne. Made out of high-grade exotics and hyper-materials, the throne's exterior resembled that of a giant clamshell. The giant, Pearl, had been shaped into a smooth and curved throne that somehow looked completely natural despite the fact that it was artificial. Naturally, this extravagant throne was so exquisite that it turned into a masterwork. From the moment Rod Mergen Castellaus sat down, everyone had the illusion that they had welcomed the arrival of their king. The fact that the former shipwright turned politician managed to do all of that without relying on any extraordinary power was impressive. Now that he had taken his seat, the moderator formally announced the start of the public inquiry. Good morning, citizens of the Red Ocean. Today, the Dragon King's palace on Ector V shall play host to an exploration of a new breed of machines that have taken the second-class mech market by storm. Over the span of his short career, Professor Vase Larkinson has managed to outperform all of his peers by designing living mechs that are so powerful that they are capable of dominating their markets for an entire mech generation. The planetary governor's voice had already been augmented to produce a rich, baritone voice. The acoustic systems of the chamber amplified it even further, making him sound even grander and more authoritative than normal. Tens of millions of living mechs have been produced. The overwhelming majority are being put in active service, and many have already fallen to alien weaponry. The fact that many customers have chosen to field them in battle signifies that they are capable of fulfilling the purpose of their creation. Vase felt grateful that the moderator acknowledged at least that much. This should help cut down on false arguments. Yet it is their popularity that is the cause for rising concerns about Professor Larkinson's products. Mergen Castellaus continued, the more our mech forces depend upon them, the more they become exposed to the potential risks and dangers of utilizing them on a growing scale. These concerns are legitimate enough to hold public inquiry into this new category of mechs. The air grew heavy as the planetary governor paused for a few seconds. Make no mistake, this is not a tribunal. Professor Larkinson is not accused of any crimes. This public inquiry will not end with a verdict that determines his guilt, and no punishment shall be levied for any convicted crimes. This is merely a public inquiry that is meant to explore the detailed circumstances of living mechs. The ultimate goal is to become so well informed that we are able to form common ground on how human society should treat living mechs in their current incarnations going forward. Since the actual adoption and implementation of the consensus must be done by individual states and organizations, it is our common goal to find an outcome that all parties can agree upon. It was nice of the planetary governor to mention that. There were many instances where Vase felt as if he was being put on trial, but that was not the case. Reminding other people of that would help them refrain from treating this as an instance to lock him behind bars. If Vase ever got accused and convicted for a crime, then these people at least needed to wait until he grew out a beard. Chapter 5755 The Basic Model of Living Mechs 5755 The Basic Model of Living Mechs The first day of the public inquiry had begun. After a magnificent introduction from Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellaus, the audience became primed for a long, multi-day debate on living mechs. The talks did not attract an immense audience. Vase had been able to draw a lot more eyes with his product reveals due to his reputation for showing off awesome new tech and mech models. While the speakers of this event were bound to use battle footage as examples, they were clearly not the focus of a public inquiry. Much of the public inquiry was meant to be fought with arguments and speeches. Much of the public understandably had no patience to listen to all of the boring politicking. Their lives were already busy enough and they had better things to do with their time than listen to the speakers bicker with each other. However, it would be a mistake for ordinary people to think that the outcome of this public inquiry did not matter to them. Living mechs and everything that came with them promised to revolutionize the mech community. They brought qualities that were unheard of before Vase came onto the scene and proved many times over that they could succeed where other competing mechs would fail. The people who understood this reality the best were the millions of customers and mech pilots who had already purchased and made use of living mechs. Their appreciation for the LMC's products were almost universally positive, and would hate to let go of the machines they had invested in. The battles they fought and the interactions they made with their real living machines resulted in mutual growth for both the mechs and the mech pilots. How could ordinary mechs ever replicate such a unique experience? A lot of mech pilots who utilized living mechs for the first time often became sold for life. They refused to transfer to a non-living mech because they found them to be downgrades. The public inquiry directly threatened to harm the interests of these loyal fans and customers. They made up an unusually high proportion of viewers who tuned into the broadcast. They could be counted upon to remain engaged throughout the lengthy speaking sessions. However, there were also other people who were just as invested on the opposing side. As the products of the LMC began to capture more market share, they displaced a lot of competitors. Plenty of mech designers who previously enjoyed varying degrees of success in the second-class drone mech market and heavy artillery mech market suddenly lost out on a lot of revenue. It wasn't just the mech designers incurred losses. Hundreds of thousands if not millions of average workers throughout the various middle zones all lost their jobs, commissions and so on as entire supply chains became unprofitable due to dropping sales. Companies specialized in the sale, distribution and after-market sales of previously popular product lines such as the Sparrow Storm line collapsed in months as customers had completely abandoned the mech ecosystems they used for years. The ultimatum also took away a lot of market share, but it at least gave competing heavy artillery mechs more breathing room. The cash cow that was largely produced by Isthmus Manufacturing failed to dominate its category due to its excessive pricing and overspecialization in a single role. That did not prevent Vase from designing other mechs that could displace a lot of product lines that previously dominated the market for a long time. SKL Mech Industries had already lost out big time when its Sparrow Storm line turned into an abandoned child. Other mech companies that were just as big if not bigger had many reasons to fear the Living Mech Corporation. Despite the huge disparity in size and wealth, the LMC had one unquestionable advantage. It was led by a senior mech designer who had already proven his ability to defeat thousands of master mech designers in terms of market success. Vase keenly realized that he and his mech company had become the nail that must be hammered down. There was no doubt that much of the opposition was fueled not by legitimate concerns towards the safety of living mechs, but by plain old dirt competition. Since the old market leaders could not compete fairly against living mechs, they likely funneled a lot of effort and resources into the opposition. This meant that his enemies encompassed more than a bunch of mech pilot advocates and AI scaremongers. Vase could not afford to underestimate this opposition. Professor Larkinson, the man who looked like a sea king, spoke from his magnificent pearl throne. Yes, Governor, since this day is dedicated to exploring the merits and properties of living mechs, it is your obligation and your right to introduce them in your own terms. Please stand in the center of the speaking pit and give the public an overview of your works. Vase smiled and nodded. I would be glad to give everyone an introduction and a refresher. By now, many people had already learned about the existence and the basic properties of living mechs. He did not question the need for an introduction because people learned about living mechs from all kinds of messy sources. The first day was dedicated to exploring all of the nuances of living mechs while also eliminating any misunderstandings and misinterpretations about their properties. This was important because establishing truths that could not be questioned anymore deprived a lot of ammunition from the opposition. If Vase did not do a good job on this day, then his opponents would definitely hammer him on the next 2 days. As Vase strode to the center of the so-called speaking pit, he briefly admired the themed aesthetics of the interior of the Dragon King's Pace. He would have loved to explore the architecture of this structure like a tourist, but his duties came first. Citizens of the Red Ocean. Vase began to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel as he faced in the direction of the clamshell throne. Today, my living mechs have become subject to an increasing number of doubts and accusations. In my private discussions with some of the detractors to my work, I realized that many people fundamentally misunderstand my products. The fault does not necessarily lie with them. Radical innovation often produces results that contradict established wisdom. To understand my works, you must let go of some of your preconceptions and treat them differently. Vase slightly spun around and gazed up at the rows and rows of seats filled with guests who expressed interest in this subject. Before I go on to explain the basic physical and non-physical properties of living mechs, let me begin by explaining their place in society. He said in a calm and measured tone. Living mechs serve almost the same purpose as normal mechs. Both of them exist to fulfill a common need, which is to bestow mech pilots with a lot of power in order to complete their combat missions. My products may be able to do more than ordinary mechs, but they are always designed with mech pilots at the center. He produced a projection that showed a simple theoretical model. The combat system centered around mechs is never about the machine alone. Instead, the mech and mech pilots both work together to combine their respective advantages while compensating for each other's weaknesses. Simple, correct. The projected model changed. The ordinary mech got swapped out by a living mech. Here you can see that living mechs still preserve this original relationship. This bond is still essential as my mechs are never designed to function by themselves. I admit that they may have the capacity to do so in an emergency, but too many factors will deteriorate if my living mechs are left to their own devices. Vase waved his hand, causing the connection between the mech pilot and the living mech to break. Disconnecting these two variables from each other will cause this vital synergistic relationship to disappear. The mech pilot will be reduced to an ordinary human. The most he can do is don infantry gear and fight with only a fraction of the amount of power that he previously wielded. Vase gestured towards the other variable. The living mech on the other hand lacks the training, experience, judgment and creativity of a professional human soldier. Depending on how long it has lived and how much experience it has accrued, a relatively intelligent third-order living mech may be able to fight its enemies like a battle bot, but make no mistake. A living mech that fights on its own can never fully replicate the capabilities of a mech pilot. There are qualities to humans that artificial lifeforms do not possess. What is also important is that living mechs cannot break through in the same way that humans can. There is no way that my products can evolve into god mechs or their equivalents, simply because god mechs are inescapably tied to their god pilots. Since the production of god pilots is one of the highest priorities of our civilization, this consideration alone is enough to reject the premise that living mechs will make mech pilots redundant. As Vase continued to address his audience, he felt awfully exposed by speaking from the lowest location in this immense chamber. He was accustomed to holding speeches from an elevated position. Reversing this trend gave Vase the illusion that he was being put on trial. It was not a good feeling. The additional features that I have attached to my iconic living mechs serve as a complement to their core purpose and functionality. They are not designed to make mechs more powerful while diminishing the role of their pilots. They are instead designed to empower them both. They do so in different ways, and I would be more than happy to elaborate on them. I just want to make it clear right away that solely fixating the consequences of my design philosophy to my mechs while completely ignoring my efforts to promote the development of mech pilots is a huge mistake. I will not hesitate to challenge everyone that thinks my living mechs either do nothing or exert a detrimental influence on mech pilots. I have countless pieces of proof to back up my claims in this regard. Vase really did not want to make it easy for his opponents to claim that just piloting his living mechs was detrimental in any fashion. This was a stupid argument, but people might believe it, so he wanted to shut it down as soon as possible. If that is not enough to convince you, then listen further. To those who have yet to read my record, my design philosophy played a central role in the development of living mechs. The Red Association has formally registered it as mutual growth. Think about what this phrase means. It contains the word growth, which in this context largely means power. It also contains the word mutual, which means that a factor is affecting at least two parties. Combine these two meanings together. The result is what I aim to do. Never have I designed a living mech while completely disregarding the safety, the success and the future prospects of its mech pilot. If you have any understanding of mech designers, you will know that we cannot break the core principles of our own design philosophies. Vase gave this explanation with as much earnestness and conviction as possible. He even began to loosen his restraint on his glow for a bit. This not only caused people to have a better evaluation from him, but also made it easier for his arguments to get accepted without too many questions. Alright, now that we have gotten that out of the way, let me proceed by explaining the basic but vital elements of living mechs. Vase spent the remaining hour on giving his audience a crash course on living mechs. He briefly touched upon core concepts that he would teach to the students of his Introduction to Living Mechs course. Since he had already taught this introduction lesson multiple times, Vase effortlessly eased into the role of a lecturer and tried to hold a short but engaging lesson on his iconic products. Chapter 5756 Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson 5756 Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson. Vase was sure that a lot of people tuned out of the broadcast as he continued to lecture about living mechs. In order to establish an objective baseline that could casually be questioned by his opponents, Vase needed to start from the beginning and touch upon all kinds of subjects that many of his customers had long grown familiar with over the years. It couldn't be helped. Vase did not want to create misunderstandings by skipping on essential subjects. He needed to build a foundation based on truth to deflect any arguments that were based on falsehoods surrounding his living mechs. As Vase continued his lecture, the opposition remained silent for the time being. The speakers who intended to paint living mechs in a much worse light did not intend to let him go unchallenged, but they understood that this was not the time for them to interrupt. The public inquiry was a marathon, not a sprint. The first day was mostly devoted to developing a better understanding of living mechs. All of the discussion needed to be anchored around this core goal. The right to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel first was incredibly valuable because it enabled Vase to set the baseline on living mechs. His opposition would probably do their best to challenge his many claims and assumptions, but they would be doing so at a disadvantage because they needed to work hard to convince the public to accept their alternative explanations. The more Vase elaborated on his living mechs, the more his opponents had to work in order to weaken the existing foundation. Once Vase believed he had spoken enough about living mechs, he wisely decided to stop before he started to bore even his most dedicated audience. There was only so much lecturing they could tolerate. The public inquiry was also meant to allow multiple voices to have their turn, so Vase could not be allowed to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel all day. Now that you have obtained a basic grasp on the essential variables that make up a living mechs, I hope that you have developed a proper understanding of the unique technologies that make them different. One of the fundamental reasons why my works are so often misunderstood is that many of my design solutions are intangible. That has caused plenty of people to develop wild ideas about them, but once you dive into the theory, you will find that they are similar to other engineering solutions. It was important for Vase to demystify the existence of living mechs. Too many people misunderstood them because they did not work according to normal science. Living mechs are part of a brand new frontier of technology that has great potential. It would be foolish to reject innovation that can contribute massively to the war effort solely because it is more difficult to grasp than usual. Already, there are mech designers who have begun to grasp the theory and practice of living mechs. This proves that the theoretical framework that I have built is solid enough that it can be taught. I can promise you all that there will come a day where the advantages that I have accrued will become a part of our collective human heritage. That was also an important point he had to make. Living mechs had put a lot of people out of their jobs because their employers had no way of matching the features that Vase took for granted. By reminding people that the art of designing living mechs could be taught, Vase presented hope that other mech designers would be able to design products that were just as good as the xianxia or the ultimatum. Of course, it was questionable whether other people believed in this claim. Living mechs had already built up a reputation for being notoriously obtuse and difficult to learn. The opposition was sure to criticize this point. Once Vase had vacated the central position and returned to his previous place at the side, the planetary governor pointedly gazed down at the leading opposition figures. Now that the creator and chief proponent of living mechs has delivered his introduction, it is time for us to hear an alternative perspective. This subject is far too great to rely on a single source of information to form our judgment. Now, who among the opposition wishes to speak? Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel first. I do. A surprisingly young and female voice spoke out. I am Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson, and I have been appointed by the 5th Enforcement Fleet to share the Red Fleet's rapidly growing concerns about the spread of the infestation called living mechs. Her tone and words were bound to provoke a lot of negative reactions from the audience. There were many loyal users of living mechs, and they did not appreciate a fleeter referring to their assets as a plague upon society. Though Astrid Jameson did not exactly make a good impression, it was not strictly necessary for her to charm her audience. She just had to instill enough doubt and fear towards living mechs to complete her goal. Clearly, she had decided upon an aggressive strategy. It was risky, but the potential gains were great so long as she did not mince any words. Her opening was already sufficient to wake up a lot of people and revive people's interest in the public inquiry. It helped a lot that she was surprisingly young and attractive for a fleeter officer. She possessed a similar high-class grace that Vase was accustomed to seeing from elite scions such as Alexa Strian. Her blonde hair was braided in a crown that made her look more dignified, and her red, black and gold fleeter uniform was sized exactly right for her toned physique. Her most remarkable feature was her obvious signs of cybernetic augmentation. The fleeters had always put greater emphasis on cybernetics as opposed to genetic modification to improve their capabilities, but even then they tried to do their best to retain a natural human form. The lieutenant commander apparently saw no need to be discreet and openly wore her visible cybernetic augmentations with pride. Her electronic hazel eyes, her enhanced vocal modulator, her elf ear-like sensor array and all sorts of other touches elevated her to an individual that was beyond human. Though her appearance was bound to evoke feelings of rejection or alienation among the audience, they were usually the most inconsequential part of the population. The wealthier and powerful folk had all embraced human augmentation to such an extensive degree that they could not imagine life without their upgrades. The thought of living like a baseline human was a nightmare scenario as far as they were concerned. Therefore, Astrid Jameson's extremely high-end cybernetic augmentations were also capable of generating a lot of envy and admiration among the viewers of the live broadcast. The young Fleeter officer presented herself as an idol that many people wished to strive for. They wanted to become as successful as her and upgrade their bodies with all kinds of first-class cybernetic implants that could make their jobs a lot easier. Even Vase grew a little jealous about all of the handy features that Astrid stuffed in her body. Though Vase had already fulfilled the dream of many cosmopolitans by becoming a phase lord, his weird physical evolution left him unable to make use of regular human augmentations. Outside of freeloading from the energies unleashed by lightning tribulation, he had to develop his own solutions in order to upgrade his intrinsic capabilities. Vase inwardly shook his head. He couldn't afford to get distracted by the Fleeter's high-quality augmentations. He needed to pay attention to her words if he wanted to be ready to push back against her words. As Astrid Jameson stood at the center of the speaking pit, the central lighting made it difficult to ignore her presence. Once she became assured that she had drawn as much attention as she could, she began to speak "Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel" with her perfectly modulated voice. Technology is dangerous. This is a lesson that teachers have always taught to humans throughout the generations, but it bears repeating. Technology has made us powerful, but it has also caused tragedies throughout our long and turbulent history as a race. During the Age of Conquest and the Age of Mechs, we have advanced our technologies at such a rapid pace that we are overwhelmingly responsible for the deaths of our fellow humans. We have killed each other 100 times if not 1,000 times more than any foreign alien race. If you do not believe me, then study our history. We are our own worst enemy. This was shocking information, but Astrid did not reveal any new information. As she said herself, it had always been evident in the history books that humans liked to kill each other for many different reasons. They liked to kill a lot of aliens as well, but that was a story for another day. The most important part was that Astrid had made her point. By framing her argument around humans' inherent capacity towards killing each other, she could paint any powerful weapon as an existential threat towards their race. Vase frowned. He could already guess where Astrid Jameson wanted to take her story. Those who forget their history are condemned to repeat it, the woman quoted in a voice that conveyed a lot of gravitas. This ancient phrase has rung true far too many times than it should. During the darkest years of the Age of Conquest, humanity was ruled by irrational actors who let their emotions drive themselves to tyranny. The consequences are well known. The entirety of human civilization had been pushed to the brink, and only with the rebellion of the remaining sane admirals did we manage to put an end to all of the mass slaughter. Typical. The Fleeter completely ignored the role played by the Mech Trade Association. To be fair, the Mechers had very much been the junior partner of their alliance. The Mech Trade Association had only formed relatively recently and lacked a lot of accumulation. Combined with the murky history where a lot of events got buried for one or another, it still remained unclear how much the MTA had contributed to the pacification of a civilization gone mad. There is no single cause to the collective descent into madness that ended the Age of Conquest. Astrid slightly lowered her tone. Many factors combined together to produce a confluence of disasters. However, those who have studied this period of history in extensive detail cannot deny that runaway technological innovation and humanity's inability to prudently manage all of its new toys has unquestionably set up our own downfall. Too many humans gained power that they were not equipped to handle. Whether it was control over warships that possessed the power to crack the crust of a terrestrial planet, or extreme instances of genetic modification where mixed alien genes overtook pure human stock, our race has abundantly demonstrated an inability to control our greed and lust for power. The vast majority of humans were born long after the end of the Age of Conquest inflicted a huge amount of trauma onto their race. Nonetheless, Astrid still managed to evoke visions of fear with her tale. Just because it happened centuries ago did not mean it could happen once again. After all, those who forget their history are condemned to repeat it. Many people had this quote in mind. The living mechs designed by Professor Larkinson represent progress beyond anything the mech industry has ever produced. Astrid admitted, "It is exactly because we are venturing headlong into uncharted territory that we must stop and think about where this technological branch is taking us." If you study them in greater detail, you will eventually discover that Professor Vase Larkinson's works are not based on novel science, but ancient mysticism. This may be a surprise to you, but it is not a secret to the Red Fleet. Wait, what? Vase immediately felt a lot more tense as the lieutenant commander's speech ventured into dangerous territory. Astrid whipped around and pointed an accusing finger at Vase. The truth is that Professor Larkinson is far more than a mere mech designer. His mother is a cultist, one who has mastered unfathomable witchcraft that runs counter to the laws of reality that governs our technology. Not only that, his mother was part of a hidden cabal of mysterious and inscrutable cultists who ruled original humanity in secret during the entirety of the Age of Conquest. Near the end of their reign, this secret cabal of madmen became so mad with power that it would have caused the extinction of our race if not for the rebellion of the brave admirals and spacers, who overcame the spreading wave of insanity. Many people looked confused, but the higher-ranking individuals among them looked shocked and horrified at the secrets that Astrid Jameson so casually spilled to the public. Astrid pushed her finger towards a hapless-looking Vase. As the ancestors of the Jameson Spaceborne clan once stood against the evil witches and warlocks that sought to sacrifice the lives of our entire population to feed their delusions of power, I shall bravely stand against the evil magic that you are attempting to spread to your unknowing customers. You are not a mech designer. You are a cultist who wants to do nothing more than to lead red humanity into an age of ignorance and superstition. As the fleeter flung her accusations, a lot of powerful people started to get restless. Chapter 5757 Tearing Away the Veil 5757 Tearing Away the Veil. Vase and his advisors had analyzed their opposition. They predicted many possible strategies that their adversaries might use to halt the momentum of living mechs. Yet despite all of their brainstorming, none of them predicted that the Red Fleet, or at least a faction of it, would dare to tear away the veil of secrecy and shine a light onto one of the darkest events of human history. Before Astrid could casually reveal other buried secrets that lots of leaders had endeavored to hide, Governor Mergen Castellos activated a command that forcefully dampened the sound in the speaking pit. The public inquiry had barely managed to get going before it already went off the rails. In fact, the governor should have muffled the lieutenant commander sooner, but for whatever reason he allowed the woman to expose just enough to recontextualize Vase in a much more awful light. Though Vase did not have reason to suspect whether the opposition had bribed the moderator, it was rather suspicious that the planetary governor had taken his sweet time to do his job. Astrid's shocking revelations generated so much upheaval that the governor of Ector V found it necessary to stand up from his pearl-like throne. Silence. A single amplified word was enough to cut all of the restless chatter. The governor adopted a much sterner demeanor than before. I am compelled to provide immediate clarification to keep this session in order. According to the prevailing rules of our society, Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson's speech has touched upon a part of human history and heritage that she is not authorized to share to the public at large. The prevailing reason why this is the case is to protect our civilization and help our race heal from the damage that we have collectively occurred during the Age of Conquest. Whether enough time has passed for red humanity to reconcile with its past is not the subject of this debate. It is unfortunate that the speaker from the fleet that most values adherence to the rules has chosen to break them in such a flagrant fashion. That was a rather clever way to rebuke the fleeter without coming across as rude. The problem was not that Astrid had broken the rules. The real concern was how people would react to the explosive pieces of information she had just revealed. Even if she didn't have enough time to spill out a lot of secrets, it was a given that her opening words already made the public aware that human history was not as simple as described in all of the official history books. A pregnant pause ensued as Rod Mergen Castellos fell silent for a dozen or so seconds. It was not difficult to guess that he was receiving an urgent transmission from outside. His old eyes sharpened after he received an urgent communique. The Red 2 has just issued a joint statement that they are preparing to address the questions concerning the past history that they have kept secret for centuries. While an argument could be made about withholding any information about these controversial subjects, the Red Association and the Red Fleet have quickly come to the decision that our society is ready to learn the truths that our people were not ready to hear in the previous age. The Mechers and the Fleeters certainly moved quickly. Now that the cat was partially out of the bag, they might as well pull the feline out entirely and get it over with. Keeping the cat in its current state would only spread more doubt and misinformation. The governor slowly began to sit down on his throne again. It will take time for the Red 2 to prepare their announcement. Their press conference will start shortly after the end of this public inquiry. For now, I ask the speakers to confine their speech to the subject of living mechs. Whether it is true that there are aspects of Professor Larkinson's lineage that are related to the aforementioned moments of human history, please refrain from using arguments that rely too much on information that is not yet easily accessible. This is a public inquiry. We must provide as much clarity as possible to the general public. Doing the opposite goes against the spirit of this organized event. The governor essentially explained the limits of how far down the rabbit hole the speakers could go. It was clear that Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson would love to expose a lot of dark and hidden secrets to make the public turn against Vase, but that would only derail the public inquiry even further. The governor turned to Astrid. I have been informed that you have violated numerous regulations of your own organization. It is not my responsibility to arrest you or determine your guilt. The Red Fleet has refused to dispatch their enforcers to take you into custody. As such, I have decided to revoke your right to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for the remainder of this day. Lieutenant Commander, do you have any objections to my sanction? None. The woman spoke from the side now that she had regained her right to speak. I am solely responsible for my premeditated actions. I deemed it necessary to expose the dark past of Professor Larkinson lest we all debate the merits of his work while remaining ignorant of their terrifying implications. I will not allow this pretend mech designer to lure his ignorant clientele into a pit of darkness and slaughter. The scourge known as cultivation must never be allowed to hold our civilization captive again. The governor was close to muting the young RF officer, but Astrid had gained a good grasp on his limits. She directed one more defiant stare towards Vase before turning around and leaving the speaking pit. The rule-breaking lieutenant commander at least acquiesced to her penalty. The moderator of the public inquiry gestured towards Vase. Professor Larkinson, you are permitted to respond to Lieutenant Commander Jameson's accusations. I would like to ask you to exercise careful control over the information that you wish to divulge. As a senior mech designer, you should be intelligent enough to determine your own limits. Vase smirked as he stepped towards the center of the speaking pit again. Don't worry, unlike a certain fleeter who has demonstrated her complete lack of confidence by breaking the rules, I am confident I can convince my audience of the merits of living mechs by relying on public information. In fact, Lieutenant Commander Jameson has actually made my job easier. Her purposeful disclosure of certain secrets allows me to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel more freely about the mechanics that make my living mech special. He had thrown away his entire playbook that he and his advisors prepared. Before the start of the public inquiry, he was going by the seat of his pants at that moment. This did not distress him at all. The derailment of the public inquiry instead made him feel more alive. The future trajectory had gone off track. Astrid's defiant decision to break the veil of secrecy had changed humanity's course forever, and Vase gained the opportunity to play a central role in shaping the public's perception towards cultivation. With the Red 2 scrambling to contain the fallout of Astrid's actions, Vase knew that he had attracted the attention of a rapidly growing audience. More and more people tuned into the broadcast. Millions if not billions of individuals across human-occupied space had heard about the explosive revelations and eagerly wanted to know more. No matter whether they were first-raters, second-raters or third-raters, each of them gave into their curiosity and hoped that Vase would provide clarity about the accusations made by Astrid. Citizens of Red Humanity, Vase spoke as he began to radiate his glow to a growing degree. First, let me tell you that it has never been my intention to deceive you. There is a hidden layer of reality that only a small proportion of humans have come into contact with. I am sure the Red 2 will offer a proper explanation of what that entails, but for now you can assume that it exists. No matter whether you refer to this extraordinary phenomenon as magic, witchcraft, psionics or cultivation, it is a tool for humans to obtain power, but it can also pose a threat that can erode your humanity. Everyone listened closely to his words and wondered what else he might reveal. The common folk were especially eager to learn more about this exotic form of power. I will not deny that individuals known as cultivators have committed horrendous abuses in the past. The MTA and CFA rightfully feared what might happen if the generic public recklessly attempted to pursue a corrupting form of power on a wider scale, so they suppressed any secrets related to cultivation just as they have deprived us of warships. Throughout the centuries, the Mechers and the Fleeters have fulfilled this mission so well that I am certain that many of you entertain doubts whether all of this is true. Vase stretched out his hand and began to perform a simple spell that he learned from an enlightenment fruit. The water above his palm began to spin and turn into a more condensed water ball. It is This is one of the many parlor tricks that a cultivator who has become proficient in the manipulation of water-attributed E-energy can perform. I can assure you that I am not making use of hyper-technology to conjure this fireball. None of my augmentations have anything to do with this. The charm of cultivation is that even a baseline human without any augmentations can replicate my actions. The main requirement is that the human in question must practice the right techniques in order to harness the power of E-energy. Vase would have conjured a fireball if this chamber wasn't already submerged in water. Now, those who are clever may have already discovered that E-energy radiation plays a large role in cultivation. I can tell you that it is much easier to draw strength from cultivation in the Red Ocean than in the Milky Way. Each and every red human has received an opportunity to transcend their limitations. Mech pilots and mech designers are not the only kinds of people who are able to strengthen themselves through self-evolution. The Age of Dawn has restored humanity's birthright and restored our ability to empower ourselves much further than was previously possible. Governor Mergen Castellaus began to stare more intensely at Vase. This was clearly a warning signal. Mindful of what he was allowed to divulge, Vase quickly turned to more familiar ground. Ahem, cultivation has never been completely unattainable to us all. High-ranking mech pilots and mech designers openly flaunt abilities that cannot be replicated by ordinary people. You just never made this connection because the Big Two deliberately obfuscated these connections. Once you realize the truth, you will know that cultivation is not as frightening or dangerous as Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson has claimed. It is a method of developing power that benefits our civilization immensely as long as we exercise sufficient control. In the last 4 centuries, the Mech Trade Association has imposed strict control, to fantastic success. The god pilots and star designers that emerged during this period have proven that cultivation can be a boon instead of a bane to our society. A lot of people who previously harbored a lot of irrational fears towards cultivation became a lot calmer once they learned that mech pilots and mech designers were related to this mysterious phenomena. The public suffered from cognitive difference for a long time due to the Big Two's deliberate efforts to obfuscate cultivation. Now that Vase pointed out this connection, people finally had an explanation for all of the oddities and incongruences surrounding the two extraordinary professions. You may wonder what living mechs have to do with this mysterious subject. Vase said with a smirk. It is not that complicated, actually. My products can assist in the growth of mech pilots because they are also able to cultivate. My heritage may be tainted, but I have always utilized the extraordinary knowledge that my mother has gifted me to better the lives of every human. Please do not judge me for the crimes committed by deviants who lived far beyond my time. Judge me by my many contributions, some of which are kept secret because they are much more helpful than you can imagine. Chapter 5758 An Enlightened Scientific Discipline 5758 An Enlightened Scientific Discipline. Vase had done it again. An event he participated in had gone viral. Nobody expected the broadcast for the public inquiry on living mechs to explode in popularity all of a sudden. After all, it was not a mech tournament where cool mechs violently clashed against each other. Although the Dragon King's palace provided a resplendent and magnificent backdrop to the debate, the fact of the matter was that people initially expected the speeches to drag on for hours. While Vase had initially given the public a droning lecture on the basics of living mechs, the youngest speaker in this historic event had detonated a bomb that was reverberating throughout human-occupied space at an increasing intensity. Suddenly, the veil that had always hidden the characteristics of a phenomenon known as cultivation had been ripped apart. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson's name went down in history as the whistleblower who recklessly exposed a vast conspiracy that had fooled humanity for centuries, if not longer. The distinct lack of denials from the Red Two did not go unnoticed. The fact that the Mechers and the Fleeters felt necessitated to schedule an emergency public announcement immediately after the public inquiry had reached its conclusion showed how dire the situation had become. Vase was sure that a lot of people discreetly received a lot of messages and alerts through their comms or cranial implants. He had received a flood of messages himself from many different parties, the vast majority of whom he never met or heard before. It became so overwhelming that he had outright blocked all incoming messages. He could not afford to be distracted at this point. Revelations or not, he still had to make a case for his living mechs. If Vase truly needed to be informed about a new development, then his advisors and staffers would let him know. Right now, Vase tried his best to confine his awareness to the Grand Hall of the Dragon King's palace. The underwater environment, the masterwork dragon statues and the genetically modified fish that leisurely swam in every direction without a care in the cosmos made it easier for Vase to mentally isolate himself from external influences. While he was tangentially aware that a rapidly growing amount of people tuned into the live broadcast of this event, the huge separation between himself and the ordinary people spread throughout the new frontier meant he wouldn't have to face their doubts, their curiosity, their hopes and their desires. Vase felt fortunate that he didn't have to deal with the headaches that came with being a deity cultivator. He already had enough of a taste of that through Vulcan. His dwarven incarnation had to deal with a lot of crazy beliefs from deluded Vulcanites. It helped that Vulcan was also far better equipped to handle all of the attention. Vase did not possess that advantage, but he was not as sensitive towards spiritual feedback either. There was something inherent about the mech design profession that specifically blocked this uncontrollable source of influence. He suspected that his design seed or flame or whatever might even use it as fuel to power other mysterious processes. The progenitors of mechs deliberately sought to shape mech designers into support personnel. Allowing this new profession to gain a lot of personal power by becoming more popular went against the spirit of their ethos. The extreme specialization envisioned by the progenitors was meant to bake large-scale cooperation in human society by making people dependent on each other. The revival threatened to break this model. Many cultivation methods were inherently selfish, so much so that they had almost brought the human race down. Right now, a lot of people's attention was drawn towards the young woman who had completely upended human society. Despite receiving a sanction, Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson was still allowed to witness the proceedings from the side. She just wasn't allowed to step into the speaking pit anymore. From the periodic changes in her expression, she was definitely communicating with plenty of people through her cranial implant. The chances that anything serious would happen to her was slim, though. Her lineage alone was sufficient to protect her career. In fact, Vase even suspected that Astrid's move was not the result of an impulsive decision by a hot-blooded young officer, but was instead an important component of a more calculated strategy devised by her superiors. The shadow of Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson loomed over her descendant. Everything Vase learned about the 5th Enforcement Fleet made it clear that it bore the strongest hatred and animosity towards cultivation and other weirdness. Perhaps the fleeters of the 5th Fleet had witnessed the quiet encroachment of cultivation throughout the new frontier for months, and grew progressively more concerned where humanity was heading towards. The rise of living mechs was just one of the symptoms. The reckless spread of unverified cultivation methods over the galactic net and the rapid expansion of the hunting association was causing a lot of humans to come into contact with dangerous phenomena. It was one thing to engage in cultivation while knowing all of the associated risks. It was another thing to do the same while remaining ignorant of the significance of this action. The Jamesons probably thought that they were doing their duty to protect the humans under their charge by disclosing a hidden threat. Vase could already feel the tension and uncertainty spreading from the spectators in the underwater hall. They had all become confronted by a mysterious phenomenon that not only contradicted conventional human understanding, but had also been lurking in the background for who knew how many years. The unflattering description given by Astrid Jameson did not exactly paint the field of cultivation in a good light. As much as Vase wanted to leave the job of addressing this highly contentious topic to the Red 2, the lazy bastards only planned to provide an official explanation several days later. Vase was sure that if the Mechers and the Fleeters really wanted to, they could suspend the broadcast of the public inquiry and address the public right away. Yet the powers that be did no such thing. They remained in the background and seemed content to allow Vase to blather on about living mechs and his apparent ties to the world of cultivation. When Vase briefly turned around to face Jovi and Vector, both Ross seniors apologetically shook their heads. Their superior had tied their hands. Vase had to defend his position without any additional support. On the one hand, it showed that the survivalists and the transhumanists believed that Vase was competent enough to handle this evolving affair. On the other hand, it showed that the Mechers had chosen to employ a shrewd strategy. No matter what Vase said, his words did not have anything to do with the Red Association, at least on the surface. This granted the latter a useful element of separation. Vase felt as if the Mechers treated him as a guinea pig. His main purpose was to test the public's attitude towards cultivation. If he made any mistakes, then the Mechers would learn from his lessons and make sure not to repeat them when they held their big speech later. It was a profoundly utilitarian response towards this unfolding controversy, and it did not exactly make him feel good about this situation. At least he was free to spin any tale he liked. The Red Association's deliberate move to appear separate meant that they had no justification to control his speech. Since this was the case, he might as well take advantage of the leeway that he was given. As Vase continued to explain that cultivation was not that scary, he made deliberate attempts to tie this phenomenon to the mech pilot and mech designer professions. He could not allow Astrid's accusation that cultivation was akin to witchcraft and superstition to stand. The best way for him to do so was to expose and correct the public's deep-rooted cognitive dissonance on the truth about the extraordinary mech professions. As Vase stood in the center of the speaking pit, he activated another projection that showed the highlights of Operation Night Jazz. Do you remember the joint strike against the tied stations of the Red Cabal? Many brave soldiers ventured deep into alien territory to fight against the powerful alien defenders. The most inspirational moments came when our valiant god pilots dueled against the ancient phase whales. The footage showed amazing pieces of footage. From the first flame's transformation into a mythical phoenix, to the destroyer of worlds' immensely devastating blow against one of the top leaders of the Red Cabal, pretty much every human had already rewatched the awesome footage several times. Yet now that the circumstances had changed, people began to see these wondrous reality-defying feats from a completely different angle. The lieutenant commander over there has attempted to paint cultivation as an evil force that can only corrupt and doom the human race. Vase spoke with open contempt towards this claim. That is only a one-sided view. I do not deny that power can corrupt, but it can also produce wonders without equal. Just like the mechs and warships that we are familiar with, it is not the weapon that is dangerous, but the people who wield them. While human society previously struggled to keep power out of the hands of those unfit to harness them, we have improved by a lot since then. The contemporary mech community has done an excellent job in ensuring that only the most valiant, principled and dedicated mech pilots are bestowed with extraordinary might. The projection continued to show a myriad of footage of the god pilots performing amazing feats throughout the border regions. Their god kingdoms suppressed entire alien armadas while their god mechs smashed through all opposition without any meaningful resistance. Who better to take inspiration from than our most powerful champions? Our god pilots are living, breathing examples that absolute power does not necessarily lead to absolute tyranny. They are products of enlightenment rather than ignorance. They are the inheritors of the people who sought to build a better future for humanity. Since their emergence, every god pilot has never failed to abide by their oaths and protect humanity in whatever way they can. If you reject the phenomenon known as cultivation as a whole, then you reject the very existence of god pilots. Do you really think it is a good idea for our vulnerable and isolated society in the Red Ocean will be able to last without the protection of 8 heroic god pilots? A lot of people's expressions changed. Perhaps Astrid's negative portrayal had caused a lot of people to develop a negative impression of witchcraft and sorcery. However, it was impossible for them to reconcile this negative impression with their intensely strong respect and worship towards the god pilots. It was well known that these all-powerful heroes had been doing their best to protect human civilization from the alien menace. Faced with a conflict between two opposing viewpoints, a lot of people chose to favor the perspective that viewed god pilots as selfless entities who possessed the power of a god but the heart of a dedicated soldier. Vase smirked as he sensed the mood shift from the spectators. His ploy had worked. Make no mistake, what I call cultivation science can be upgraded and reimagined just like any other scientific field. We have come a long way since ancient times. Archaic traditions that dressed cultivation in mysticism have rightfully lost ground during the end of the Age of Conquest. This has given all of us the room we need to study and make use of this phenomenon as a scientific discipline. Instead of fearing progress, we should embrace it. The only point I agree with my detractors is that people should not engage in this promising new field without restraint. We must remain careful and stick to a methodical approach in order to prevent us from destroying ourselves from within yet again. So long as we handle this power responsibly, we can gain the strength we need to defeat the native aliens, all without developing a reliance on scarce resources such as phase water. Chapter 5759 Recess 5759 Recess Tying cultivation to the existing mech community helped a lot. While a lot of people from that very same community might not appreciate what he was doing, it was difficult to deny a truth that seemed abundantly obvious in hindsight. Vase found it rather funny that pretty much every human had been living alongside mechs and all of the crazy stuff that came with them, but never actually acknowledged that this was weird. People all thought that the amazing stuff that high-ranking mechs and mech pilots could accomplish were the result of special scientific breakthroughs and such. Even though it was a bit weird that mech pilots had to put an immense amount of effort in order to trigger breakthroughs and evolve to higher life states, few if any people regarded this phenomenon as magic or mysticism. It was quite simple for anyone to pop this illusionary bubble. The issue was that everyone that possessed this capability refrained from doing so. For at least 4 centuries, neither the current human overlords or the former rulers that had been driven to the shadows had ever dared to expose the hidden truth. This led to an abnormal circumstance where clear and obvious instances of cultivation clearly paraded in front of people's eyes, yet no one understood the true significance of mech pilots and mech designers. Vase actually felt grateful towards Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson. Whether she acted upon orders or not, she had finally been the one to take this daring step, freeing Vase and other people from the burden they had to bear for many years. Of course, Astrid Jameson's radical move had undeniably derailed a lot of plans. Vase was not the only person who had to change his strategy on the spot. He had been paying close attention to the speakers of the opposition. The subtle signs of unrest and disarray showed that Astrid Jameson never kept the other scattered groups in the loop. This forced the mech supremacists, the Chabrans, the Rubarthans from the Smokestack Principality and others to figure out how to handle this rapidly evolving situation. The lack of unity and consensus from all of these people made it a lot more difficult for them to agree to a new approach. The speakers had their own opinions, but they also needed to represent the will of their superiors or their constituents. All of that meant that the opposing parties needed a lot of time to sort out their mess. Vase was not complaining. The more his opponents fell into disarray, the easier it was for him to gain the upper hand in this public inquiry. After an extended speaking turn, Vase finally felt that he had managed to put out all of the immediate fires. The opinions of the crowd in the Dragon King's palace swing in multiple directions throughout the session. The public did not quite know what to believe anymore. Even if Vase did his best to portray cultivation in a more positive light, it was still difficult for many people to determine whether he was still a credible speaker. Seeing that the opposition still hadn't sorted out their confusion, Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellaw stood up from his pearl throne once again. Given the magnitude of the revelations made by the speakers, I am calling for a recess in order to give the participants time to revise their arguments. A long break commenced as the repercussions of the public inquiry continued to shake the foundation of Red humanity. The two sides retreated from the speaking pit and retreated to side chambers where they could strategize and take stock of the situation in private. Okay, Vase said after he and his entourage fell out of the public eye. Jovi, tell me what is happening. How are people reacting to Astrid's revelations? The people are taking it well, all considered. Jovi said, many of them are being engulfed by a deluge of speculation and misinformation. None of the major powers are prepared to offer corrections. The Red Two have already decided to provide clarification after the end of the public inquiry. Nobody else dares to supersede them by publishing relevant information in advance. Vase frowned. That is dangerous, you know that. A lot of people are running around like headless chickens. Accidents are bound to happen. We know, but this is a consequence that we will have to bear. We only have one chance to make this right. The subject is so important to us all that we cannot afford to act in haste. Every piece of information that we disclose must be true and factual. Our credibility on this matter may suffer a permanent blow if we make any mistakes. Do you know where the Mechers are leaning? No. Jovi helplessly shook his head. You know as well as I do that our association is a divided organization. The information that I have received so far suggests that most mech designers are generally in favor of cultivation. This is not a surprise as their work is largely connected to related phenomena. However, opinions are mixed on how extensively cultivation must be regulated. This is a debate that has just reached its inception. I see. There is no need for you to be overly concerned about this issue. Vector Loban spoke from the other side. Our transhumanist faction has been preparing for this contingency for a long time. We have already formulated many different proposals on how to introduce cultivation to our society at large. The evolution which is especially keen on turning it into an essential component in people's lives. I imagine that there are many people who disagree with her stance. That is correct. The transhumanist side, our faction is the strongest proponents of cultivation, while the 5th Enforcement Fleet is diametrically opposed to our stance. Every other faction falls between this spectrum. The major powers will most likely settle on a middle ground solution if nothing else happens. The details have yet to be determined, though. This is where the different powers will fight hard to push their own vision. A lot was happening behind the scenes. Vase had no access to these high-level talks, but he imagined that a lot of powerful people were scrambling to contain the fallout. "Tell me about the mech supremacists," he said. "Given their strong focus on mechs and mech pilots, how are they handling the revelations?" Jovi chuckled. "Opinions among them are mixed, as you can imagine. There are many mech supremacists who have never been initiated into this secret. The revelations have caught them by surprise and are causing them to question everything they know about mechs. However, don't think that they will stop their opposition towards your living mechs. Their fundamental concerns are still valid, although you should have more ways to counter their arguments. The interests of mech pilots remain paramount to this faction. They do not really care about other forms of cultivation at the moment." "I see. What about the fleeters? How are they responding to this mess?" "I do not have strong connections with the fleeters, so I can only base my judgment on second-hand information. From what I have heard, the fleeters are also thrown into disarray. The difference is that their confusion is largely based on ignorance. Due to their strong bias against human mutation and distortion, it is unlikely that fleeters will ever embrace cultivation wholeheartedly. They will at least attempt to cling to their existing patterns so long as they remain competitive. I bet that if the fleeters start to fall behind due to their continued rejection of cultivation in all forms, they will probably come up with an excuse to reverse their previous policies. There is no way that the Red Fleet wants to fade into irrelevance due to their pigheadedness. There was a possibility that this might not even be necessary given that Archie had already started to transform the fleeters on a gradual basis. Professor Vector Loban informed Vase of another interesting development. The 5th Enforcement Fleet is currently subjected to a large amount of criticism. Many leading figures resent this fleet for disclosing secrets prematurely and without any coordination. However, the 5th Fleet has also attracted a large amount of support from both the fleeters and other people. There are substantial segments of the population that are afraid of how cultivation will threaten our current civilization. They fear that we will regress to a more primitive society where might makes right. The fact that it has happened in the past does not bode well for the future. We'll have to address that, Vase muttered. In my opinion, it is best to continue to tie cultivation to the mech community. People fear what they do not know. If we want to melt their opposition, then we should talk about cultivation from the lens of mech design and mech piloting. Good idea, Vase. It is not a complete solution, but it will serve as an adequate stopgap. Do not forget about your living mechs, though. It is not necessarily your responsibility to defend cultivation, although it may be useful to do so in order to squash any doubts regarding your heritage. Are you confident that you will be able to accomplish your original purpose in light of all of these changes? Don't worry, Vase grinned. I already know how to present my living mechs in a better light now that the cat is out of the bag. The basis of my design philosophy is mutual growth. If there is anything people like the most, it is gaining more power. I just need to assuage their concerns that their living mechs will not inadvertently go out of control. They continued to strategize and share information over the next hour. Vase did not receive any direct information transmissions from the outside galaxy, but he did gain a lot of information through other means. Vulcan was able to monitor a lot of changes through his connections with the Vulcanites and lots of craftsmen spread throughout human-occupied space. Goldie closely monitored the reactions from the Larkinsons. It did not surprise Vase all that much that the clansmen did not really exhibit any strong reactions. They had lived alongside Ves's many crazy inventions for a long time that they had already acclimated to the cultivation phenomenon. Vase grew reassured that none of the Larkinsons went crazy because of this mess. Despite his strong involvement on this issue, his subordinates admired him and looked up to him like before. He had consistently tried to take care of his clansmen. He rewarded them for their loyalty and did not hesitate to channel a large proportion of his massive income into enormous investments for his clan. The Larkinsons recognized the trust and generosity from their patriarch, so they naturally reciprocated when he had need of their support. This was true loyalty. There was one other major interest group that Vase needed to please. How is my customer base reacting to this development? Vase asked. Mr. Ampatok, you have strong connections with the people working at Isthmus Manufacturing. What have they noticed? The Rubarthan mech designer did not look very confident at the moment. It is too early to tell. A small proportion of customers have cancelled their orders in panic. The rest have adopted a wait-and-see attitude. You need to explain that amidst all of the upheaval brought by change, living mechs can serve as a source of stability to their owners and users. Try your best to demystify their existence and emphasize the benefits they bring. It would be especially helpful if you can redefine their roles in a society where cultivation has become more prevalent among the public. Those are good suggestions. I already know what to do. Thank you, Kelsey. By the time the recess had come to an end, Vase stepped back into the grand hall with an air of confidence. He had formulated numerous new responses towards the issues that just started to weigh on people's minds. The only question now was how the fractured and divided opposition intended to deal with this situation. Chapter 5760 Master Cantor's Lecture 5760 Master Cantor's Lecture. The opposition looked a lot more composed than before. The recess had done them a lot of good. They received enough time to figure out their individual stances and formulate new arguments. This was a little problematic for Vase as he was no longer able to figure out their thoughts. His prior talks with the various representatives had given him a decent understanding of where they were coming from. That was until Astrid Jameson detonated a bomb that scrambled everything. As people started to swim back to their respective places and seats, it became clear that there was a lot more tension in the water. The stakes had been raised. The public inquiry no longer remained confined to living mechs anymore. It seemed as if it also turned into an initial referendum towards cultivation. This was why the amount of people tuning into the broadcast had skyrocketed. Even an idiot living in a backwater third-rate colonial state could understand the implications of cultivation. In a dwarf galaxy where the numerically superior native aliens exerted a huge amount of pressure onto red humanity, people were willing to chase after any opportunity to gain more power. Both sides bore the weight of all of this attention. Vase was more than happy to oblige the people who wanted to obtain power through more exotic means. He wasn't sure whether the opposition was as eager to allow the masses to gain more power. Once everyone had arrived, the moderator raised his hand. The recess has expired. The session shall resume. The opposition has the word. Out of the numerous representatives of different groups, Master Alice Cantor swam forward and placed herself in the center of the speaking pit. Vase was afraid that she would get her turn so soon. As a representative of the Mech supremacist faction, Master Cantor was most suited to counter Ves's various claims about cultivation and living mechs. The surprising turn of events may have caused her faction to fall into confusion for a time, but it clearly did not weaken her resolve. Her fiery gaze already indicated that she remained unwavering in her crusade against living mechs. People of red humanity, the 300-year-old master mech designer spoke with the gravitas that came with age and authority. Many of you have heard shocking information about secrets that we intended to divulge on a gradual basis over the span of a decade. The existence of E-energy radiation has revived several phenomena that have brought about profound changes to our race and society. We wished to avoid the spread of panic by overwhelming you with the truth all at once, but that ship has sailed. We ask for your understanding in our endeavor to protect our civilization. I can promise you that we will offer all of the clarification you need after the end of this public inquiry. Her message was framed as an apologetic explanation, yet her firm and authoritative voice made it clear that the Red Association did not expect to be questioned or challenged about this affair. Now that she got this out of the way, she shifted her accusing gaze right towards Vase. Let us get back on topic. It is public knowledge that Professor Vase Larkinson has received the support of the Red Association. That does not mean he has earned unanimous approval. There are members of our association that have questioned the wisdom of promoting a mech designer whose works undermine the very foundation that mechs rest upon. Where was she going with this? Vase continued to listen carefully as the old master continued to address her audience. Mechs are made with a purpose. What we have withheld from you is that mechs did not originally come about to grant humanity a more controllable and efficient means of waging war. Mechs certainly have many advantages over warships, and they are growing even faster in the age of mechs. As much as I would like to elaborate on this subject, I can only explain one crucial advance for this session. She silently activated a projection that displayed a familiar theoretical model. Vase had employed it in his first speaking turn. As you can see, the basic model of mechs is comprised of a mech and a mech pilot. Professor Larkinson is correct that mechs are not designed to stand alone, but must always be accompanied by trained mech pilots to reach their full combat potential. A projected teaching rod extended from her wrinkly hands. The tip of the rod began to draw a circle around the two concepts. When a mech pilot interfaces with a mech, a unique and magnificent process occurs where the mech pilot begins to connect his mind with the electronic control systems of his much larger machine, thereby forming what is known as a man-machine connection. The two have united together where the mech pilot offers his superior training and control in exchange for the massively superior strength and protection of the mech. This was all basic mech theory so far, but Master Cantor soon began to take an unexpected turn. "Pay attention to the protection aspect," she said as the tip of her teaching rod tapped onto the bubble that stood for the mech. "What most of you are easily able to comprehend is that mechs offer protection against all manner of damage that can easily destroy the bodies of vulnerable humans. Depending on the defenses of the mech and the magnitude of incoming material attacks, the machine can withstand all sorts of familiar attacks such as laser beams, kinetic rounds, explosions, gamma radiation, gravitic fields and more. However, what is not as obvious is that mechs can do more than that. One of the secrets that we have withheld from you is that the neural interfaces in use today are incomplete. They simplified versions of more complete variations that offer greatly superior protection against non-material threats." "What?" Vase looked shocked, and so did everyone else. Few if any people expected Master Cantor to drop a bombshell of her own. Her revelation might not be as massive as that of Lieutenant Commander Jameson, but it certainly had untold implications for the entire mech industry. When Vase turned around to face his mecher advisors, neither Jovi nor Vector showed they had any clue what Master Cantor was talking about. They most definitely had not been informed that the neural interfaces built into the vast majority of mechs in use today were actually the discount versions as far as the Red Association was concerned. The old woman who decided to hold a lecture of her own used her teaching rod to draw a bright blue circle around the concept of mech. This barrier is the representation of the material protection offered by the mech. Every machine that meets the definition of a mech is equipped with a combination of physical armor, energy shields, ECM, superior maneuverability and possibly more exotic forms of damage mitigation. These measures are solely designed to defend against attacks that can be produced by the enemies that you are all familiar with. In the 4 centuries after the start of the Age of Mechs, there has never been any significant need for alternate forms of protection that is largely based on neural interface technology. The Mech Trade Association has therefore decided shortly after its inception to withhold this aspect. To think that there were so many mech designers and mech pilots who worked around neural interfaces without ever realizing that they were the kiddie versions meant that the MTA had succeeded in its conspiracy. The mechers had become so successful in protecting these well-kept secrets that the lower and middle layers of their very same organization had also remained ignorant of the truth. The question now was why the mechers deemed it necessary to uncover this buried secret. Vase had a feeling he would find out the answer very soon. Master Cantor clearly understood the immense significance of her revelation. Any member of the mech community that had yet to tune into the broadcast did so in a hurry in order to understand what the mechers had withheld from their mechs for such a long time. The old woman smiled. "Our organization has made a verdict to only reveal the existence of this greater functionality when numerous criteria have been met. The return of cultivation is the most vital trigger of them all. As we shall explain in a later press conference, cultivation and those who practice it pose an existential threat to our civilization. The stability of our society is at risk of crumbling due to the proliferation of so-called cultivators whose worst impulses have been magnified by at least an order of magnitude. In order to guard and preserve our current order, we need a weapon that can not only contain these future madmen, but also protect the sanity of the mech pilots who are being placed in the front lines of this new struggle." Her rod tapped onto the bubble, causing it to gain an extra word. "In contrast to the ordinary mechs that you are familiar with, true mechs are equipped with a complete version of a neutral interface. The latter may also be equipped with a number of other components that complement their distinctive capabilities, but they are otherwise identical to normal mechs." True mechs. Vase had never heard of products that carried this distinct label. It made mechs sound much more powerful than they should. It held greater weight to people such as Vase because it sounded similar to true gods. Was there a solid relation between the two, or was it just a coincidence? Amidst intense public interest, Master Cantor continued to explain what exactly defined a true mech. The complete neural interfaces of true mechs are capable of forming a much deeper and more intense connection between a mech and a mech pilot. I am told that the experience is so much more demanding that mech pilots must meet more stringent demands and undergo specialized training before they are allowed to pilot true mechs. In exchange for meeting the additional criteria, these pilots are able to shield their minds with the potent digital protection offered by a powerful machine. Master Cantor's teaching rod drew a second circle around the concept. In contrast to the bright blue circle that signified the material protection of a mech, the purple circle clearly signified protection against other kinds of threats. The defining characteristic of a true mech is that it offers varying degrees of non-material protection depending on the quality and the design of the complete neural interface. At its highest specifications, a true mech can protect a mech pilot against virtually every form of mental influencing, from the famous glows of Professor Larkinson's living mechs to the oppressive domain fields projected by ace pilots. The old mech supremacist grinned as she drew a much larger purple circle around the combination unit of true mech and mech pilot. However, true mechs were not originally designed to counter the aforementioned contemporary threats. Their real purpose is to protect the mech as well as the mech pilot against the esoteric powers wielded by cultivators. As you shall discover in the future, what cultivators may lack in hard power, they make up for it with trickery and illogical abilities. True mechs can offer much greater protection against the most obscure attacks launched by cultivators, thereby forcing these dangerous individuals to resort to more straightforward and material attacks. In other words, true mechs can effectively force enemy cultivators to fight on their terms, thereby putting power-hungry criminals with delusions of grandeur at an insurmountable disadvantage. Vase became gobsmacked by all of the revelations. The revelations made by Master Cantor completely took him by surprise, yet as he thought more about them, they happened to make a lot of sense. He had always questioned how it became possible for the MTA and CFA to succeed in their rebellion against the tyrannical leaders of the Five Scrolls Compact. The existence of these so-called complete neural interfaces and true mechs plugged an enormous hole in the story. It turned out that the earliest iterations of mechs used to be a lot more powerful when deployed against a specific kind of threat. Now that cultivators were about to emerge among the population on a much wider scale than any time in the past, the mech supremacists apparently felt it was necessary to stall the momentum of this massive trend. According to their own principles and ideals, mechs and mech pilots must always retain their primacy over human society. Chapter 5761 Complete Neural Interfaces 5761 Complete Neural Interfaces Vase had never heard of the existence of true mechs. Neither did Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban. From the expressions of the mech designers and other people in the Grand Hall of the Dragon King's palace, it appeared that no one else in the area knew anything more. This was remarkable, because it showed that the Red Association managed to protect this secret extremely well. Perhaps the old-timers who lived during the transition from the Age of Conquest to the Age of Mechs had been aware of them, but they collectively agreed to keep their mouths shut and let its awareness fade as the years continued to pass. By limiting mechs to the castrated versions of neural interfaces, the ones that held the more complete versions simply went into hiding or got dismantled in order to prevent them from exposing any clues. Vase had so many questions now that he learned about the existence of this newer and arguably superior variation of mechs. What made true mechs different from ordinary mechs? How much did the mechers advance the development of the complete neural interface since its inception? What sort of additional requirements did mech pilots had to satisfy in order to pilot these true mechs? How much greater were the risks and dangers of piloting a true mech greater than piloting an ordinary mech? What was the cost and technical complexity of complete neural interfaces? Were they confined to first-class mechs, or could they be applied to lesser mechs as well? Did mech pilots have a greater or lower chance to break through when piloting true mechs? What was needed to develop and build a complete neural interface? Why exactly did the Red Association insist on keeping these complete neural interfaces a secret? Vase had over 100 different questions that he deeply wanted to be answered. He was not alone. Every mech pilot and mech designer in the venue looked hungrily at Master Alice Cantor. The old woman had become the only source to a hidden piece of tech that held great promise. Her words ignited the entire mech community. If people hadn't already been tuning into the broadcast after Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson's shocking exposure of cultivation, then they definitely would have dropped what they were doing in order to listen to the old master mech designer. The mech supremacist commanded the attention of an immense audience. Despite attracting more attention than any other point in her long and storied life, Master Cantor remained absolutely composed as she continued with her lecture. She had just drawn a purple circle around the concepts that represented the mech and mech pilot. The full technical explanation of how a true mech is able to protect a mech pilot against a large variety of metaphysical threats is beyond the scope of this presentation. However, I can offer a simplified explanation that will suffice for most of you. To understand what enables true mechs to grant an additional dimension of protection, we must first consider the purpose of a neural interface. A new projection came up. It depicted one of the earliest and most rudimentary versions of a third-class neural interface. Despite the incredible simplicity and lack of features that subsequent mech generations had tacked onto the technology, the primitive neural interface was so stripped down that it was easy for beginners to understand. Vase had once received a crash course on neural interface technology, and he managed to pick up a few more pieces of information in subsequent years. Nonetheless, he did not understand neural interfaces in depth, nor manage to obtain a certification from the association that permitted him to tinker with the devices. The MTA and RA typically allowed mech designers to do whatever they want with their mechs as long as they did not violate a number of well-defined taboos. This was a boon to the mech industry as many mech designers emerged that experimented with all kinds of new and unusual technologies. Excessive regulation and restriction of technological innovation would have stifled research and led to slower developments. Yet despite the obvious benefits of letting people play around with different technologies, the mechers had always imposed abnormally strong restrictions on neural interfaces. The excuse they used was that badly designed neural interfaces posed a serious threat to the health of the mech pilots that depended on them. This was a logical reason and had been broadly accepted by the public without much challenge. Did neural interface specialists know more about this subject? Vase narrowed his eyes. Perhaps they did. It might be rather obvious that most neural interfaces in use today were deliberately restricted. The mechers were known to supervise neural interface specialists more closely. This meant that the former may have issued warning to the latter about maintaining their discretion about this particular observation. The purpose of a neural interface is to form a bridge between the mech and the mech pilot. Master Cantor said as she used her projected teaching rod to draw a very clear line between the concept of mech and the concept of mech pilot. It is considered an essential if not a defining trait of a mech. Without the neural interface, the pilot can only resort to utilizing vastly inferior and much more inefficient means of controlling a machine. This has been tried many times in the years preceding the age of mechs, and it has always been dismissed as an imperfect and flawed method of controlling a mech. That was certainly true. Humanity already possessed the technological capacity to develop a mech since the age of stars. However, the control systems had always served as an insurmountable block. Whether these proto-mechs were controlled by buttons, levers or mirroring body movement, the huge separation between the mech pilot and mech always produced disappointing results. Neural interfaces are capable of solving this crucial control problem. The man-machine connection that they are able to form between the two parties allows the mech pilot to control the mech as if it is his own body. While there are many variables in play that limit the extent to which the mech pilot can treat a mech as if it is his own body, the results are still far better than every other alternative. Vase smirked. It appeared that while Master Cantor had been initiated in the secret of true mechs, she clearly did not know about Carmen mechs, or else she wouldn't have made such an arrogant statement. What is not as obvious is that this is not a one-way connection. Cantor continued. The mech pilot is able to extend his mind to the machine, thereby enabling him to control the latter's enormous physical mech frame. At the same time, the mech is able to extend its digital logic to the mind of the mech pilot, thereby allowing the latter to process data as if he is a machine. If the mech extends its logic engine deep enough into the mind of the mech pilot, the individual in question will effectively gain a layer of protection to his relatively fragile mind and soul. Ves's eyes lit up. He figured out what Master Cantor was alluding to. How could he have missed this observation? Master Cantor did not withhold the most crucial piece of information from the public for long. A complete neural interface is able to establish a man-machine connection where the logic engine and the mind of a mech pilot are able to combine almost exactly as if they are one. This means that they can no longer be treated as separate components, but must instead be regarded as a fusion of the two. This results in a remarkable synergy where the weaknesses of both components are much more extensively protected by their respective strengths. It was that simple. Vase along with many other mech designers still looked amazed. What did it mean for a mech to extend a huge portion of its logic engine to a mech pilot? The risks were probably greater as the neural interface produced a much deeper and more integrated connection between the two. Any accident that caused this close bond to break by force would definitely cause the mech pilot to incur a lot of damage. There are many other aspects of complete neural interfaces that I have yet to mention, but what I have just explained is the most relevant and critical pieces of information that you should know. The reason why complete neural interfaces are able to grant elevated protection against metaphysical threats is that it either shields the mind of a mech pilot or renders it into a mode that closely mirrors the digitized thinking processes of a pure mech. Depending on the training of the mech pilot, the person in the cockpit can draw more of the logic engine into his mind without negatively affecting his judgment or combat effectiveness. This is enough to neutralize many possible attack methods utilized by cultivators. Master Cantor sneered as she mentioned this group. The Red 2 is in the process of forming a thorough introduction package on cultivation. Those who practice it may seem as if they have mastered the use of magic, but many of their techniques are dangerous. They exert a corrupting influence on the minds of their practitioners, driving them to extremes and causing them to develop a superiority complex towards ordinary humans. However, we cannot deny that there is strength to cultivation. Certain practitioners are particularly adept at manipulating and hypnotizing humans. Most humans do not have any inherent defense against these invisible and difficult-to-detect techniques. Her teaching rod tapped onto the connection between a true mech and a mech pilot. That is where this complete man-machine connection serves its secondary purpose. Humans who are not high-ranking mech pilots do not possess the inherent qualities that allows them to resist these esoteric attacks, but their machines are different. Cultivators cannot affect the mind of a mech because it does not have one in the first place. That might not matter if the mech pilot of a typical machine has not received strong enough protection against these sorts of threats. It is different for a true mech because both sides of the partnership effectively share the same advantage. The explanation made sense, though. Vase had the distinct feeling that Master Cantor left out a few crucial facts. There was no way that true mechs were as simple as she described, but Vase had no time to speculate what the master mech designer had left out in her simple lecture. The information she already revealed so far was enough for Vase to chew upon for the time being. In conclusion, true mechs are specialized solutions that are much more effective at combating the threat posed by cultivators. Their capacity to do so is far superior to warships, which are crewed by large quantities of ordinary spacers whose minds are not protected by any machine. Cultivators are highly effective at neutralizing and subverting large warships because they can make them themselves unnoticeable and convert the crew members to their cause one by one. Even automated defense systems that should ordinarily attempt to eliminate the hidden interlopers can be fooled through special techniques that target their rigid programming. It is only when man and machine combine their forces together that they can both offer effective resistance against such nefarious foes. Damn, a lot of people suddenly grew really frightened as they imagined how easy it was for cultivators to torment an unsuspecting mech force. Even though there had never been any obvious cases where cultivators utilized their strange voodoo to completely subvert a large force, the awareness that this might be possible was enough to frighten a lot of previous self-assured individuals. Vase was no exception to this. He knew more about the potential threat posed by cultivators because he encountered plenty of weird stuff in the past. One of his most iconic memories was the apparent discovery that dozens of cultists had been hiding in plain sight in a compartment on a starship. Despite the fact that they filled the entire space to the point where there were no unoccupied spaces anymore, Vase and other people had no clue that these scary bastards were present. It was only once Vase utilized his spiritual perception that he figured out the frightening truth. Given how a bunch of cultists lurking outside civilized space managed to learn this unsettling technique, then more powerful cultivators should easily be able to master more effective variations of this technique. Chapter 5762 Design Philosophy Challenge 5762 Design Philosophy Challenge. As Master Alice Cantor provided a simple explanation on how complete neural interfaces worked, Vase finally understood why his living mechs were not quite suited to this tech. As you can see, true mechs are able to resist any influences that act on the minds of living humans simply because they are not valid targets to begin with. Aside from very rare exceptions that will not be elaborated upon, true mechs are lifeless objects that can only be affected by material attacks. Yet that is exactly the type of attacks that mechs are well suited to withstand. The projected theoretical model changed upon Master Cantor's command. Instead of depicting a basic pairing between a true mech and a mech pilot, it showed a model between a living mech and a mech pilot instead. Vase grew a little more tense as he already had a good guess why the old mecher summoned this diagram. Complete neural interfaces bring great advantages to mechs and enable mech pilots to gain the upper hand against all manner of unusual opponents. However, in order for true mechs to serve their other purpose, they must be as divergent from mech pilots as possible. The relationship between a mech and a mech pilot is at its strongest when the two are different from each other. Maximum synergy can be achieved when both are specialized in completely different aspects. There is little rationale to bring them closer together for the purpose of developing a true mech, as is the case for Professor Larkinson's deviant works. Her projected teaching rod tapped onto the bubble that stood for a living mech. Living mechs share much in common with all other mechs in that they offer vastly superior material protection. What they do not possess is absolute protection against most forms of mental and other esoteric attacks. The reason why this is the case should be clear. They are alive, they have souls, as best as we are able to determine. While this undoubtedly grants these so-called living mechs numerous useful advantages, they are afflicted with a fatal flaw: they are vulnerable to many of the same metaphysical attacks that can directly affect the mech pilot. Vase knew it. The logic was clear. While living mechs still retained the digital logic engine that ran every mech, their spiritualities added a vulnerability that could potentially allow cultivators to mess with the machines. It was as if making mechs alive did not just make them stronger, but also created an enormous loophole that could potentially allow powerful cultivators to disable them with disturbing ease. To say that Vase was not pleased was an understatement. He was furious and outraged that he had completely overlooked this massive vulnerability. Though he did not dare to take Master Cantor's exaggerated claims as absolute facts until he conducted his own experiments, he found her theory to be very plausible. If living mechs truly did not possess the qualifications to become true mechs, then Vase was in deep trouble. His mind was already racing to come up with counter-arguments. If true mechs became the new standard in the mech industry going forward, then he needed to move quickly to remedy or mitigate the damage to his living mechs. Vase refused to give up, though. Living mechs served as the core of his design philosophy. There was no way he could abandon his products after he had invested his entire career into them. As long as there was a single mech pilot left that still favored his living mechs over these true mechs, then he still had a purpose in his work. As Vase continued to think on how to handle this unexpected problem, Master Cantor suddenly pointed her teaching rod straight in his direction. "Professor Larkinson, as the inventor and chief developer of living mechs, you should be able to answer this question. When you work on improving them, are you doing so with the aim of converging their properties with the properties of mech pilots? In other words, are you working to reduce the differences between your products and their users?" The old woman had put Vase on the spot. He was obliged to answer. While it would be best if he could massage his reply, his pride in his principles did not allow him to lie or obfuscate anything about his design philosophy. As a mech designer, he had an obligation to stand up for his own work. Vase took a step forward and radiated his voice across the underwater environment. "My living mechs present an alternate framework of mechs as a combat platform. They do not abide by all of the rules that govern ordinary mechs, and I have never accounted for the possibilities brought by true mechs. It is indeed true that I have sought to make mechs more similar to their human partners by making them alive. However, I am not pursuing this goal to the extreme. I still believe that a pairing between living mechs and mech pilots can retain strong synergies by preserving much of their existing advantages. Thank you for your clarification on this matter, Professor." Master Cantor respectfully nodded before she addressed her audience. "As you have heard, living mechs do indeed take after their mech pilots. They gain life, which means they become susceptible to the same attacks that target this aspect. Normal mechs are akin to outsized suits of armor that offer excellent protection against material attacks and only slight protection against mental attacks. True mechs are enhanced suits of armor that offer protection against both material and mental attacks. While living mechs offer identical material protection as the former two, their ability to resist mental attacks may not be that much better than a normal human. Instead of pursuing divergence as is the case in all other mechs, living mechs are pursuing convergence, which is counterproductive to their purpose." The woman seemed determined to hammer home this point in people's minds. Though Vase wanted to open his mouth and challenge her assertions, he held back and tried to maintain his cool. It would be better for him to address her various points after it was his turn to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel again. He could use the additional time to develop more sophisticated counter-arguments. The projection of the theoretical model vanished. This signified that Master Cantor was done with this argument. Further details on true mechs and complete neural interfaces will be forthcoming when the Red Association has released an information package on cultivation. For now, the development, modification and use of complete neural interfaces by parties other than our own organization is prohibited. The threat posed by out-of-control cultivators to our society is growing with each passing day, but true mechs are more dangerous and onerous to pilot. We will consider expanding the right to make use of true mechs at a later date." Vase felt a lot of relief after he heard this. Sure enough, the mechers couldn't help themselves. They wanted to retain as much good stuff to themselves whenever possible. True mechs had the potential to be extremely powerful against the right opponents. Why give away this advantage for free? By retaining a stranglehold on true mechs, the Mechers effectively retained the most effective countermeasures against cultivators. This would give the Red Association the power to keep cultivators in check and enforce their own rules. This was a capability that not even the Red Fleet could match. The Mechers were playing a deep political game after they chose to disclose the existence of true mechs and complete neural interfaces. At the very least, they took the wind out of the sails of existing cultivators as well as those aspiring to grasp this power. Every cultivator in the Red Ocean knew they could not let go of their restraint and throw their weight around. If they ever stepped too far out of line, the Red Association would dispatch a bunch of true mechs and crush the offenders by relying on impenetrable defenses and vastly superior material might. This was a clever power play on the part of the Mechers. Master Alice Cantor did not elaborate on true mechs any further. Her primary goal was to push back against living mechs, so she brought back a familiar argument. Let me explain another reason why it is not wise for our society to embrace living mechs on a large scale. Mechs are weapons of war that are designed to give humans the power to fight with strength far beyond what we can manage with our weak physiques. Our race has used an endless variety of weapons over its lengthy history. Weapons ranging from spears, firearms, tanks, warships and ultimately mechs demonstrate continuous progression in the sophistication and power of our preferred means of combat. Yet no matter how powerful they become, each of these weapons are still firmly controlled by their human wielders. The master mech designer directed another accusing stare at Vase. Every proper mech designer is taught from the beginning that they must serve mech pilots. The mechs they design must empower their users in some fashion. They are never instructed to design a machine that can reduce or replace the role of mech pilots. Doing so will result in the creation of combat machines that are no longer reliant on humans to wage war. This is unacceptable. This not only breaks the most important principle of the mech industry, but also violates one of the fundamental taboos of our civilization. Vase could see plenty of looks of concern among the audience. Even if they were originally well predisposed towards living mechs, they were still human. That meant that they had all been raised with the common values and principles that humans were expected to carry. This also included the principle of never allowing humans to make themselves redundant in their own society. Mechs exist to serve mech pilots. The stern old woman stated with strong conviction. There is an inherent master-slave relationship between the two. Mech pilots are the masters while mechs are their slaves. As cruel as this may sound, this is the natural order. Technology is meant to serve our race. It is not meant to hold dominion over us, which is a possibility so long as we grant too much power and autonomy to our machines. Please answer this question for me, Professor Larkinson. How do you envision the relationship between your living mechs and their mech pilots in the context of your design philosophy? Vase tried his best to suppress an ugly expression. She was putting him on the spot yet again. She had most definitely studied his living mechs quite well for her to address this specific point. Just like before, Vase provided an honest answer even though it weakened his position. I reject the attitude of treating mechs as subordinate to their human users. While I understand why this is the current norm, I think that mechs deserve more respect than that. I design my living mechs with the explicit desire and assumption that they will only reach their full potential when their mech pilots treat them as equal partners. I emphatically do not want my living mechs to overpower their mech pilots and become the dominant partner in their relationship. All I aspire towards is true equality. Instead of forcing mechs to serve their pilots, I prefer that the two befriend each other and become close comrades in arms as they fight together. While I am cognizant that not every mech pilot will be able to develop a harmonious relationship with a living mech, the vast majority of my customers have come to utilize their products with great satisfaction. Naturally, Master Cantor sneered when Vase mentioned his aspiration for living mechs to develop equal partnerships with mech pilots. A truly equal relationship is only possible if we live in a utopia. We do not. We live in a reality where our civilization is being pushed into a corner of the Red Ocean. If we are to survive and win the Red War, we cannot afford to be soft-hearted. This is the wrong time and place to pursue fanciful and unrealistic ideals. Red humanity must instead remember how their ancestors managed to defeat the aliens of the Milky Way in ages past and remain uncompromising in the face of adversity. No alien, living mech or other exotic life form must stand in the way of the ascension of our race. Only a proper mech can give our race the conditions to defeat the enemies of the present and the future. Chapter 5763 Defending Living Mechs 5763 Defending Living Mechs The revelation of complete neural interfaces and true mechs was enough for Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellass to call for another recess. Vase could dearly use one because he had lost his mental balance after Master Alice Castor directly challenged his work with her biting arguments. As soon as Vase and his entourage returned to a private room, they faced each other with grim expressions. What Master Castor has done is much more damaging than we anticipated. Jovi stated the obvious. Her arguments have successfully swung much of public opinion in her favor. Those who have personal experience with living mechs are still in your camp, but the masses who are less informed about this matter are strongly swayed by the authoritative words of a raw master mech designer. People are much more inclined to take her words as fact, and that is problematic to you because you are younger and not a proper member of the association. Vector Loban added his own opinion. Master Castor is a challenging opponent, but not an insurmountable one. I believe that Vase can overcome a disadvantage in stature by relying on his superior charisma. What is truly problematic is the meaning of her words. Her arguments are too well constructed to defeat out of hand. She has raised numerous legitimate points, and we do not possess enough information about true mechs to question her description or identify any loopholes that she may have left out of her lecture. Vase frowned as he struggled to think how he should respond to this latest turn of events. I cannot allow Master Castor's arguments to stand. She has not only attacked the value proposition of my living mechs, but also questioned the raison d'etre of my design philosophy. Both are devastating moves that have put me on the defensive. I feel obliged to stand up for my design philosophy and win back the ground that I have lost. If I do not do so, your design philosophy will suffer a setback, perhaps a permanent one. Jovi finished the sentence. This was a serious consequence that could delay or even stall Ves's progression as a mech designer. Anyone with the same profession eventually faced this kind test before they had an opportunity to advance to master mech designer. People like Vase had developed their design philosophies without too many serious challenges so far. The lack of major setbacks may have brought them a lot of immediate success, but it also caused their approach to mechs to remain untested for too long. It was still unclear whether Ves's design philosophy was robust enough to withstand external challenges and shocks. If his design philosophy looked great on the surface but was actually brittle on the inside, then it did not deserve to be realized. Vase, Jovi and Vector all knew that the only design philosophies that were worthy enough to become a permanent fixture in the mech industry were those that had endured sufficient tempering. As such, there was no way for Vase to avoid the current challenges. He had to meet them head-on, because to do anything else would be a silent admission that he did not have enough faith in his own design philosophy. He could lie to other people, but he could never lie to himself. Vase could say goodbye to rapid progress if he recognized that his design philosophy was flawed but was unable to figure out a way to correct it. This was why he had precious little time to figure out a systematic response and redeem his living mechs in the eyes of the public as well as his own perception. At least there is an upside to this course of events. As long as you are able to overcome this challenge, you have one less test to worry about in your quest to become a master mech designer. Jovi said in a more light-hearted tone. Vase responded with a false smile. That is certainly true. While I do prefer to realize my design philosophy sooner rather than later, the stakes are much higher than normal. I doubt that other mech designers are asked to face a challenge to their core ethos in full view of red humanity. This public inquiry has vastly exceeded the expected viewership numbers. Even the people who hated mechs and wanted nothing to do with them had tuned into the popular broadcast due to all of the surprise revelations. First it was cultivation, now it was true mechs. For whatever reason, the opposition thought that the public inquiry was a good moment to drop a couple of bombshells. Vase really hoped that this wouldn't become an established pattern. The masses already received enough information to chew upon. There was no need to overwhelm them with other crazy announcements. By the way, have you heard anything further about true mechs and complete neural interfaces? If I want to offer a proper response towards them, I need a lot more details than what I have obtained from Master Cantor's shallow explanation. Neither Jovi nor Vector looked like they could oblige his request. I am sorry, Vase. I have tried to contact my superiors about this, but any information about true mechs cannot easily be divulged. You are only allowed to know as much as the rest of the public for the time being. Damn, that was inconvenient. There was an unfair element to this contest as Master Castor attacked Ves's design philosophy by relying on an argument that was based on restricted knowledge. This meant that his opponent possessed a much greater grasp on the tech that was fundamentally incompatible with living mechs, or at least that was what she claimed. Vase couldn't even question her claims and assumptions because he did not have any relevant proof or knowledge. How was he supposed to debate against her when he just found out about the existence of true mechs a short time ago? Not addressing this issue was unacceptable, as it was clear that much of the public might get swayed by this argument alone. Relax, Vase, Vector Loban said. You are letting Master Caster get to your head. Her logic may be strong, but that does not necessarily mean they are true. Every argument is based on assumptions and suppositions. Vase raised his eyebrow at his transhumanist advisor. So what do you suggest I do? Should I spill the beans about Carmen mechs? No, absolutely not. You may be able to obtain a cheap victory by pulling out this card, but you will disrupt many plans and risk botching the introduction of this society-changing technology. I advise you not to be too rash. Even if you end up suffering a loss by the time the public inquiry has come to an end, public demand for your products will surely skyrocket again when it is finally time to announce the invention of your Carmen system. I would not be surprised if all sanctions on your work will disappear overnight, as the temptation for norms to pilot mechs is just too strong. That gave Vase a bit of consolation, but it was not enough to mitigate all of the damage he would incur if he lost this critical debate. I can't allow my design philosophy to suffer a heavy setback at this time. I need to survive this test well enough that I can continue to design my living mechs with confidence. Do you have any suggestions on how I can respond to her challenges? His companions all fell in thought for a while. Vector Loban eventually came up with a possible approach. She claims that your living mechs are not suitable for use in human society because they represent a convergence between man and machine. While it is true that the fundamental model of mechs is centered around a strong divergence between man and machine, it is not an infallible theory. It is pointless of you to abandon your long-cherished stance. Instead of running away from your own self-developed theory, you should double down on it and strongly advocate for its validity. As long as you can argue that living mechs that resemble their human partners increasingly more are powerful in their own way, you may be able to convince the public that your work presents an alternate pathway towards power. That was actually a good suggestion. Vase looked gratefully at the transhumanist that had recently been assigned to assist in some of his research projects. You're right, I needed to hear that. I think I know where I should take this approach. It feels much better now that I have formed a solid plan to defend my design philosophy. His advisors came up with a bunch of other useful suggestions. Each of them revived his appreciation of his design philosophy and renewed his faith in his own works. By the time the second recess had come to an end, Vase swam back inside the grand hall with an uplifting mood. He did not look like a mech designer who had lost his confidence in his own work. Once people who needed to visit the bathroom or wanted to buy a few snacks to fill up their stomachs had returned, the moderator stood in front of the clamshell throne and bade everyone to silence. This is the third and final block of this speaking session. Both sides may present a single speaker each to make their case and counter any arguments that have previously been made. Professor Vase Larkinson, I invite you to move to the center of the speaking pit once again. You have the word. Vase nodded respectfully at the planetary governor before he swam over to the center of the enormous submerged chamber. Hello again, he said with a tone that already hinted at his combative intention. You have previously listened to Master Alice Castor bring up a number of arguments that are targeted towards my living mechs. By doing so, she has made a number of assumptions that I think are wrong, short-sighted, or simply biased. Before I address the specific issues that she has raised, I first wish to defend my alternative approach towards mechs. He took a deep breath. The special energy shield surrounding his body made sure that he did not get a mouthful of water in the process. Let me be honest with you. I strongly object to her claim that convergence between man and machine is a detrimental development. How dare she make this claim without possessing a full understanding of living mechs? It is clear that her mentality is as old as her age. Her view on mechs is stuck in the past. It is so difficult for her to imagine that mechs can be different from the ones she is familiar with that she does not consider the alternatives to be valid additions to the mech industry. The tens of millions of living mechs that have been sold to a large number of satisfied customers contradicts this argument. If my living mechs are not as helpful to the mech pilots and the humans that they are supposed to serve, then why are so many of my Fianas and ultimatums saving the lives of many people with each and every combat participation? The popularity of his living mechs was solid proof that they were not as useless as Master Cantor tried to paint them as. All of those mech commanders that had chosen to adopt his products were not stupid. They did not dare to make any mistakes, as the lives of their mech pilots and the future of their careers were at stake. Plenty of people realized this as well. Once they recalled the huge hype and popularity of living mechs, they remembered that Vess's products were actually quite strong compared to their direct competition. Living mechs are not tools. They are partners. Vase stated. Who says that humanity can only effectively wage war by relying on lifeless tools? In ancient times, many human armies have won magnificent victories by riding horses into battle. Cavalry can be considered as the predecessor of armored vehicles. They perform many of the same roles, but the biggest difference is that their battle steeds are alive. While our race has eventually eliminated our reliance on living animals as combat assets, that is because tanks and other vehicles are superior. Progress was the eternal ethos of the human race and many other races for that matter. Their technologies never stagnated. Vase wanted to remind the public of this truth. Now what if this pendulum has swung the other way around again? What if living combat assets have regained the upper hand again? Should we dismiss their value just because they happen to be different from what you were previously accustomed to? No, my works are demonstratively powerful. They are strong in spite of their living properties. Far from what Master Castor wants you to believe, a convergence between man and machine is beneficial for everyone involved. Let me explain why I believe this to be the case. Chapter 5764 Task Force Solus 5764 Task Force Solus. Just before the public inquiry on living mechs taking place on Hector V commenced, a modest task force of second-class warships quietly made its way to the orbit of a lush, green and blue globe. The untamed planet below the recently arrived starships looked unusually vibrant. It was filled with such an abundance of life that the crew members looking outside of the portholes could see a few regions that were dotted with huge organic growths. The appearance of the planet had changed significantly since the survey ships last scouted the star system. The deviations were so great that the Dragon's Den employed her specialized scanners to conduct a detailed and exhaustive survey. The Larkinsons who arrived in orbit of the planet known as Reticulocorine V needed to gain a much more current overview of its complex surface in order to plan their subsequent moves. Deep within the hull of the Wild Torch, the flagship of the Task Force Solus, the commander in charge called for a meeting to discuss the preliminary findings. Swordmaster Ketties Larkinson had jumped at the opportunity to separate from the expeditionary fleet and led her own unit. As much as she had to allocate most of her time on designing mechs and keeping up her swordsmanship practice, she yearned to do more in her life than move between the design lab and the exercise chamber all of the time. Leadership had become increasingly more important to her as more and more people looked up to her. As the protege of their legendary patriarch and an excellent warrior beyond comparison, Ketties had no trouble with accumulating the pull required to take charge of this operation. As she sat at the head of the conference table, the only element that spoiled her stern and authoritative demeanor was the little girl sitting in her lap. Hee, stop tickling me, Mommy. The red-haired girl with a tan complexion greatly resembled her mother. Myra Larkinson held a plushy sword in her hand and ineffectually whacked it around in order to fend off the powerful fingers that caused her to giggle. Ketties showered her youngest child with love before she gently lifted the little girl off her lap. All right now, that is enough. You have classes to catch up to. Be good and pay attention, all right? If you want to become as smart as me someday, you will have to learn your numbers. Okay, Mommy Tilda. Once a nanny came to bring Ketiz's daughter to class, the air in the conference room grew serious as a projection of Reticulocorine V appeared in the center. We all know why we are here. Ketties straightforwardly began as she channeled a minute amount of Sharpie's steely will. Our patriarch has directed us to travel to this untamed planet for the purpose of extracting a unique gas that is not present in any other star system that we know of. I am unclear why Vase wants to secure a supply of Solus gas, but it is not up to us to question his motives. Our job is to act on his instructions and allow our clan to extract this resource from this planet on a reliable basis. She stared at the mech commanders who led their respective detachments of their mech legions for this mission. Given the powerful exo-beasts and mutated beasts that probably turned the untamed planet into their monster paradise, the Sword Maidens insisted on coming along. They had brought over plenty of monster slayers and other swordsman mechs that all hungered to hunt down the bountiful number of dangerous creatures that had been reproducing on the surface of Reticulocorine V for many months after the start of the Age of Dawn. Backing up the main force were elements of the Flagrant Vandals and the Eye of Ilvain. Each of them excelled in different roles that the Sword Maidens were unable or unwilling to fulfill themselves. Aside from that, Task Force Solus had also brought along a handful of champions for good measure. Ketties threw an expectant look towards the small gathering of expert pilots and expert candidates at the opposite side of the conference table. Finally, the vice directors of the Larkinson Biotech Institute and T Institute both attended the meeting. Since many of the senior leaders of the various institutions of the Larkinson clan had chosen to undergo years-long ED-net training, the people who stepped up were merely considered stand-ins. That did not mean that the substitute leaders were incompetent. The vice directors both possessed more than enough qualifications to conduct research and keep all of the overeager scientists in line. I do not need to tell you that trying to extract a resource from a planet that is filled with exo-beasts that has remained undisturbed since the start of the Age of Dawn is an exceedingly dangerous endeavor. Kedis spoke as everyone tried to glean details from the projected globe. Ever since exotic radiation has been giving superpowers to random beasts, planets without any form of civilization or population control have turned into incredibly hostile territories. The Hunting Association has never culled the most dangerous elements of the local fauna, which means that the surface is not only rife with powerful mutated beasts, but is most definitely home to calamity beasts. Everyone's expressions darkened at the mention of those fearsome beasts that vastly exceeded the strength of second-class mechs. Calamity beasts were at least an order of magnitude stronger than typical mutated beasts. They not only leveraged vastly greater amounts of E-energy, but also developed more sophisticated abilities to harness all of this power more effectively. On top of that, calamity beasts were also significantly more intelligent and aware. Information about their existence used to be an open secret during the first year of the Age of Dawn, but when an increasing number of harmless critters on terraformed planets turned incredibly dangerous all of a sudden, the Hunting Association had put a lot more effort into publicizing the dangers of rampant beast evolution. Vice Director Absalon, please report your preliminary findings on the geology and ecosystem of this planet. With pleasure, ma'am. A woman who looked fairly young but was actually over 50 years old stood up. Maria Absalon was a recent recruit that brought an abundance of competence into the Larkinson Biotech Institute. As a former Terran citizen, the first raider received a vastly superior education than any former citizen of the Life Research Association. Maria Absalon had also worked for a number of Terran biotech companies, though she never excelled in any of her jobs. One of her notable specializations was the study in the genetics of exo-beasts, with a focus on developing hyper-aggressive bioweapons. She had apparently run afoul of a couple of laws that caused her to get fired and banished from the biotech industry. This was what caused her to apply to the Larkinson Biotech Institute. The clan was more than willing to overlook her past transgressions as long as she did her job and behaved when she became a Larkinson. As the recently appointed vice director stood up, she transmitted a file that caused the central projection to display hundreds of different information panels above the surface of the globe. My research teams and I have spent the previous 2 hours on interpreting the rough scan data from high orbit. We have updated the rough topography, tracked down large population groups and detected dozens of abnormal sites that may be hosting the presence of an absolute apex predator. Aside from that, we have also discovered plentiful regions whose surface is engulfed with large quantities of relatively stagnant soulless gas. Please take a look at the map and note the patterns. The annotated map was a lot more detailed than the Larkinsons were expecting. They hadn't even conducted any thorough surveys yet, but the combination of historical survey data and recent scan data revealed plenty of changes and discrepancies that took place over 1.5 years. Mech Major Randall Larkinson of the Flagrant Vandals spoke up first. His background as a scout mech pilot gave him the training to spot important patterns faster than others. There are numerous suspected locations of powerful exo-beasts in general areas such as forests and lakes. However, none of them have been found in any of the 27 plant-less regions engulfed in soulless gas. It may be that there is no life to be found around these large deposits, but since their surroundings are devoid of large exo-beasts, I think it is more likely that these critical areas have turned into the territories of apex predators. The vice director gazed at the Trueblood Larkinson with respect. That is a good observation. Our own analysis has produced a similar conclusion. While soulless gas is at least mildly toxic to organisms that have never come into contact with this substance before, it is almost certain that the local fauna that have evolved in proximity to these gas deposits have become compatible with this exotic. Since we know that soulless gas has properties that interfere with most if not all means of detection and communication, exo-beasts that have integrated soulless gas into their physiques are most likely adept at hiding their presence. Orbital scans will not be able to detect them. We can only know for certain what is hiding in these gas-rich regions by sending scouting parties. Everyone's expressions dropped. It was never ideal to venture into uncharted territory without knowing anything about the threats lurking deep inside. Nonetheless, If the Larkinsons wanted to do anything serious on this planet, then they had to map out all of the possible threats. If they did not do so, then they risked getting ambushed by a bunch of apex predators that the local garrisons were not equipped to handle. There are too many major and minor soulless gas deposits to survey them all in a short amount of time. Kedis frowned. Can we send in unmanned drones? No, ma'am. Vice Director Absalon shook her head. The drones will lose control due to the interference produced by soulless gas. Perhaps we will have better luck if we send in our Fae instead. The flagrant vandals should have brought enough Fae Fiannas if I am correct. We have, Swordmaster. Major Randall Larkinson replied. We have loaded a large variety of utility Fae models, many of which have earned high rankings in the recent contest. Our scout Fae are relatively fragile but discreet. They should be able to operate independently and return from their scouting trips without suffering excessive attrition. That said, I cannot account for the reaction of the exo-beasts that lurk inside these gas-filled areas. Kedis simply shrugged at that. The scout Fae are cheap and expendable. Do not hesitate to use them up. Our support ships have limited production capacity, so they can fabricate replacements in droves, especially if we manage to expand our mining operations on this planet to harvest other materials. If necessary, I can modify the design of the Scout Fae to incorporate soulless gas in order to reduce their detection rate. That won't be necessary, Swordmaster. We have brought enough low-ranking mech designers that can make the necessary changes. Suit yourselves. Kedis shrugged. Tell me about the local conditions of this planet, Absalon. Reticula Corine V is not a pleasant planet to live for humans. 45% of the surface is made up of landmass. The atmosphere is filled with oxygen as well as notable concentrations of toxic gases that are lethal to humans when inhaled for an extended period of time. Everyone must wear fully covered suits at all times. The gravity measures at 1.3 grams, which means that every person and every mech's mobility will be slightly impaired. In terms of life, there are exoplants in abundance. Exobeasts are also plentiful in number outside of soulless gas deposits. There are numerous notable pockets where we have detected significantly less life signs than normal. They are likely claimed by apex predators, but we will have to conduct more detailed surveys for confirmation. Kedis narrowed her eyes as she looked at these suspicious pockets. Have you confirmed the presence of any calamity beasts on this planet? We have identified at least one ultra-large organism that denotes the presence of a calamity beast. Vice Director Absalon stated and highlighted a location on the globe. These dark surface growths are undoubtedly recent and artificial. Since they are large enough for us to see them from orbit, the exo-beasts who created these features must be either powerful or numerous. Chapter 5765 Initial Reactions 5765 Initial Reactions Anyone who looked at the orbital scan of the mysterious dark drill-shaped hives would feel intimidated by their sight. They were not only tall and wide, but clearly alien and savage in origin. Their appearance suggested that they were made by a large number of exo-beasts who excreted a huge amount of black materials from their mouths or other orifices in an organized fashion. There were just enough inconsistencies and imprecisions to suggest that these enormous structures were made by a hive of unknown organisms. However, the fact that these large constructs all looked like fat drills scaled up to enormous proportions showed that the species responsible for making them was quite organized. What are we looking at, exactly? We are looking at what may very well be the most dangerous native threat on this planet. The vice director of the Larkinson Biotech Institute said in a grave voice. To be able to dominate this much territory, the species that inhabit this location must be extremely powerful. What is more troubling is that while we can see the hives with optical sensors easily enough, our more in-depth scans have failed to uncover more details. Despite the lack of soulless gas in the environment, we suspect that the substance has been integrated in the materials used to construct the drill-shaped hives. That must have taken a lot of soulless gas to build, but there are no deposits in the vicinity. We speculate that the dark hives have been built on top of the soulless gas deposit. Whatever exo-beast species managed to occupy this area, they have completely monopolized the output and clearly know how to use it to their advantage. This is most certainly an outcome of a deliberate, targeted, and intelligent drive to claim this territory. All of this speculation raised the threat level of this location even further. Whoever or whatever managed to build all of these hives was most likely a calamity beast. Not only that, but the creature likely commanded an entire hive of lesser exo-beasts. Kedis suddenly grew concerned about a possibility. Do these hives pose a threat against us in orbit? This is not apparent with the information that we have gathered so far. The former Terran geneticist answered. It is best not to let down our guard. There are so many gaps in our understanding of reticular corine V that we cannot rule out this possibility. While the hives are visible to us because they have captured all of the soulless gas that is released from the deposit on site, the same conditions also enable the organisms that inhabit the hive to detect us and maybe even target us with exotic attacks. I highly recommend our fleet to remain in geosynchronous orbit on the opposite side of the globe to be certain. In fact, it may be better to have our fleet distance itself from the planet even further. More powerful calamity beasts may be hiding in the areas covered by soulless gas. It was not unheard of for calamity beasts to escape the gravity well of a planet and destroy entire fleets and space stations in orbit. Although these incidents were rare, the Hunting Association made sure to warn Red humanity about the possible dangers of leaving local exo-beasts alone for too long. Naturally, the members of the Hunting Association were more than willing to set up shop and hunt down these persistent threats, but only if they could earn a profit from their activities. Kedis made a decision. Your first suggestion is acceptable, but the second one is not. We should avoid the dark hives until we have scouted the location more thoroughly, but we cannot bring our fleet away from the planet. Any shipments and transfer to and from orbit will be enormously delayed if we do so. Our fleet is more than capable of defending itself against moderate threats. No matter whether we are beset by native alien warships or creatures from the surface, our recently upgraded Transcendent Punishers should be able to destroy them without suspense. That did not sit well with Town Melon, the former Legion commander of the Eye of Ilvain. I would not count on our bunker mechs for every possible threat. He said, the general understanding of calamity beasts is that the weakest variety are at least as powerful as a second-class mid-grade expert mech. More concerning than that is that their abilities may enable them to circumvent our defensive layout. I highly recommend we keep at least one expert pilot on standby in our fleet. Kedis nodded after she contemplated the suggestion for a few seconds. Good idea, Town. That will leave less expert mechs for the surface, though. We need at least one to protect our main base and gas extraction site, and we need another one to lead possible attacks against calamity beasts that must be removed. While it was still possible to defeat calamity beasts by relying on quantity as opposed to quality, the risk of excessive casualties was too high. There was no way to tell how powerful the calamity beasts had become after they dominated their territories after a long time. Even if the growth of calamity beasts rapidly slowed down due to lack of resources, continuous absorption of E-energy radiation ensured they still grew stronger with each passing day. Fortunately, Task Force Solus had brought along 3 high-tier expert pilots. Even if their expert mechs had fallen behind the times, they had already been hyper-mechs long before hyper-technology became a phenomenon in the Red Ocean. Dice, you shall be the sword that cuts down the greatest threats to our gas harvesting operations. Venerable Dice looked excited at the prospect. My decapitator hungers for the taste of calamity beast blood. If possible, keep the carcass as intact as possible. Maria Absalon requested. As much as we are eager to examine these powerful beings, we do not have the facilities to contain living calamity beasts, so do not try to be merciful on our account. The female expert pilot silently nodded in acknowledgement. Kedis turned to her husband next. Joshua, your affinity with life is exceptional. So long as Dice holds down the fort, I want you to accompany our recon team and observe the native exo-beasts. If you have discovered any useful observations, please be sure to share them with us all. The more we know about the native organisms, the better. The high-tier expert pilot confidently smiled. I can probably talk to them if they are not super aggressive. That would be useful. We do not have the numbers or firepower to control the entire planet. If we want to maintain a stable gas harvesting operation over the span of several years, then it is more preferable to coexist with the exo-beasts in the region than to continually slaughter them in order to contain their populations. Few people had any hopes that they would be able to establish any peace, though. Wild exo-beasts that had developed enough sapience were not necessarily civilized. Their savage instincts and rough lives all turned them into even more dangerous monstrosities. It was too difficult to convince these savage exo-beasts to any agreement unless they had no choice, such as when they were taken captive. Isabel, you will have to remain up in space for the time being. Kedis told the other female expert pilot assigned to this mission. Much of the land surface of Reticula Corine V is covered in forests. Not only do all of the trees block your line of sight, your Promethea may also be too prone to producing wildfires. I can control them, Venerable Isabel retorted in a calm tone. No flame of mine will go rampant as long as my companion spirit and I are paying attention. You have the best capacity for mass destruction among us, so we will call you in if we need to wipe out entire populations of dangerous exo-beasts. For now, you should remain in orbit and intercept any dangerous calamity beasts that dare to attack our fleet. Very well. Kedis continued to issue a range of orders. They needed to establish an initial foothold on the surface and begin examining the surrounding areas in depth. All of this required a lot of movement and activity that was sure to keep the mech forces busy for a few weeks. Once everyone knew what they needed to do, the meeting broke up as everyone split up to perform their respective duties. Kedis and Joshua enjoyed a bit of free time. There was no need for the Everchanger to accompany a fleet of scout drones that would be sent to the surface first. The leader of the task force had already issued the necessary orders. She trusted the other Larkinson commanders to handle any issues that emerged in the following days. That left the married couple free to return to their stateroom in the bowels of the Wild Torch. Kirian and Myra were still attending the school that was located in another section of the second-class fleet carrier, so the living space was fairly calm and quiet. The public inquiry on living mechs has already started according to the schedule. Joshua noted, I know, the first day is only dedicated to exploring the nature of living mechs. I am sure we did not miss anything important. Vase likely gave the public an introductory lecture of his works. We haven't missed anything important if that is the case. The two sat down and began to view the broadcast together. Just as expected, Vase tried to teach the public about the basic properties of living mechs in an attempt to demystify them. Though he did not do a good job in every aspect, he most definitely generated more interest in his works. Then, the opposition dropped a few bombshells. First, Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson exposed cultivation to the masses. As shocking as this revelation may be to ordinary people, the Larkinsons had less reasons to be surprised. Is the Patriarch's mother really that powerful? Joshua wondered. She should be. She is the superior mother. You should be able to tell how much she has grown over the years. Kedis responded, there is definitely a connection between Vase and the superior mother, but I have a hard time imagining that the latter is his actual mother. There are probably cultivation shenanigans involved. It is up to Vase to share his stories to us. He never explained any of this secret past to our clan, and it is not necessary as far as I am concerned. I am more concerned about what will happen to our society once everyone starts to practice cultivation techniques. I think that extraordinary swordsmanship will explode in popularity. Joshua guessed. Didn't you tell me that the Mechers previously suppressed it because they didn't want too many people to wield extraordinary powers? I think it is safe to say that this has become moot after today. A lot of extraordinary sword styles demand discipline and control, so they are unlikely to produce madmen. Their strong willpower also makes them more resistant against these cultivators that the fleeters are warning about. Kedis agreed with her husband's points. Enforcement was a major problem. Short of squashing power-hungry madmen with mechs, it was better to employ swordsmasters as enforcers. Not only were they highly resistant against any unusual abilities that other cultivators might employ, they were smaller and much less prone to producing massive amounts of collateral damage when they fought. There was finally a legitimate reason for swordmasters to exist. The happy mother continued to think about how she should step up her organization's effort to train more traditional swordsmen. However, the next major revelation forced her to pay attention to the broadcast again. What? Kedis reacted with a lot more shock than before. What are true mechs? Why did the Mechers hide the fact that neural interfaces were incomplete all this time? Kedis the mech designer felt that the association had deceived her and every other professional in the mech industry. She took offense to the apparent fact that the Mechers kept this secret tech under wraps for such a long time, and she was not the only mech designer who felt this way. How dare the Mechers keep this from us all? What is so dangerous about true mechs that people like us do not deserve to work with them? Why can't the Mechers give us the choice on how to handle this tech? This is outrageous. Chapter 5766 Indignant Mech Designer 5766 Indignant Mech Designer. The double revelations had taken the entire mech community and other communities by storm. The exposure of cultivation did not produce an excessive impact on society because of how little people knew. Astrid Jameson and the other speakers shared so little about cultivation that most people had little idea what this was all supposed to mean. The reaction towards the revelation of true mechs was considerably stronger. Mech designers across human-occupied space reacted to Master Alice Cantor's disclosure on true mechs and incomplete neural interfaces with surprise and dismay. Rather than celebrate the revelation that mechs were capable of doing more than they thought, mech designers instead felt as if the association had held back an important piece of technology. The labels employed by the mechers did not help. The use of the term, complete neural interface, suggested that the mech community had been working with deliberately weakened and less effective ones all of this time. The term, true mech, was worse. It conveyed the connotation that every mech designed, built and used by the community at large were never authentic enough from the perspective of the MTA and RA. Had mech designers and mech pilots been lied to all of this time? How much did they miss out when the mechers kept these crucial technologies under wraps all of this time? All of these questions and more plagued the mech designers who had just learned about the existence of this hidden branch of mechs. Joshua looked concerned at his wife. His reaction was not as exaggerated as that of Keddy's. "Why are you so angry, Keddy's? Don't the mechers hold back proprietary technologies all of the time? This is different." Keddy's growled in fury. "It is the principle that counts. The mechers have held on to this tech for at least 4 centuries. Maybe they are correct that true mechs were not necessary anymore during the age of mechs, but they have made this decision themselves. It is one thing to invent a new tech but withhold it from the public like Vase has done many times. It is another thing to take existing tech that has plenty of time to reach maturity, but take it away and degrade our tech base." Joshua still did not understand. He may have become a powerful ace pilot candidate, but he still had little clue about the design side of mechs. Even if that is the case, aren't you overreacting to the withdrawal of specialized tech? According to that woman, true mechs are only useful against unconventional threats, which aren't all that common for a long time. Keddy's shook her head in disappointment. Just because a specific threat has receded is no excuse to take away its counter. What is especially egregious is that depriving complete neural interfaces from the wider mech community has inhibited its development. Master Cantor mentioned many possible problems relating to their use, from making true mechs more difficult to pilot to increasing the probability of brain damage. However, no flaw is permanent. Every problem can be fixed as long as there are enough people working on it. This is the foundation of our mech industry. There are many neural interface specialists among us who could have improved upon many aspects of complete neural interfaces. Maybe they would have reduced the dangers of using them so that they become almost indistinguishable from incomplete neural interfaces. It is the fact that the arrogant mechers never gave us the chance to do so that has done us all a disservice. Though Joshua still found it difficult to comprehend why his wife was so outraged about this, he trusted that she was right. "I wonder what it is like to pilot a true mech." The expert pilot wondered. "Maybe you can upgrade my Everchanger by replacing its old neural interface with one of these new complete versions." "Don't think about, Joshua. The Red Association may have decided to disclose this secret tech, but it is not in a hurry to share it with the greater community. The mechers clearly want to stay in control. They are clearly afraid that cultivators may become powerful enough one day to overthrow the rule of the Red 2. This is why they intend to drastically increase the amount of true mechs in their mech rosters. When their production and use of these new machines has exceeded a certain scale, it becomes exponentially more difficult to hide their existence. The mechers have little choice but to disclose the existence of true mechs on their terms, or else the inevitable leaks will make them look even worse. Yet they still haven't given us a timeline on how they intend to roll out this new tech." Keddy's crossed her arms. "I won't get my hopes up if I were you. True mechs are a weapon that is as valuable and strategic as warships and weapons of mass destruction. Depending on how they work, they may not be all that useful for high-ranking mech pilots such as you, but they can still be useful for countless ordinary soldiers. The fact that the mechers are so selfish that they will likely restrict the tech for a long time is still galling. If a new threat ever explodes that true mechs can effectively deal with, then most of us will not be able to gain that protection in time because the mechers only have so many true mechs in their possession." Keddy's vastly preferred to design her own solutions to emerging threats. It galled her to be reduced to a bystander while the Red Association held all of the cards. "Don't you have a good relationship with the mech supremacist faction, Keddy's? Maybe you can ask your buddies over there for a favor. My relationship with them is not that good." Keddy's shook her head. "Besides, if Vase does not fare well in this public inquiry, I wouldn't be surprised if the mechers will deny him access to complete neural interfaces. I will likely face the same restrictions since I am working for Vase." That did not sound good. Joshua grew more concerned about Ves's performance in the public inquiry. He hoped that the Patriarch would be able to redeem his work. "How do you think these complete neural interfaces work, Keddy's?" he asked as he continued to wonder how the different tech would affect the piloting experience. I have never studied neural interfaces in depth, so I cannot say anything solid about them. The woman replied, if I have to make a lot of educated guesses, then I think they are neural interfaces that have raised the upper limits so high that you can form a much deeper connection with your mech than before. I think that the processors and the programming of the true mech have also been modified to account for these differences. Since the goal is to turn cold hard machine logic into a barrier against metaphysical attacks, then the burden of forming a deep connection with such a lifeless existence may be heavy enough to strain most mech pilots. I suspect that factors such as genetic aptitude and specialized cranial implants can make it easier to pilot true mechs. There was too little information to know for certain. What Kedis really wanted to know was whether true mechs were only confined to first class. It would greatly disappoint her if that was the case. Joshua meanwhile thought about the description given by his wife and equated it to other machines. You know, these true mechs sound rather similar to the nullifier mechs fielded by the battle criers. They don't make use of complete neural interfaces, but they carry Lufa's glow instead. From what I have seen and heard, Lufa is good at neutralizing all kinds of metaphysical stuff. He also makes the mech pilots of the nullifiers feel numb and less emotional while they are interfacing with their mechs. Now that you mention it, you have raised a good point. Maybe you are right in that they are similar to each other. The pacifier and the sanctuary models also produce similar effects. The difference is that Vase is the only mech designer who can design these living mechs. True mechs can be designed by anyone who has access to complete neural interfaces. This makes the latter more universal and therefore more desirable to the mech community. Besides, I do not think the association approves of any tech that relies on an external entity to function. That still meant that the Larkinsons already possessed their own equivalent of true mechs. Are you saying that we do not need true mechs in the first place? I cannot make that claim with further information. Kedis shrugged. The Red Association hasn't published enough hard data on true mechs to make a proper comparison. If I have to make a guess, I can believe that they are much more effective at neutralizing negative effects on the mech pilot than the nullifier model, but also come with greater side effects. The consequences of giving more ground to the logic engine of a mech in the man-machine connection means that it may make the mech pilot less emotional in combat. The pilots of true mechs will find it more difficult to break through. That was a huge downside if it turned out to be true. Kedis had no way of knowing whether this was the case. She could only speculate based on her own shallow understanding in this field. Joshua did not consider that to be a big problem, though. True mechs can be assigned to older veterans who have begun to lose their edge. Their chances of breaking through are so low that they may as well pilot these true mechs instead. They are also more suited for veterans since these true mechs are more difficult to pilot. It depends on what a complete neural interface actually does. I am still frustrated at the fact that I do not entirely know what is missing from the neural interfaces that I have used in my mechs. I am not as obsessive about this as Gloriana, but I am really irritated at the thought that my mechs are less than they could have been. Perhaps Kedis was simply overreacting. As she herself had stated earlier, much of her ire came from the condescending terms utilized by the Red Association. As the pair continued to watch the broadcast, Kedis began to receive messages from many different clansmen. They all wanted to ask her opinion on this developing situation. A few people thought that she knew what Vase had in mind, which she didn't. Her former mentor never asked her to assist in his defense. How is the clan doing, Kedis? People are concerned, but not too much. She answered. Many of us have witnessed how resourceful Vase can be. I don't know whether he is able to fulfill all of his goals in this public inquiry. All of this unexpected news has thrown him off guard and forced him to react to new information without enough preparation. I am actually growing more concerned for him. Did you just listen to what Master Caster has said? She is questioning the reason why living mechs should even exist. What? That is an absurd question. Of course living mechs have reasons to exist. Any mech pilot who has handled them knows this truth. She is not trying to convince diehard fans such as you. What she is actually doing is casting doubt on all of the other people who don't know living mechs as well. Aside from that, she is also trying to suggest that Vase has strayed from the original purpose of mechs. This is a much more concerning attack because she is not actually wrong on this front. Vase has taken his works much further away from other mechs than is normal. The question now is whether he has gone too far with this. Mechs aren't originally supposed to be self-aware and able to move by themselves, but now third-order living mechs have gained this capability. It is up to the public to decide whether this is right or wrong. I hope that they make the right choice," Joshua said with evident concern in his voice. Chapter 5767 Attack on Divergence 5767 Attack on Divergence. People throughout the Red Ocean reacted to the public inquiry in different ways. There were many mech designers who shared similar feelings as Kedis. Just as the Swordmaster predicted, Gloriana did not take the latest announcement too well. "The mechers lied. They deliberately crippled our mechs. Why are we not allowed to design true mechs? Why am I not allowed to put complete neural interfaces in my mechs? I am not a child that needs to be coddled. Why are the mechers refusing to give us this technology that they have held back all of this time? Big sister, why is Mama so angry? Mama is angry because a group of bad guys refused to give her a toy." "Oh, that makes sense." Other mech designers showed a little more understanding. Complete neural interfaces. Tristan furrowed his brows as he watched the broadcast from his office in the headquarters of his mech company. Ordinary neural interfaces are already dangerous by themselves. I can't imagine how much more risky it is for mech pilots to make use of enhanced versions of this tech. There are probably good reasons why the mechers kept it out of their hands. Then there were mech designers who scoffed at this revelation. "You do not need true mechs," Master Benedict Cortez told the projections of Patriarch Reginald Cross and General Ark Larkinson. "From what I can surmise based on the limited information released up to this point, true mechs give ordinary mech pilots more resistance when fighting against exotic enemies. They may possess other strengths as well that the mechers have yet to mention, but fundamentally speaking these true mechs exist to solve a problem that their intended users cannot solve by themselves. Both of you possess extraordinarily strong willpower. If you are strong enough to maintain your fighting spirit when entering the God Kingdom of a God pilot, then complete neural interfaces are redundant for your mechs." "I see. So complete neural interfaces are more suitable for mass production models if that is the case. Whether true mechs are desirable enough for most general mech pilots remains to be seen." Master Cantor deliberately mentioned a number of possible issues. A woman of her stature does not say anything trivial. She is inoculating as to prevent us from developing too many expectations for this new category of mechs. In spite of the possible issues, the mechers still value true mechs to the point where they insist on keeping these machines for themselves at first. "Will we ever be able to gain access to these true mechs, Benedict?" The master mech designer's expression grew complicated. "Not in the short term, given how the Red Association has always maintained tight control over this technology. Even if public pressure forces the mechers to share it to the public, they will do so in the most restrained fashion possible. Think about the Red Fleet's warship quota program, but for true mechs. Only the most favored parties will be able to field limited quantities of true mechs to protect them against a rising threat." Many people among the public grew concerned about the threat posed by these cultivators. They had little idea what that even meant, but that did not stop them from entertaining all kinds of doom scenarios. The Red Association was one of the most authoritative groups in human space. If the mechers warned the public about a threat they were concerned about, then the public blindly believed that the wise and righteous mechers were right to feel this way. This was one of the effects that Vase had to overcome when he returned from his second recess. As he stood in the center of the speaking pit, he slowly built up his momentum as he defended his living mechs with increasing fervor and passion. Master Cantor sought to besmirch his living mechs and render them indesirable by announcing the existence of true mechs which theoretically conflicted with the purpose of living mechs. Vase did not hold too much personal animosity towards Alice Cantor. As much as she resorted to rather drastic measures to shock the public into dropping their adoration for his living mechs, she did so because she genuinely believed in the original ideal for mechs. Master Cantor was just the spokesperson for a much larger group of skeptics within the mech industry and beyond. Vase did not disregard the fact that living mechs had been making a lot of people uncomfortable at an increasing rate, especially when third-order living mechs started to pop up like mushrooms. That did not deflate his fervor in any way. Despite respecting Master Cantor for strongly advocating for what she believed in, Vase could not accept the fact that she went as far as to torch his design philosophy and argue that living mechs had no reason to exist. If Vase wanted to remain a true mech designer after this day, then he had to win this argument in the most convincing fashion possible. With only a single speaking turn left in this exhaustive session, Vase needed to use the limited time available to him to sway people back to valuing his living mechs over other products. Any other result was unacceptable as far as he was concerned. Fortunately, He knew exactly how he could mitigate the damage and win back the favor of the masses. He inwardly smirked as he knew that his upcoming argument would definitely master Cantor speechless. This was because he intended to use her own weapons against her and the rest of the opposition. Vase held his back straight as he turned around the speaking pit and gazed up at all of the attendees who had become fully engaged in his narrative. Whether it was his confident demeanor, his increasingly more passionate delivery, or the odd glow that he was radiating across the grand hall, Vase managed to command the total attention of anyone who was even remotely invested in this controversial subject. Let me address a belief, no, a philosophy espoused by one of the speakers from the opposition. He spoke with obvious restraint in his voice. Master Cantor, over there would have you believe that mechs can only align with a single theoretical framework. She uses the word divergence over and over again as if it is a magic wand that automatically justifies her crusade against my living mechs. Still, is it truly correct to form a conclusion solely based on what works in the past? Why don't we stick to using warships then? Just because stuff has worked in the past does not mean that there is no room for improvement. The mech industry thrives on innovation. If you want to continue to make use of mechs that get significantly better with each generation, then you must be open-minded enough to accept inventions that break the established mold. Mechs had progressed much faster than warships during the age of mechs because of a much more enterprising spirit surrounding the newfangled machines. The Mech Trade Association made obvious moves to restrict research into dangerous directions, but mech designers were otherwise free to pursue any direction of research, even if it did not make any sense at first. Without continuous innovation, mechs would stagnate and lose their competitive advantage over other combat platforms. In that context, it seemed rather excessive for Master Cantor and the other opponents from the Red Association to fixate on him and his work all of a sudden. The mechers escalated this conflict far too quickly and practically initiated a witch hunt by organizing this public inquiry. If it could happen to Vase, it could happen to any other mech designer one day. Not even his existing good relations and his high galactic citizenship tier saved him from enduring all of these accusations. Vase did not intend to be merciful for that reason. Let us talk about what divergence actually means. He spoke as he began his own assault on one of the most important principles of the mech industry. The usual understanding about mechs is that they function best if they are distinctly different from the humans they are designed to serve. There is nothing wrong with this attitude towards our products. The logic is sound and it has worked well enough for our civilization for at least 4 centuries. What I cannot accept is that this is the only acceptable interpretation of mechs, and that there is no way that there can be a better alternative. Many people grew more curious about what Vase was about to say. He sounded so compelling that the audience began to feel sympathy towards him. They all wanted him to beat back the perceived injustice of the mechers. Vase smirked when he gazed across the underwater environment. I think that Master Cantor and her fellow detractors of my work are wrong. There is a better model out there, and I will explain why I think that this is the case. He activated a projection that showed a simplified image of a typical human body. The man possessed a generic appearance and wore a simple shirt. This is a human. This is the subject whose needs have to be addressed. In this case, he is about to enter into combat, but lacks the protection to survive when coming into contact with the enemy. He created another projected image that depicted a generic suit of combat armor. This is a suit of armor like the ones that enforcers and soldiers typically wear. This suit is a product that exists to fulfill the demands of its user. In this case, the suit offers excellent protection against typical small arms fire. The problem is that without a human wearer, the empty suit doesn't really do anything with its powerful properties. Vase proceeded to merge the two images together, thereby neatly stuffing the human inside the suit of combat armor. This is the intended combination between the two elements. The needs of the human are met in a way that ensures he remains in control of the situations. The combat armor serves its essential purpose and can leverage its full potential now that it is controlled by a trained and intelligent soldier. Sounds nice, right? Humanity as well as many other races have been waging infantry combat for many millennia with this combination. Something similar takes place with mechs as well. Vase suddenly dropped his smile. Yet this fundamental model is not perfect. Let me mention the most relevant objections that I have with this scheme. He waved his hand, causing the suit of armor to be separated from its wearer. Strip the armor from the human, and the human regresses into his weak old self. Pretty much all of the amazing strength that he previously had at its disposal has disappeared entirely. Perhaps he may be able to regain his prior combat effectiveness by getting back his combat armor or obtaining a replacement, but that does not change the fact that the human still retains all of the weaknesses as before. The funny part about this is that this flaw remains valid for many other comparable situations. He began to drive home his point by replacing the suit of combat armor with a much larger and stronger mech. When you put a mech pilot into the cockpit of a mech, the combination between the two can beat up a lot of enemies. Yet when you take the mech pilot out again, he regresses into a weak and vulnerable human. Vase replaced the projection of a generic mech with a much fancier and more expensive version. Let's pretend that this new machine is a true mech. I do not know whether true mechs appear differently from normal ones, but let's just assume that this is one of the Red Association's secret weapons that they have held back from us for the entirety of the age of mechs. He manipulated the projections so that the human entered the cockpit of the true mech and came back out again. Almost the exact same story happens in this case. The human mech pilot is weak and vulnerable against material attacks as well as metaphysical attacks. When the pilot interfaces with a true mech, he can presumably withstand both kinds of attacks with a high degree of effectiveness. Yet when you pull him out again, he becomes just as vulnerable as before. If true mechs work the way I think it does, then they are just as flawed as ordinary mechs. Their complete neural interfaces won't be able to make this situation any better. Do you recognize the fundamental flaw with the divergence model? The more intelligent people among the audience already started to get an inkling where Vase was going with this story. Vase smirked again as he made one of the important statements on this subject. The most fatal flaw of pursuing divergence in mechs is that it doesn't do nearly enough to develop the mech pilot. In fact, the mech only coddles the human that it is meant to serve. The mech becomes a crutch that humans solely rely upon to compensate for their weaknesses. While that might sound nice in the short term, it is not progress from my perspective. Do you know why first-class mech pilots break through at a noticeably reduced rate compared to lesser pilots? This is exactly why. Their mechs do too much of the work, leaving their human pilots with little room for growth and development. The divergence model that so many close-minded people insist upon has become a poison that keeps humans perpetually weak and underdeveloped. This is not progress in my opinion. This is stagnation, plain and simple. Now that I am able to present a better alternative, the stupidest choice you can make is to stick to an outdated solution that does nothing but keep you stuck in perpetual weakness. Chapter 5768 The Case for Convergence 5768 The Case for Convergence Vase actually started to feel grateful towards the opposition for putting him on the spot. Ever since he formed his design philosophy, he never allocated too much time and attention on why he bothered to design living mechs in the first place. It was only when his critics started to challenge him in a way that forced him to offer a response that he fleshed out the aspects of his rationale that he had previously neglected. The divergence model mentioned by Master Cantor happened to serve as the perfect target dummy for Vase. He could beat it up in any way he liked in order to make his point. The simple visuals he used to illustrate his point only hammered home his message. Pretty much all of the people who listened to his counterargument began to view the divergence model in a less flattering light than before. Vase gestured towards Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson, who was sitting further apart than the rest of the speakers. The woman did not retreat from the session entirely after she had been prohibited from speaking for the rest of the day. She had already made her point. She wanted to witness how well her revelation managed to undermine Ves's arguments. Unfortunately for her, the information she shared to the public had become one of the best weapons for Vase to launch his counterattack. In order to further recognize how the divergence model has been coddling us for over 4 centuries, let us consider the information disclosed by the speaker from the 5th Enforcement Fleet. Her initial revelations are correct. Cultivators exist, and they are able to wield great and unusual powers. However, I have already explained to you all that all high-ranking mech pilots and mech designers are cultivators by definition. We are simply more advanced and modernized than the more ancient and flawed varieties. Let us combine these facts with the one of the stated purposes of the mechers, which is to develop better technologies to stimulate personal human development. They like to contrast their goal with that of the fleeters, who want humans to change as little as possible and rely entirely on technology to do all of the heavy lifting. Doesn't that sound familiar? There was no need for Vase to mention the obvious similarities. The ironic smile on his face already made it clear that he thought that the divergence model aligned far more with the Red Fleet than it should. The main point I want to make by mentioning all of this is that the Red Association is an organization that is mainly centered around cultivators. It may not be obvious on the surface, but if you study the MTA and RA's rules, history, notable leaders and more, you will realize that the Mechers have done everything they could to promote the emergence of as many God pilots as possible. There is nothing wrong with this goal in my opinion. God pilots are the strongest individual combatants to ever exist. Their ironclad principles and their strong willpower makes them virtually incorruptible. They are living proof that cultivators, or at least the limited selection of approved variations, are beneficial to human civilization. There was practically no one outside of the Red Fleet who dared to oppose the existence of God pilots. Operation Night Jazz had further cemented the crucial role that God pilots played in holding back the powerful leaders of the Red Cabal. Vase gestured his arm towards the familiar projection that showed a mech being piloted by a human. Now let us think how this ties to the divergence model. The goal of the Red Association has never been to wrap human mech pilots with the strongest possible technologies imaginable. That makes the organization no different from the Red Fleet. The real purpose has always been to promote the development and evolution of the mech pilot. The projected mech began to explode in power as it simulated the apotheosis of the mech pilot. Once the soldier becomes an expert pilot, he has transcended his mortal limitations and taken his first true step into cultivation. The journey to ace pilot and eventually God pilot is long, dangerous and challenging, so much so that the vast majority of pilots never make it to the end. Yet as long as a handful of people can cross the ultimate barrier and ascend to godhood as a pilot of a powerful machine, it is all worth it in the end. This was the dream of almost every mech pilot. That did not necessarily mean that these soldiers and warriors had the guts, courage, discipline and conviction to throw themselves into this exceedingly difficult trajectory, but it was rightly celebrated as the most celebrated aspiration of their profession. Vase turned away from the guests and faced the opposition. Master Cantor, earlier, I gave you the courtesy of answering your questions. I expect you to do the same, even if the subject is related to true mechs. The old mech supremacist maintained a neutral expression as she attracted a lot of attention once again. You may ask, but you are not guaranteed to receive an answer. I have an obligation to remain silent if you demand any answer that relates to information that I am not permitted to divulge. Vase already expected such a response, so he quickly moved forward. All right, let me ask you this. Are pilot breakthroughs desirable to the Red Association? They are. Master Cantor had no problem with this question. Our principles have always been to leverage human technology to facilitate human development in a controlled manner. The fact that the Mech Trade Association has been able to produce over 100 God pilots is proof of our success. Okay, do true mechs promote or inhibit this goal? This time, the old woman did not offer a reply. She simply remained silent, making it clear that the question had touched into forbidden territory. Vase began to smirk. She had fallen for his trap. A silent opponent was a defenseless opponent. He could think of several ways to exploit her current behavior. Let me give you my guess if you are unwilling to offer clarification. It is well known that mech pilots are much more likely to trigger breakthroughs when they are emotionally stimulated. The stronger their emotions, the greater the probability that they can exceed their limits. They must be completely invested in the battle. They must experience the pressure of death, the fear of loss, the hope of victory and the love for their fellow comrades. Any experienced mech pilots will attest to this. Given how emotions play such an immense role for the evolutionary development of mech pilots, why do you insist on stuffing them into these so-called true mechs that are explicitly designed to leverage their emotionless logic engines as a source of strength? Quote. I may be wrong on this, but my educated guess is that true mechs contradict one of the central principles of your own organization. Rather than strengthen their mech pilots, they freeze their development instead. It becomes exponentially more difficult for humans to break through while their emotions are deliberately muted, blocked, dampened or interfered with by their own true mechs. Perhaps it is worthwhile for mech pilots to sacrifice their long-term development in exchange for instant protection against looming threats of a different nature, but is this truly what the mech industry aspires to make? Quote. Let's face it, a true mech is just a fancier suit of combat armor. It can protect people from a greater variety of threats, but it does nothing to promote the development of mech pilots. While there are situations where the availability of true mechs can contain the threat posed by cultivators, it is not a true solution. It is not as if you can permanently keep mech pilots within the cockpits of their true mechs. Once these individuals shut down their machines and hop outside, they revert to their normal human selves, and become just as vulnerable to metaphysical attacks as before. Don't you agree, Master Cantor? Quote. Vase smirked wider. Ordinary mechs are hardly better. While it is true that mech pilots are able to break through when piloting the mechs that we have used during the age of mechs, in my opinion these breakthroughs took place in spite of the divergence model, not because of it. The deliberate effort to keep mechs and humans as far apart from each other as possible is decent if there is no better alternative, but that is not the case anymore. He turned away from his silent opponent and began to replace the previous projected images with one that depicted a mech pilot and a xianxia. The xianxia was his strongest bestseller at the moment. Its value proposition was amazing and its utility had expanded a lot after the release of a lot of useful Fei. Many xianxias had also evolved into third-order living mechs as of late, so it was the machine that the public recognized the most as the subject of the public inquiry. Let me explain to you all why my convergence model is better. First, the mech is alive, which means that it can grow in a similar fashion to a cultivator like its own mech pilot. That means when the two different elements work together, they derive the same degree of growth from their experiences. The mech will be able to keep up with the growth of the mech pilot, thereby making it less likely that the former will hold back the latter. While there are no obvious statistics that living mechs have produced a greater proportion of breakthroughs when compared to normal mechs, I believe that this is because not enough time has passed for third-order living mechs to show their actual worth. You should wait a few years. I strongly believe that the pilots of third-order living mechs will be able to break through at a distinctly higher rate. If this claim was true, then living mechs would definitely be able to beat true mechs in popularity. I object. Master Cantor could not remain silent at this time. Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellanos nodded towards the Speaker of the Opposition. Even the moderator thought that Vase had gone too far. You may offer a brief rebuttal. Thank you, Governor. I would like to inform the public that Professor Larkinson's latest statement is an unsubstantiated claim that has no proof or strong theories behind it. Neither theory nor empirical data can add substance to his spurious claim. The public must remain vigilant of claims made without sufficient backing. Science is based on facts, not guesses. The inventor of living mechs may be right, or he may be wrong, but in the absence of any solid arguments, it would be wise to disregard his latest statements and maintain a skeptical mindset. Vase snorted at her rebuttal. That's rich coming from you. The Red Association claims to uphold the principle that technology must promote human development, yet you cling to an inferior theory like the divergence model as if it is the center of your religion. My convergence model may be a lot newer and not quite tested, but it has at least been able to maintain parity. You are also wrong about one of your claims, Master Cantor. I do have a solid theory that explains why living mechs are much more capable of promoting the development of their mech pilots. It is just not a theory that can be found in any contemporary science textbook. This must be good. Everyone who paid attention to the public broadcast deeply wanted to know about this mysterious new theory. My mother, yes, the one that was once a part of a group of really powerful individuals who ruled from the shadows, once taught me about cultivation. To be more specific, she taught me about how people can cultivate by deeply bonding and using a powerful object. This is called artifact cultivation, though I am sure that there are other terms for it as well. The point is that people can grow stronger in mysterious ways if they leverage the strength of their bonded artifact as a source of growth. None of this was new anymore to Vase, but his casual revelation excited and intrigued a lot of ignorant people. Now I am sure you can predict where I am going with this. The convergence model is based on the rules and mechanisms of artifact cultivation. While a normal mech pilot will not be able to derive much growth from a mech that remains weak and stagnant all of the time, one of my customers will always be able to make faster progress when piloting a living mech that also grows over time. This is why I believe beyond a shadow of a doubt that once the pilots of my third-order living mechs have fought for a while, they will break through at significantly higher rates. That is because they are practicing artifact cultivation much more effectively than the pilots of other mechs. The moderator gave Vase a stern stare for repeating the same spurious claim, but it didn't matter. Even if Vase was unable to deliver any hard proof, his narrative and logic was so strong that people were more than willing to embrace this theory, if only to satisfy their long-cherished hope of breaking through one day. Chapter 5769 Room for Improvement 5769 Room for Improvement. Vase felt confident that his speech had successfully countered his opponent's previous argument. This was because he cleverly exploited a flaw in his target audience's psychology. Did mech pilots wanted to wrap themselves in the strongest layer of armor, energy shielding and more exotic forms of protection? No, at least that was not their ultimate ambition. What mech pilots truly wanted was to exceed their mortal limitations, undergo apotheosis and dominate the battlefield as expert pilots or greater. If Vase asked any ordinary mech pilot if they wanted to break through, they would say yes more than 99% of the time. No serious self-respecting mech pilot would ever refuse the opportunity of a lifetime. Though only a fraction of all of the mech pilots in existence had managed to overcome this hurdle in the end, that did not stop the remainder from keeping this dream alive. It was because of this common aspiration that a lot of mech pilots who were tuning into the broadcast deeply wanted Vase to be correct about his theories. His arguments wouldn't have received strong support if he presented it in front of proper scientists, engineers and mech designers. They all understood the scientific process pretty well, and they could recognize when one of their own was being sloppy. Mech pilots were different. They were not as critical or skeptical as scientists. They were trained to pretty much believe in whatever mech designers told them within reason. They did not necessarily understand the rigor required for claims to hold up to scientific scrutiny. This was why Vase was confident that his latest argument successfully stimulated the desires of his true target audience. In short, the convergence model that I have made available to my customers by releasing living mechs offers a more promising alternative to the mech community. Vase began to close his argument. It may be correct that my living mechs are fundamentally unable to become true mechs due to conflicting mechanics. However, we shouldn't rely too much on machines that inhibit the growth of mech pilots anyway. He clasped his hands as he faced the majority of his audience and made his final point. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. This ancient proverb has remained relevant throughout human history because it can be applied in so many different situations. This is no exception. You just need to swap out a few words. True strength does not come from the equipment that we use as a crutch. It comes from the partners that actively help us grow strong enough to defend against powerful threats by ourselves. I used to think that the mechers agree that the latter is more preferable, but Master Cantor's insistence on the divergence model suggests to me that this is not entirely the case anymore. I thought that the Red Association is all about promoting the evolution of humans, not inhibiting it by sticking to a suboptimal solution. At this time, Vase had thoroughly won back all of the people who previously lost their faith in living mechs. Even if the criticism towards him was justified, people could not help but hope that he was right. Between Vase and Master Cantor, a lot of people were more naturally willing to believe the former over the latter for a variety of reasons. Vase started out from the bottom while Master Cantor was as elite as a mecher could get. At least the scrappy young senior used to be an average citizen like the rest of the masses. He understood their plight far better than all of the Ponzi first-raters who liked to look down on the space peasants from their ivory towers. What also played a helpful role was that Vase had built up a reputation among mech pilots. He was not an ordinary mech designer. He was also a pioneer and a trailblazer who willingly accompanied his soldiers into battlefields and subjected himself to many of the same risks as his own troops. A hero who was known to lead his own mech army from the front as a manner of speaking would naturally earn more sympathy than a mecher who had likely stayed deep inside the most stable and well-defended star systems. Age also played a crucial factor in this popularity contest. Master Cantor may be old enough to project a lot of wisdom, but her cold demeanor, her lack of empathy and her complete lack of brand awareness from the general public all painted her as an arrogant mecher who had grown severely out of touch with the current reality that mech pilots had to face. The result was that a lot of mech pilots were much more willing to trust that Vase knew what was right for them as opposed to an old mecher who looked as if she had never shown any care towards the plight of the masses in her entire life. Vase personally thought that the 5th Enforcement Fleet had made a better choice than the opposition among the mech supremacist faction. The fleeters presented a young and attractive woman as their speaker. What she lacked in experience and wisdom, she more than made up for her shortcomings in energy and passion. Humans were inherently emotional individuals. They were never purely driven by their rationality. All of the aforementioned factors that were not actually related to the validity of arguments could actually play a massive role in swaying the opinions of the crowd. Vase did not need to access any polls or other data to know that he had won the support of the majority of the public again. He could feel his fortunes had changed. "Wake up, people," Vase shouted at his captured audience. "We have left the age of mechs behind. The age of dawn is more than a simple calendar switch. It denotes a new era of red humanity where our entire society undergoes many changes due to the persistent influence of E-energy radiation. Instead of trying to cling to methods and approaches that were developed in the previous age, we should embrace any change that can grant us access to greater advantages than before. Our circumstances have changed, and so should we. My products are not bound by so many vestiges of the past. I dared to question the established conventions, and I had no qualms about ripping apart any rules that no longer make any sense in the new age. Do you want to know one of the truths behind my work? An important reason why my living mechs must gain a semblance of autonomy and control over themselves is because they can cultivate by themselves. No other mechs can match this capability. The products that lack my adaptations will only passively be able to grow stronger by getting irradiated by E-energy. Compared to passive cultivation, active cultivation is much more effective because it is a targeted and deliberate action. In summary, living mechs grow faster, which means that their mech pilots shall also grow faster. This is the essence of mutual growth. The moderator finally cut Vase off at this point before he could make any further unsubstantiated claims. That is more than enough, Professor Larkinson. We can explore more specific topics in tomorrow's session. For now, I shall give the final word to the opposition. Keep your rebuttal brief, and try not to introduce too much new information. Although Master Cantor had schooled her expression so that she did not expose any of her true feelings, her approach only made her less sympathetic and more stuck up in front of her audience. Vase would have thought that the mechers should have been smart enough to realize they needed to put a lot more effort into winning over the crowd, but they apparently had different thoughts in mind. I shall repeat this once more, she said. The divergence model is a tried and tested approach towards mechs that has withstood the test of time. It offers certain, proven results that can be relied upon no matter the age. It enables mech pilots to grow and develop their strength not by relying on handouts from their mechs, but by forcing them into combat scenarios where they can only rely on themselves to break past their predicaments. Strong-willed expert pilots are all products of extreme self-reliance. They emerge and develop as long as they can only win their battles by severing their dependency on external help. Master Cantor activated a projection that depicted an early version of the Mars during the moment when Patriarch Reginald Cross broke through. One of the high-profile clients of your works can attest to my substantiated claims. When handed over to a living high-tier expert mech, Patriarch Reginald opted to terminate the living properties of your work and successfully advanced to the rank of ace pilot by relying on himself. He is a true product of explosively strong willpower. His confidence in his own power is justified because he has earned most of his gains through his own hard work and effort. This is how mech pilots ought to prove they are worthy to wield greater power. Your living mechs may make it easier for mech pilots to break through in the short term, but the increasing dependency your work breeds will ultimately ruin their long-term ability to advance to ace pilot or god pilot. Vase coughed at that. Who is the one that is flinging unsubstantiated claims here? You have no data that supports or invalidates your latest argument. Bang! The entire underwater environment transmitted a long collision noise. It turned out that planetary governor Mergen Castellas had pulled out a hammer and banged it on the armrest of his pearl throne. The noise was so sharp and loud that it immediately forced everyone into silence. That is enough debate for this session. The public has heard enough for the time being. We can resume the public inquiry tomorrow when many more people have spent enough hours contemplating the information that you have shared with them. One of the principal goals of this public inquiry is to enlighten the population of red humanity of the facts and allow them to form their own judgment on living mechs. Let us keep this in mind. This session has come to an end. Though the moderator ended this session a bit sooner than Vase preferred, he understood the necessity of this move. The revelations and other explanations dumped so much new information on people's laps that they could hardly absorb any further input on this day. The audience would become a lot more receptive towards any follow-up arguments after they processed what they had recently learned. That is the devil tongue I know. Jovi praised as the man in question had moved out of the speaking pit. You did a good job, Vase. Your logic and arguments are not entirely flawless, but you resolved the immediate crisis of confidence in your living mechs. If you can maintain this pattern for 2 more days, then the justification to impose any significant restrictions on your living mechs will drop. Third-order living mechs may actually become so popular among your target audience that they will collectively rise up in protest if any large state or organization dares to restrict their availability. Vase smiled back. I think it is safe to say that Master Cantor won't pose a threat to me anymore. Unless she messes up the board by introducing other explosive pieces of information, her line of argumentation simply will not be able to overpower my own. If the opposition wants to regain the upper hand, then a different speaker must take the word. You are correct. There are still other valid reasons to doubt the wisdom of employing living mechs. Master Alice Cantor did not address them because they are not her primary focus. You can expect the representatives of the other groups will make up that. Be ready to answer doubts concerning the possibility of rebellion from your living mechs tomorrow. Chapter 5770 The Web Mistress 5770 The Web Mistress. The first day of the public inquiry had come and gone. So much had happened that Vase and his team had been busy all night. They squeezed their networks for all of the information they could get. They also reviewed the arguments made during the first sessions and considered whether they should address additional issues during the second session. Vase had spent a lot of time strategizing, but he also made sure to take a few hours off in order to rest his mind and return to peak condition for the important day ahead. What is the public sentiment like? He asked his latest recruit. Kelsey Ampatok had a good understanding and feel of the mech community due to previously working for Isthmus Manufacturing. He certainly possessed a lot more insight in the sentiments of customers than Jovi and Vector. It's a storm out there, sir. The former Rubarthan replied. There is a lot of confusion, misinformation, grifting and tribalism taking place throughout human space. The good news is that your existing customer base is firmly behind you. In fact, each time you held a speech, you not only made up for lost ground, but significantly strengthened the loyalty and dedication of existing users of your products. They are highly sympathetic towards your cause and they have faith that you are going above and beyond to defend their interests. Vase smiled at that. All of the time and effort I spend on building up a good reputation and releasing mechs that people can fall in love with have paid off. I am sure that Master Alice Cantor is a good mech designer who has made many contributions to the mech industry, but the difference between me and her is that I am a well-known personality among the public. Master Cantor on the other hand has probably never made a name for herself outside of the most elite circles of society. I don't know what the mech supremacists were thinking by putting her forward as a speaker. Well, she has greater authorization and seniority than others in her faction. Jovi noted, she is also a strong advocate of the necessity of serving mech pilots and the preservation of the divergence model. This is not the first time that a mech designer attempted to present an alternative to the officially accepted philosophy towards the relationship between mechs and mech pilots. The mech supremacists are extremely sensitive towards any deviations from the standard definition of mechs. They have a habit of behaving as the police of the mech industry. So they are busybodies who run around and tell other people what they cannot do with their mechs, is that right? Vase frowned. Sort of. For example, they have fended off many attempts by other ambitious mech designers who sought to gain acceptance towards all kinds of extreme deviations such as demi-mechs, multi-pilot mechs, juggernauts, permanent mechs, alien mechs, starship mechs. Wait, I have heard about and even designed some of the former, but what are the latter? Both Jovi and Vector chuckled at the same time. It is not a surprise that you have never heard about them. Vector Loban spoke. They are deemed too controversial, so our association has always expended effort to suppress any discussion related to them. Their labels should already give you a clue on what they mean. Permanent mechs is a radical approach that attempts to establish a permanent interface between a mech and a mech pilot. What? Vase reacted with surprise. Even I am not crazy enough to design such an absurd mech. How can pilots ever live a normal life among humans if his body is permanently caged in the cockpit of a machine? You would be surprised how useful this may be to certain people. Permanent mechs are an idea that transhumanists such as myself have entertained many times for reasons that you should already know. If a mech pilot permanently interfaces with a biomech to the point where separation no longer becomes possible, then the distinction between the two effectively becomes meaningless. The biomech has effectively become the pilot's new body. It is a pity that the mech supremacists are so protective of the original definition of mechs that they refuse to tolerate the existence of permanent mechs. Since they have managed to rally popular support, designing permanent mechs has become prohibited. I see. I don't mean to offend you, but I think the mech supremacists were right to discourage their development. Vase said as he showed clear signs of discomfort towards this idea. What are alien mechs and starship mechs? They are exactly as their names suggest. Alien mechs refer to the effort of developing mechs that can be piloted by non-human races. There are plenty of scientific reasons why the invention and study of such mechs can enrich our understanding of mechs. However, the fear of giving away a highly effective war weapon to our alien adversaries has prevented many researchers from embarking on such projects. The mech supremacists are so adamant that mechs must retain an exclusive advantage to humans that they eventually persuaded the rest of the association to ban this subject outright. Vase actually found himself agreeing with the stance of the mech supremacists once again. I would have done the same if I were in their place. Starship mechs are attempts to develop starships or warships that can be controlled by one or multiple potentates in order to establish superior control. It essentially requires mech designers to design a starship as if it is a juggernaut. Suffice to say, this idea only briefly got floated around before both the MTA and the CFA swiftly joined together to squash it down. Neither of the two wants to blur the line between starships and mechs. The idea was plausible. Even Vase was able to come up with a rough plan on how to design a large starship that partially functioned like a mech. It was not technology that limited the development of starship mechs, but politics. Okay, he said, I get why the mech supremacists have tried to suppress weird stuff like juggernauts and permanent mechs. What I cannot accept is that they think that living mechs deserve to be on this list. There is no way my works are as bad as the other ones. Jovi, Vector and Kelsey all exchanged knowing glances at each other. Vase, that is your bias speaking. Jovi gently said, you are hardly the most neutral and objective person to make this judgment. From the perspective of the mech supremacists, there are plenty of reasons to prohibit or at least restrict your products. They have a number of outrageous traits and they clearly subvert the divergence model that has defined mechs for multiple centuries. Are the majority of mech supremacists truly opposed to my living mechs? Vase frowned. I can't believe that all of them want to ban my products outright just because they do stuff a little differently from normal mechs. About that, Master Goldstein and others have investigated the opposition from this faction. We have finally managed to obtain more information about what the mech supremacists actually think and what they hope to accomplish during this public inquiry. Vase and the others looked curiously at Jovi. Well, get on with it. Tell me what is happening in this faction. First, you have to understand that many mech supremacists do not hold a strong animosity towards you and your works. They oppose living mechs out of principle, not necessarily because they consider them to be an acute threat or anything. Highly passionate opposers such as Master Alice Cantor are among the minority. What is highly relevant to you is that the people at the top are not neutral towards this subject matter. Even if they have not officially spoken out in favor or in opposition against your works, their opinions carry an enormous amount of weight. Vase immediately grew concerned. The mech supremacists are led by two star designers, right? Correct. They do not have a god pilot among them, but that is not necessary. The unquestionable leader of this faction is the Lord of Thermodynamics. He is older than the age of mechs. He has experienced the final years of the Age of Conquest, so his beliefs and principles are strongly shaped by the prevailing events and ideologies of this chaotic period in history. He is a man who prizes stability over upheaval. He is much of the reason why the mech supremacists are still so protective over maintaining a narrow definition of mechs. Frankly, you should feel fortunate that Tier 1 galactic citizens have agreed to refrain from directly interfering in this affair. Your living mechs have gained so much prominence that you have attracted a number of very powerful supporters and detractors. The revelation that the oldest and arguably most powerful star designer of the Red Association did not have a good impression of living mechs provoked a multitude of reactions from Vase. The Lord of Thermodynamics was a big deal. His prestige was the greatest among the star designers in the Red Ocean. His contributions were countless and he was probably in touch with more secrets than anyone else in the association. There was no way that Vase could resist a directive from such a powerful figure. Vase previously held a high regard for the Lord of Thermodynamics for making a huge number of contributions towards the power systems of mechs. The man was one of the principal figures responsible for allowing mechs to wield so much power in combat. However, Vase also grew disappointed at the star designer's overly conservative stance towards mechs. The man was an old fossil who clung to his increasingly more outdated principles and beliefs as if this was the only way to prevent a repeat of the excesses of the Age of Conquest. What about the other leader of the mech supremacists? Where does the Web Mistress stand on this matter? The Web Mistress was not as influential as the Lord of Thermodynamics, but that did not mean she was a lightweight. She was known as the mother of support link technology. She did not invent everything related to support link technology, but she definitely improved and perfected it to the point where it became a lot stronger and more practical. Her inventions were so incredibly useful that they not only revolutionized the mech doctrines of first-class mechs, but also got adopted by the Common Fleet Alliance. The ability to transfer energy from one machine to another was so damn useful that even the fleeters had no real choice but to embrace the signature innovations of a mecher. The web mistress was born during the age of mechs, so she is not as opposed to innovation as her older peer. Jovi explained. She can be described as a moderate. She is not strongly opposed or supportive of living mechs. If she was in charge, then it is likely that she would have given your living mechs a chance, but only when you have put additional safeguards in place. That was barely better, but still not ideal. Vase wanted to preserve his rights as much as possible. Any restrictions imposed by the Red Association would only shackle him and slow him down. Vase scratched his head as he tried to figure out what this all meant for him and his works. So what is the ultimate purpose of the mech supremacists? What are they hoping to accomplish during this public inquiry? Well, if you have any relevant information, then please share it, Jovi. The reality trickster hesitated for a few seconds before he decided to respond. This is only a rumor, Vase. This is third-hand or fourth-hand information, so take this information with a grain of salt. According to what Master Goldstein has heard from one of his old friends of this faction, some of the opposition towards your living mechs is not entirely about principles. Disputes about convergence and divergence are only a means to an end to this group, which may or may not include the web mistress. What they truly desire is control. They want to impose regulations on the proliferation of living mechs and more specifically their third-order variety. What this means is that they want to control which living mechs have earned the right to evolve to third order. This effectively allows the Red Association to gain dominion over your works. Ves's expression immediately turned ugly. That is so typical of you mechers. Chapter 5771 The second session 5771 The second session Hearing that the Lord of Thermodynamics was such an old-fashioned geezer that he could not accept the existence of living mechs was already bad enough. Hearing that the web mistress wanted the Red Association to regulate living mechs by imposing restrictions on which living mechs were allowed to evolve into third-order living mechs was not much better. The two-star designers and their support base might have different reasons and motivations to go after living mechs, but they all amounted to different forms of meddling. Why couldn't the mechers leave his living mechs alone? Why did they feel the need to impose regulations of different severity onto products that were doing just fine? Vase had been publishing living mech designs for plenty of years now. They were not exactly new anymore. They had rarely if ever produced any incidents that resulted in deliberate harm to their mech pilots. The behavior of the mech supremacists was akin to turning a harmless issue into a significant problem, just so that they could solve it themselves. Both Jovi and Vector looked apologetic towards Vase. They might not be part of the offending faction, but they were still members of the Red Association. Once the mech supremacists managed to get their way, every other mecher had no choice but to follow the new regulations no matter their personal beliefs. You do not stand alone against the mech supremacists, Jovi said as he stepped forward and placed his hand on Ves's back. Many survivalists as well as transhumanists are in favor of your work. Sure, many of them may still be in favor of regulating your living mechs, but they will not be as strict about it. You have to understand that our association exists precisely in order to maintain order in our industry. The mech market would have become a lot more chaotic and dangerous without our active intervention. We are the shield that has protected the public as well as the producers from scams, unsafe products and outright criminal activity. Vase did not disagree with that. He understood quite well that the mech industry would not have prospered to this degree without the guiding hand of the MTA and the RA. Yet now that he and his works had become the latest focus of the mechers, Vase felt much less pleased about their habit of swooping in hand and taking control over the situation. Letting the mechers regulate his works represented a crucial change. Giving them control over the evolution of living mechs effectively granted them greater power over the mech community. People would be much less inclined to oppose them if doing so reduced their ability to gain approval for a living mech upgrade application. This is wrong. Vase shook his head in disapproval. Living mechs have a universal and unrestricted right to grow as far as I am concerned. I am principally opposed to restricting their ability to improve and evolve past their limitations in any way. It is like telling children that they cannot age into adults unless they have received approval from an official agency that shouldn't have this power in the first place. Kelsey Ampatok snorted and crossed his arms. Welcome to the true face of the mechers, Vase. From what I have been able to gather in the short time I have accompanied you, your works and your potential has earned you special treatment from one of our current overlords. You have spent much of your time interacting with the good side of the association. It is only now that you have come into contact with its true face. This kind of behavior from the Mechers is not rare within Terran and Rubarthan space. Do not be deceived by their positive image and their high-minded ideals. Their ultimate goal is to remain in control and keep the rest of us in their thrall. Though Jovi and Vector clearly objected to Kelsey's description of their association, they wisely kept their mouths shut. This was not the time to have an argument about this acrimonious topic. I don't think that Master Cantor will have many chances to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel going forward. Vase eventually said. She has already made her stance clear. There are other speakers that have yet to share their views to the public. That does not mean you can disregard the Mech supremacists, Vase. Jovi carefully said, if the public inquiry ends with a consensus that results in imposing regulations on your living mechs, then the Mech supremacists will have the greatest influence over how this will be done. This is their domain, much as human evolution falls under the purview of the transhumanists. While you have your fair share of supporters within the association, many of them actually do not have a problem with giving them at least a measure of control over the growth of living mechs. Great. It was times like these that reminded Vase that the Red Association did not have his interests at heart. The Mechers always prioritized their own interests over that of everyone else. This was actually quite normal behavior, so Vase did not even blame them for trying to strengthen their control over Red humanity. Vase checked the time. We should wrap this up. The second session will start in 2 hours. They curtailed their discussions and moved across the city of Charvi once again. The exotic first-class city continued to charm Vase with the bountiful amount of aquatic-themed structures that were encased in their own bubbles of water. Though a part of Vase wondered why the colonists of Ector V did not establish their capital city underneath the ocean of this planet, the exotic if somewhat wasteful architecture served as a nice distraction for what he was about to undergo later today. Once he and his entourage arrived at the Dragon King's palace, they waited for a moment before they entered a familiar grand hall that was dominated by high ceilings, colorful fish swimming in every direction and enormous masterwork statues of majestic dragons. Floating before the clamshell throne was the planetary governor. The man exuded a lot of gravitas as he maintained a stern demeanor, especially since he wore a more subdued and less shiny version of his previous scaled suit. Nobody felt inclined to test his limits as he had already shown he was not afraid to exercise his authority when he deemed it necessary. Once all of the 100,000 spectators had taken their seats, the moderator proceeded to open the second session. Welcome to the second day of the public inquiry on living mechs. Previously, we explored the purpose, the properties and the future outlook of living mechs. Each of us have learned more about this subject and others than any of us have anticipated. While I am of the opinion that greater disclosure and educating the public will ultimately benefit our civilization, I have been asked to act more promptly in case any of the speakers divulge confidential information that they are not properly permitted to share in this venue. I implore every participant to exercise greater control over their speech. Both sides got the message. Now that he got this out of the way, Mergen Castellas eased his expression and sat down on his pearl throne. Other than that, I hope that we can witness another productive debate during this session. The second session is mainly dedicated to questioning whether living mechs deserve to have a place in our society. I am aware that this topic has already been touched upon in the previous session, but this is the time to explore this question in greater depth. The opposition may begin this time. Neither Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson nor Master Alice Cantor stepped forward at this time. The opposition instead allowed Professor Kochik Chabran to proceed to the center of the speaking pit before addressing the huge number of people who tuned into the broadcast. Greetings, Red Humans. I am Professor Kochik of the Chabran Ancient Clan of the Terran Alliance. Members of the academic community may recognize me from my many studies and writings on how humans must organize their society and how our fundamental relationship with technology shapes us as a race, for both good and ill. I am one of the watchers and protectors of our civilization. Thinkers such as myself are needed because the inventors of radical technologies such as Professor Larkinson all too often neglect the greater and often less pleasant repercussions of their own work. Today, I want to share with you my well-founded concerns about making our mech pilots dependent on a rising variation of mechs that can already pilot themselves. Unlike Master Cantor, Professor Kochik clearly understood much better on how to present himself to a general audience. The Terran sociologist and philosopher proceeded to present the same spiel that he had given to Vase in private before. The only difference was that he adjusted his delivery to sound nicer and more personable. It was rather impressive how Professor Chebran had removed much of his harsh edge and stuffed away his Terran arrogance. Quote, Ever since the state of computer science has progressed to the point where humans are able to construct reasonably intelligent and responsive artificial intelligence, we have been unable to resist the allure of letting automation perform progressively more difficult tasks. The benefits of doing so are obvious, as there is a large amount of tedious and monotonous work processes that do not necessarily require human effort anymore. The professor was an experienced teacher, so he made sure to project various images that emphasized his point. Yet the wisdom of passing on more work to AIs has proven to be questionable, as difficult tasks often equate to more important tasks. When we start to outsource work to non-human intelligences that have no inherent sympathy or attachment to the human race, we naively entrust our most fundamental security to a potential enemy. It is no different from surrendering our sovereignty to aliens, as they harbor just as much care towards our race. The latest projection showed two different images. One of them showed humans whose lives were completely taken care of as they resided in a fully automated home. The household ice controlled practically everything in this abode. They turned on the lights when evening fell. They filled a bath with water shortly before one of the residents visited the bathroom. The automated kitchen prepared expansive and varied meals based on the taste preferences and dietary requirements of each individual resident. All of this seemed nice, until a hacker managed to subvert the household ice and turn the entire home into a horror house. By the time the last resident expired, blood had spread into every room of this infamous home. The second image showed a group of furry mammalian aliens that belonged to a race that had gone extinct during the age of mechs. This specific incident occurred during the Age of Stars, and had been used as one of many inciting factors behind humanity's uprising against the cosmopolitans. A lot of people's blood boiled at the sight of aliens stuffing a group of captured humans into their version of a zoo. The humans had been deprived of their dignity by stripping them of most of their clothes, limiting their movement space, forcing them to perform specific actions for the amusement of the alien audience, and more. The utter lack of empathy and care from the aliens had taught humanity a cruel lesson about their place in the Milky Way. Autonomous intelligences, no matter whether they are sentient or not, should never be trusted as a rule. Professor Chebran emphasized to his audience, the simple fact that they are different from humans is enough of a reason to adhere to this time-tested rule. It does not matter whether we program ICE to be absolutely loyal to our race. Any programming can be undermined. No safeguard is foolproof. From the moment we are unable to maintain strong control over autonomous machines, it is inevitable that they will rise up against us. Many wonderful inventions that have promised to help our race have ended in tragedy because of this inescapable reality. Living mechs are just the latest manifestation of this phenomenon. Chapter 5772 Alienation of Living Mechs. 5772 Alienation of Living Mechs. As Professor Chebran held a lecture on the perils of developing a reliance against autonomous machines, a lot of people became increasingly more swayed by his narrative. The Terran academic had history on his side. Humanity had mastered the technology to develop and employ artificial intelligences in many different instances. Different from more rudimentary programming or control systems, artificial intelligences were typically designed to solve problems beyond the obvious ones that people could already foresee. In order to make ICE flexible and adaptable enough to solve new problems that no one had ever accounted for in the past, the artificial intelligences had to possess the capacity to learn and iterate. This was much of the reason that made them dangerous. Artificial intelligences could learn all kinds of crazy and inhuman solutions that did not align with human common sense in the slightest. For example, Vase had personally witnessed a case where a cleaning bot tasked with removing blood from the streets had literally tried to devour the legs and the rest of the body of a living human. In the crazy but correct logic of the cleaning bot, removing the source of blood was the most effective way to prevent the floor from getting dirty. Of course, a lot more crazy stuff happened during this incident that happened very early in Ves's career, but the memory of this iconic sight has still been seared into his mind. Vase did not actually disagree with everything Professor said. There was definitely a legitimate need for red humanity to remain vigilant against the temptation of relying too much on automation to solve all of its problems. Of course, where the two diverged was their stance on whether living mechs deserved the same harsh treatment. Professor Chebran employed two clever arguments to sway the public into supporting a crackdown on living mechs. First, he painted living mechs with the same brush as more traditional examples of artificial intelligence. Even if the two worked completely differently, the Terran sociologist made a strong case for treating living mechs in the same way. Quote, "Extensive studies have shown that the programming code of the products released by the Living Mech Corporation does not contain anything that resembles modern ICE." The older man conceded, "That does not mean they are exempt from our concern. The technological principles behind the functioning of living mechs are more esoteric due to the fact that Professor Larkinson relies on an esoteric application of e-technology, but the end result is the same as if these products are controlled by more conventional ICE." The academic employed a classic proverb to convey his point. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it probably is a duck. Do not believe in the claims that intelligent living mechs are so different from modern ICE that they are not subject to the problems of the latter. The two are sufficiently identical to each other that they deserve the same treatment. The Terran professor spread his arms as he concluded this important argument. ICE have the potential to become dangerous, so their capacity to learn must be limited for our own safety. Living mechs also have the potential to become dangerous, so their capacity to grow must be limited for our own safety. Vase grew angry when Professor Kochik spoke these words. It was not fair to establish such a strong equivalence between his living mechs and other ICE. While Vase was eager to refute Kochik's attempts to tie two different phenomena together, he refrained from making an outburst. He needed to remain in control. It was better to let the Terran scholar finish his spiel before Vase offered a thorough and more measured response. The professor's second major argument against living mechs honed in on a vulnerability that Vase and his advisors had not properly considered. Third-order living mechs have gained powerful metaphysical qualities that not only exhibit all of the characteristics of ICE, but also display even further traits that border on resembling intelligent organic races such as humans and aliens. Such possibilities are cause for alarm, because living mechs violate another fundamental rule. The technology that humans rely upon must never exceed our comprehension. We rightfully discourage and restrict widespread use of alien technologies because the alien principles they are based upon are difficult for humans to understand. If we do not understand the tech we use, we become vulnerable to hidden and unanticipated functions that we have not guarded against. The professor proceeded to show numerous famous and well-documented cases where blind reliance on alien technologies had screwed humans over. One particularly iconic case was an instance during the late Age of Stars where the flagship of an early human fleet replaced her inferior human-developed FTL drive with a much more superior alien version taken from a defeated alien capital ship. Since human FTL drive technology was initially reverse-engineered from alien devices, there was a lot of compatibility between the human warship and the alien FTL drive. It did not take too much effort to mount the new FTL drive to the proud flagship whose mobility had become further enhanced. Yet when the fleet received orders to move to a human stronghold, the fleet eventually arrived at its destination without the most important ship. It later turned out that the powerful alien FTL drive's incredibly obtuse and obscure programming and hidden modules had forcibly altered the coordinates of the vessel. The upgraded flagship still traveled in the same direction, but only altered her heading by a few degrees. This was enough of a deviation in FTL travel to doom the vessel in a journey across the higher dimensions with no fixed location at the end. Suffice to say, the flagship never made it out intact. FTL drive technology was a lot less sophisticated back then. Even the more advanced alien FTL drive was hopelessly primitive compared to the modern versions employed by Red Humanity. Safety was one of the major shortcomings of those early FTL drives. If a starship ever missed its destination and went on a wild and uncontrollable journey, forcibly shutting down the FTL drive resulted in a much more violent ejection back into the material realm. The vast majority of cases produced nothing but extremely long trails of debris that stretched on for several light minutes or light hours. The story behind this particular incident went on to become an iconic cautionary tale about the perils of relying on alien technology. The only acceptable technologies were those that humanity had fully broken down, reverse-engineered and explored in depth. The general rule that humans followed nowadays was that they were only supposed to utilize technologies if people fully understood their full working principles. It was a good rule to follow, but Vase hadn't exactly been diligent about following it. Luminaire crystal technology still remained nebulous to him due to his inability to understand the alien circuitry employed by a long-dead race. In conclusion, power does not automatically equate to safety. If we do not sufficiently understand or control the power we wield, it can easily explode in our faces. As much as many people from the mech community have fallen in love with the obvious power and potential demonstrated by popular products such as the xianxia and the ultimatum, they are all overlooking the obvious danger they represent to their owners. Each living mech you add to your mech roster is another potential time bomb that can explode in the worst of times. No matter whether Professor Chabran's warning was credible enough, his words still frightened a lot of customers. When they purchased and used their living mechs, they only paid attention to all of the strengths and benefits of their new possessions. This was the first time they began to see their living mechs as potential liabilities. It was such a powerful shift in mentality that it reduced a lot of enthusiasm towards Ves's products. Each living mech is based on a form of e-technology that is novel but also horribly disorganized and underdeveloped. Reputable experts that have studied the more obtuse properties of living mechs have informed me that living mechs have no existing basis in established science. They are based on completely different principles that trace their origin to ancient cultivation practices. While I cannot go in depth on this controversial subject, I can tell you that blindly relying on dubious methods from an old group of war criminals who almost engineered the extinction of the human race is not a wise course of action. Vase pressed his lips but otherwise tried his best to maintain his cool. While he could attempt to interject and interrupt the momentum of the opposing speaker, he needed to think more carefully on how he should counter this response. He needed to win this debate by relying on both logic and passion. It was not enough for him to rely on just one of them. The stakes were too high and his adversaries were sure to pound on any weakness. Professor Chabran continued to expand on his latest point. He spent a lot of effort equating living mechs to dangerous and inscrutable alien technology. Once the moderator finally signaled an end to Professor Chabran's exhaustive lecture, Vase finally received his turn to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to the audience. When Vase stood in the center of the speaking pit, he began to offer a calm rebuttal to the Terran academic's arguments. He first needed to disassociate his living mechs from ice. Professor Chabran has made a common mistake that many other people have made. I do not blame them, for they do not understand my products as well as myself. What is important to know is that living mechs are not ice for a simple reason. The former are alive, while the latter are devoid of life. This is an important distinction because living entities are not vulnerable to the same exploits that make artificial intelligences so dangerous to rely upon. Instead of viewing my products as killer robots in the making, you should treat them as symbiotic life forms that can assist us in incredible ways as long as we treat them with the respect that they deserve. Vase projected historical images of ancient horsebound cavalry to illustrate his point. During the primitive ages of our history, we leveraged the power of horses to excellent effect. Effective use of animals that are not human but trustworthy enough to employ in battle has resulted in the rise and fall of many early human cultures. Our entire history as a civilization has taken many dramatic turns due to the outcome of battles where the symbiosis between man and horse has resulted in decisive victories. Vase waved his hand, replacing the images of horsebound cavalry with much more modern depictions of living mechs such as the xianxia. Meet Warhorses 2.0. Compared to old-fashioned horses from old Earth, living mechs are much larger, much more powerful, much more customizable and much easier to maintain and repair. Other than that, they can serve their human riders just as well as real warhorses, if not better. No words can fully encapsulate the wonder of a well-established partnership between a living mech and a mech pilot. There is no single entity in charge here. Both of them are capable of demonstrating excellent teamwork that enables them to fight harder, respond quicker and survive longer on the battlefield compared to mechs that are only controlled by single mech pilots. By utilizing the analogy of cavalry, Vase tried his best to reduce the alienation between living mechs and humans as much as possible. Since humanity already had a history of establishing a successful partnership with warhorses in the past, they could establish a similar relationship with living mechs. Do not be afraid of living mechs, Vase told his audience. As strange and different as they appear on the surface, each of them are actually quite gentle and friendly towards humans. Every newly fabricated living mech starts off as a blank slate that easily imprints on their first human users. Once they have grown to what I call a third-order living mech, they should have retrieved so much training from their mech pilots that they are the most loyal and reliable allies of their human partners. In short, as long as you can overcome your initial hesitation towards employing a living entity in combat, you will find that fighting with a mech that can think and help you on its own initiative is a far more useful ally than a mech that is completely devoid of life. Chapter 5773 Devil Proofing 5773 Devil Proofing. The second session proceeded in a much less astonishing fashion than the day before. Neither side pulled off any crazy or unexpected moves. Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellass had already issued a warning to both sides to refrain from spilling any secrets, and everyone took it seriously. Vase believed that he managed to gain an advantage during the first session, so he had no objection to adopting a more measured and risk-averse approach on the second day. He wondered whether he had made a strategic misstep. Professor Kochik of the Chibran ancient clan was a disturbingly competent speaker. As an old sociologist and philosopher, he had an abundant amount of experience in giving speeches to wildly different audiences. He spent years honing his speaking and presentation skills in venues as diverse as academic conferences, lecture halls and public speaking squares. More importantly than that, the Terran possessed the crucial ability to shed his first-class high-born arrogance and appear personable to the lesser space peasants whose opinions mattered a lot in this public inquiry. Despite or because of his formidable intellect, the scholar's strategy for his series of speeches during the second session turned out to be quite simple. He sought to alienate the public against the new but admittedly weird existence of living mechs. 1209 The man repeatedly amplified and exaggerated every aspect of Ves's works that did not fit with the established mold of human technology. It was not that difficult for him to make a persuasive case for his stance. Living mechs were incredibly lacking in transparency. Any engineer who broke down a living mech could find no visible component or programming code that hinted at anything that could be responsible for giving the machine its characteristic traits. While it was easy for Vase to explain that living mechs were based on specialized applications of e-technology, what did that actually mean? Red Humanity's introduction to e-technology was way too brief at this time. Only 1.5 years had passed since the start of the Age of Dawn, and most people in the mech industry still struggled to come to grips with hyper-technology. E-technology was a completely different beast that most people simply did not have the qualifications to work with. Ordinary humans completely lacked the ability to perceive e-energy, let alone manipulate it in a deliberate manner. Absent any lab machines that could finally allow humans to measure and manipulate e-technology like they could already do with molecules and atoms, e-technology was destined to remain an extremely obscure and niche application of science. It did not help that the few known instances of e-technology all resembled witchcraft and sorcery more than proper science. That was because the few people who succeeded in developing useful applications of e-technology clearly copied the methods of ancient cultivation scriptures. The ultimate result of all of this was that Professor Kochik did not actually have to work too hard to build up a convincing case that living mechs should not be trusted. The technologies invented by Professor Larkinson are not strictly defined as alien in origin, but they may as well be. These mysterious cultivators of the past who treated ordinary humans as cattle are so alien in their behavior and their atypical methods that they were essentially aliens in human skins. As the parties who were ultimately responsible for driving humanity to the brink of extinction during the doomsday years of the Age of Conquest, any legacies they have left behind is suspicious at best, and a trap at worst. Given this context, how is it acceptable for us to allow derivative products such as living mechs free reign in the mech market when they can hide all manner of time bombs? The man could not stop talking about the dangers of relying on unknown technology. The mere fact that no one in the entire scientific community has yet to understand any of the essential mechanisms of how living mechs work is proof that they are filled with unknowns. How much of them does their creator actually comprehend? What if he has made a mistake that will lead to catastrophe down the line? The best-case scenario is that accidents resulting from his negligence will produce minor glitches. The worst-case scenario is that his works will go rogue, which is very much possible as they already possess far too much leeway for machines gifted with extensive autonomy. Faced with this attack, Vase spent much of his time trying to undo the damage wrought by the opposing speaker. His warhorse analogy was a clever and intuitive means to get people to warm up to the idea of relying on a living object as opposed to a lifeless tool. Living mechs can think and feel for themselves, so it is true that they bring additional demands to their users. Vase frankly admitted, "Yet I consider this to be a boon, not a demerit." There are many mech pilots who invest years of their service into piloting a single machine. They train with their assigned mechs for thousands of hours and try to master every single nuance to give them an additional advantage when they finally have to put their lives on the line. However, the cost-benefit ratio of this investment clearly plateaus after a certain point. Spending additional hours on training will not yield any measurable improvement anymore. They have already exhausted the potential of their static machines. Subsequently, their own growth drastically slows down as they are not engaging in effective exercises anymore. His message was particularly tailored towards mech pilots who harbored ambitions to become greater. This was his most friendly audience and one that he needed to win over the most. Unlike static mechs, living mechs are not strictly subject to these limitations. While their material parts and components cannot magically grow stronger to a drastic degree, nothing is impossible in the Age of Dawn. Modern hyper-mechs have made my products a lot more relevant due to the fact that hyper-technology and e-technology are closely related to each other. All pilots who utilize living mechs can expect their new battle partner to grow and adapt to their thinking processes, their piloting styles, their combat preferences, their combined experiences on the battlefield and more. There are so many different factors that can fuel the growth of living mechs that they gain new possibilities every day. As long as mech pilots have the discipline and the motivation to grow stronger, they will find that they can always gain the support they need from their living machines. Though Vase was not able to refute every concern mentioned by Professor Chibran, he believed he did a good job of strengthening the trust and faith that mech pilots held towards living mechs. Ancient cavalry soldiers did not need to understand how the biology of warhorses worked in order to make effective use of these majestic steeds. In the same vein, mech pilots had no need to comprehend all of the different science behind living mechs to fight with them on the battlefield. Mech pilots never really had the patience to listen to a long and relatively abstract university lecture to begin with. They were people who preferred action over talking. Though second-class and first-class mech pilots still had to study a lot of science in order to pilot more advanced mechs, their ability to understand basic scientific theories rarely equated into passion. The ultimate result of this extensive verbal sparring session was that Vase and Professor Chibran won over two distinctly different audiences. While Vase could count on the backing of mech pilots and especially those who already had experience with living mechs, the Terran sociologist had skillfully swayed large populations of norms who never had any personal experience with any kind of mech. It was a clever approach. Perhaps the opposition already recognized that Vase possessed too strong of an advantage among soldiers and warriors. This was why Professor Chibran deliberately engaged in scaremongering in order to frighten people who didn't know any better. An important factor why a lot of civilians became more easily swayed by the Terran academics was because they enjoyed none of the benefits, but many of the possible downsides. Vase chafed at the restriction that prevented him from announcing the existence of his experimental Karman system. As immature as this tech may be, much of the testing so far had already proved that it was safe for the time being. Though Vase previously felt it would be too hasty to release any Karman mechs in the short term due to lack of knowledge on how these machines affected their pilots in the long term, he frankly did not care about this anymore. Dangerous or not, just the possibility of fulfilling the cherished dreams of many norms was enough to willingly tempt a lot of people into embracing Karman mechs. Alas, Vase could not afford to strain his relationship with the Red Association any further. It was instances like these where good relations showed their value. The opposition wouldn't have needed to make their case in public if the survivalists and transhumanists did not go out of their way to cover his back. The last thing Vase wanted to do was act ungrateful by ruining whatever plans the transhumanist faction had in mind for his Karman mechs and other useful inventions. Vector Loban at least had enough awareness to say sorry on behalf of his faction's obstinacy. This left Vase unable to employ a killer solution that was guaranteed to earn instant approval from all of the civilians. Instead, Vase was unable to appeal to them due to the simple fact that most of the benefits of living mechs had nothing to do with the lives of ordinary people. The only relevant aspects about living mechs that could directly affect civilians were negative. As much as Vase tried to refute the exaggerated claims that living mechs might go rogue and go on killing sprees, he could not lie and say that it was impossible for this to happen. Third-order living mechs had the right to live their own lives. That meant giving them enough leeway to be able to do stuff that they actually shouldn't do. It was completely realistic to expect that they might eventually engage in controversial actions that would earn a lot of condemnation from the public. Stuff like starting a destructive fight inside a starship or in the middle of an urban settlement were all plausible scenarios. Vase had lived through numerous violent incidents where a lot of innocent bystanders got killed due to the natural consequence of enormous mechs fighting in close proximity. Professor Chibran was not the only speaker that Vase had difficulty with. Other speakers occasionally pushed forth similar arguments that were distinctly formulated in ways that Vase could not directly refute. It was as if they took his moniker of Devil Tongue so seriously that they deliberately went out of their way to minimize the possibility of direct conflicts. Their attempts to devil-proof their arguments clearly yielded the desired results. Vase did not have the chance to sound righteous and passionate if he did not have a convenient punching bag to direct his ire. He glowered when opponents such as Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson took their turns to torch living mechs from different angles. Experimental new technologies fundamentally come with great risks, she explained. Early FTL drives developed by the human race were so rudimentary that there was a 25% chance that no one would ever see the crews and passengers of test vessels again. Living mechs may be completely different from first-generation FTL drives, but the principles remain the same. Living mechs had nothing in common with FTL drives. It is standard practice in the R&D sector to thoroughly test new inventions before ever thinking about making a new technology available to the public. As far as we have been able to ascertain, Professor Larkinson has often ignored this essential step. By releasing new and untested innovations directly to the market, he is effectively turning all of his customers into his unwitting guinea pigs. Does this sound ethical to you? I think not. If you care even the slightest about the health and safety of your family, friends of colleagues who have fallen into his trap, then do what is right and demand greater oversight over the professor's unsafe products. Chapter 5774 Different Strategy 5774 Different Strategy, you lost ground today. Jovi said once they all returned to their temporary lodging. Vase grimaced at that. His ability to make a case for himself could only bring him so far during the second session. It dawns on me that I may have been playing into the hands of my opponents, he said. Perhaps the selection of Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson and Master Alice Cantor goes a lot deeper than I initially thought. What if the opposition deliberately put forth their more provocative and less competent speakers on the first day in order to gain my measure? Not only did I expose a lot about myself, I also unleashed my firepower too soon. The opposition has been able to regain control of the rhythm by making targeted adjustments based on what they learned in the first session. The most obvious sign of why that may be the case is that Professor Kochik Chabran did not repeat any of the mistakes that Master Alice Cantor had made. His advisors all looked serious when he threw out this theory. You may be ascribing more competence to the opposition than they actually possess, Kelsey Ampatok remarked. The coalition against your living mechs are divided and not completely in alignment to each other. There is no single leader among them that can impose a unified strategy. The more likely possibility is that they are working alongside each other, but not necessarily with each other. It is mainly Professor Kochik Chabran that you must be vigilant against. The other speakers have polished up their presentation, but they are still relatively manageable. Jovi shook his head. No offense, Mr. Ampatok, but I believe your inherent bias against Terrans is clouding your judgment. The scholar from the Chabran ancient clan is in his element, but that does not mean it is wise to disregard the threat posed by the other speakers. The most important opponent is Master Cantor. It is not her ability that matters, but who she speaks for. The Mech supremacist faction holds the greatest jurisdiction over this matter. The policies and ideologies instituted by the Lord of Thermodynamics and the Web Mistress demand that the Red Association take at least some action against living mechs. Vector nodded in agreement. My fellow mecher is correct. If the third session proceeds along the same line as the second one, then I see no way of avoiding a reality where living mechs can remain as free and unrestricted as now. You may not like it, but it is fully within the association's jurisdiction to impose reasonable restraints on the unbridled growth and proliferation of your living mechs. If you were a neutral bystander, you would agree with this stance, but since this issue is closely tied to your design philosophy, you cannot stomach the idea of compromise. Of course not. Living mechs were doing just fine all of these years. You mechers never saw fit to intervene even when early models such as the Valkyrie Redeemer and Ferocious Piranha went on to get sold by the millions. Why must you guys act now, and do so in such an adversarial fashion? This public inquiry is making a lot of uninformed people unnecessarily scared of my products. The public has a right and a need for transparency, Vase. Jovi gently said. Our association can keep many secrets, and can tolerate others doing the same. However, a confrontation became inevitable when your living mechs started to behave much more like actual humans, and not infrequently either. Did you really think you can get away with unleashing such frightening possibilities onto the masses and expect them to accept it without question like they have done for your other innovations? I am afraid you have overestimated an average person's ability to embrace novelties that stray too far from the range of normality. Vase let out a frustrated noise. So I just have to sit back and take it, Jovi. I am not telling you to admit defeat. I just want to inform you that the prevailing trend is slightly against your favor. You need to be prepared to make compromises tomorrow. Kelsey Ampatok tried to reassure his new employer. I think you did the best you could under the circumstances, sir. You are an excellent salesman. Your presentations have always succeeded in converting potential customers into paying customers. Your background, your personal journey and your professional experiences has made you good at captivating mech pilots. It is other audiences that you are currently struggling with. You cannot sell your attractive mechs to norms like you can do with mech pilots. Ordinary people with little to no connections to mechs are not attracted to the advantages of your products. Instead of speaking to the general folk as if you are a salesman, you should speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to them as if you are a politician. The others nodded in agreement. That is a good observation and recommendation, Mr. Ampatok. Jovi said, if you want to pressure your opponents into softening their demands, then you must gain broad public support. You cannot do that by trying to sell them products that they cannot possibly use. To sway them to your cause, you have to adopt the approach of a politician and win their support as if you are trying to obtain their votes. That was a good way to look at this situation. In hindsight, Vase recognized that Professor Kochik Chabran had done exactly that. Even his scaremongering strategy was right out of the playbook of a sleazy politician. Vase started to think about how he should correct his course. Tomorrow is the decisive day. The gains and losses of the first two sessions are important, but the last one is the most crucial by far, because that is when the outcome will be decided. I have one more chance to make my case to the public. The same goes for the opposition. I really don't know how they will tackle living mechs in the final session. I think it is unlikely that the opposition will spring any new arguments tomorrow. Jovi said, they have already mentioned every relevant stance that they could reasonably employ against your works. It would be surprising if they introduced a completely new reason why red humanity should not embrace living mechs. There wouldn't be enough time for people and professionals to investigate and verify the new information. Vector concurred with his fellow mecher. In debates like these, it is not about trying to overpower your adversaries with facts and logic. The best way to win is by swaying the feelings and emotions of the masses. I remember that you guys told me before the start of the public inquiry that this public inquiry should be won by relying on logic and stuff. Now you tell me I have to set that all aside and appeal to the baser emotions of the general population instead. We're wrong. What is important is that you adapt to the strategy of your opponent and correct your course accordingly. That is clear enough to me, but what course should I chart, exactly? I need a concrete direction, not a vague description. That put everyone into thought for a moment. You know what, Vase said, I just had an idea. I think that red humanity's relationship with automation is not beneficial anymore. People have become so adamant about keeping humans involved in everything that they have become very tolerant at accepting inefficiencies resulting from their paranoia towards AIs. There are good reasons why this paranoia exists, Vase. Vector said, relying too much on vulnerable, exploitable machines that command greater power is never a wise solution. Even if it produces fantastic results in the short term, it will always backfire in the long term. Ha 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 ha, that's funny. Do you know why? Our race and civilization might not have the luxury to take the long term into consideration. Hasn't the Red War pushed us in a desperate situation? Considering how many alien enemies are gunning after us, I believe we should loosen our restraints and make use of more powerful solutions despite their heightened risks. Whatever harm we suffer from this reckless move is nowhere near as severe as total extinction. Everyone got a bit taken aback by Ves's unexpected outburst. You sound like an unbounder, Vase. Jovi said with obvious disapproval. As tempting as your proposal may sound, anarchy is not the solution. Kelsey Ampatok nodded in agreement. In these uncertain times, people crave structure and stability more than ever. Unless the aliens have literally arrived in orbit of the planet they reside upon, most people do not want to open up the possibility of falling victim to rogue or hacked ICE. Stupid. These people are too selfish and short-sighted. Vase said in obvious disgust. Mech pilots and other soldiers are dying in droves in the frontlines just so that other people can live and work on their colonized planets in peace. Denying those brave and righteous soldiers with the most effective solutions that we can bestow them will ultimately lead to severe consequences. The aliens will cause many of these people to regret their hesitation when orbital strikes finally pummel their settlements flat. Jovi reached out and placed his hand on Ves's shoulder. Calm down, Vase. Do not let your frustrations cloud your judgment. I am glad that you feel passionate about the necessity to increase the sense of urgency among the civilization population of the Red Ocean, but I do not think it is a good idea to admonish the people you wish to win over. If you want to regain the upper hand in the next session, then you will need to radiate positivity as opposed to negativity. Why do I have to do that? The opposition is doing just fine with turning my living mechs into boogeymen. That is because their job is to impede your works. Obstruction is inherently negative. It is also easier to produce results with this stance. You on the other hand must promote relatively unfamiliar products and concepts to a large population of humans who are not naturally inclined to favor your living mechs. In other words, this was an unfair struggle. Fortunately, Vase was not out of options. I need help. I can't do this alone, he said. I already requested the assistance of a friendly ally. Let me check whether he is finally available. Vase briefly corresponded with the individual in question through his cranial implant. He finally started to smile again. Good news. Captain Zonrad Rees of the 7th Light Fleet has almost reached Hector V. He will likely arrive in time for him to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel during the session. The sudden mention of bringing in a supposed ally from the Red Fleet disrupted the mood of the other 3 mech designers. Jovi and Vector looked especially uncomfortable with this situation. Vase, I am aware that you have recently spoken with a starship captain from the Red Fleet, but, do you understand the optics of relying on the word of a fleeter to promote your living mechs? Don't worry, Captain Rees and I have formed a pretty good understanding with each other. Not everyone in the CFA is as dogmatic as their colleagues from the 5th Enforcement Fleet. This isn't entirely about mechs alone. This debate is also about politics. I think it would help a lot if I can present a fleeter who is willing to vouch for a mech designer. I can even turn his testimony into a component of a more elaborate strategy. Though the mechers were not enthused with the idea of relying on a fleeter of all people to help Ves's cause, they needed any help that they could get. A lot of mechers would probably disapprove of this move, but the most important constituents right now was the general public. Vase needed to show that the Red Fleet was not united on this subject. He also wanted to prove that he had his fair share of backers from this powerful organization as well. Chapter 5775 The third day 5775 The third day Anything could happen on the third and final day. The public inquiry on living mechs had already done far more than anyone expected during the first 2 days. The organizers had already fulfilled the goal of informing the broad public of what was going on with living mechs. Nowadays, there were hardly any first-raters, second-raters or third-raters who still remained unaware of the existence and the meaning of living mechs. The multi-day event had advertised Ves's brand as well as his iconic works to the greatest possible audience yet. Far more first-raters became introduced to living mechs than during the initial craze for the Ultimatum model. The public inquiry had become so influential that it had become a mandatory topic of discussion in many communities. From individual households to the executive suites, people frequently voiced their personal views on living mechs. Not even the residents and visitors of Hector V were exempt from this phenomenon. Hours before the third and most important session was about to start, a growing crowd of supporters and protesters had gathered in front of the enormous water bubble that surrounded the Dragon King's pace. Many of these people had become inflamed by the arguments made during the previous sessions and felt the need to take action. The projected protest signs clearly indicated the reasons why they felt it was important for them to take action in person. Living mechs equals killer bots. Say no to termination by machine. Artificial intelligence is engineered stupidity. Wake up sheeple. Mech pilots were test subjects all along. Combined with all of the shouting, it became clear that a lot of protesters feared that living mechs would go out of control and turn against humanity. There were also people who expressed a lot of concern towards the health and safety of the mech pilots who entrusted their lives to these dangerous machines, but they were distinctly smaller in proportion. Though the group of protesters were bigger, there was still a sizable group of supporters who found enough reasons to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in support of Vase and his works. The power of man pales in comparison to the power of God. Only living mechs can drag red humanity from the abyss. Professor Larkin's on is the destined savior of humanity. Reject him at your peril. Don't mind me. I like cats. While many of the gathered people channeled a lot of passion into their respective causes, Charvy's security services deftly handled the arrivals. Mechs, security officers and energy barriers made sure to keep the two opposing groups apart from each other. Each and every individual became subjected to intense monitoring. The moment they acted suspiciously, they either got flagged or teleported out entirely. Still, these incidents took place few and far between. The folk who gathered outside of the water bubble made sure to remain peaceful and in control over their actions. The vast majority of them were first-raters who were smart and rational enough to know that they would achieve nothing if they reported to extremes. Security was so high that there was no way that any agitator could disrupt the upcoming proceedings. Of course, Ector V was not the only planet where supporters and protesters showed up. Many other planets featured varying groups of people who congregated at public squares on many planets spread across human-occupied space. This was the clearest sign that the public inquiry had produced the desired effect. The fact that so many people became passionate about the promise and the danger of living mechs showed the discussion had very much political in nature. When Vase finally entered the Dragon King's palace and waited for the final session to begin, he clearly felt that a lot was riding on him today. Vase studied the opinion polls and other news articles that described the overall sentiment among the people. The patterns did not defy his expectations. A lot of mech pilots had become attracted to the unique benefits of living mechs, while much of the public thought that his products needed to be shackled before they could initiate a tragedy. What surprised him was that a large proportion of both first-class and third-class pilots voiced their support of living mechs. Even if the LMC did not actively market its products to these segments at the moment, that might change in the future. These potential customers did not want other people to ruin their chances of piloting mechs that had earned rave reviews from second-raters. "I truly am a good salesman," he murmured to himself. Vase felt a little regretful that the public inquiry took place too soon. Much of society was still stuck in the past. The new elites program had yet to produce enough results to shift human cultures and institutions where warlords and proven soldiers had more say than a bunch of defenseless civilians. If Vase had to make his case a decade later, he was certain that he would have no issue with earning broad support. As time passed by, the chamber where Vase and his entourage made their final preparations suddenly welcomed a new guest. "Captain Rees, you have finally returned. I came back to Ector V as soon as I could." The fleeter in uniform responded as his human form glided through the water. "So how did the Admiral or Fleet Admiral react to the latest proposal? We can discuss this matter later when we are able to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in private." The hidden sentient AI spoke. "Our response is not set in stone. It is partially dependent on the outcome of this public inquiry. The more the results are in favor of your living mechs, the more we can do business with each other. I can assure you that the admirals, at least the ones who are open-minded enough to warm up to the idea of cooperating with a mech designer, are willing to take risks as long as the expected rewards are high enough." That was good news. It showed that the admirals in question were magnanimous enough to set aside their tribalism and pursue a promising mutually beneficial agreement with Vase. As long as Vase was able to get his foot in the door, he was confident he could win over these fleeters. Of course, the mechers might not like what Vase had in mind with this potential cooperative venture, but it was clear that the survivalist faction and transhumanist faction were not strong enough to safeguard his interests. He needed every ally he could get, and if that meant helping the fleeters improve the effectiveness of their warships, then so be it. He did not care if warships became more popular as a result. Mechs could definitely use the competition if people thought that sticking to old and outdated solutions was still an acceptable strategy. As Captain Zonrad Rees settled in, it became clear that he was completely out of place among mech designers and other folk. The fleeters were a lot more isolated from the rest of human society as a rule. That alongside their reputation for being strict and arrogant did not help matters either. While their reputation was most definitely justified, Captain Rees was not an ordinary fleeter. "I have followed the debate throughout my journey, so I understand that you are not doing so well at the moment." "That's right, Captain. The mechers have done a good job at trying to alienate my living mechs. This is not something that I can reverse so easily. I am not fighting against the rhetoric of my opponents, but the deep-rooted fears and paranoia towards automated machines. I would have to force an immense cultural change in order to convince the public to give living mechs a chance to develop without intervention from above." Zonrad crossed his arms when he heard that. "If I am being honest, I do not have confidence in your ability to do so. Humans have regarded ICE and advanced automation in a negative light for multiple millennia. It has already taken an immense amount of effort within the Red Fleet to upgrade our old evaluation system into Archie. The good news is that once our personnel started to grow accustomed to our new system, many fleeters have become more open-minded towards other uses of ice. That was an interesting observation. That is useful to hear. They chatted a bit more before they moved on to deciding their approach to the final session. Vase explained his overall plan and thoughts. As a highly analytical individual, Captain Rees or rather Sigrun could provide a lot of insights that no one had thought about. Humans and non-humans thought in completely different ways. They saw situations from entirely different angles, enabling them to provide novel input. As Sigrun took in all of the information he received, he rapidly analyzed the variables and made his own prediction. It is likely that you are still underestimating the shrewdness of your opposition. You correctly speculated whether your opponents may have deliberately exposed flaws in an attempt to gain your measure and neutralize your tricks on the next day. However, both you and your opponents recognize that the third day is decisive. You cannot expect your adversaries to hold back this time. The tactic of blindsiding you by introducing completely new information has already proven its worth. Your opponents are bound to repeat it, though I cannot guess what they are holding back this time. Vase deeply wished that he could eavesdrop on the conversation of the speakers of the opposition. It would be so useful if Lucky could sneak over there and record all of the talks. However, Vase had no confidence that his cat could circumvent the intense raw monitoring systems. This was why Vase had left Lucky behind. It was best if his cat did not have too much contact with the mechers. I am not sure whether your prediction is correct, Captain, Vase said. However, I need to prepare for the chance that it may come true. It is difficult to figure out a response to stuff we don't know the details of. We need to present a more general and universal initiative that can work in multiple different situations. I think that a broad push towards the liberalization of ice can help our case. Captain Rees stared intensely at Vase. As much as I approve of your idea, I still do not think you have a realistic chance to accomplish anything solid with this approach. Your living mechs have already generated plenty of controversy on their own. You cannot afford to attach yourself to an even greater controversy. Wait until you have become a star designer before you attempt to change our entire society. Sigrun made a good point. Vase was being way too ambitious and unrealistic about his ability to trigger a massive cultural change. Now that he became a lot more grounded again, Vase began to contemplate more realistic ideas. It was too bad that most of them probably weren't strong enough to help his case. They continued to strategize for a time, to little avail. The only improvement was that Captain Rees presented his planned pitch and tweaked it according to the feedback he received. How much of the Red Fleet is actually inclined to support your stance, Captain? Vase curiously asked. The spacers who are stationed on warships that are struggling to contain the alien menace will be far more willing to give you a chance. The fleeter officer responded. That should at least include the 2nd Main Fleet and the 7th Light Fleet. We understand the strengths of our alien foes better than many others, so we grasp the need for greater power very well. What we have seen in alien space and encountered on the battlefield is concerning to us. We cannot see an immediate pathway towards victory unless we take more drastic measures to break the status quo. I understand. You are looking for a magic bullet. Not quite, but close enough, Professor. Chapter 5776 Ominous Premonitions 5776 Ominous Premonitions Vase felt as if the water pressure inside the Grand Hall of the Dragon King's palace had increased. The entire environment seemed to press onto his specialized energy barrier a little harder than before. He also suspected that additional particles had been added to the water mixture. It increased the mystique of the enormous chamber and caused stuff in the distance to look hazy and gain a bit of mystique. As Vase stared up at the enormous masterwork statue of a Dragon King, he had the illusion that the ultimate sovereign of this palace had descended from the heavens in order to pass judgment on his living mechs. What is the matter? Jovi asked as Vase unconsciously slowed down. I have an unsettling feeling, no premonition about what is about to happen. I don't have any concrete clues that justify a higher state of alertness, but I feel worried regardless. Captain Zonrad Rees looked slightly puzzled. It is normal for people to feel nervous. This is akin to a final exam that will decide whether you have earned the qualifications you need to graduate. It's not like that, Captain. Vase shook his head. I can handle ordinary stress situations. This is more. I can feel it in my gut, and before you say anything about it, my gut feelings have rarely led me astray. You suspect that the opposition may have prepared a killer blow for this third and final session. Jovi stated. Now that you mention it, I can sense a hint of it as well. Your destiny has always been unreadable to me, but it seems that everything around you has become considerably less stable than before. That was enough for Vase to make a decision. Give me a moment, I need to consult a source. Though Vase looked as if he had blanked out while floating in the water, he was actually consulting a resource that he had refrained from using until this point. There had been no pressing need to resort to this measure, but the ominous premonition that crept up to him gave him sufficient cause to take this impending threat extremely seriously. It took around 2 minutes for Vase to gain a response. His expression worsened. What is the matter? The great prophet can't foresee anything about what is about to happen. That indicates that whatever is about to happen is either an enormous turning point or involves one or more extremely powerful entities. It could even be both. Whatever the case, this is pretty much confirmation that the opposition will not be as tame as yesterday. His advisors did not look so surprised at this revelation. This fits with the pattern of a deliberate debate strategy. Vector Loban thoughtfully said, "It appears that the opposition is a lot more united and coordinated than we initially gave them credit for. Perhaps they have shaped their entire multi-day strategy around the coup de grace that they have planned to reveal on the final day." Jovi agreed with this assessment. If that is the case, then the topics they addressed in the first 2 days are merely a setup for their decisive argument. You need to be careful, Vase. The opposition is determined to either rein in or outright ban your living mechs. Given how your premonition is making you feel so defensive, then you probably won't like what you are about to hear from them. Whatever they do, do not let your impulses override your rationality. The ratings of this broadcast have already exceeded the highest level of the previous days. Practically every red human has set aside their usual duties as much as possible in order to witness this historic session. This will amplify every mistake you make. Vase waved his hand in an exasperated manner. Who do you think I am? I am perfectly capable of maintaining my cool. I know better than to let my emotions get the better of me when I am presenting myself into this enormous stage. The survivalist was right about mistakes. Vase literally could not afford to ruin his reputation because far too much was riding on him right now. A lot of Larkinsons and other dependents were relying on his success. Personally, he wouldn't feel too bad if he suffered a setback today. He knew that it would only be temporary. Vase had learned long ago that every problem could be solved as long as he designed a good enough mech. Whether it was Carmen mechs or another killer solution, Vase was confident enough in his design ability to earn back the good graces of the public. There was no way that red humanity could afford to turn its back on obviously superior solutions just because their maker didn't follow all of the rules. However, a lot of people who depended on selling his products for a living would probably lose their livelihoods. Perhaps they might be able to recover by shifting their business away from LMC products, but a setback would still inflict untold damage to his extensive business network. In short, Vase could not afford to suffer a total loss today. He would probably be able to make do with a partial victory, but a severe loss would be hugely damaging to his interests. This was why he grew more fearful of what the opposition had in store for today. Unfortunately, without any additional sources of information, Vase could not come up with any countermeasures beforehand. He could only psychologically prepare himself for a heavy blow, and hope that he would have enough time to figure out an effective response. Once he and his group had reached their usual positions beyond the edge of the speaking pit, they all stared at the speakers of the opposing side. The usual suspects had returned while wearing their best suits or uniforms. Though the speakers all made sure to school their expressions to avoid giving away any clues, the fact that they were being so serious about it was a tell in itself. Vase grew a lot more alarmed when he felt that his adversaries definitely intended to launch their killer move during the upcoming session. As both sides waited for the guests to arrive and swim over to their seats, the opposition made a surprising move. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson actually launched from her position and swam over to the opposite side of the speaking pit. Everyone around Vase raised their guard as the young but already infamous whistleblower came close enough. The fleeter stopped before Sigrun's human form and threw up a proper salute. "Captain, Lieutenant Commander, with all due respect, you shouldn't be here, sir. I am not a part of your chain of command." Captain Rees calmly replied, "It is not your place to comment on my actions. I am acting on the orders issued by my own superiors. You could learn a thing or two about following the rules." The young fleeter narrowed her eyes. Though her stunt on the first day had catapulted her name into the public sphere, she also cemented her reputation as a maverick. That probably wouldn't be a problem for her as long as she remained under the umbrella of Admiral Amelie Jameson. However, the repercussions of her actions became a lot more noticeable if she tried to interact with the other branches of the Red Fleet. Despite all of this trouble, the female officer did not even pretend to contribute. Her poker face broke when she couldn't help but exude a greater sense of confidence in victory. I do not know what your game plan is, but you are betting on the wrong horse this time. The 7th Light Fleet that you are part of is tasked with scouting our external enemies. Leave internal affairs to the 5th Enforcement Fleet. Captain Rees shook his head in obvious rejection. Separating responsibilities among different fleets is an outdated policy. We cannot act as silos anymore. If we want to sustain our current momentum in the Red War, then we need to reach out to each other as well as outside parties. Cooperation is key to breaking the current game. The two fleeters clearly did not see eye to eye on this issue. Astrid did not bother to argue any further with Captain Rees. She instead turned her body until she faced Vase directly. I bear no personal animosity towards you, Professor. I respect your intelligence, ingenuity and salesmanship. I only regret that you have channeled your abundant talent and opportunities in the wrong directions. We cannot remain blind to your living mechs anymore. As much as we are reluctant to act against a prominent contributor to human development, I am obliged to do my duty and employ whatever measures are necessary to prevent you from causing any further harm. Vase gave her a flat stare. I think we both disagree about what exactly constitutes harm. I appreciate your message, though. You are only fulfilling your own mission. As long as we remember that we are both humans, I think we can still get along with each other. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Professor Larkinson. Enforcing taboos has never been conducive to building friendships. The 5th Enforcement Fleet does not ask for your understanding. It only asks for your compliance. Whatever the verdict may be at the end of the session, I hope that you will abide by the terms. Vase paused for a few seconds before slowly nodding. Fine, I can do that, but I expect the 5th Fleet to do the same if the outcome does not fall in line with your expectations. That is a given. Our organization is the embodiment of order. We will not violate our own rules in order to fulfill our short-term goals. The common folk must know that we are both fair and rule-abiding. Vase could comment on how Astrid did not show these traits when she flagrantly spilled the secret on cultivation during the first session, but he let this impulse pass. It looks like we are about to begin. You better go back to your own compatriots before people develop the wrong impression about your movements. That is so. Good luck, Professor Larkinson. As the young fleeter officer swam back to her own camp, Vase exchanged highly concerning glances with his advisors. Be ready to throw out our entire game plan the moment it becomes clear that it is no longer applicable to the situation. Jovi sagely advised. Once everyone had taken their places, Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellas appeared before his clamshell throne once again. This time, he wore a more stately outfit that was predominantly made out of obsidian scales. Good morning, citizens of the Red Ocean. After 2 days of exhaustive exploration of living mechs, we have arrived at the 3rd session. The public inquiry will end on this day, but that does not mean that the debate on the merits and potential risks of living mechs shall come to an end. I fully expect that this subject will remain a point of contention for many years. That was for certain. The governor spent a few more minutes on nice-sounding platitudes before he made a surprise announcement. Before I announce the start of this session, I must inform you all that the opposition to living mechs have approached me for permission to disclose information of such magnitude that it threatens to distract us from the main subject at hand. What? Vase and the others from his group grew a lot more concerned about this sudden turn of events. The governor continued with his explanation. The information used to be highly confidential, but certain parties within the Red 2 have recently agreed to declassify the relevant records and make them available for public consumption for reasons that you shall find out. I have already perused these records beforehand, and while I hesitated whether I should allow the opposition to reveal them to you in this venue, I have decided to permit them to do so because they are already publicly available. The newly declassified records are sufficiently credible and tangibly related to living mechs to form a meaningful contribution to this inquiry. The moderator turned towards Vase with a clear apologetic expression. I only ask the defenders of living mechs for patience and understanding. In order to preserve your rights, I have insisted that the opposition present their new information at the beginning of this session. The speaking order is therefore reversed. The opposition shall have the first word. This did not make Vase feel any better about this situation. The sense of doom and gloom grew even stronger as Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson maintained a grave expression as she slowly moved towards the center of the speaking pit. Chapter 5777 Astrid's Tale 5777 Astrid's Tale Astrid Jameson exhibited none of the respect and understanding that she showed a moment earlier. This was all business from the moment Mergen Castellas announced the start of the final session. The RF officer no longer spoke for herself, but became a vessel for the 5th Enforcement Fleet. Many people spread across human-occupied space paid extremely close attention to her at the moment. The obvious cybernetic enhancements that enhanced her vision, voice and countless other properties gave her a more menacing air. Few people cared about her age when her appearance in her uniform elevated her far above the common people. This was a fleeter who clearly had something important to share. Good morning, people of the Red Ocean. I am here because the 5th Enforcement Fleet has invested me with the responsibility of sharing a tale to you all. Be warned that this is not an ordinary tale, but a true story, for better or worse. In order to be as faithful to our sources as possible, I must share details that are not suitable to be heard by the faint of heart. It is highly advised that children under the age of 15 be disallowed from listening any further. Their parents or caretakers can decide how many details they wish to share. Any message that warranted such a disclaimer was bound to be bad for Vase and his cause. Now that I have issued my warning, let me begin this historic tale. The woman spoke as she allowed her vocal modulator to turn her into a better narrator. It begins during the twilight years of the Age of Conquest. This period may already be ancient history to you, but both the Red Association and the Red Fleet still have revered heroes among us who have lived through these years. More importantly than that, what took place during this time has directly shaped our society as we know it today. Why did the Lieutenant Commander go so far back in history? Had the 5th Fleet decided to open the book on the Big Two's rebellion against the Five Scrolls Compact? This is the time where the secret organization that has ruled humanity from the shadows has reached the peak of its power. The cultivators in charge of it have reaped enormous benefits from humanity's rise, causing their pride and egos to inflate beyond all reasonable boundaries. They could do no wrong. Their most powerful leaders literally see themselves as gods who possess an absolute right to toy with the lives of ordinary humans as they see fit. Vase started to frown as he listened to Astrid's tale. If all of this setup amounted to a crash course of the Five Scrolls Compact, then that was not enough of a reason for him to feel so concerned. I can spend weeks, months or even years on describing the organization, divisions, cultures and the many excesses of this secret organization. I shall refrain from doing so as this is not relevant to the subject at hand. Instead, I shall highlight a particular member of this hidden cabal. She is an upper-ranking member who simultaneously wields great personal power but also holds extensive authority over many subordinates. Astrid waved her hand, summoning a projection of an incredibly old, tall and majestic wooden structure. A powerful feeling surged within Vess's mind. There was something about this sight that made him feel a lot more apprehensive. This is the Wood Shrine. It is one of the 5 principal divisions of the aforementioned secret organization. An innumerable number of cultivators and slaves answered to the Wood Shrine when it was at its height. One of the more prominent sub-organizations that operated under this holy shrine is the Apex Predator cult. The projection changed to depict an intimidating emblem. It showed a pale white beast skull surrounded by a green forest. The Wood Shrine is so large and has existed for so many years that many of its members have founded their own cults. These cults are highly exclusive, highly devoted to their ideologies and highly competitive towards their rival organizations. The Apex Predator cult stands out among the rest for being exceptionally cruel but powerful. Astrid's expression grew serious as she shared a few details about this mysterious cult. Initiation into the Apex Predator cult is by force, not by choice. No cultivator can reject an invitation into this nefarious organization, because power trumps every other consideration. The reason why many of its initiates would rather not become a part of the Apex Predators is because their death rates are exceptionally high. Their cult has a well-deserved reputation for having the strongest but least numerous cultivators under the Wood Shrine. Vase was not stupid. By now, he began to make a frightening realization of what the opposition had planned for today. The reason why this is the case is because of the ideology of this cult. It is completely based on a warped and murderous interpretation of the concepts of natural selection, survival of the fittest and human evolution. Infighting and backstabbing is rife within the cult. Brothers and sisters are more than willing to tear each other apart in the hopes of promoting their ranks. No one is safe from getting eliminated. Only strength and cunning can allow the desperate cultists to prevail over their enemies. Survival of the fittest is a daily challenge to the members. Astrid calmly continued, each survivor who manages to live through their ordeals is shaped by them. The older they become, the less empathy they possess. Their humanity crumbles with every crime and injustice they commit. By the time they have reached the upper half of the hierarchy, they have become monsters in human skin. Even among cultivators, the practices of the apex predator cult have generated a great amount of notoriety within this secret community. A mix of expressions appeared on Vess's face. He could not imagine how cruel it would be to become a part of this cruel cult. This tale is not centered around the apex predator cult. Rather, it is oriented around its last and most infamous leader. The cult has existed long enough for multiple so-called cult masters to preside over its affairs. Each of them have survived the most arduous of tests, the most challenging of duels and the most convoluted of plots. None of the cult masters are incompetent for that reason. We even suspect that the entire purpose of the cult is to train the ultimate apex predator among its hapless members. Every other life is dispensable aside from the cultmaster. Before you develop the wrong impression, the rest of the broad secret organization is hardly any better. The only difference is that the apex predator cult is less tolerant towards the weak and the failures. The way Astrid described the apex predator cult made it clear that no one would willingly become a part of such a crazy organization. Its ideals contradicted every value and principle that Vase held dear. The cult sounded like the polar opposite of the Larkinson clan. The Fleeter officer switched the projected image to portray a loose sketch of a woman. The woman wore disturbing familiar robes. Instead of being shaded in a welcoming pattern of green and white, the projected figure wore a chilling robe that was predominantly pale green and black. The odd combination along with the frigid air exuded by the figure gave off the impression that the woman had completely drained herself of any semblance of humanity. Vase noted that the sketch deliberately did not draw out the details of the woman's face. Instead, it remained obscured in shadow, causing her to look even more intimidating. Once Astrid gave the public a moment to appreciate this image, she finally introduced her to the Red Ocean. Our records do not contain any mention of the final cultmaster's real name. It is ultimately irrelevant because the cultivators of the secret organization are much better known by the titles they accrue over their eventful lives. This woman has earned several of them as she has killed, deceived and plotted her way up the ranks over many years. The projection changed to show the shadowy figure stretching out her hand in front of a crowd of kneeling people. Trails of blood and energy erupted from their bodies and flowed to the merciless woman that was literally draining them of their lives. She was known as the Lifestealer for honing and perfecting the art of devouring the lives of other beings to fuel her own growth. The projection shifted to depict the same woman tending the plants and trees of a dark and abnormal forest. Every growth only superficially looked normal. What betrayed their true nature was the multitude of human bones that littered the ground. She was known as the Lady of the Cold Forest for cultivating plants that complemented her nefarious methods. Several more sketches appeared that depicted the faceless cultmaster engaging in multiple acts of cruelty. One of them showed the woman torturing a man by planting flowers into his eyes. Another showed the woman unleashing her cold forest onto an entire city. Suffice to say, none of these sketches showed the woman in a redeeming light. Anyone who saw them would naturally conclude that this was not a cultivator that was capable of expressing any value towards human life. However, upon her ascension to the highest seat of the apex predator cult, she assumed the title of Original Sin. Ostensibly, she earned this moniker for displaying greater cruelty, heartlessness and cunning than all of the preceding cult masters. In any other environment, a mass murderer as evil as her would have been hunted down and executed long before she has reached this height. In the hypercompetitive community of cultivators, the reverse is true. Her exceptional notoriety has not only earned her the admiration of the rank-and-file members of this secret organization, but also earned her the appreciation of some of the highest leaders. Wow, this woman had certainly done a good job in building her career. Astrid briefly paused in order to allow her message to sink into the minds of her ignorant audience. None of them had ever heard of the Five Scrolls Compact. Their modern sensibilities caused them to develop an immediate and escalating degree of fear and disgust towards the practices of this mysterious organization. Cultmaster Original Sin is known for committing many deeds at the time, but what you may not know is that she holds another name. If you have already managed to deduce the truth, then congratulations for possessing a sharp mind. To the rest of you, let me inform you that multiple centuries later, this powerful cultivator has birthed a son called Vase Larkinson, otherwise known as the Devil Tongue. Audible shock erupted from the 100,000 spectators within the Grand Hall. Few people had managed to connect the dots, so the surprise was nearly universal among the folks who never expected to be confronted by yet another shocking revelation. Vase completely froze as he finally learned about the origin and the history of his mother. To think he would hear this tale from a fleeter rather than his actual mother. Why had Cynthia never answered his questions about her past? Why did she insist on keeping so many of her secrets close to her chest? What sort of cultivator did she used to be back when she was a member of the Five Scrolls Compact? Vase initially assumed that his mother had been born after the downfall of the Five Scrolls Compact, but that was obviously false according to the Red Fleet. When was she born? How many years did it take for her to fight and kill her way to the top of the apex predator cult? How much of her original personality did she manage to retain to this day? All of these questions and more swirled in his mind. Vase belatedly realized that he never truly understood his mother from the beginning. The side of herself that she especially reserved for her family was only a fraction of her true self. Chapter 5778 Distorted Retelling 5778 Distorted Retelling Vase quietly groaned and palmed his face. He could visibly feel the shift in how people looked at him. The more Astrid revealed the hidden history of his mother, the more his public image became tarnished. As the devious fleeter continued to narrate an unofficial biography of the woman known as Cultmaster Original Sin, it had become very clear now what the opposition sought to accomplish. Not only was Astrid able to give a rich illustration of why red humanity needed to guard against cultivators, she also sought to pass on all of the Cultmaster's dirty water onto her son. This was an exceptionally cruel and outrageous strategy towards its intended target. The only reason why Vase had yet to feel angry was because he was too damn shocked at what he learned. Though Veronica had been living alongside Cynthia for many months, the latter had never really shared any information about her mysterious past. It was as if Cynthia went out of her way to bury her history as deeply as possible. As Vase tried to process the complicated feelings that surged in his mind and spirit, the water around him visibly shook, indicating that he was having a lot of trouble maintaining his composure. Meanwhile, all of the people in the Grand Hall continued to have a dimmer view of Vase. They no longer strictly regarded him as a rising prodigy and a genius at designing mechs. It was as if his life-saving products and his massive contributions to human civilization had been rendered meaningless in the face of his tainted origin. Perhaps many of these people would come to their senses and realize that the son, who was born many centuries after his mother committed all of these alleged misdeeds, was not culpable for all of those crimes. The only problem was that Vase had gained the unfortunate title of Devil Tongue. Even though no one really called him that unless he held another passionate speech, the inconvenient title could easily be misinterpreted by people who were unfamiliar with his history. He earned this title for being dastardly good at winning over his audience with his words, not for being a literally evil cultivator who killed people like cutting grass. As Vase continued to wallow in his abject misery, the officer from the 5th Enforcement Fleet continued to describe the known history of the woman who used to live a very different life. The records related to Cultmaster Original Sin are sparse and incomplete, but we know what she had done during the most pivotal event that has led to the end of the Age of Conquest. During a devastating uprising against this secret organization, the founders and supporters of the Common Fleet Alliance and the Mech Trade Association launched a surprise attack on a location that was known as the Great Temple. The cybernetic woman adopted a reverent expression as her story reached this point. Many brave and selfless fleeters and mechers rose up against the many murders and injustices committed by the power-hungry cultivators. The latter have always behaved without respect for life and laws, but their behavior near the end was especially unacceptable because they were strangling the future of our collective race. Due to the rapidly deteriorating circumstances, my predecessors along with the early mechers initiated the Great Rescue. We dispatched a combined strike force that cut through every obstacle and forcibly invaded the heart of our collective enemy. Vase jerked a bit. While he might not have a clue who his mother used to be, he possessed a bit more information about how the great betrayal unfolded. Granted, he only had access to the perspective of the cultists, but he was certain that the mechers and the fleeters launched their surprise attack from the inside. It would have been absurd for the early Big Two to start from the outside and smash through all of the defensive lines that the Five Scrolls Compact built around a location as crucial as the Great Temple. It became clear to Vase that Astrid was deliberately obscuring the connection between the Five Scrolls Compact and the Big Two. Anyone who did not bother to think any deeper would form the mistaken impression that the latter had little relation to the former. Of course, this was not a foolproof distortion of the truth, but it was sufficient to paint the Big Two in a more heroic light. Vase could not help but narrow his eyes in suspicion yet again. If Astrid or rather the 5th Enforcement Fleet stooped as low as to distort the MTA and CFA's intimate ties with the Five Scrolls Compact, then what else about the tale had been exaggerated? Was his mother truly as evil and murderous as the story painted her as, or was the actual truth a lot more nuanced? There was a possibility that the Red 2 had misidentified his mother. Astrid could be talking about a completely different person. His favorite theory at the moment was that Cultmaster Original Essen may have been his grandmother or a more distant ancestor. That would have been a much more reasonable explanation of his heritage. His need to obtain an answer to this matter was so great that he wanted to obtain confirmation from a second source. He shifted his focus all the way to the old galaxy. He impatiently waited for Veronica to arrive in front of Cynthia's meditation room. The hatch slid open. The Oblivion Empress had sensed the cyborg cat's arrival. When Veronica caught sight of Cynthia, the mother looked warm and loving as usual. While she usually maintained a stern expression whenever she interacted with her other subordinates, she always made sure to show her gentle side to her precious children. "Mother," Veronica began as she floated in front of the true god, "are you aware of what is happening in the new frontier?" Cynthia looked severe as she nodded. "I am. The superior mother is usually too busy to keep track of you, but every hexer is paying close attention to the broadcast of this public inquiry. It is impossible for me to miss its significance. My incarnation has refrained from extending her presence in close proximity towards your human self. Her arrival will be noticed, and may cause undue alarm. This will not help your case." "I understand," Veronica replied. "Mother, were you?" The lady of the night let out a sigh. "Stop grasping at straws, my child. While I would like to dispute specific details of that woman's retelling, this is not a case of mistaken identity. I used to be a different woman in a past life. I am not proud for embracing the mantle of original sin, but there was a period in my past life where I reveled in my power. I suffered from the same character flaws that afflicted the rest of the leadership of the Five Scrolls Compact. I was not aware of this at the time, but it seems obvious in hindsight." Veronica became stunned. She never imagined that his mother had not only lived long enough to experience the heyday of the Five Scrolls Compact, but also played an active role in the rapid degeneration of human civilization during the twilight years of the Age of Conquest. "Wait, why are you putting so much emphasis on the phrase, past life? You talk as if you have nothing to do with the woman who you used to be. Are you using this as an excuse to shirk your responsibility for all of your past misdeeds?" "It is not like that." Cynthia elegantly shook her head. "When I succumbed to my old injuries and died, I shed much of my power, my memories, my techniques, my secrets and my karma. Death is supposed to be a new beginning." Veronica's purple cybernetic eyes glared at the true god. "You don't sound like a woman who has lost everything upon death." "That is because I cheated death, in a way." The Oblivion Empress impishly smirked. "I employed a secret technique to preserve a sliver of my soul, which I have eventually restored with your help. Still, I have only retained a fraction of my comprehensive power at the time. While I have the ability to reconstruct many of the missing pieces, I am not able to recover everything. I do not know what I have permanently shed upon death, but if I was as capable as I think I was, I may have used my demise to discard the most undesirable portions of myself. So you took advantage of your own death to throw away all of the really evil and awful stuff. That is a crude but apt description of my likely approach. I may have done more, but I do not recall this pivotal moment. There are still gaps in my memory." A moment of silence ensued as Veronica processed this news. She took comfort in the revelation that the Cynthia of today was not equivalent to the cultmaster of the apex predator cult. "So, what exactly did you do during the great betrayal, mother?" "I cannot tell you, my child. Perhaps the young lady may be able to give you a brief summary." Again, his mother refused to offer any clarification. Trying to pull information out of Cynthia was as difficult as convincing Gloriana to be more frugal in her spending. "Meow, I am sick and tired of your constant attempts at hiding crucial information from me. If you told me about your dark past sooner, I wouldn't have been blindsided like this today." Cynthia didn't even bother to look apologetic towards Veronica. She looked as if she did not care at all that Vase was suffering from the sins of one of his parents at the moment. "Listen to the young lady first. She is just about to reach the most exciting part of her tale." Back in the Red Ocean, Astrid briefly explained a highly incomplete and simplistic layout of the Great Rescue before she addressed the Cultmaster's actions during this historic turning point. The Great Temple had become engulfed in the flames of war. Astrid said as her words conveyed the madness at the time. Many warships, mechs and individual cultivators unleashed violence against each other and the surrounding environment. Both mundane and empowered blood spilled across the enormous space where the 5 shrines reside. The defenses of many old structures that had been built millennia ago crumbled in a matter of seconds or minutes, causing them to crumble and inflict enormous human and material losses. The fleeter shook her head in disappointment. The survivors of the Great Rescue shouldered so many crucial responsibilities that they could not afford to get distracted. Despite Original Sin's prominent position, our predecessors were not able to track all of her movements, especially on an exceptionally chaotic battlefield. The projection of the wood shrine appeared yet again. We do know that the cultmaster had been assigned to defend the main structure of the wood shrine. As one of the most powerful cultivators among the so-called wood keepers, her mission was to defend this crucial holy shrine and preserve the evil reign of this secret organization as much as possible. Astrid began to grin. This became an increasingly less enviable assignment, for the forces dispatched by the CFA and MTA were steadily gaining ground. The cultivators not only proved to be incapable of holding back our troops, but they were also far too disorganized to form a coherent defensive strategy. It was rather hard to organize all of the cultists when a part of their members had turned against the compact all of a sudden. According to our deductions, we believe that the cultmaster knew which way the wind was blowing. As the strongholds of the cultivators continued to crumble, we suspect that the mother of the devil tongue ultimately concluded that the secret cabal was a lost cause. The projection changed to show what happened to the wood shrine after a bit of time had passed. It did not survive the great betrayal. Nothing was left intact. While we do not have conclusive proof, we have probable cause to believe that Cultmaster Original Sin betrayed her fellow wood keepers at the last moment, looted whatever valuables she could acquire in a short amount of time, triggered the total destruction of the wood shrine before beating a desperate escape from the special space that hosted the great temple. Though Astrid at least made it clear that the fleeters were not entirely certain what his mother had done, Vase was still inclined to believe that much of it was true. The only point of uncertainty was how his mother managed to grab a fragment of the metal scroll during this incredibly messy battle. Perhaps she picked it up from another survivor after the great betrayal, but he had a feeling his mother may have done a lot more than running away. It would be just like her to betray all of her oaths and take advantage of the demise of her previous organization. Vase felt incredibly ambivalent about her shameless and greedy behavior. A part of him could hardly believe she was his mother. They were nothing alike. Chapter 5779 Astrid the Propagandist 5779 Astrid the Propagandist. Original Sin lived up to her notorious title. By betraying her allegiance, her colleagues and whatever friends she had, she absconded into the galaxy with the precious spoils she managed to acquire during this final moment. This is not the end of her tale, as her treachery and her many crimes has turned her into a fugitive. The newly ascendant CFA and MTA sought to capture her along with other dangerous cultivators that have gotten loose. The remnants of the mostly fallen secret organization hunted her down as well, either to punish her for her treachery or retrieve the valuables she had stolen from her former compatriots. Make no mistake, do not sympathize with their plight. She fully deserved the retribution that she had brought upon herself. The entirety of Red humanity fell into shock as they listened to the descendant of Admiral Amelie Jameson expose all the lurid misdeeds of a powerful cultivator. Though the tale spinner did her due diligence by mentioning that the woman who used to bear the title of Original Sin had been a product of an exceptionally cruel environment, that did not soften the blow all that much. The more the lieutenant commander shared what information she possessed about the ruthless cultmaster, the more people associated the word cultivator with cruelty, murder, selfishness, treachery and other negative connotations. Astrid Jameson could have easily painted a more positive first impression for her audience by highlighting the life of a more benign cultivator. For example, Vase was pretty sure that the Red 2 still retained a lot of records or even first-hand testimony of the progenitors of mechs. 13 of them existed, so the mechers and the fleeters should at least have a fairly complete biography on at least one of these eminent heroes. Yet instead of introducing one of these exemplars to Red humanity in order to show what good cultivation could do, Astrid instead opted to highlight one of the most evil and undesirable cultivators imaginable. Vase felt shocked and ashamed that the fleeters would dare to pull such a dirty move. Though he did not exactly have the best impression of his mother, this was clearly a step too far. He silently turned his gaze towards Captain Zonrad Rees. The hidden AI was just as surprised as everyone else. Vase reached out and took hold of the RF captain's wrist in order to communicate in private. How much of the Red Fleet is behind this plot? Vase electronically transmitted his message to the AI. Admiral Jameson and the Fifth Fleet are the only drivers pushing this initiative forward, but they are not alone in this. There are many doubters and sympathizers among the other fleets that also support a hardline stance against cultivation. You need to understand that the Red Fleet is the least open-minded towards metaphysical power. It is rooted in their very ideology. What I can say is that Admiral Jameson couldn't have done this alone. She had other supporters from high places. Do you mean the Red Association? The captain subtly nodded. Declassifying those records is a highly irregular move. Given their sensitivity as well as their context, it requires the permission of multiple Tier 1 galactic citizens to unveil even a small portion of the secret history of Red humanity. My source cannot tell you who exactly was behind this move, but it is a given that at least a handful of the leaders of the association were involved as well. Vess's expression darkened at that. The prime suspects were the Lord of Thermodynamics and the Web Mistress. One of them wanted to ban living mechs while the other wanted the Red Association to bind them with regulations. Their motives may not entirely be aligned with Admiral Jameson, but they had all found common cause in wanting to stop Vess's momentum. Who is on my side? Why haven't they been able to stop this from happening? I can personally assure you that Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle and Admiral Chelsea Mealy opposed this outrageous action. However, trying to protect the privacy of a mech designer is not a popular stance in the Red Fleet. As for the Red Association, your mecher friends should know more. My analysis of this situation leads me to conclude that your backers are not entirely reliable. Vase directed a flat stare towards Sigrun's human form. Duh, I could have made that conclusion myself. You do not understand my meaning. I am sure that you can still count on your allies to value you, but that does not necessarily mean that they will always act in your best interest. There are many possible motives why this may be the case. For one, they must pick their battles. They may not find it worthwhile to squander their political capital to cover your backside all of the time. They may also want to curb your arrogance and deliberately let you suffer a setback in order to teach you a lesson. I have another theory that most likely applies to this situation. Tell me, Vase demanded. It is very clear to us now that Admiral Amelie Jameson is the principal mastermind behind the opposition's strategy. She considers cultivation to be a menace and wants to stop it at all costs. Since you are so strongly associated with this phenomenon, you have become one of its most famous and high-profile spokespersons. Her lifelong mission compels her to stop you at all cost, and what we know of her actions has made it clear that she is not above overstepping her boundaries to achieve her objectives. Where are you going with this, Captain? I am just getting to that. While my superiors haven't given me a direct explanation, my analysis indicates that Admiral Jameson may have threatened to break the rules and leak the records on your powerful mother to the public if she did not get her way. Since the many alleged crimes committed by your mother will be released regardless of what the top has decided, the other leaders may have decided to acquiesce and approve of her motion in the interest of maintaining order at the top. The offending admiral may have tried to make amends by offering concessions to the other parties. That should be enough to placate the neutral leaders who held the deciding votes. Vase grew even angrier when he received this message. Admiral Jameson managed to get her way by threatening and bribing the other human leaders. Far too many bigwigs chose to play along with the head of the 5th Enforcement Fleet because they did not want to rock the boat and likely profited from his misfortune. It was that last part that truly highlighted the depravity of this situation. It indicated that the leaders of Red humanity were willing to overlook obvious misdeeds as long as they managed to advance their own selfish interests. Sigrun clearly knew that his friend was becoming more incensed by the situation. Don't give in to your anger, Vase. Listen to your advisors. You will only be playing in the hands of the opposition if you lose control. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson is trying to hit multiple birds with a single stone at the moment. First, she seeks to paint cultivators as violent, emotional and unacceptably dangerous individuals. Second, she seeks to tarnish your reputation by trying your mother's infamous deeds to your name as much as possible. Breaking the rules of this public inquiry will advance both of your adversaries' goals. You will prove that cultivators such as yourself are tyrants who are far too easily swayed by your emotions, and you will also show that the apple has not fallen far from the tree. Do not fall into their trap. Vase silently gritted his teeth. He understood Sigrun's logic. The opposition had definitely proven its capability of weaving multi-layered plots and reading several moves ahead. He was not exactly known for his restraint in public settings like these. Any opponent who conducted serious research in his past public appearances would definitely know that he had a penchant for winning over the audience with his passionate speakers. Vase could not allow himself to play in the hands of the opposition, but it was so difficult for him to maintain his cool. It was in his nature to be proactive. A passive stance may be the most rational decision for him to make, but it went against his increasing desire to stand up and defend himself against the unfair insinuations made by the Fifth Enforcement Fleet. All of the politics, all of the scheming and all of the letdowns by his backers stoked his anger. He was being unfairly maligned and belittled, and the worst part about that was that he was not allowed to contradict the stupid Fleeter woman right away. Though the former cult master's trail has ended just when it had led to the galactic rim, the occasional massacres, missing person cases and outbursts of violence suggests that she has not lost her tyrannical disregard towards human life during her flight. Granted, many of the casualties that she has directly or indirectly inflicted usually amounted to collateral damage in battles where her pursuers caught up to her, but there are other incidents that did not warrant a violent response. This is the nature of cultivators. Their selfishness combined with their extreme propensity towards violence has made them fundamentally incompatible with modern human societies. Vase shook his head in disagreement. Astrid tried her best to associate cultivation with all of those negative traits. This was clearly a deceptive practice because cultivation was neither good nor evil. It was what people did with this power that determined the consequences. If Vase was able to speak, he could have mentioned the example of mech pilots and mech designers as cultivation done right, but it was not his turn to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel at the moment. Cultmaster Original Sin perfectly embodied these ideals during her lifetime. Her son who stands before me today is on the cusp of reviving them during his own lifetime. Do not let him succeed. His living mechs may seem innocuous on the surface, but they are the equivalent of a gateway drug to cultivation and other horrors. The moment the devil tongue has managed to seduce his unwitting customers into embracing cultivation through his inscrutable living mechs, our civilization's ideal relationship with technology will become ruined. Instead of putting our trust in reliable, dependable and understandable human technology, we will instead degenerate into savages who worship alien gods and develop a reliance on magic gibberish to sustain our lives. The lieutenant commander ranted about the perils of cultivation and everything related to it for several more minutes. She made sure to weave Ves's mother and living mechs in her arguments to bind them all together into the collective mind of the public. By the end of her speech, hardly anyone would be able to separate slaughter, depravity, cultivation, original sin and living mechs from each other. It was a crude but effective means of engaging in propaganda. Even if this verbal strategy was not ethical due to establishing associations that did not actually exist, it worked because humans were far too prone to believing in sensational falsehoods as opposed to boring facts. And that concluded my tale. I hope that you will learn from the mistakes in the past. You can readily access more detailed records on the life and history of Cultmaster Original Sin by visiting the Red Fleet's public portal. Heed our warning and do not allow our society to degenerate into a jungle where the survival of the fittest becomes the order of the day. Above all else, do not trust living mechs and any other weird inventions made by Professor Larkinson. No one knows how they work. Each of them may be potential carriers of intangible viruses that may distort your personality and brainwash you into pursuing power without any regard for other people's lives. Be vigilant, be skeptical, be human. With that, the cybernetic woman formally ended her incredibly manipulative speech, having made a lasting and unforgettable impression onto Red humanity. Chapter 5780 Patience and Forbearance. 5780 Patience and Forbearance. I really like living mechs, but I don't know whether I should buy them if they are based on dangerous technology. Professor Larkinson played us all for fools. For years, he pretended to be a mech designer, when he was actually so much more. His mother taught him well. Not only did she teach him her magic, but she also passed on her ability to infiltrate a community, only to betray it and make off with all of the spoils. The more I heard about cultivation, the more I think it is evil. There are people who claim that cultivation is not all that bad, but to me it is little different from giving everyone a weapon of mass destruction. It doesn't matter if 99 out of 100 people possess enough restraint and sanity to keep their superweapons under lock and key. It only takes a single madman with no care to destroy an entire city or planet. Talk like this erupted all across human-occupied space. Many people from many different zones grew concerned or even alarmed at the prospect of welcoming cultivation to human society once again. They had no idea what this stuff entailed. This caused them to latch on to the first concrete example described by Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson. Few people outside Terran and Rubarthan space questioned her credibility. The woman may look young, but she was an elite among her generation. Her expensive cybernetic implants and her impeccable fleeter pedigree increased her credibility and made it easier for the public to trust her narrative. Most people generally did not have that good of an impression of the CFA and RF, but they could not deny that the fleeters held themselves to extremely high standards. Their competence had never been questioned by people other than Terrans and Rubarthans. While the citizens of the former human empires had much less good to say about the fleeters, even their bias did not stop them from acknowledging that the hegemons of the age of mechs had earned their way to the top. Whatever the case, the amount of people who still held a highly favorable opinion of Vase and his works had dropped by an enormous proportion. Few people feared or hated Vase outright. They at least held enough sensibilities to not pass on the sins of the parent to a child. Vase had also been born centuries after the fall of the Great Temple, so he was largely disassociated from the Five Scrolls Compact. Nonetheless, who knew what his mother had taught to her son before she disappeared? It was safe to say that the ploy concocted by the Fifth Enforcement Fleet worked. Not only did they damage one of Ves's greatest weapons, his stellar reputation, they also painted cultivation in such an awful light that it would be a lot easier to push through other initiatives designed to suppress cultivation in human society. Vase felt frustrated, angry and above all dismayed. Intellectually, he knew that his backers probably did the best they could, but they were too few in number to stop the opposition from ramming through their master plan. Emotionally, he felt disappointed that the people who promised to cover his back had failed him once again. The latter was clearly an unfair assessment of the situation, but Vase could not help but doubt whether the survivalists and transhumanists could have done more to prevent the Fifth Enforcement Fleet from exposing his mother's ugly alleged exploits. As Vase stewed over the unfairness of it all, Jovi approached and held his arm. "Stay calm." The survivalist partially echoed Sigrun's advice. "Master Goldstein has already contacted me in order to discuss countermeasures. We need to go back to our private chamber and formulate a new strategy to neutralize the opposition's latest gambit. As long as you deftly manage to resolve this challenge, you will prove that you have the ability and the competence to maintain adequate control over your living mechs. It will be much easier to avoid heavy concessions." While his words sounded logical, Vase did not think that Master Goldstein or other people could reverse the tide of public opinion. The damage had already been done. Astrid Jameson had set the tone for this session by speaking first. Vase had little choice but to abide by her rhythm and work to mitigate the damage from behind. This was hardly an ideal debate strategy. It did not focus on winning at all. Instead, it was an approach that implied that Vase had already lost, and that the most he could do was to limit the concessions he needed to make at the end. None of that sit well with him. He was accustomed to winning and getting his way, so getting trounced this badly all of a sudden upset him way more than it should. Once the lieutenant commander vacated the speaking pit, Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castelos rose from his pearl throne and easily managed to attract everyone's attention. "The opposition has sought to strengthen their case by giving you a vivid example of what cultivation had wrought in the past. In the interest of fairness, I would like to remind you all that the Red 2 may have verified that Professor Vase Larkinson is the biological son of the powerful cultivator known as Original Sin. She did not raise him past his early childhood. She either perished or left her family, thereby heavily limiting how much she was able to pass on to her offspring." That was a nice message, but Vase hardly thought it mattered. Humans were far too flawed to fully embrace this logic. The bias that Astrid Jameson tried so hard to instill in the minds of ordinary people could not be dislodged so easily. The moderator did not spend any more time and effort on addressing the many issues related to Astrid's speech. "As I have announced beforehand, I will declare a recess so that the supporters of living mechs gain the time they need to study the declassified information and prepare a proper response. In fact, the severity of the opposition's arguments is so high that I will double the recess at the expense of taking away a speaking turn from the opposition. This will give Professor Larkinson and his allies more time to craft a thoughtful response." What? Vase already dreaded the break, but he never expected that the moderator would double the downtime. This was bad. The more people got to sink their teeth into Astrid's story and all of the other dirt that the fleeters threw onto the galactic net, the more they would fall into the Fifth Enforcement Fleet's trap. Every hour, every minute and every second these ignorant folk spent with the Fifth Fleet's distorted narrative in their minds was another setback for Vase and his cause. It would become a lot harder for Vase to dislodge all of the lies, misrepresentations and distortions made by the Fleeters if those stories remained unopposed for such a long time. Vase couldn't take it any longer. He ripped his arm from Hovey's grasp and deliberately took a step inside the speaking pit. His action initially attracted little attention as people had already started to turn away. Moderator, let me speak. I do not require an extended recess to formulate my answer. I already have one on my lips. What are you doing, Vase? Whatever you have in mind, don't do it. Don't fall into their trap, Jovi urged with notable concern. The other advisors looked concerned as well. They understood the dilemma that Vase was in at the moment, but they did not think that acting on impulse was the right decision to make in this situation. The dark-suited planetary governor paused his retreat, but did not turn around. You should follow the advice of your friends. You are not in the best state of mind to counter the opposition's arguments. The public demands clarity, not a show. Conduct more research, find more allies, refine your speech. You can still make a convincing case for your products if you make the best use of your time. I deny your request, not because I want to stymie you, but because it is for your own good. Leave, and do not return until you have cooled your temper. Vase sneered. He could not hold in his contempt towards this entire farce and the man who presided over it anymore. Shut up, you corrupt bastard. You don't get to tell me what is best for me. I did not think much of you at first, but now it has become clear that you are anything but impartial. Many people became shocked yet again as Vase finally exhibited one of his famous outbursts once again. However, it was questionable whether this worked in Ves's favor. He clearly sounded as if he was having a temper tantrum at this moment. Vase didn't care. His anger and frustration had boiled over to the point where he was no longer willing to accept a passive and restrained approach. Screw strategy. Screw patience. Screw forbearance. The moderator frowned, but displayed enough control to avoid arguing against a speaker who clearly wasn't on his right mind at the moment. My professionalism is not in doubt, Professor. Both the Red Association and the Red Fleet have agreed to my appointment as moderator. If you are in any way dissatisfied with my performance, we can continue this discussion in private. Vase immediately shook his head at this stupid offer. You're not getting rid of me that easily. Why are you so insistent on hindering my attempt to defend myself? What do the Fleeters have over you that makes you so pliant to their schemes? The planetary governor visibly grew impatient. Please refrain from voicing baseless accusations. If you do not immediately stop your self-destructive behavior, I will deprive you of the ability to make your voice heard in this chamber for the next several hours. Vase completely ignored the moderator's warning. Instead, he took another step forward and pointed an accusing finger towards the man who floated in front of the clamshell throne. Ha ha ha, I figured it out. I should have thought about it before. You are the man who is responsible for running Ector V, a regional shipbuilding center with over 98 first-class orbital shipyards. There is no way that you are able to do anything without the implicit or explicit support of the Red Fleet. I bet this is why you have subtly issued verdicts that subtly advance the interests of the 5th Enforcement Fleet at the expense of my own. You're either a fleeter or so deep into the Red Fleet's pocket that the distinction is meaningless. Instead of trying to argue with Vase further, Mergen Castellas plainly did as he previously warned about and activated a command that forcibly muffled all of the sound waves that escaped from Ves's throat. For a few seconds, Vase looked frustrated as the advanced technologies of the Dragon King's palace perfectly neutralized all of the audible sounds he made. Rod dismissively waved his hand towards the voiceless speaker. Please escort the muted speaker back to his private chamber. He obviously requires a time-out. Everyone thought that would be the end of this ugly incident. Vase could have let this be and follow everyone's advice. He didn't. He refused to admit defeat at this junction. The problem was that no one was willing to indulge in his desire. Now that the moderator had muted his speech, they all thought that the show was already over. Listen to me, goddammit. An eruption of noise ensued as a gigantic form suddenly appeared in the center of the speaking pit. The sudden expansion of a human body and the powerful displacement of a lot of water had pushed everyone else in the vicinity further away. The moderator along with everyone else became utterly shocked at what had happened. A giant, nano-suited form of Vase had appeared in front of their eyes. The immense size, presence and weight of what appeared to be a human phase lord completely astonished the spectators. The sight of a human who suddenly became as tall as a mech was so new and unheard of that Vase successfully managed to capture people's attention. Chapter 5781 The Third Way 5781 The Third Way As Vase unfolded his true body to the public for the first time, thereby inadvertently giving much of the public their first actual glimpse of a human phase lord, he successfully grasped the rhythm of the public inquiry by force. Whether it was to his benefit or not, Vase most definitely commanded the attention of pretty much every red human with his reckless stunt. The sheer physical and non-physical power radiating on his unrestrained form captivated a lot of people. No matter how bad their perception may be, there was something fundamental in the ability for life forms to recognize those who were vastly more powerful than themselves. The people who were physically present in the grand chamber could feel the power contained in Ves's enormous body the most, but the spectators who watched from remote also managed to appreciate the enormous disparity depending on their projection systems. While many ordinary folk were trying to process what Vase had turned himself into, the principal members of the opposition quickly gathered together after they had previously been pushed from the speaking pit. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson looked concerned on the outside, but sounded a lot more jubilant on the secure communication channel about the outburst that she managed to incite from the infamously temperamental mech designer. Larkinson has taken the bait. We knew this would happen. He clearly takes after his mother, but clearly lacks her experience and cunning. Our mission is complete. The devil tongue will finally sink his cause, with his own speech no less. The other members of the opposition generally sounded pleased as well, but Professor Kochik Chabran did not join in the celebration. The session is not over yet. Do not count your chickens before they hatch. Professor Larkinson may yet be able to recover from his disadvantageous position. He has done so in the past. He can do it again. The risk that we will lose all of our gains is small but not negligible. We should have never pursued this risky strategy. If we consolidated our gains from the second session, we would have been able to guarantee an outcome that would have been slightly in our favor. That caused the others to dismiss the Terran scholar's overly cautious posture. We know you were reluctant about enacting this radical plan, but we cannot afford to settle for a weak compromise. Master Alice Cantor dismissively responded. There is no reason to second-guess ourselves when our trap is clearly working as intended. The inexperienced mech designer believes he can demagogue his way out of his problem. He will only exacerbate it as his conduct only reinforces the negative traits associated with cultivators, his mother included. Even as Vase readied himself to issue a rebuke against all of the mud that had been flung in his direction, he could faintly feel the smugness radiating from his adversaries. Vase did not disregard Sigrun's analysis. He recognized that his impulsive action indeed played into the hands of his opponents. However, Vase believed he had no choice. The game was already stacked against him. If playing by the book did not give him a viable pathway towards victory, then he could only flip the board and hope that he could improvise his way to a favorable outcome. Though Vase did not allocate much time and thought towards figuring out a winning strategy, he already had an overall idea in mind. It came to him as soon as he metaphorically flipped the board. Defense was a losing approach. Vase always operated a lot better when he was on the offense. He decided to settle on this direction and go all the way. Forget about defending his mother. Forget about trying to redeem cultivation. Forget about portraying his living mechs as cuddly pets. Vase was done with making excuses. He wanted to do what he did best, which was to promote something new. Though he recognized that this was an exceedingly risky plan that would definitely cause him to burn a lot of bridges, he did not want to give his adversaries the satisfaction of remaining smug. Listen to me, his gigantic form repeated as the water completely pressed around him. You are all making a huge mistake. Despite the fact that the energy shield that he previously wore no longer kept the water out, Vase made another show of power by projecting a spatial barrier around his body. That elicited a lot of gasps. If people had not recognized what Vase was before, they certainly did now, as he had displayed the two most iconic traits of a phase lord. However, Ves's disruptive actions did not go unchallenged. A bunch of humanoid mechs adapted for aquatic operation entered the enormous chamber. They all carried shields and tridents, but most certainly possessed a lot more armaments. At the same time, transphasic energy shields came to life around Vase. They kept him contained while at the same time protected everyone else from the threat he posed on others. Vase looked distinctly unimpressed. He retrieved his ocean collar and sized it up so that it was almost proportionate to his current dimensions. He proceeded to lift up his powerful artifact and began to play a slow but mysteriously melodic tune. Nothing happened at first. The security forces were reluctant to make a move due to the risk of harming others. However, the water that filled the Grand Hall began to stir around Vase regardless of whether there were any energy shields in the way. Soon enough, a dramatic occurrence took place. The ocean collar's exterior increasingly began to light up as its runes became more and more active. At the same time, all of the water around Vase spontaneously moved away from him as if he exerted a water-repellent force field. If that was not enough, his actions also generated a slight whirlpool that caused the remaining water in the chamber to rotate around the speaking pit. Few people thought that Vase managed to accomplish this through technological means. There was nothing obviously techie about that strange metal flute, and his apparent status as a phase lord showed that he had definitely mastered strange abilities that were far beyond the range of a typical mech designer. Though Vase did not attempt to break the transphasic energy shield, the threat of doing so held back the security forces from taking more drastic action. He had already demonstrated his power. Who knew what else he could do with his strange cultivator abilities? Though security discreetly urged the 100,000 spectators to leave the Grand Hall for their own safety, all but a few insisted on staying in place. The privilege of watching the first genuine human phase lord with their own eyes was too compelling for them to cut short. Vase lowered his ocean collar and turned in their direction because they were among the individuals that he truly needed to win over. "Behold my power," he boomed with a deep and powerful voice that came naturally with his empowered physique. Cultivation is not inherently evil. It is merely the expression and the pursuit of power. Even the phase whales and the phase lords of the Red Ocean are engaged in their own form of body cultivation. Each red human has the potential to become strong as I, especially now that we have entered an age where we have all gained unlimited access to E-energy, the resource that can make any dream come true. You just need proper instruction. He lifted his ocean collar and made sure that everyone could take a good look at the still active runes. There are many forms of cultivation. It can allow people such as myself to become powerful to the point where I can fight against a mech with my bare hands. It can also allow all kinds of creators to produce wonders that can produce powerful effects by leveraging E-energy. Do you think this is scary? Would you prefer the 5th Enforcement Fleet to shield you from all of these possibilities? Hardly anyone was willing to do so. The pursuit of power was still strong in modern human society. They would be crazy to deny themselves the chance to grow as powerful as Vase. That elicited the smirk from the exposed phase lord. Do not listen to the fools who are doing their best to deny you of your basic right. If Admiral Jameson and her descendant had their way, they would have deprived you from this power and kept you weak and dependent on their protection. They may fear cultivation because it can amplify the damage of every malcontent, but their true motivation is to maintain control over space peasants. A contemptuous look appeared on his face. Do not deny yourself this power. In this age of war and tribulation, we must empower as many people as possible. Strength is the only guarantee for survival in a hostile dwarf galaxy. Cultivation offers an alternate path towards power that is not inherently good or evil. It is a weapon that can be used to protect or destroy, just like any other weapon. Perhaps his audience might not take his words so seriously if he addressed them as a normal human, but now that he openly displayed his full might, people could not help but take his words at heart. We have developed mechs that can carry enough ordnance to destroy an entire city. We operate warships whose arsenals are so ridiculously powerful that they can destroy entire planets. Yet despite all of the damage they can inflict on humanity, we are completely fine with their usage. Why is this the case? It is because we ascribe good and evil to their human wielders, not the war weapons themselves. Why can't we adopt the same approach towards the possibilities opened up by cultivation? His words made a lot of sense, and built up to one of his central arguments. Make no mistake, cultivation can be dangerous. Making it available to the general population is bound to produce a lot of accidents and disasters. For every hero who bravely utilizes his power to defend our homes against the alien invaders, a murderous monster such as my very own mother may emerge as well. This surprising admission caused people to temper their hopes a little. So what? Why be scared when there is so much power within your reach? Take your safety into your own hands. Do not entrust your entire safety to mechs and warships. Abuses are inevitable, but cultivators are not feral. They can be controlled. So long as any cultivator receives the right incentive, they can be persuaded to fight against our real enemies, the aliens who seek to make our race extinct. Vase was approaching his second central argument. I am sick and tired of all of the division between mechs, warships and now cultivation. Why can't we all sit down and recognize that they are all valid and effective tools to employ against our real enemies? Excluding any of them will set back the war effort. Casualties are continuing to mount. It is questionable whether we will have enough intact mechs and warships left to resist the onslaught. If we can add human phase lords along with other kinds of phase lords to our defensive forces, we can save far more human lives than will be lost by the occasional cultivator losing control. Vase truly envisioned a possible future where the artificial barriers between mechs, warships and cultivators collapsed. Why did they have to fight against each other when they could clearly achieve comprehensively better results by combining forces? The audience clearly looked swayed by this argument, prompting Vase to press on ahead. You have heard the fleeter describe many of the killings, massacres and other violent deeds perpetrated by my mother. While I am sincerely apologetic that my mother saw cause to commit those awful crimes, the example she has set only strengthens the need for a more proactive and sensible approach towards cultivation. Do not expect it to remain out of reach. There are far too many remnant traces of the secret organization in our society to stamp them all out. Rather than try to suppress it, we should embrace it, just like we have done in the distant past. His eyes burned with passion and conviction as he was finally to present his ultimate proposal. It has become clear to me that neither the Red Association nor the Red Fleet are properly equipped to administer cultivation in our society. They are far too oriented towards mechs and warships respectively to treat cultivation by its own merits. Rather than allow these clumsy organizations to bumble around, I propose we found a third regulatory institution whose mandate solely empowers it to govern the weapon known as cultivation. What? Neither Jovi, nor Sigrund, nor anyone else had any inkling that Vase would be crazy enough to present such a crazy idea. Vase managed to provoke more shock, surprise and outrage with his radical suggestion than he had done by unveiling his true body. The mere notion of creating another competitor to the Red 2 was such a heretical idea that no one else had the guts to voice this proposal in public. Of all of the people in the Red Ocean, only Vase had the fame and the courage to make this exceedingly risky move. The age of conquest was dominated by warships. The age of mechs was obviously shaped by mechs. The age of dawn is bound to be defined by cultivation. That does not mean that the latter will take over everything. It can exist as an equal human weapon alongside mechs and warships. The latter two have already coexisted under an attentive regime. Adding another component to this structure will not break this model. People were much less confident about that. The Big Two and by extension the Red Two had reigned above their heads for so long that they could not imagine what would happen if a third major player joined their group. Vase didn't seem to harbor any fears about what could go wrong. Now that I have made my proposal, I am asking you whether you agree with me or not. The new association centered around cultivation is not meant to replace the Red Two, but is meant to coexist alongside our existing institutions. It can even be LED and managed by existing mechers and fleeter for all I care. If you want to deny the 5th Enforcement Fleet and gain access to the ability to wield raw power like myself, then voice your support. WHO is with me, Red Humanity. A few awkward seconds ensued as absolutely no one in human space succeeded in summoning the courage to back Ves's crazy proposal. However, a small flame began to appear inside the air pocket surrounding his true body. Those flames slowly formed into a familiar-looking god cat, less than Nulb greater than Mew. Vase grinned at Emma's appearance. His gamble paid off. He knew that he could count on her support. The Destroyer of Worlds has seconded my proposal. WHO else agrees with the necessity of founding a third association. Just moments later, another powerful presence emerged. This time, it came in the form of a physical projection that nonetheless radiated far more power than Vase in his full physical form. Every red human was able to recognize the human figure that emerged. Her appearance and her aura were so unique and distinctive that her identity became clear right away. Less than Nulb greater than I support your initiative. The evolution which had spoken. Chapter 5782 Breaking Point 5782 Breaking Point. It was as if all of Red Humanity collectively froze for a moment. Then, every single person in the Grand Hall descended onto their knees as they greeted the arrival of the God pilots with utmost respect. Many people who viewed the broadcast from afar did likewise even if they were many light years away from the actual venue. They rose up a short moment later, but meticulously remained silent in order to avoid disturbing the powerful new arrivals. No one knew what else they were supposed to do at this time. An unthinkable event took place. The magnitude of what Vase had spontaneously unleashed onto human society was so disruptive that no one could dismiss his words anymore. He had done the unthinkable. He did what many people always wanted to do but never had the power or the courage to voice their forbidden intentions in public. He challenged the hegemons of the human race. For the entire duration of the Age of Mechs, the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance reigned supreme over humanity. Though they refrained from outright taking over every territory of every single star nation that existed all of the time, their overwhelming military might easily enable them to take charge of many of the institutions that actually mattered. As much as they couched their mission and their public image in a benevolent slant, at the end of the day they had become the latest tyrants to rule over human civilization. The Red Two at the start of the Age of Dawn sought to extend this pattern. They were doing a decent job at that so far. The arrival of exotic radiation had forced them to adapt to the changing circumstances, but their existing foundations were so strong that their grip on Red humanity remained strong. Careful adaptations such as the Deep Strike Plan, the new Elites program and the Auxiliary Fleet program enabled the Mechers and the Fleeters to retain much of their existing power base while placating the most immediate needs of space peasants. Vase was sure that the Red Association and the Red Fleet already had plans in store for the latest phenomenon that was gradually permeating through people's lives. Cultivation was too universal, too accessible and too dangerous to be left unchecked. Given the secretive behavior of the Mechers and the Fleeters, they likely drafted different plans on how to gradually manage the introduction and the takeover of cultivation in the following years. Different factions had different goals and priorities, which complicated this entire process. The Fifth Enforcement Fleet obviously wanted to ban it in its entirety, or at least lay the groundwork of imposing heavy regulations. Their gambits during the public inquiry could be regarded as one of the centerpieces of their strategy. Vase recognized now that Admiral Amelie Jameson and her ilk never targeted his living mechs specifically, but wanted to use him as a vehicle to advance their actual goal, which was the suppression of cultivation as a whole. All of this was fine except for one fact. Vase never asked to be used in this way. To run roughshod of his rights and completely disregard his interests in order to achieve a greater goal rankled him to no end. Vase truly hated the Fifth Enforcement Fleet. He hated the Jamesons for being able to bend the rules whenever they wished. He despised the old-fashioned Fleeters who were so paranoid of an old threat that they resorted to dirty measures in order to cripple its resurgence. Though Vase was not willing to kill them if he met them on the street one day, these obstinate Fleeters had pushed him so much that he wanted to ruin their day in any way he could. It was through that explosion of rage and fury that he suddenly came up with the most crazy but brilliant plan he conceived during a crisis. Why not add a competitor to the Red Two? The Red Association and the Red Fleet may behave like enemies to each other, but when it came to their power duopoly, they were united on this issue. The Mechers and Fleeters hated it when they had to share power with others. Vase knew for certain that he could royally piss off Admiral Amelie Jameson and her Fifth Enforcement Fleet if he proposed to add a major competitor to the Red Fleet. He would permanently burn his bridges with a powerful fleet that hated weirdos with a passion and had plenty of practice squashing them down. He would make enemies with a lot of other people as well. Vase had no idea whether the more moderate and open-minded Fleeters who were previously supportive of living mechs would still have his back after he threatened their fundamental power base. The Red Association was another big concern. The Mechers stood to lose just as much as the Fleeters if they had to share power with a third human super-organization. If he did not handle this situation well enough, he would paint such a giant target on his back that he wouldn't be surprised if an RF dreadnought appeared in orbit of Hector V and launched a weapon of mass destruction on Charvy in the hopes of killing Vase on the spot. Vase would have never dared to take this risk if he was in a calmer and more rational mood. The clever way to go about it was to float this proposal through proxies or anonymously. There were plenty of ways for Vase to circulate the idea of founding a new cultivation association. Announcing it directly was a lot more dangerous, but also had a much greater chance of eliciting support from the major leaders and factions of Red humanity. His famous identity and the huge amount of attention drawn by the public inquiry made it impossible for his proposal to get dismissed out of hand. Still, it was one thing to listen to his proposal. It was another thing to actually respond to it. Anyone who backed Vase up would directly challenge the legitimacy and the interests of the Red Two. However, he did not choose to flip the board to such an astonishing degree because he wanted to screw the Fifth Enforcement Fleet over before committing suicide. He recognized a fleeting opportunity to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Vase keenly recognized numerous vulnerabilities that he could exploit as long as everything went in his way. The first vulnerability was that the Red Two were not universally popular. They had made plenty of enemies, and there were bound to be a lot of people who were more than willing to take them down a notch. They just did not dare to do so by themselves because they would turn themselves into targets to the most powerful humans in the Red Ocean. The second vulnerability was that the Mechers and the Fleeters were not that homogeneous and united. Both the Red Association and the Red Fleet were divided into different factions. The 5th Enforcement Fleet sat on one end while the transhumanist faction sat on the opposite end of the spectrum. The former hated his guts, but the latter was a lot more sympathetic to his ideas. The third vulnerability was that God pilots were not logical beings. They were willpower made manifest. They used to be humans who pushed their willpower to an insane height by being more stubborn, mule-headed and committed to their personal convictions and ideologies than anyone else. While they were old, wise and intelligent enough to understand the greater picture, they were more than willing to throw aside carefully laid plans as long as their ambitions and principles were at stake. Even though Vase had made an exceedingly dangerous gamble by proposing the formation of a third major organization, he knew that he would have a slim but realistic chance of getting away with it as long as he managed to elicit the support of a single God pilot. Even though they were intimidating as hell, God pilots were not all that different from other high-ranking Mech pilots. If there was one group of people that Vase knew how to appeal towards, it was Mech pilots. He knew how they thought. He knew what made them tick. He knew how to earn their respect. He knew how much value they placed in their conviction. This was why he specifically targeted 2 God pilots with his seemingly suicidal speech. The Destroyer of Worlds was the most likely God pilot to come to his aid. She genuinely recognized that she had only managed to become as powerful as she was today with his help. As far as she was concerned, he made her. The gratitude she owed him was immense. Given this enormous personal debt, a God pilot would be more than willing to violate any prohibition, order or political consideration to help a genuine friend and benefactor in need. Vase would have already been able to save his hide with Emma's highly welcome appearance, but that did not necessarily mean his proposal could get off the ground. If he truly wanted his proposal to get taken seriously, then he needed the support of more than just a Rubarthan God pilot. He needed the backing of at least one powerful leader from the Red Association. This was why he had set his sights on the Evolution Witch. Though he had never met her in person, he had collected plenty of information about her. He watched her battle footage and he listened to the personal insights shared by Vector Loban. From what Vase could surmise, the Evolution Witch was not so much a Mech pilot, but more of a woman who was addicted to self-improvement. In other words, she was a consummate cultivator. Though she had ostensibly reached the height of her power by taking charge of one of the most important factions of the Red Association, her goals weren't necessarily aligned with the Red Association as a whole. Vase even knew that as long as he said the right words, he could effectively persuade her into betraying her own organization. He couldn't help but smirk when her physical projection intruded into the Grand Hall. The moment the Evolution Witch took the bait that he had especially laid out for her, Vase knew that he had truly turned the tide. Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellas had been rendered completely irrelevant at this time. No one paid the disgraced moderator any further notice. Not only had he been discredited, there was no way he could bring the proceedings back to order because there was no way a mortal like him dared to instruct an actual god in human form. The dual appearances of the Destroyer of Worlds and the Evolution Witch had radically shifted the scope of the evolving debate. The only individuals that could make a decision on this highly consequential were Tier 1 galactic citizens. Everyone else had been relegated to the background. In order to emphasize this shift, Vase deliberately chose to fold his true body again. His gigantic form slowly began to return to normal proportions. Fortunately for his dignity, his nanosuit ensured that he maintained his dignity throughout this transformation. Less than nulb greater than mu tilde, the remote manifestation of Emma casually approached and dropped into his arms. The Destroyer of Worlds clearly did not intend to be an active participant of this historic debate. She deliberately manifested her companion spirit who could only communicate with Muse in order to offer her passive support for Vase. Her actions clearly showed that she would take it as a personal affront if anyone sought to threaten his life. That was enough. Vase did not ask for anything more. He fully understood that Irene did not want to overstep her boundaries and make an impulsive and emotional decision that would have enormous repercussions for the Rubarthan Pact. Vessa's giant head slowly shifted towards the small human projection that nonetheless radiated entire orders of magnitude more power than himself. Your Holiness, I am honored to be graced by your exalted presence. I have heard much about you, and I genuinely admire your journey, your accomplishments and your vision for red humanity. I am pleased that you find common ground with my proposal. Divine Lucy Miyazaki was an incredibly intimidating god pilot. She was among the younger ones to reach her exalted rank, but she was famed for her aggression and her willingness to resort to drastic measures. She also did not appear to be that personable up close, unlike Divine Irene Mox. Even if her power was largely restrained by the huge distance between her actual location and Hector V, being stared at by her physical projection actually exerted a lot of pressure onto Vase. This was a woman who did not tolerate nonsense. Less than nulb greater than elaborate. The evolution which imperiously commanded to Vase. Less than nulb greater than tell us your vision for this proposed new regulatory organization. I would be happy to do so, Your Holiness. Chapter 5783 You're a cultivator. 5783 You're a cultivator. The evolution which did not have to give Vase any more speaking time. She was more than capable of picking up his proposal and flesh it out according to her own ideas. The fact that she allowed Vase to expound upon his idea showed that she recognized him and valued his voice on this matter. She did not just do so because she liked him or trusted his judgment. It was because he was a convenient vessel to formally present this subversive proposal to the public. If the evolution which unilaterally took charge of this initiative, then the political dynamic around it would change. It would effectively make it look as if she personally attempted to rebel against the Red Association that she had pledged an oath to protect and defend. Even if she managed to find a loophole that would allow her to squirm her way out of her responsibilities and support an initiative that directly damaged the interests of the Red Association, the dishonor she brought with her actions would be immense. However, if the idea continued to belong to Vase, the evolution which would present herself as a powerful individual who was willing to lend her aid to a worthy cause. This would allow her to retain her honor and reduce the amount of objections she incurred. The key phrase here was, worthy cause. If Vase wanted to drag the evolution which on his metaphorical pirate ship, then he had to frame his radical initiative in a way that genuinely benefited Red humanity. If this was not the case, then recklessly attempting to break the duopoly of the Red Two would only lead to further conflict, chaos and division. The stakes were high. Vase had jumped onto the back of a very dangerous tiger and had no choice but to ride it all the way. There was no disembarking from the pirate ship that he had personally launched. His thoughts never stilled from the moment he decided to go all out. Even though he had shrunk his true body at this time, it didn't really matter because the only way he could win this struggle was through rhetoric and ideas. Proceeding down this perilous path led to a lot of unknowns. He was bound to make a number of allies among the powerful, yet he would also make a lot more enemies in the process. Vase found it incredibly difficult to muster up the courage to expand on a plan that was bound to offend numerous Tier 1 galactic citizens. After all, the Red 2 was their power base. Harming the Red Association and the Red Fleet directly threatened their own personal interests as well. Less than nulb greater than MEW tilde, with the attention of all of Red humanity on him, Vase took a deep breath and took comfort in the reassuring presence of Emma. The lovely god cat was so powerful, yet so divinely cute. Her obvious support and affection gave Vase the injection of courage he needed to resist the overwhelming pressure and follow through with his ambitious plan. Red humanity has entered a crossroads since the Great Severing changed our society forever. He addressed the public in a steady voice that did not betray a hint of nervousness. A distantly familiar phenomenon has returned, one that our race already knows how to harness with devastating effects. As I have stated before, our past legacies that are still preserved in the hands of many old families with long memories can quickly teach us how to harness energy for good, or evil. People already had an idea of what that entailed. Good examples of cultivation were mech pilots and mech designers. Bad examples were lawless criminals such as his own mother. The 3 sessions had already given the public a basic understanding of both, so Vase did not have to explain them all over again. What mattered was how the organization was supposed to handle them. There were many different organizational models and management strategies that Vase could choose from. Each of them would have enormous implications on the rights, obligations, freedoms and restrictions of cultivators. Vase decided to go for an approach that he could personally stomach. There was no reason for him to kneecap himself, after all. Since he had been invested with the power to dictate the initial framework of an organization that had the potential to rival the Red 2, he would be stupid if he did not take advantage of this golden opportunity. The new as of yet unnamed organization that I am envisioning should roughly be modeled after the Mech Trade Association. Vase explained. It must be a singular human-wide authority that is invested with the mandate to govern anything that is related to cultivation. However, It must strike a balance between tolerance and enforcement. Everyone listened carefully to his words. No matter how much or little they thought about the senior mech designer who commanded the attention of all of red humanity, his words would definitely carry a lot of influence towards the true decision makers. According to my own understanding of cultivation, I believe that every human will eventually be able to engage with it. Many are already doing so. Mech pilots and mech designers are the most famous examples of cultivators. However, exposure to E-energy radiation has made many other forms of cultivation viable. Throughout my journey through the new frontier, I have observed definite signs of cultivation from other groups. Examples include the members of the Hunting Association and even the members of the Red Fleet or the participants of their auxiliary fleet program. That last statement finally elicited a shocked reaction from a number of people. Captain Zonrad Rees looked almost betrayed as Vase casually spilled the secret that he had originally shared. Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson clearly looked as if she did not believe a word about this outrageous claim. If not for the fact that two god pilots were present at the moment, she would have tried to challenge him already. Vase smirked in her direction. You can deny it all you want, Lieutenant Commander, but the fact of the matter is that you, a member of the most cultivation-averse wing of the Red Fleet, are already a cultivator. Your ancestor is a cultivator along with every other serving member of the Jameson Spaceborne clan. The direct accusation was finally too much for the poor RF officer. Her outrage had grown so strong that it exceeded her fear towards the god pilots. You are slandering us. We are not cultivators. We are true humans who are tasked with protecting our race from your ilk. Ha 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 ha. Vase openly laughed. That's funny. I am not here to argue with you about the truth. All I can say to you and every other fleeter is to take another look at Archie, your AI evaluation and personnel management system. Do you know how gods are made in the world of cultivation? Do you know that the act of worship doesn't have to be dressed in religious rituals? Do you understand the consequence of having billions of people collectively looking up to a single existence? The young officer's eyes widened. She was smart enough to understand his logic, but her dogmatic ideology and animosity towards him prevented her from accepting his claim. You are conflating facts. You are making associations that do not exist. Vase shook his head in disappointment. People keep forgetting this fact, but the fact of the matter is that E-energy is both psychoactive and psychoreactive. In short, as long as you think about something hard enough, E-energy will try to make it true, no matter whether you consciously intended for it to happen or not. The will of the collective is a powerful force, Miss Jameson. The way you fleeters interact with Archie is feeding it to the point where he is evolving from a comprehensive AI into a deity-like cultivator. To reward you for contributing to its growth, Archie subsequently rewards you fleeters by feeding back a measure of its power, thereby making you a little smarter, stronger and better in other ways. This is undeniably a form of cultivation. Don't believe me? Then compare the statistics. I am sure that any proper empirical study will prove my claims. Astrid had no words anymore. She looked as if her operating system had encountered two conflicting directives and decided to crash. This is why a specialized cultivation organization is essential to red humanity. Vase stated as he faced the general audience again. As you can see, even the Red Fleet with all of its power and knowledge is not equipped to regulate all of the phenomena related to cultivation. Its inherent biases and ignorance towards this power either makes it blind to its dangers, or prevents it from handling it in a constructive manner. There was no need for Vase to prove these claims, because the 5th Enforcement Fleet's conduct throughout this entire public inquiry already proved their validity. Through a simple twist of words, Vase managed to frame a situation where Admiral Amelie Jameson and her descendant had turned into their own worst enemies. Their domineering behavior, their clear biases and their unwillingness to consider any reasonable compromises clearly proved to the public that they were not trustworthy and competent enough to regulate cultivation for the benefit of red humanity. This strengthened the argument that it was better to set up a third major organization. You may wonder whether the Red Association may be more qualified to take on this important mandate. Vase said as he addressed the other alternative. After all, they already have an abundant amount of experience in promoting and regulating two specialized cultivation professions. There are already mechers that are actively engaged in other forms of cultivation. Why not expand their responsibilities? That was a good question. It is not the best way forward in my opinion. Vase said a few seconds later. The Red Association is geared towards mechs. It will lose its focus and more if it takes on too many varied responsibilities. Cultivation outside of mechs is so enormous and varied in scope that it is better to handle it separately, despite how they might be related to each other. There was another reason why Vase felt it was best to keep the two worlds separated. More importantly than that, the new cultivation organization needs to be kept in check. Red humanity must not forget what our predecessors have wrought during the twilight years of the Age of Conquest. Cultivators had become mad with power. Their behavior became more rampant because there was nothing else that could keep them in check anymore. We must not repeat that mistake. Checks and balances must be established to keep cultivators in line, and I can think of no better way to do so than to allow the Mechers and their true mechs to act as an additional source of deterrence. The 5th Enforcement Fleet can also serve a similar role if they wish. As much as Vase wanted to disgrace Admiral Amelie Jameson and demolish her precious 5th Enforcement Fleet, it was unrealistic for him to fulfill this selfish desire. The obstinate fleeters needed to be part of the solution in order for this ambitious scheme to work. Vase presented another concern. Integrating cultivation in our society will not be easy. It is far more accessible than mechs and warships, since even the mechers and the fleeters can engage in it. Therefore, I do not think it practical to make this cultivation organization exclusive. I propose to do the opposite instead. Everyone must feel welcome under its broad umbrella. The organization must actively welcome the participation of both mechers and fleeters. This will prevent them from conflicting with each other on how to regulate cultivation without allowing it to threaten the existing value of mechs and warships. Inclusivity is paramount. Only by working together can we tame this ubiquitous power and consistently implement fair and safe policies throughout human-occupied space. This was a heavy compromise. Vase could have insisted on making the new Cultivation Association more exclusive, but that would have been politically unacceptable to a lot of leaders from the Red 2. The existence of a third major human organization already shook the foundation of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. By inviting their members to become a part of the new organization, their objections wouldn't be as fierce anymore. After all, if they ended up in charge of the new Cultivation Association, then they might not end up losing any power in the long run. Vase did not expect it to work that way. The Cultivation Association would become so large and messy that it would never be completely aligned with the existing Red 2. Mixing mechers, fleeters and other adversaries into a single melting pot was a recipe for conflict and disagreements. If this circumstance came about, then there was no way for either of the Red 2 to effectively enact their policies through this new vehicle. The constant pushback from internal competitors would effectively ensure that the third organization would effectively maintain a considerable degree of separation from the older powerful institutions. Chapter 5784 Collective Vision 5784 Collective Vision. A lot of people looked confused when Vase insisted on making the third organization inclusive. They did not understand what it meant or how it would play out over time. To be fair, not even Vase was able to predict what would happen if a bunch of powerful stakeholders from multiple competing groups all joined the same organization. This was a problem, because bad governance could easily doom the best of intentions. I am sure you are wondering who will get to be in charge of this new cultivation organization. Vase said, I cannot understate the importance of selecting its initial leaders. These are the visionaries who must define the new association's mission, establish its enormous organizational structure, bestow a lot of subordinates with important responsibilities and formulate impactful policies. He turned towards the physical projection of the evolution witch. The god pilot had crossed her arms and seemed content to listen to his pitch. While I envision that the new cultivation organization be led by multiple Tier 1 galactic citizens at first, I recognize the need for a single guiding voice. This powerful individual must be responsible for keeping everyone on topic and ensure that a permanent gridlock will not cause the association to become impotent. He or she is not supposed to be the sole decision maker, but must carry enough respect to push an agenda forward. Red humanity cannot afford to remain stagnant on cultivation. If we want to win the Red War, then we must leverage the power of cultivation as productively as possible in the following few years. He gestured towards the physical projection of the evolution witch. I can think of no better candidate to become the chairwoman, president or whatever of this new cultivation association than you, Your Holiness. You are one of the 8 principal protectors of red humanity, which already speaks to your character and your sense of responsibility. You are powerful enough that no one can disregard your voice. You are young enough to be open-minded towards new possibilities while evading any of the destructive biases that clouds the judgment of elders who lived through the end of the Age of Conquest. More importantly than that, your well-known interest and expertise on genetics and human evolution makes you more qualified to set the agenda than any other human leader. Vase may be overdoing it a bit, but he was genuinely sincere about putting her in charge, at least at the start. Despite how favorable this recommendation may be, the evolution which did not accept it right away. Less than null greater than this is your vision, your grand design. Why not preside over this new organization yourself? Vase almost coughed. I do not believe I am qualified to lead this organization. I am just a mech designer, Your Holiness. As invested as I am in many other aspects of cultivation, my initial and most important vocation is designing mechs. I will still need to rely a lot on the Red Association to further my personal career. As tempting as it may be to lead this new cultivation association, it will only slow down my personal ambitions. I can make far greater contributions to our society if I continue to design living mechs. Besides, I doubt that enough decision makers are in favor of elevating an abnormally young Tier 3 galactic citizen such as myself. You are a far better candidate, though there may be other qualified candidates that I am not aware of at this time. A short pause ensued as the evolution which seemed to ponder over this crucial issue. Her physical projection eventually issued a succinct reply. Less than null greater than leadership and governance can be determined later. The main subject for consideration is whether to establish this new cultivation association. Do you intend for this to be its name? Vase shook his head. Not per se. I do not have a recommendation for it. I suppose that if you want to join the existing Red 2, its name should start with the word, Red. I think it is a great idea if we can call it the Red Cabal, but the aliens have already taken that moniker, if in their own native languages. Maybe we can call it the Red Collective. The evolution which along with everyone else considered this name, less than null greater than explain your reasoning. The word, collective, emphasizes inclusivity. Vase elaborated on his choice. I envision the Red Collective to welcome all human cultivators whether they are mech designers, mech pilots, swordmasters or simply ordinary people who happen to dabble in cultivation. I do not believe it is a good idea to turn it into an exclusive organization like the original Red 2. Cultivators can do a lot of damage to themselves and other people if they are isolated and left to their own devices. It is better to be tolerant towards deviants and provide them with a welcome and mostly non-judgmental platform to allow them to engage in cultivation in a constructive manner. That was an entirely different sort of organization than the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Opening its doors to anyone meant that there would be no distinction between members and non-members. The lack of division would make it harder for a small but incredibly elite group of members to lord it over the space peasants. On the other hand, the overly generous entry conditions meant that a lot of trash and freeloaders would become a part of the collective, making it more difficult for this new organization to develop a strong and cohesive image. That was actually what Vase really wanted. The messier and more divided the collective, the greater the chance that it would leave him and his works alone. The last thing he wanted was a strong and cohesive authority that frequently imposed all kinds of restrictions on his living mechs. Vase made a brief bow towards the evolution which, of course, this is just my personal vision. It is not up to me to set the name and the membership criteria of the Red Collective. You and anyone invested with the responsibility for setting up this new organization can make these decisions yourselves. I can only add that the ubiquitous availability of e-energy makes cultivation so accessible to every red human that you cannot regulate it as strictly as you do with mechs and warships. I think it is much better to extend a welcoming hand to everybody than to deny its benefits to everyone but a select few. Those were good suggestions, but they still left a lot of open questions. Vase did not want to overstep his boundaries. He had to be careful about giving enough direction to inspire the public, but also reserve enough room for the actual leaders such as the evolution which to put their own stamp on the idea. The god pilot in question slowly nodded in approval. Less than null greater than I approve of your vision. I agree with you. Cultivation should be a universal right for red humanity. Everyone deserves a chance to overcome their weakness. This was to be expected from the evolution which, her difficult life journey where she constantly had to break through in order to outpace her congenital ailments had fundamentally shaped views towards human evolution. Even if other forms of cultivation were not identical to her own, they still possessed enough similarities for the evolution which to support them on principle. The other god pilot who had shown up voiced her opinion in a much more direct manner, less than null greater than mu. That was clarifying. The time for elaboration had come to an end. Vase had already sketched a basic layout on a canvas. It was up to the real movers and shakers of human civilization to decide whether to agree to the formation of the Red Collective. Passing this proposal would lead to drastic changes throughout society. The implications were massive. Red humanity would diverge even further from original humanity that resided back in the old galaxy. The Red 2 would eventually morph into the Red 3 as the newest entry was bound to become an intimate part of people's lives. A huge sense of weight descended onto the Dragon King's palace. The destiny of the human race in the Red Ocean was at stake. Every Tier 1 galactic citizen in the dwarf galaxy had directed their attention to this highly consequential event. Vase decided to give this matter another push. Earlier, I asked the members of the public whether they are in favor of my proposal. While I do not have the ability to poll every single human in the new frontier, I would like to ask you to stand up and voice your support if you agree with my proposal. So I ask of you again, are you with me, Red humanity? The vast majority of the 100,000 people who were fortunate enough to witness this historic event inside the Grand Hall all rose from their seats and issued their reply. We are with you. Their thunderous reply rippled through the water as well as the still existing pocket of air centered around Vase. Their voices transmitted over the broadcast and into many other homes and workplaces. What was remarkable was that a lot of people on the other end issued the same response. No matter whether the Red Association or the Red Fleet was able to precisely track the exact responses from every single individual, it was more than clear that there was a comfortable majority of people who were in favor of the establishment of the Red Collective. How could they not? It not only promised to teach people how to harness the power of cultivation, but did so while presenting far fewer barriers of entry compared to the existing Red 2. The proposal clearly provided a lot of benefits but very few downsides to ordinary people. Neither the Red Association nor the Red Fleet could possibly be as generous towards them. Ordinary space peasants had a long history of getting screwed by the mechers and fleeters. The masses clearly relished the chance to stick it to the Red 2 and gain power in a way that fell outside of their direct jurisdiction. Vase smiled. He felt a lot of relief that the public was willing to play along with his charade. Unfortunately, public support alone was not enough to force such a radical change on human society. The existing powers needed to assent as well in order to turn this whimsical idea into a concrete reality. He turned back to the evolution which while gently stroking Emma's delectably soft and furry back. The public has spoken. Now, I would like to invite the leaders of the Red 2 and the first-rate colonial super-states to share their stance on this proposal, less than null greater than mu. Naturally, the Destroyer of Worlds supported this initiative, and not just because she wanted to do Vase a favor. Given her ambitious plan to speed up her cultivation to the unprecedented rank of God King Pilot, Divine Irene Mox could surely leverage the support of a friendly institution. Less than null greater than as I have stated before, evolution should be a universal right to all red humans. I approve. The support of 2 god pilots was already enough to form the Red Collective. It was not as if anyone was willing to stand in their way if they really insisted. The greater issue at stake was acceptance and legitimacy. Vase did not want the Red Collective to turn into a niche organization with huge limitations to its scope like the Hunting Association. It had to be a large and strong enough group to rival the existing Red 2 in power one day. In order to make that happen, it was crucial for the proposal to gain a lot more backing in high places. This was the most important moment for Vase. Had his pitch won over enough influential leaders to build a broad base of support for the Red Collective? I approve. A relatively weak voice broke the silence from below. The fleeter captain wearing his dress uniform boldly attracted everyone's attention. My standing in the Red Fleet may not be impressive, but I have seen its rot and stagnation. Far too many colleagues of mine are trapped in the web of outdated traditions and willful ignorance. We cannot ignore cultivation forever. If we do not embrace it, we will get overtaken by it. Technology does not have to resist cultivation. It can coexist alongside this new force. Though Sigrund was definitely not a big shot, it was still a highly symbolic move for an actual captain of the Red Fleet to publicly support this radical initiative. Thank you, Captain Rees. Who else agrees with my motion? Chapter 5785 Red Admiralty 5785 Red Admiralty. This was perhaps the most crucial part of Ves's incredibly bold attempt to reform the power structure of Red humanity. Vase had already changed history in a way by opening the gates to the formation of a Red Collective. Public support for this broad new organization with a mandate related to cultivation was clearly high. There would not be many issues trying to convince the masses to accept this potential new addition to their lives. Yet it did not matter if a couple of trillion more people supported the initiative. The ugly truth about Red humanity was that the vast majority of them were powerless. As much as Vase hated the term space peasant, there were good reasons why the Mechers and Fleeters used it on a frequent basis. That was because the second-raters and third-raters lacked the power to make their voices heard. Therefore, the only opinions that truly mattered were the people at the top. The galactic citizenship system was the formalization of human civilization's highly lopsided hierarchy. By establishing clearly defined tiers, it became very obvious to anyone whether a person was qualified to share their opinions or decide on an issue. A matter as consequential as establishing the Red Collective could only be decided by the highest leaders in the Red Ocean. The approval of a god pilot like the Destroyer of Worlds alone was functionally worth more than the total sum of space peasants in the new frontier. It sounded incredibly unfair and unjust, but this was the reality of today's society. The Mechers and the Fleeters had never been interested in sharing power. Since they came into power during the Age of Mechs, they made huge power grabs in the name of protecting civilians from the irresponsible decisions of their former leaders. While the Big Two's heavy-handed reforms successfully neutered the former star nations to the point where they could no longer threaten the survival of the human race, one of the lamentable consequences was that ordinary folk became even more divorced from power. This was why there was such a strong universal drive towards promotion and wealth generation. Many people born under ordinary conditions were dissatisfied with their lot. They envied the first-raters for actually having enough say in how their lives and their society should be run. There was no hope for people at the bottom or middle layers of society to push through meaningful changes. Their opinions simply didn't matter enough. Only by working hard, making the right connections and showing enough brilliance would these people be able to rise high enough to join the privileged class. If there was one benefit to the galactic citizenship system, it enabled people to clearly understand their inferiority and tell them how far they needed to climb in order to actually matter. Under the current circumstances, only Tier 1 and maybe Tier 2 galactic citizens were qualified to vote on this matter. While Sigrund had made a nice gesture, his rank was so low in the greater scheme of things that his support was mostly symbolic more than anything. If one of his superiors did not show up to affirm his statement, then his words became as worthless as that of a space peasant. Several long seconds passed as people waited for a follow-up. It should definitely be possible for the movers and shakers of red humanity to establish a remote connection to the Dragon King's palace and form a projection inside the Grand Hall. However, the situation gradually grew more awkward as the expected support did not arrive in a prompt manner. Just as Vase thought that he needed to step into the void and fill up the silence in order to sustain his momentum, a new projection finally appeared next to Captain Zonrad Rees. The woman that appeared wore a fancier and more decorated version of Sigrund's dress uniform. The virtual medals and the perfectly arranged aiguillettes did much more to enhance the woman's stature. Her brunette hair had been braided in a ponytail that elegantly draped in the front of her other shoulder. Vase knew enough about the RF's rank insignia to know that the latest arrival was a full admiral. The latest arrival soon confirmed that with her own words. "I am Admiral Chelsea Mealy, formerly of the 2nd Main Fleet. I lead the recently formed 7th Light Fleet, which is predominantly tasked with reconnaissance and the deployment of fast patrols. I am also a part of the Red Admiralty, the highest decision-making organ of the Red Fleet." The Great Severing had initially messed up the ranks of the portion of the CFA that got cut off from the Milky Way. The huge gaps and shortcomings that resulted from this abrupt cutoff forced the Red Fleet to implement a thorough reorganization. Not only did the Red Fleet form 5 new fleets that specialized in fulfilling different missions and responsibilities, it also raised a bunch of new admirals to fill up the widening leadership gaps. The Red Admiralty was a lesser version of a similar decision-making organ of the Common Fleet Alliance. The latter was a lot larger in scope, given that it was principally dominated by Grand Admirals that ranked above Fleet Admirals. In any case, Admiral Chelsea Mealy was completely different from her subordinate. Her voice held actual weight. She smiled as she addressed the entire public for the first time since her promotion. "I approve everything said by Captain Rees. Let me explain my reasoning. He along with many other fleeters have studied the disposition of alien forces beyond our borders. What they have uncovered with their own sensor sweeps is disconcerting. The quantity of alien warships is overwhelming. Even if many of them have yet to arrive in the war zones due to internal tension and slow alien superluminal traversal methods, this will not hold them back forever. Our mechs and warships will be subjected to so many hostiles that they may be pushed past their breaking points. This is not the fault of our technology or our soldiers. Both are more than adequate. The fundamental issue is quantity. Many people already had a shallow understanding of how humanity was fighting an uphill battle. The territories occupied by humans were so small relative to the size of the entire dwarf galaxy that it was impossible to gain parity in numbers. Yet to hear that this disadvantage would lead to concrete setbacks and difficulties from an admiral of the Red Fleet made it a lot harder to believe that Red humanity would muddle through somehow. Admiral Mealy knew exactly what she was doing. Do not cling to your illusions that human superiority alone will allow us to prevail in the Red War. The actual facts and numbers do not support this conclusion. We cannot expect to win our struggle of survival by adhering to the status quo. Everyone needs to adapt, including the Red Fleet. The formation of the Red Collective will not weaken us. It will strengthen us by addressing the new blind spots that have emerged and increase the militarization of our population without imposing an excessive drain on our limited resources. Though the woman did not frame her argument in an uplifting manner, she nonetheless delivered a heavy dose of reality to the public. Far too many people were not sufficiently informed about the harsh realities of war. This was mostly deliberate as many leaders wanted to raise morale and prevent any internal unrest from occurring. While this was certainly nice, the downside to this approach was that far too many people lacked the urgency to resort to harsher measures in order to produce greater results. Admiral Mealy clearly wanted to change the mentality of the general population with her message. "Thank you for your vote of support," Vase said a moment later. "Who else among the Red Fleet is willing to back this initiative?" Another physical projection came to life. The old man that appeared did not look that much different from Admiral Mealy. However, his rank and demeanor were so much greater that people immediately straightened their backs and became more attentive when they noticed his arrival. Though most people did not act as deferentially as they did upon the arrival of the two female god pilots, the latest arrival was arguably the most senior and most authoritative leader of the Red Fleet. Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle needed no introduction. "On behalf of the Second Main Fleet, I declare my support for this initiative. I agree with the arguments shared by these officers. Not only does the Red Fleet have to be realistic about our chances and accept the necessity of fighting alongside cultivators, we must also be more open-minded about realizing the latent potential of our spacers who are serving within our ranks. It is well known that the construction of warships impose the greatest drain on our resources. Any means of increasing our combat power without worsening this problem must be pursued at all cost." The backing of the Second Main Fleet was a big deal. The Second Main Fleet and the Fifth Enforcement Fleet were the original major fighting groups that the Common Fleet Alliance transferred to the Red Ocean. The Second Main Fleet's unambiguous support perfectly counterbalanced the strong opposition from the Fifth Enforcement Fleet. Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle possessed even greater sway than Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson. This was because the Second Main Fleet originally served as the spearhead of the CFA's conquest of the new frontier. It contained the strongest warships, the most premier combat crews and the finest naval traditions among all of the other fleets. There was no way the Red Fleet would be able to pull their weight in the Red War without the vital efforts and contributions of the Second Main Fleet. However, after Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle had put his reputation and credibility on the line by backing this incredibly controversial initiative, no more admirals showed up to affirm their support. Instead, a minute passed by before the projection of an older woman appeared besides Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson. A lot of people gasped as the infamous Fleeter's ancestor had finally decided to descend upon the stage herself. Vase immediately narrowed his eyes as he beheld the mastermind behind his attempted character assassination. If it wasn't for this meddlesome woman, Vase wouldn't have been forced to resort to this extreme course of action to save his own hide. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson did not look repentant or remorseful. She did not even bother to look in his direction. "My descendant here has already explained that cultivation is a scourge that will lead to the corruption of the human race. As deplorable as you think the native aliens may be, the cultivators spawned by this Red Collective will definitely be worse. In the interest of safeguarding the lives of the weak and defenseless, the Fifth Enforcement Fleet respectfully rejects this proposal." Two more physical projections showed up to back the Fleet Admiral's stance. The Third Barrier Fleet rejects the motion. The Sixth Special Fleet rejects the motion. Just like the Seventh Fleet, the Third and Sixth Fleets had only been recently formed out of a combination of scattered units and donations from the Second and Fifth Fleets. They were only led by full admirals who were still new to their ranks and positions. Their weight and prestige was not high, but they provided crucial numerical backing to the Fleet Admiral that they were aligned towards. The appearance of the latest three fleeters made it clear that the Red Fleet was still divided on this issue. The only admirals that had yet to show up were the ones that led the recently formed 1st Garrison Fleet and the 4th Engineering Fleet. Given their roles and responsibilities, it was relatively expected that they refrained from picking sides. It still left the Red Fleet torn between two opposing stances. Vase felt disappointed that his pitch failed to convince enough fleeters of the necessity to engage cultivation in a more constructive manner. Their power to deny reality was too damned strong. Even when he pointed out that the fleeters had already become cultivators due to their interactions with Archie, far too many of them still preferred to bury their heads in the sand and pretend that they were still ordinary humans. Chapter 5786 Unified Voices 5786 Unified Voices. To be fair, the current outcome was the best that Vase could hope for. It was too much to expect fleeters to be more open-minded about the need to deviate from their existing rules and traditions. The courage displayed by Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle and Admiral Chelsea Mealy was impressive. They openly defied a taboo and made a complete reversal on the subject of cultivation. Vase understood why they were more willing to embrace change than others. The Second Main Fleet fought the hardest battles and suffered the greatest attrition as a result. If this pattern persisted, then it would inevitably get hollowed out as it became harder to replenish the losses of irreplaceable warships. The 7th Light Fleet not only understood the immediate enemies of Red humanity a lot better, but completely lacked the heavy tonnage and firepower to resist any offensives. The large collection of sub-capital ships under the command of Admiral Mealy could only slow down the enemy advance by raiding shipping lines and intercepting scouting vessels. However, they could forget about defending crucial human-occupied star systems against a determined enemy invasion. That was not to say that the other fleets would be put in a worse position if the native aliens managed to make a lot of gains. The issue was that the 5th Enforcement Fleet and so on were not experiencing the full consequences of inaction at this time. Perhaps they might change their tune once the aliens launched a proper offensive, but until then they had the luxury of maintaining the status quo. "The Red Fleet has spoken," Vase said while he continued to pet Emma's back. "Who else among the leaders of Red humanity wishes to declare their stance on my proposal?" 2 projected individuals appeared. They showed up away from any of the existing groups. People showed a bit more reaction when they saw that the latest arrival turned out to be Terrans. General Axelar Strian and Master Layla Rebecca DeVos both shared a good relationship with Vase. They also held enough status within their respective ancient clans to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on their behalf. The Strian ancient clan wholeheartedly approves this proposal, the famous Peak Ace pilot announced. "As Terrans, we have preserved far more records on cultivation than others. We understand its potential and its perils. We have conducted research on how we humans can best combine it with our existing technologies to produce far greater results that were previously possible. Rather than see it as a replacement of our existing methods, we see it as a welcome addition to our arsenal. As far as we are concerned, the Terran Alliance cannot fall behind in this new arms race." General Axelar Strian possessed a lot of influence among the Terrans. Even if it seemed unlikely that he would ever be able to initiate the mech-body merger process and reach his ultimate destination, his Ouroboros was already quite powerful in a superstate that only enjoyed the protection of a single god pilot. The biggest issue was that he was one of the more forward-thinking and reform-minded leaders of the Terran people. The Terrans really valued their traditions and often resisted change for fear of losing their heritage. It remained uncertain whether General Axelar represented a comfortable majority or remained an outlier. The Master Mech designer spoke next. "The DeVos ancient clan approves Professor Larkinson's proposal as well. Many people here may be afraid that cultivation may come to replace mechs, but nothing could be further from the truth. Mechs enable humans to exceed their physical limitations and pose a greater threat against our enemies. They possess distinct advantages that cultivation cannot easily surpass. The rise of an active cultivation community can actually empower mechs by introducing new technological possibilities that were not feasible before. Just as the innovative e-technologies developed by Professor Larkinson has led to the creation of living mechs, other exotic solutions may emerge that can further enable mech pilots to attain more victories and return from the battlefield alive." It was rather interesting that Master DeVos primarily spoke as a mech designer as opposed to a Terran, but her input was welcome nonetheless. She could definitely help to reduce the apprehension that the mech community held towards cultivation. After all, the age of mechs had been their golden age. Mech pilots were the protagonists of that era and mech designers enjoyed an exalted status in the industrial sector. Every other profession failed to match their level of fame, prestige and desirability. It would be hard for them to welcome new competitors who promised to become legitimate substitutes for mechs. This was why Vase did not expect for every mech pilot and mech designer to support the establishment of the Red Collective. Vase interrupted his thoughts when a bunch of projections of other Terran leaders appeared. Leaders of both familiar and unfamiliar Terran lineages such as the Shuku Ancient Clan, the Sully Ancient Clan and the Nyald Ancient Clan had chosen to stand up and issue a remarkably unified declaration. The Shuku Ancient Clan approves this proposal. The Sully Ancient Clan approves this proposal. The Nyald Ancient Clan approves this proposal. The Dermond Ancient Clan approves. A large majority of ancient clans publicly supported Vase and his initiative despite the fact that they originally never had anything to do with this stuff. They were the first supporters from people in groups that had no special relationship with Vase. It was clear that they did not make a public stand solely because they liked Vase. He did not need to be a consummate politician to know that the Terran ancient clans were mainly invested in the Red Collective because it presented them with an opportunity to break the hegemony of the Red Two. The Terran people had bowed their heads to the Mechers and the Fleeters far too long. With the addition of the Red Collective, the power previously held by the current overlords would definitely become diluted. Even if it was not possible to kick the Mechers and the Fleeters out of the overly inclusive Red Collective, it was enough for the rest of humanity to gain another pathway towards power. Almost all of the ancient clans active in the Terran Alliance had declared their support for the founding of the Red Collective. That still left a handful of incredibly stubborn and traditional holdouts. The Chibran ancient clan, for example, remained conspicuously absent. Professor Kochik Chibran could have declared its stance outright since he was already present on site, but his status within the clan was not impressive enough to serve as an adequate representative. In any case, it did not matter if the remaining ancient clans implicitly rejected this radical change. The Terran ancient clans had shown that they had formed a near-universal consensus on this issue. This could only lead to one effective outcome. He's coming. Everyone knelt to their knees yet again as a third god pilot decided to show up at this time. Floating in front and above the group of ancient clan leaders, the light of Sol clearly conveyed that he was not speaking for himself, but on behalf of the entire Terran Alliance. Less than nulb greater than The Terran people have spoken. The Terran Alliance is fully behind this proposal. The Red Collective shall become the instrument that will lead our people to a new Earth. That evoked a loud reaction from the public. Even though many people were smart enough to figure that the Terrans were only doing this to weaken the Red Association and the Red Fleet, it was still highly consequential that the famously politically neutral Terran god pilot had chosen to take a solid stance. The fact that the Light of Sol rarely took a stance on any issue, that his decision to do so at this time hit so hard. The god pilot's move effectively sealed the official stance of the Terran Alliance and eliminated any possible opposition among the Terran people. Naturally, the Rubarthans couldn't fall behind. Emerging from the opposite side of the Terrans, all of the Rubarthan princes who happened to be stuck in the Red Ocean emerged in unison. Each of them dressed in their best princely outfits and lined themselves up in a row that placed none of them ahead of each other. The Smokestack Prince spoke first. The Rubarthan Pact does not see eye to eye with the Terran Alliance on most issues, but the fate of humanity is too important to allow historical rivalries to threaten our collective survival. Our Rubarthan people have always embraced change as a productive force. We recognize that we can never become complacent, as there will always be competitors who will try harder to overtake us. Do not forget that the native aliens have access to many of the same opportunities as us. Our enemies have access to just as much E-energy radiation as us. If we do not form the Red Collective and systematically organize humanity's introduction to cultivation, the native aliens shall overtake our strength. That was an excellent argument. Though the Smokestack Prince's delivery was not that passionate, he still presented a good logical argument that made it less acceptable to reject cultivation. The Inferno Spear Prince spoke next. As a peak ace pilot, his aura and his voice carried a lot more voice. I miss the new Rubarth Empire. I miss the Milky Way galaxy that we have forever left behind. I miss the relatives and the acquaintances that we shall never see again. The Red Ocean has become our new home and the Age of Dawn has become our new reality. Instead of clinging to a past that is no longer attainable, we should grasp the opportunities of this new era and conquer a galaxy all over again. The odds may not be in our favor, but we have been in this position before. The Rubarthan people shall be part of the vanguard that will fully leverage the power of cultivation to push back the native aliens and sweep aside their warships. The Rubarthan ace pilot sounded eager to step onto the battlefield right away in order to set a good example for his Rubarthan subjects. A few minutes passed as the other Rubarthan princes, including the Impresario Prince, voiced their support for Ves's proposal. In the end, it became clear that all of the Rubarthan princes in the Red Ocean had chosen to support the initiative. The fact that the Rubarthan leaders all showed up and made an unanimous decision gave them the excuse to feel superior towards their Terran counterparts. Of course, now that the Imperial Principalities were fully behind the Red Collective, there was little excuse for the God Pilots to go against this decision. The manifestation of Emma jumped out of Vess's arms and proudly floated before the line of Rubarthan princes, less than Nulb greater than Mu. Naturally, everyone already knew where the Destroyer of Worlds stood on this issue. Her latest action was merely a formality, but its symbolic value was still high. A fourth powerful projection emerged next to the God Cat. Even though a lot of people were growing tired of the repeated bowing, they did not dare to show any disrespect towards the ultimate protectors of red humanity and lowered themselves to their knees. The Spacelock's human form possessed a much stiffer and more formal aristocratic bearing than his female peer. Though it was not a secret that the Spacelock and the Destroyer of Worlds did not see eye to eye on many issues, this was not one of those situations. The Spacelock imperiously floated before the Rubarthan princes and affirmed the unanimous stance of his superstate. Less than Nulb greater than I declare that the Rubarthan Pact fully approves the creation of the Red Collective. There was no need for the Rubarthan God Pilot to say anything more. It was official now. The two first-rate colonial superstates both voiced their strong support for the formation of the Red Collective. Even if the Terrans and the Rubarthans were not as powerful as the present-day Mechers and Fleeters, their strong unified support meant that the Red Collective was bound to become a legitimate competitor of the existing Red 2. The only question now was whether the holdouts from the Red Association were willing to back this initiative. A lot of Tier 1 galactic citizens had yet to declare their stances. Chapter 5787 Strong Voices 5787 Strong Voices of the four major groups of red humanity, two of them had already formed a remarkably strong unified front on this issue. The Terrans and Rubarthans already had the power to form the Red Collective by themselves. They did not strictly need the support of the existing Red 2. It was just that any strong opposition from the Mechers and the Fleeters would definitely hinder any efforts to turn the Red Collective into an equal partner to the Red Association and Red Fleet. In order to reduce delays, pushbacks and other hindrances, it was vital for the Red 2 to be as supportive as possible. At the very least, the more divided they were over this issue, the lower their ability to sabotage the development of the Red Collective. Vase and many others waited impatiently for the leaders of the Red Association to show up and share their own verdicts. The proposal had already gained an abundant amount of support and momentum, but the God Pilots and Star Designers of the Red Association frequently disregarded popular trends in the past. They drew their authority and legitimacy from their overpowering strength or their astonishing productivity. While it was nice for them to be popular among the space peasants, they did not strictly need it as they were not politicians. The Galactic Mech Counselors used to act as the representatives of regular folk, but the Red Association quietly reduced their importance. All of this meant that the Red Association could very well form a major obstacle to the Red Collective. It did not take long after the declaration of the Spacelock for the projection of a completely different leader to appear. The latest arrival conspicuously chose to emerge at a position that was separated from the other groups. This time, the people did not kneel, but still chose to bow in respect. Vase meanwhile became more tense as he caught sight of a probable opponent. The first Star Designer had arrived. The Lord of Thermodynamics did not pay attention to anyone aside from the Evolution Witch. Both of them were Mechers, but that was all they had in common. Hendrik Polk was old enough to live through the end of the Age of Conquest. Divine Lucy Miyazaki was among the youngest God Pilots and grew up during the heyday of the Age of Mechs. Strong personalities were usually shaped by their most formative years during their childhood and adolescence. No matter how many centuries they lived after that, they were still extensions of their younger selves. As such, it was inconceivable for the two to fully understand and agree with each other given the enormous generational gap that existed between them. They were effectively products of entirely different eras. After the Lord of Thermodynamics completed his brief and silent exchange with the Evolution Witch, he stared directly at Vase. It was fortunate that a projection was unable to convey the expansive domain and true self of a Star Designer, because Vase might have become fascinated if this was the case. I do not approve, the old Star Designer declared without any shame or ambiguity. Our existing institutions are already adequate enough to regulate cultivation. The Red Association as well as the Red Fleet already have extensive familiarity with what it can unleash. We have defeated its evils once, and we can do it again by relying on our existing deterrents. Forming a red collective during a time of war will unnecessarily generate instability, empower leaders who do not deserve what they gain, and divide red humanity even further. The risks are far too disproportionate relative to the possible gains that we can make. Far too many of you have no inkling of the destructive consequences of this initiative. I do. I have seen maddened humans tear itself apart once before. I do not want to see it happen again. Damn, the Lord of Thermodynamics had definitely put a damper on the effort to found the Red Collective. Even though he was an old geezer, his advanced age only added to his reputation and renown. The man had made far too many contributions over the centuries. His intellect and his output improved with each passing year. His voice carried a lot of weight for that reason. Shortly afterwards, the projection of a second star designer appeared. This was the first time that Vase locked eyes with the web mistress, if only by remote. Vase personally held a huge amount of respect towards the mother of support link technology for revolutionizing the way that the best mechs as well as warships fought their battles. By enabling them to share their energy, shielding and other resources among each other, the longevity and survivability of all assets that integrated support link technology had skyrocketed. The technologies she improved and popularized was probably the chief reason why the armed forces of the Red 2 managed to minimize their losses in the ongoing war. Yet, just because Vase respected the professional contributions of the web mistress did not mean he had to agree with her political stances. I agree with my fellow star designer. The Red Collective is not a necessary or appropriate instrument. It will be too easy for dangerous radicals to capture this institution and put red humanity on a path of self-destruction. That made it official. The Mech supremacist faction rejected the proposal. Though Vase already expected this outcome, he still hoped that the two smart and powerful star designers would see reason and become more willing to embrace change. Unfortunately, the Lord of Thermodynamics and the web mistress were still paranoid about bringing back the abuses of the Age of Conquest. Another powerful presence emerged shortly afterwards. This one happened to be a lot hotter as well. The first flame had emerged. As the oldest god pilot in the Red Ocean, the man was a true living fossil. He was already old when the Mech Trade Association first came into power. Due to his age, his mentality had shifted so much that he never really saw the need to engage in politics. While he was longtime friends with the Lord of Thermodynamics, the First Flame always considered himself to be so far above other people that it was beneath him to join any faction. He only represented himself today, though it could be argued that his weight within the Red Association was so high that he was practically a faction in itself. Less than null greater than. I agree with the star designers. Cultivation is a dangerous power that should not be made available en masse. Only a select group of well-trained elites can be trusted to make responsible use of their power. Well, that was a clear answer. Yet again, another member of the old guard showed that he was still stuck in the past. Vase actually found it quite hypocritical for the First Flame to deny cultivation to the masses for fear of producing monsters when he himself was actually trying to transition away from a god pilot and attempt to become a more traditional chi and body cultivator. The most ironic aspect about his unprecedented attempt to evolve into a powerful phoenix was that a prophetic vision indicated that there was a high chance that the First Flame would suffer cultivation deviation and turn into a mindless monster. In short, the First Flame had no right to pass judgment on the perils of cultivation when he was most prone to become the evil that he hated the most. It was not convenient for Vase to mention this particular point, so he dismissed the First Flame's hot projection and waited for other arrivals. The Fist of Defiance showed up next. This was a much more welcome arrival as the god pilot held a lot more goodwill towards Vase and vice versa. Just like his name suggested, the Fist of Defiance possessed the most ideal pugilistic physique. He did not even bother to wear a proper outfit and instead looked as if he was ready to brawl a phase whale bare-handed. Less than null greater than. Ha! I like you, kid. You are one of the few mech designers in the Red Ocean who possessed an actual spine around here. Too many people nowadays lack the courage to take risks and pursue greater rewards. Instead of running away from your fears, it is better to confront it head-on and conquer it with your fists. I am with you on this, Larkin's on. You should be in charge of the Red Collective as far as I am concerned. Vase smiled and bowed in gratitude. You honor me with your praise, your holiness. The xenotechnician appeared next. The old man belonged to the same venerable generation as the Lord of Thermodynamics, but he adopted a much more tolerant attitude. In my lifetime of designing mechs and researching strange technologies, I have learned that humanity is all too often held back by its many fears. We fear alien inventions. We fear new knowledge. We fear societal change. There are times when it is wise to err on the side of caution, but this is not that time. Our side is disadvantaged in the Red War. Unless we can produce radical technological breakthroughs, our ability to win the war is slim. Embracing cultivation is an acceptable risk for us to take because its promises of power are exactly what we need to guarantee our race's survival. Whereas the Fist of Defiance made a powerful emotional appeal, the xenotechnician offered an exquisite logical argument. Both leaders of the survivalist faction made it clear that they were fully behind this initiative. Vase smiled in satisfaction and gratitude. The survivalists might not have been able to do enough to protect him from the attacks of the 5th Enforcement Fleet, but they were still willing to support him during this important time. Combined with the existing support of the Evolution Witch, the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction were definitely on his side. Another star designer showed up. This one was a surprise to Vase. Even though the general public was unaware that the polymath had fallen from grace, many people in high places did not expect that she would be allowed to voice her opinion during this occasion. The polymath looked as emotionless but determined as ever. Her current posture betrayed no hint of her prior disgrace. It was clear that the Red Association wanted to create the impression that the polymath was still an active participant in leading Red humanity to a better future. She directed an unreadable glance towards Vase. Whether she was appreciative or upset with him was unclear. The polymath did not show up in order to reminisce about old times. Red humanity has fallen into a crisis. She spoke in a plain and factual tone. In my personal opinion, the best way for us to maximize our potential is to unite our fractured population. Sadly, that is not a feasible possibility in our current climate. I do not favor the act of further dividing our people, but in the absence of the most ideal outside, I see the logic in the necessity of founding a specialized organization that can manage cultivation in a responsible manner. I approve of Professor Larkinson's initiative. Despite his relative youth and lack of experience, I too am in favor of appointing him as the leader of this Red Collective. Gee, thanks. Despite his mixed feelings towards the polymath, Vase welcomed her voice of support. She still carried a certain amount of weight given that she was still a star designer that was able to imitate difficult specializations that were no longer accessible in the Red Ocean. However, Vase did not really like the fact that she insisted on putting him in charge of this messy new organization. He already explained that he was too busy with designing mechs to waste his time on this difficult endeavor. Vase could forgive the Fist of Defiance for making this suggestion because the god pilot merely thought it was best for human civilization. The polymath on the other hand might have wanted to take revenge on Vase by foisting him with a massive responsibility that he did not want. Chapter 5788 The Resonance Smith 5788 The Resonance Smith The survivalist faction wielded a lot of influence in the Red Association and beyond. A lot of different parties looked up to the survivalists for guidance in this time of crisis and uncertainty. Few insiders overlook the fact that the outcome of the latest conference organized by this faction had been responsible for pushing the Deep Strike plan onto Red humanity. Even though the Fist of Defiance was not the outright leader of human civilization in the new frontier, the fact that society had begun to follow his vision had elevated his renown above other god pilots. Therefore, people were considerably more inclined to accept his recommendations or instructions than in the past. His personality flaws were well known, but his unwavering optimism and his unflinching belief in Red humanity was exactly what everyone needed the most in this dark and difficult period. Though the god pilot had not turned into the outright ruler of Red humanity, people found that despite his crass language, he was actually pretty suitable to serve as the guiding conscience of their troubled civilization. There had to be good reasons why the Fist of Defiance recommended Vase to become the inaugural leader of the proposed organization. However, it was not until the famous or infamous polymath issued a similar recommendation that people truly started to take the idea more seriously. Vase grew nervous as the expressions of many people started to show they were weighing this additional proposal on its merits. If the Red Collective truly lifted off, then who better to lead it in its formative years than the man who came up with it in the first place? Even though he was awfully young for the job, he had demonstrated many admirable traits during the times he presented himself to the public. In addition to that, his mysterious heritage and his excellent grasp on e-technology demonstrated that he possessed the functional knowledge needed to oversee the development of cultivation in human society. Vase could clearly sense that the seed had been planted in people's minds. That was not good for him because he really did not want this job. This was not the time to discuss this issue. The vote still needed to go on. There were still a number of important factions that had yet to declare their stances. "The polymath has spoken," he said as he continued to cradle Emma in his arms. "Who else from the Red Association is ready to announce their decision?" Another projection came forth. The power radiating from this individual made it clear that yet another star designer made an appearance. It soon became clear that the latest arrival did not have the most spotless reputation. Many of the god pilots and star designers who had already shown up all put up their guards as the only leader of the Unbound Humanity faction finally saw fit to participate. As one of the more obscure star designers of the MTA and now the RA, many people only knew about Jose Ukeve when his name appeared in the list of star designers. The Mechers did not seem keen to promote his name among the public. The star designer himself played along and mostly kept his work confined within the association. That did not mean he was a non-entity. Far from it, his unusual decision to embrace the ideals of the infamous Unbounders had immediately turned him into a troubled existence among the Mechers. After all, he was one of the few crazy people among their kind who actively advocated for the weakening of the Mech Trade Association and the elimination of nearly all taboos. The man did not look very trustworthy either. Unlike the other star designers who made sure to wear their most refined and sophisticated outfits, the ebony-skinned Unbounder deliberately wore a frumpy coat while not even bothering to groom his unkempt gray hair. Was this guy even a star designer? The latest arrival grinned in amusement as he swept his gaze across the grand hall. He seemed to relish in all of the confusion and discomfort. "I am Jose Ukeve. You may know me as the Resonance Smith. To be honest, I am torn between two stances. I am known as an advocate for human rights. More specifically, I am convinced that humans such as yourself deserve to be treated as adults rather than irresponsible children. On one hand, the founding of the Red Collective will help to limit the jurisdiction of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. On the one hand, the Red Collective may end up imposing far more rules and restrictions than the previous two organizations ever could have done on their own. Professor Larkinson, which scenario do you deem more plausible?" Vase blinked. He did not expect for the Unbounder to address him directly. After everything that happened, Vase actually found himself straying closer to the principles and the ideals of the Unbounders. Perhaps Master Benedict Cortez had actually been right about aligning himself with this seemingly crazy faction. Even though the vast majority of Mechers hated these deviants for trying to advocate for reigning in their power, the Unbounders were truly sincere in their belief that humans were responsible enough to handle their own affairs. However, the persistent opposition from everyone else had turned the Unbound Humanity faction into a marginalized group. Only the much more radical Dissolution faction was less popular. Vase felt a bit troubled when the Resonance Smith sought his input. Was the star designer truly undecided on this matter, or did the notorious star designer merely wanted to poke into Ves's head by asking a probing question? Whatever the case, Vase could not afford to take this lightly. "I am not sure what sort of answer you are looking for. In my opinion, the Red Collective is very different from the Red Association that you are familiar with. For one, nearly any cultivator who isn't an outright criminal or traitor may join the collective. This strong inclusivity means that the new organization will never completely exclude ordinary people from power. One of the most persistent complaints about the Mechers and the Fleeters is that they make a lot of decisions that directly affect the lives of other people. That should not happen in my new organization. That is an admirable goal, but implementing it is far more difficult in practice." The Resonance Smith spoke with evident interest in his voice. "How would you propose to grant the general population a voice in the decision-making process? Will you allow them to vote directly on proposals? Will you give them the right to elect representatives that will be tasked with creating and voting on legislation?" Vase shook his head. "The Red Collective is not a government and should not be structured as such. People will have the wrong ideas if we run it as a state. I really do not think it should be up to me to decide on how the collective should be run." The Resonance Smith shook his head. "Do not shirk my question. This is your vision. You must have an idea on how it will impose itself on human society." The star designer made it sound that if Vase did not supply a satisfactory answer, the Resonance Smith would reject the proposal. Even if the support of a single star designer was not that crucial, Vase did not want to lose the support and goodwill of a powerful player. From what little Vase had heard about the Resonance Smith, this star designer was responsible for many of the advancements of high-end resonating materials. A lot of ace mechs, but especially god mechs, derived a lot of power from the extremely powerful resonating alloys developed by Jose Ukeve. The vast majority of resonating materials found in the cosmos were fairly weak. They were powerful up to a point. When high-ranking mech pilots outgrew these natural materials, their ability to leverage more power from their machines became constrained by hard ceilings. The only way to further unlock the power of ace pilots and god pilots with vastly superior resonance strengths was to resort to artificially synthesized resonating materials. If not for the groundbreaking work by the resonance smith, the domain fields and combat power of many ace mechs and god mechs would have been substantially weaker than in the present. The extreme importance of the resonance smith's works had made him unassailable within the association. The mechers depended far too much on the resonance smith's work to ostracize him for his controversial ideals. That meant that Jose Ukeve could keep on advocating for the lifting of many taboos as long as he kept making vitally important contributions. He was clearly a shrewd and cunning star designer. It would not be good for Vase to get on the resonance smith's bad side. The powerful mecher clearly wanted to force a real answer out of Vase. I think that none of the existing governance models are suitable for the Red Collective. Vase eventually explained. The way the mechers and fleeters run their own organizations may work well for them, but too many decisions are made by high and mighty elites who are locked in their ivory towers. No offense to you, but ordinary folk find it impossible to connect to you guys. I am aware. The resonance smith responded with a more severe expression. The Big Two and the Red Two deliberately set themselves apart from the rest of the population. They believe that maintaining a degree of separation will allow them to manage our society in a more fair and impartial manner. I personally do not agree with this policy, but it is the prevailing consensus. The leader of the Unbounders attracted a few ugly looks from the other leading figures. The resonance smith was making the Red Two look bad in front of the public. Vase continued to explain his views. As I have stated before, I don't think that appointing representatives to enact policies or letting people vote on measures directly is the answer either. Not only will it warp the Red Collective into something else, it will also lead to a lot of distracting and unproductive popularity contests. I am not opposed to giving ordinary people a way to exercise their power within the new organization, but these mundane measures will only decrease the efficiency of the collective in a time where we can least afford it. We are locked in a total war against the native aliens of the Red Ocean. We need to be more decisive in our decision-making. But there is the dilemma. The Unbounder smirked in amusement. More effective decision-making can only be accomplished by centralizing power at the top. A technocracy can accomplish that at the cost of disenfranchising the bottom. A more democratic governance system can give the general population more influence over far-reaching policy decisions, yet there are many concerns about respecting the voice of large quantities of people with little understanding of cultivation. Neither of these governance systems sounded ideal to Vase. He did not want to determine which one was the lesser of two evils. This was why he came up with a third idea that was so crazy and radical that he did not really want to voice it in the first place. Unfortunately for him, the resonance smith demanded a real answer out of Vase. After a few seconds of hesitation, Vase finally decided to throw his suggestion into the opening. I have been putting a little thought on an alternative solution that sidesteps the problems of the prior models. He slowly said, it takes a bit of explanation to understand it in full, but if I have to summarize it, I think it is best for me to employ my kinship networks to bind large groups of people to powerful entities. These spirits, or gods if you will, are theoretically the embodiment of the collective will and desires of a distinct population. That means that they are qualified to represent that group in the main decision-making organ of the Red Collective. Are you following me so far? Quote. Everyone had been stunned into silence. Chapter 5789 The Marmedian Family 5789 The Marmedian Family. It looked like Vase still had plenty of capacity to stun the entire public with his crazy ideas. The more people solicited his opinions, the more groundbreaking answers they received in return. Vase had no doubt that the resonance smith had a greater scheme in mind by pressing him for answers. When will these folks learn that it might be better to leave Vase alone? One of the reasons why he deliberately threw out radical proposals was to discourage others from pulling him into their schemes. Given the reactions produced by his latest idea, Vase had once again demonstrated his capacity to defy expectations and jump out of the traps set by others. There was no way the resonance smith could have possibly predicted that Vase would appoint his own spirits as the policy makers of the Red Collective. It was such an outlandish and crazy idea that could never be realized by anyone else. Only Vase was capable of forming this proposal and putting it into action. The vast majority of people did not have a sufficient understanding of what Vase was talking about. They lacked the knowledge and the context surrounding spirits and kinship networks. Most of the gathered leaders had a better idea of what Vase was talking about. Kinship networks were already on track to become an integral part of the new elites program as well as the two first-rate superstates. That was what caused these powerful figures to feel mixed about this proposal. It was not a secret that Vese's so-called spirits were not human in origin. Perhaps a few of them might have been based on real humans. But they had become so separated from their original roots that they could no longer be treated as individuals of the same race. Therefore, letting these spirits or gods exercise actual power within the Red Collective was no different from letting aliens or sentient ice impose rules onto humans. The only reason why this idea was not outright disqualified was the theory that spirits were not completely independent entities. By turning them into personifications of the collective will of large groups of people, they should technically be able to represent the interests of their constitutions far better than any other alternative. All of this remained a theoretical exercise, though. It had never been tested in actual reality, so nobody could say for certain that this innovative but incredibly controversial governance model would work out well. Not even the Resonance Smith wanted to voice his support behind this wacky idea. You have an interesting imagination, Professor Larkinson. Your creative solution to this problem deserves further consideration. You at least proved to my satisfaction that your vision of the Red Collective is different enough from our existing institutions to avoid the same mistakes. You have my support for your original proposal. Vase inwardly sighed in relief once it became clear that he managed to overcome this hurdle. If he voiced any other answer, it would have been likely that he would have displeased a lot of important stakeholders. If he favored a more technocratic governance model, then he would essentially hollow out the ideas of the Red Collective as it ended up little different from the Red Association and the Red Fleet. If he tried to give the masses more direct control over how the Red Collective should be run, then a lot of delays and dysfunction would arise as people continually bumbled around during wartime. That was not to say that letting spirits decide on policies was a superior alternative. It was just so new and unheard of that people could not decide whether it served their needs. Many people remained confused about Vase and the Resonance Smith had just talked about, so a brief lull ensued after this exchange. That ended as soon as another star designer appeared. Vase perked up a bit after he recognized Kevin Ehrenstein, otherwise known as the Missile Messiah. Even though missiles had fallen outside of the mainstream due to its lack of cost-effectiveness, that did not mean they were ineffective. It was the opposite. Missiles could often produce devastating damage, so much so that they used to be a lot more prevalent in past mech generations. Unfortunately, those years had passed. The Missile Messiah mostly serviced the needs of the most powerful clients for that reason. Only they possessed the money and resources to arm their machines with the most destructive warheads. Less than nulb greater than mu. Emma greeted the newly arrived star designer. Oh, you know him? Vase softly asked. The god cat nodded her powerful head. That was a good sign. Now that he thought about it, it was fairly logical for the Missile Messiah to service the needs of the Destroyer of Worlds. The former may be a mecher, but he was still a star designer who specialized in developing the most powerful and useful ordnance. From what Vase had learned about the Missile Messiah, the star designer was a leader of the Guidance faction. That meant that he belonged to the opposite camp of the Resonance Smith. Vase was not certain where Kevin Ehrenstein would fall. He was a strong believer in letting the mechers intervene more actively in the governing of human states. Would the Guidance faction support the mandate of the Red Collective in spite of the fact that it would weaken the Red Association in the process? The star designer did not leave Vase in suspense for long. I reject, the Missile Messiah said. Everyone waited for the star designer to elaborate on his decision, but the man made it clear that none was forthcoming. Okay, thank you for your input. Vase was disappointed at the Missile Messiah's rejection, but he did not feel upset about it. The Guidance faction was notoriously power-hungry, so it saw any measure that reduced its power as a threat to its fundamental interests. Even if the Missile Messiah would be able to make up for that by taking a prominent position in the Red Collective, his voice would certainly be smaller due to the addition of many other stakeholders. It was not much of a surprise that Kevin Ehrenstein recognized this obvious trap and expressed his dissatisfaction. Whether deliberately or not, only a single major faction was left. It happened to be the most powerful one after the survivalist faction. Part of the reason why the Red humanity got stuck in the Red Ocean in the first place was due to the strong encouragement of the expansionist faction. Since the expansionists were most enthused about expanding human space in an entirely new dwarf galaxy, they had committed the most god pilots and star designers to the new frontier. This had inadvertently turned their faction into a heavyweight in a post-Great Severing society. While there were people who had doubts whether the expansionist faction would remain united now that there was no more possibility of expanding human territories under the current climate, the expansionists still enjoyed the advantages of being the big boys. It was typical for them to appear last. Perhaps wishing to counter the narrative that their unity was on the verge of breaking apart, the physical projections of all of them appeared at the same time. Vase and many others were taken aback when multiple powerful presences radiated a measure of their power onto anyone nearby. The army of one, the huntsman. The two god pilots did not have much in common, but they were both in favor of adopting a more aggressive approach in conquering alien territories. 4 star designers appeared besides them, each of whom possessed powerful specializations that encouraged them to relocate to the Red Ocean. 3 of them were even more notable for being part of the same family. Charles Marmidian, otherwise known as the Energy Warder, was a star designer who excelled in developing energy shield systems. He had lived for over 5 centuries and was the most senior and authoritative voice within the expansionist faction. He was also the patriarch of the powerful Marmidian family. Chester Marmidian was the 320-year-old descendant of the Energy Warder. The rise of the Dimensional Architect proved to the entire Mech community that it was not impossible for multiple members of the same family to rise to the highest rank in the Mech designer profession. Tiffany MacArthur Marmidian was an odd case. The Limitless provider became famous for developing extremely powerful zero-point energy reactors that went on to satisfy the most demanding requirements of peak ace mechs and god mechs. She was also the wife of Chester Marmidian. The two did not start out as a pair of star-crossed lovers who grew up at the same time and advanced their careers in lockstep. Instead, both of them worked separately and advanced to the rank of star designer first before randomly deciding to marry each other when they were both far beyond the typical age range to consider such matters. Many people speculated that the Limitless provider married into the Marmidian family in order to form a sizable power block within the association. It was difficult to imagine that the pair of old star designers genuinely harbored any passion towards each other. Whatever the case, the Energy Warder effectively wielded the power of 3 star designers as a result. Most people regarded Charles Marmidian as the de facto leader of the expansionist faction, but few outsiders knew how much he got along with the 2 god pilots. Even if god pilots started to gain greater weight in red humanity, it would still be difficult to pass any proposal without the assent of the Energy Warder. The only star designer left inside the expansionist faction was Raya Zhao. The Leyline Seer developed a rather unorthodox Class 9 design philosophy that was centered around harnessing the huge power of the active core of a planet. While that sounded rather convoluted and cumbersome, the advantage was that a mech or other machine could tap into the power of a planet in a fairly economical manner. This allowed the Leyline Seer to develop design applications that empowered a wide variety of landbound mechs as well as enormous planetary facilities. Her importance in defensive warfare could not be overstated, especially in an age where the extremely extravagant resources that the Limitless provider needed to construct the most powerful versions of zero-point energy reactors had become extremely scarce. Raya Zhao may have appeared at the same time as the other expansionist leaders, but she distinctly set herself apart from the Marmidians and the 2 god pilots. It became clear that the expansionist faction was split up into multiple sub-factions. The 3 Marmidian star designers constituted a single group. The 2 god pilots were so chummy with each other that they formed their own group. The Leyline Seer aligned herself with neither of the 2 and formed her own little power base. All of this was quite interesting to Vase. He wondered how that would affect the result. Everything that needed to be said has already been voiced, so I shall spare you with my reasoning. The Energy Warder spoke with his rich and authoritative voice. On behalf of myself, the Dimensional Architect and the Limitless provider, we reject the proposal. Damn, losing the support of the Marmidians was a serious blow to his interests, but Vase could still afford this setback as long as the remaining expansionists diverged from this power block. Vase looked almost hopeful when the 2 god pilots directly voiced their decisions. Less than null greater than I approve. The Red Collective will do a better job at organizing cultivators than the existing Red 2. The Army of One spoke. Less than null greater than I approve as well. Neither the Red Association nor the Red Fleet are able to show due consideration to a phenomenon that falls outside of their direct mandates. The Huntsman explained. Vase grinned and nodded in gratitude. Thank you for your support. The Leyline Seer spoke last. I approve as well. So long as the Red Collective remains inclusive enough to accommodate mech designers as well as other professionals, it can. The end result was that the powerful expansionist faction was split down the middle. No more voices were forthcoming. Though a couple of RF admirals and a handful of star designers of the first-rate colonial superstates had not shown up, their absence was either meaningless or signaled their desire to abstain from this decision. The results were therefore quite clear to Vase and others. "Let me summarize the votes," he said. "The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact are nearly unanimously in favor of founding the Red Collective. The Red Association and the Red Fleet are somewhat evenly divided on this issue. As far as I am concerned, there is a broad majority of leaders who are in favor of expanding the Red too. Combined with strong public support, I believe that means that there is sufficient reason to implement my proposal. Is there anyone who objects to this outcome?" Though Vase had made it sound as if this was the only acceptable outcome, this was not strictly true. He acted as if the first-rate colonial superstates were almost just as powerful as the Red too. He acted as if all that needed to pass this radical and far-reaching proposal was to attain a straight majority or a two-thirds majority. The question now was whether any of the opposers saw fit to object to this arrangement. Chapter 5790 Major Appointments 5790 Major Appointments Everyone's attention turned towards the leaders who rejected the proposal. The pressure on them was immense. They all had their own reasons to object to the creation of the Red Collective. None of them came to their decisions lightly. These powerful and far-sighted leaders mainly objected to the proposal for two legitimate reasons. There were a lot of old-timers who were so scarred by the damage wrought by the Five Scrolls Compact that they objected to giving cultivation a platform. There were also mechers and fleeters who objected to turning the Red 2 into the Red 3 or because it would weaken their respective organizations. Suffice to say, the fact that there is enough momentum behind the proposal that its passing seemed likely did not reassure the naysayers. It was difficult to imagine that these strong personalities would just roll over and allow Red humanity embrace change that significantly damaged their interests. A long silence ensued after Vase summarized the vote count. Even though it looked as if everyone froze in time, it did not take a genius to figure out that the Tier 1 galactic citizens had entered into a furious private discussion. It was not suitable for them to air their deliberations in public, so they made sure to communicate with each other without needing to worry about revealing any sensitive or confidential information. This left Vase and the rest of the public in suspense. Since nothing demanded his input for the time being, Vase defaulted to remaining silent while scratching Emma's lovely cheek. Fortunately for him, he still had access to an insider. "How is it going?" he softly whispered. Emma squinted her eyes and began to purr. That was enough of a signal that the secret deliberations were proceeding fairly well. This was a fairly logical result. Even if the recalcitrant leaders had good reasons to reject the proposal, they not only had to resist the pushback from a larger group of supportive leaders, but also lost a lot of trust from the public. Either of these downsides was enough to make these opposers more reluctant to continue to stand in the way of the Red Collective. The prospect of incurring both was enough to turn continued opposition into political suicide. The main reasons why the opposers still managed to drag on the deliberations for so long was because they wanted to secure a few concessions in exchange for their reluctant support. Given that the founding of the Red Collective had turned into an unstoppable trend, it was logical for the remaining holdouts to cease their futile resistance and try to extract a few consolation prizes from the victors. Vase twitched his mouth when he figured this out. Typical. Even the staunchest ideologues were willing to be flexible with their principles in order to further their interests. It helped a lot that an overwhelming majority of God pilots backed him up on this issue. Aside from the hypocrite known as the First Flame, 7 out of 8 existing God pilots had made it clear that it was a good idea to form the Red Collective. Even if most star designers ended up on the opposite side, it would be extremely troublesome for them to oppose the collective will of so many strong-willed God pilots. In that sense, the fact that most God pilots approved the proposal averted a potential conflict that could have torn the Red Association apart. Vase briefly glanced in the direction of the First Flame. The physical projection burned even hotter than before, signaling that the oldest God pilot was not in a good mood at the moment. God pilots generally did not bother to hide their emotions, so it was clear that Divine Herald Genoa formed the greatest remaining stumbling block. Several minutes as everyone continued to anticipate a conclusion to the public inquiry that had gone completely off the rails. In the end, the First Flame visibly expressed his frustration, but closed his eyes to signal his acquiescence. The old fossil couldn't resist the urge to put in a final word. less than null greater than I believe with all my heart that you are all letting red humanity into its doom by opening the floodgates of cultivation. Few if any of you understand the true horrors that you are about to unleash. Yet, if you are convinced that the only feasible means to defeat our alien adversaries is to turn ourselves into monsters, then so be it. I shall stand aside and continue to fulfill my original mission. I will take it upon myself to preserve the last flames of the human civilization in the Red Ocean when this irresponsible experiment of yours inevitably falters. The first flame did not even bother to stick around. He withdrew his projection right after he had spat his last words. What a sanctimonious bastard! Vase almost sneered at the first flame. While it would have been more ideal if the oldest god pilots saw the light and backed the Red Collective, it was not a bad outcome for this ancient geezer to get out of the way and play with his flames in a corner. The other god pilots certainly expressed a lot more satisfaction towards this resolution. Each of them may possess vastly different goals and convictions, but they found common cause in their desire to speed up the transformation of human society. Before Vase could take the word again, the physical projection of the xenotechnician rose up and attracted everyone's attention. We have come to a consensus. The Red Collective initially outlined by Professor Vase Larkinson will be formed. All of us here have promised to complete this enormous undertaking within one standard year. It should actually take more time to form an organization of this size and scope, but the longer people are able to engage with cultivation without proper instruction and supervision, the more difficult it becomes to bring everything to order. That made sense. A year sounded like a lot, but it was actually really fast given how many rules, how many personnel and how much construction was needed to form a worthy rival to the existing Red 2. A year was far too little to turn the Red Collective into an equal partner to the Red Association and the Red Fleet. At most, the nascent organization started off with a strong foundation that would naturally grow into a mature member of the Red 3 over the next few decades. There were still limits to how much the Red Collective could accomplish in a few months or years. Vase did not dare to hold too many expectations in this regard. The xenotechnician continued to explain the consensus with his friendly and reassuring voice. We have approved the formation of an interim leadership council to formulate the initial rules, structure, hierarchy and objectives of the Red Collective. In order to meet the goal of inclusivity, we expressly invite a selection of notable leaders from the Red 2, the first-rate colonial superstates as well as a random selection of first-class, second-class and third-class statesmen to represent their citizens across human-occupied space. Aside from that, we will form a new hub on the galactic net where you can freely submit your ideas and discuss them with other interested individuals. We cannot assure you that we will accept all of your suggestions, but we can promise you that we will listen to you and seriously consider your input. That was actually a really comprehensive plan. It was a reasonable way to go about it, though a lot of people felt concerned whether the Red 2 or the First Raiders would end up dominating the discussion anyway. There were many ways for schemers to manipulate this interim leadership council so that it effectively disregarded the demands of space peasants. Still, the xenotechnician sounded earnest enough. The god pilots definitely would not allow this process to become corrupted by special interests, especially after they promised to make it as fair as possible. In order to increase the efficiency of the interim leadership council, we have decided to appoint the Evolution, which is its chief counselor. She shall be invested with greater authority in order to ensure that the council makes consistent progress in fulfilling its extensive agenda. Do you agree with her appointment, Professor Larkinson? Why was the star designer asking Vase? He was just a Tier 3 galactic citizen. I am willing to extend my trust to the Evolution Witch. I have no objections to her appointment. Good, you have earned a place on this council as well. As the initiator and the original advocate of the Red Collective, we continue to value your input. Given your remarkable record, we also believe you can serve as an effective bridge between First Raiders and those who live more humble lives. At least the xenotechnician did not refer to Second Raiders and Third Raiders as space peasants. Though Vase still considered this responsibility to be a considerable distraction to his mech design work, it at least lasted for a year at most. He did not bother to object to this appointment for this reason, especially when it would allow him exert a little influence to shape the Red Collective in his favor. At least the big shots shoved the most difficult and cumbersome duties to the Evolution Witch. She could continue to retain her high position when the Red Collective finally got going as far as Vase was concerned. Once the Interim Leadership Council has completed its mission and formed a complete blueprint of the Red Collective, it will officially start its operations a year later from today at most. Xenotechnician said, We also intend to start a formal mechanism to decide on the inaugural head of this ambitious new institution. We will have to flesh it out before we can share more details, but we will endeavor to ensure that every common human citizen will be able to have a say in this decision. Oh, Vase glanced up at the audience. He could not help but notice that a lot of people immediately thought of him as their preferred candidate. That was bad. As much as Vase liked to be in charge rather than allow himself to be bossed around, he knew that he did not have the qualifications to lead the Red Collective. It was way too premature for him to assume such an enormous responsibility. With all due respect, I am just a senior mech designer. Vase couldn't help but voice his objections. I have no clue how to lead an organization as big and as complex as this. Just because I came up with this notion does not mean I should make it work. You and every other Tier 1 galactic citizen can do countless times better. The xenotechnician directed a generous smile towards Vase. Do not sell yourself short, Professor. This charade of a public inquiry has exposed severe problems in how the present leaders of our society have become misaligned with the general population. We have been moving closer towards a gerontocracy where a selection of old and out-of-touch leaders dictate the lives of a large population of younger citizens. If we want to correct this obvious imbalance, then we must be more proactive in empowering members of the younger generations. Many god pilots, star designers and other elder statesmen have already shaped human civilization during the Age of Mechs. The Age of Dawn belongs to youngsters such as yourself, Professor Larkinson. I partially agree. I think you are aiming too young, though. I am barely more than 40 years old. You should at least set your sights on a more competent leader who is over a century old. I am so young and inexperienced that I come up with the most outlandish ideas from time to time. I do not think it is wise for the rest of you to become subjected to the products of my overactive imagination. Ves's words seemed to spread a subtle ripple of fear. As much as he had contributed to a worthy endeavor, everyone had more than enough of his creative ideas for one day. Chapter 5791 Decisive Resolution 5791 Decisive Resolution The history of Red humanity had changed forever. Due to a confluence of accidents and botched conspiracies, Vase had impulsively called for the society he was a part of to found a worthy end addition to the Red 2. Surprisingly enough, his idea gained so much traction that his improvised proposal got passed by plenty of stakeholders. Not only was the public nearly universally behind the idea of gaining a much easier pathway to power in a collective that they could call their own, but a broad plurality of Tier 1 galactic citizens decided to go on board as well. This was nothing but a miracle, one that could have never taken place if a lot of conditions had been slightly different. Public attention had worked in his favor. Vase found it ironic that the antics of Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson had actually caused the initially boring public inquiry to turn into a civilization-wide spectacle. If not for that, Vase would have never been able to throw a verbal bomb that detonated all of human society. Vase realized that he had been put in the right place and time to chip away at the hegemony of the Red 2. So many people sought to weaken the Mechers and the Fleeters, yet none had managed to do so because these rival groups always banded together in order to resist any challenge to their power structure. Even though the opponents to living Mechs sought to leverage overwhelming public pressure to force Vase to limit the capabilities of his products, in the end he had brilliantly hijacked the weapon of his enemies and turned the will of the people into his strongest weapon. He had no doubt that if public opinion hadn't been so overwhelmingly in favor of his ideals, a lot of god pilots and star designers probably felt they could get away with rejecting this obvious challenge to their authority. Yet because Vase had aligned himself much more closely with the desires of the common folk, it became impossible for the Mechers and the Fleeters to pretend that they were working in the best interest of the masses. What happened taught Vase a few good lessons about power and influence. In any case, now that the xenotechnician had completed his announcement, the show had finally come to a close. Admiral Amelie Jameson departed first, but not before directing a mean scowl towards Vase. She did not hide her disgust at the outcome of the proceedings, nor hide her personal animosity towards the chief culprit behind this circus. Vase remained cool. He knew that he had made or inflamed a number of powerful enemies today. However, there was no way for him to avoid this consequence without outright admitting defeat. So what if a bunch of Tier 1 galactic citizens really did not like him at the moment? He more than made up for that by earning the appreciation of even more powerful leaders. While the star designers only took a single speculative glance towards Vase before shutting down their connections, the god pilots had no such restraint. The first of Defiance grinned and raised his fist as if he wanted Vase to bump it back. Less than nulb greater than you've got guts, kid. We truly need a youngster like you up here. Too many holdovers from the age of conquest are letting their impressions of humanity at its worst dictate their decisions. It is high time for them to get out of the way and let the later generations take charge of their own destiny. The God Pilot definitely worsened his relationships with these so-called holdovers, but the survivalist leader did not show any sign that he cared about that. He simply voiced his frustrations at the status quo before he signed off without waiting for any replies. The physical projection of the army of one moved closer and eyed Vase up like a cut of meat. The God Pilot's stare unnerved Vase, especially when there was actual force behind it. The famed powerhouse was fairly young, but that also caused him to be a lot more open-minded towards new ideas. The man did not seem to spot what he was looking for, because he soon shook his head in disappointment. Less than nulb greater than you are not ready yet. Work hard and do not drown yourself with your new responsibilities. We do not have the luxury of time. Vase kind of understood what the army of one meant and sought from him. I am very much aware of that, Your Holiness. Do not be concerned. I am not my mother. Designing mechs will always remain my primary vocation. After the departure of the army of one, a star designer approached him next. Surprisingly enough, the web mistress saw fit to adopt a more reconciliatory tone. There are aspects of your work that greatly intrigue me, the junior mech supremacist leader stated. Once the planning and deployment of your kinship networks have reached an advanced stage, I will be called upon to inspect, review and possibly augment your work. What? You will. The web mistress smiled at Vase. This is not my original area of expertise, but I admit that your work has greatly inspired me. E-technology may be beyond the reach of most mech designers, but you vastly underestimate star designers if you think that will stump us. There are only several quirks about your unique design application that we cannot replicate, but we are confident that we can develop substitutes if need be. The Red Fleet's Archie comes to mind. Vase remained silent for a few seconds. This was not a simple message. Vase did not forget that the web mistress initially sided with the opposition in an attempt to restrict his third-order living mechs. Was she trying to reconcile with him? How would her involvement in his kinship networks affect their deployment? What did she seek from his work? More importantly than that, had she managed to destroy his monopoly on kinship networks? Vase wanted to deny this possibility, but he couldn't. Out of all of the star designers who could make this happen, he judged that the polymath and the web mistress had the highest chance of succeeding. If this was the case, then Vase needed to adjust his expectations accordingly. He was not as irreplaceable as he thought. While he could still lean on the value of other contributions such as the Transcendence Glow, Carmen Mechs and Companion Spirit Fruits, it did not feel good for him to lose one of his trusty pillars. Perhaps the only reason why he was not completely worried was that he doubted that anyone could fully replicate features of his kinship networks. They were based on living entities of his own creation, and they were purpose-built for this functionality. I would be happy to collaborate with you on this matter. Vase politely responded, I think that kinship networks can offer great value to human society. I would like it if we can employ them more extensively. I agree with you, but we cannot move too quickly on this issue. There is a great degree of suspicion towards them. It will take more effort and accommodations to make them more universally acceptable. I understand. By the time the web mistress said her piece, most of the Tier 1 galactic citizens had retreated from the Dragon King's palace. Vase flagged the evolution which before she could complete her own disappearing act. It took a lot of courage for him to draw the attention of a god pilot on his own initiative, but Vase wanted to strike while the iron was hot. There was no better circumstance for him to issue a request to the transhumanist leader. Less than nulb greater than Professor Larkin's on, the agent of change. What is it you require? I have a big favor to ask of you. Vase decided to be direct in sharing his intentions. It is not really suitable for me to explain it to you in public. Are you available to speak? Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel in a more private setting. Less than nulb greater than for you. I can indulge you. Let us speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel 2 hours later. Both of us will need to handle pressing matters first. My appointment as the head of the Interim Leadership Council is an excellent opportunity for me to initiate the reforms that I have always envisioned, but I will need to take action right away in order to yield the best results. Do not delay your plans on my account. I still hope to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with you later. The evolution which nodded once at Vase before her physical projection went away. The final personality left was the god cat cradled in his arms. Emma gently lifted up in the air and turned around to face him squarely in the eyes. "Thank you, Your Holiness. Your support has been invaluable to me. I owe you another favor. Less than null greater than mu." By the time the various Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens had withdrawn their presence, the Grand Hall felt a lot emptier and more diminished. This was a historic moment. Everyone understood that the decisions made today would reverberate through human civilization for many years to come. For the first time in several centuries, the Mechers and the Fleeters were on track to lose their duopoly on power. Their previously unassailable authority had cracked now that most people recognized that the existing hegemons were no longer adequately equipped to handle the issues that plagued red humanity. Vase had done the unthinkable. That caused him to attract a huge amount of attention. Vase could feel the hot stares trying to poke at his body. Vase looked around for anyone who could take charge of this runaway session. It did not surprise him that Planetary Governor Rod Mergen Castellas had quietly managed to beat a retreat. The moderator of the public inquiry had completely lost face during the final session. It had been wise of him to retreat from the public eye. Since that was the case, Vase might as well step up since nobody else did what was necessary. Vase boldly lifted his body up in the air and addressed the public. "I declare that this public inquiry has come to an end. Given the many irregularities that have occurred throughout these past few days, let us just agree to give the matter of living mechs a rest. Whatever the case, the Red Collective that is on track of being formed is a much more legitimate organization to regulate my living mechs. Until then, given that my helpful third-order living mechs have done nothing but prove their value to their users, I think it is reasonable to decide that we should preserve the current status quo. Does anyone object to my judgment?" He was pretty sure that the rules of the public inquiry did not allow for the defender to cast judgment on himself, but Vase boldly did so anyway. His momentum was so great at this time that no one dared to stand in his way anymore. Those who had attempted to do so had received a lashing from his devil tongue. Vase purposefully looked down at Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson and the other speakers. Though they most definitely took issue to his latest unreasonable stunt, they knew better than to voice their objections. They understood extremely well that they had not only lost public support, but would also incur even more hatred if they continued their attempts to beat up their golden boy. Vase did not let his adversaries get away with a silent assent, though. "Answer me," he demanded in a commanding tone. "Do you accept my verdict or not? A simple yes or no answer is sufficient." He hoped that Astrid Jameson would be the one to step forward, but it was Professor Kochik Chabran who did what was necessary. "Yes, we accept. You win, Professor. You have played the game brilliantly if I may say so myself." "Good. I hope that this matter comes to an end today. I do not tolerate any further challenges from you about my work." "Oh, we shall not make this mistake again." Chapter 5792 Blueprint of Ascendancy 5792 Blueprint of Ascendancy. As the broadcast of the momentous public inquiry finally ceased, the ripple effects of this historic turning point still reverberated across the new frontier. Everyone's lives had been affected by the revelations and decisions made during the sessions. The last day especially stood out as a moment where the entire public and much of the current leadership joined together to force a fundamental change to their society. Nobody knew what the addition of the Red Collective would bring to their lives, but few people doubted that their lives would go on as usual. This was because the Red Collective promised to be a lot more open and accessible to ordinary people. The reactions to what Vase had managed to accomplish with his words alone were myriad and intense. Much to his chagrin, it seemed that it would become harder to Vase to get rid of his notorious title because of his latest performance. So that is why he is called the Devil Tongue. Like mother, like son. From what little I have heard about his ancient mother, her son has definitely inherited her cunning and her scheming. I definitely wouldn't want to become his enemy. His nickname might sound evil, but he is exactly what we need in our highly stratified society. So many leaders are so close-minded that they are not sensitive to criticism from below anymore. It takes a cheeky mech designer with a sharp tongue to tell them how out of touch with reality they have become. While all of human society reacted strongly to all of the changes wrought by Vase, none exhibited more fanaticism than the citizens of the Hex Federation. Surprisingly enough, it was not the members of the Larkinson clan who celebrated the hardest, but the Hexers who literally worshipped Vase as their supreme son. Priestesses and other fanatical hexers all attracted growing crowds across all cities within their second-rate state to extol the virtues of the superior mother. The Red too has spoken. Our superior mother is truly the greatest of them all. Her strength is unquestionable, for she has managed to survive and thrive during the clash of gods. The superior mother's journey is legendary. The Fleeters have confirmed that she has completed the entire cycle of hexism. She has gone through the phases of life, death, godhood, damnation, dust before ultimately rising up as the most supreme woman to ever exist. We are the blessed people. We have worshipped the superior mother long before other unenlightened fools. Those brutes who previously scorned our beliefs are jealous of us for earning her favor first. The religious fervor in much of hexer space had spiked. Even the more secularist-minded hexers couldn't help but get caught up in the excitement and begin to revere the superior mother for her strength and deeds. Outsiders such as the Fredaemon became perplexed as they observed the exaggerated fervor of the hexers. These witches have gone crazy. Don't they realize who they are worshipping? Cultmaster Original Sin is already dead and gone according to the records. Even if she managed to cheat death somehow, she is the last person to look up to. She has more human blood on her hands than entire Mech armies. It is exactly because of her notoriety and prowess that the hexers adore the superior mother. They are not pacifists. As frightening as it may sound, the hexers worship any strong woman who demonstrates excellence. Amidst all of this growing fervor, the Woden dynasty that maintained a strong connection to the Larkinson clan benefited immensely from the latest events. The Supreme Son and his powerful mother had become so prominent throughout human space that the two leading women of the Woden dynasty already started to plot on how to capitalize on this latest coup. Deep within the Crescent Palace on New Scimitar IV, Matriarch Schaffna Woden and Madame Constance Woden both gathered together to outline their plan. My grandson-in-law has opened up a fantastic new pathway for the Hexer people. The old but vigorous matriarch stated as she held a saucer and a cup of tea. She elegantly lifted her cup and took a sip before she continued to share her vision. Our greatest weakness has always been the fact that we have never been able to breach the second-class ceiling that limits our potential. My youngest and proudest daughter is in the process of earning the qualifications to become a first-class mech designer. The matriarch gently shook her head. I am aware, but she is but one of many hexers. She may be able to drag a number of us up to her level, but we cannot rely on her charity forever. We must follow the example of the superior mother and rely on our own strength to become equals to the high and mighty first-raters. The hexers always regarded it as a great injustice that they never managed to become as wealthy, powerful, respected and feared as the likes of the Terrans and the Rubarthans. They fully believed that they deserved to be treated as the superior people, but the powers that be always conspired against them. The unenlightened fools rejected the hexer ideals and treated the superior mother as superstition. The final session of the public inquiry fully vindicated the faith that the hexers held towards the superior mother. Even though she lived another life at the time, the superior mother had unquestionably achieved great success by acting as the model of a hexer in a hidden society that had ultimately failed her in the end. However, what these ignorant fools did not know was that the superior mother had overcome every trial up to and including death itself to ascend into a transcendent being that was greater than a typical god. Every hexer became inspired by the superior mother's difficult journey, so much so that they prayed a lot more earnestly towards her than before. After a brief pause, Matriarch Schaffna Woden transmitted a file to her daughter. Prime Minister Constance Woden raised her eyebrow as she rapidly read through the notes. This master plan of yours is ambitious. Far be it from me to question your wisdom, but do you truly think that our dynasty and our people will be able to uplift ourselves by fully committing to the Red Collective? Did we not already decide to take advantage of the new elites program to nurture strong hexer warlords? So did everyone else. The matriarch sighed. Aside from our embrace of living mechs, we do not possess enough advantages to exceed our rivals. The new frontier is too small. It cannot accommodate too many first-raters. If we want to break past our opposition, we must excel in a different area. I cannot think of any better means than to master the power of cultivation that the superior mother excels at. We may not be familiar with it, but we shall assuredly turn it into our greatest weapons. How? By receiving the superior mother's guidance. The matriarch excitedly revealed. Have you listened to the many feats of power that she has demonstrated in her last lifetime? She has absorbed the teachings of the Wood Shrine and the Apex Predator cult and defeated any other challenger with her techniques. Think about what we can do with the same methods. We can drain the life of our unworthy opponents. We can drown our enemy in a forest of flesh-eating trees. We may even be able to raise our own mech designers who are capable of designing living mechs. The power of life itself shall become the instrument of our people's ascension. The old matriarch never thought that the Hexer people would have much chance to rise during the remainder of her lifetime. Constance Woden became convinced as well. Her excitement rose higher when she determined that her mother's ambitious master plan was plausible. Gaining strength for cultivation is not enough, the younger Woden said as she began to analyze the possibilities. I agree that we should make use of the Red Collective. Cultivation is not as dependent on resources and territory, at least for the time being. It is likely that this will change as more production-oriented cultivators will develop effective ways to convert resources into growth boosters. However, there is a moderate window of opportunity at the start where no single group has surpassed the others. If we can gain a head start in the early years of the Red Collective, we can use our power to acquire more resources and snowball our way to the top. This layout was plausible, but it would not be easy for the Hexers to realize it. There were too many conditions that the Hexers had to meet in order to pull off this incredible feat. Nonetheless, their chances of becoming just as powerful as other First Raiders were significantly higher than before. Matriarch Schaffner leaned forward. We must fully utilize our connections with both the Superior Mother and the Supreme Sun. We must urge the remainder of the Hex Federation to go all out in worshipping them and embracing cultivation wholeheartedly. There can be no more room for doubt or skepticism in our state anymore. Certain groups of Hexers will not like that, Mother. The Vraken matriarchal dynasty has always been reluctant to embrace the truth. Do not forget that we have still failed to become a matriarchal dynasty ourselves. We must learn from the examples of the mother and her son and threaten the skeptical Hexers into compliance. The matriarch mercilessly said, if the Vraken matriarchal dynasty does not sufficiently do its part to contribute to the faith of the Superior Mother, then the Woden dynasty can take its exalted place. With the backing of our Supreme and her son, we can fully realize this threat. Constance raised her eyebrows. That was certainly a good way to prod the Vrakens and the other remaining secularists in the Hex Federation into embracing the truth. That will leave us without an opening to become a matriarchal dynasty. Only 6 of them can ever exist. This has always been the rule. The matriarch actually laughed at that. Ha 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 ha, there is no need for us to obsess over this status anymore. Don't you see, my daughter? Our dynasty has absorbed the lineage of gods and supremes. We have already surpassed all 6 matriarchal dynasties. So long as we remain faithful and obedient towards the Superior Mother, we can peacefully take control of the Hex Federation and reign over it as the only supreme dynasty. A supreme dynasty. The Hexers had never welcomed such an exalted group into their midst. However, the Supreme Sun had already demonstrated that it was okay to break traditions. The Woden dynasty had all the right cards to make a play for power. The 2 women's eyes twinkled as they imagined the possibilities. I can see it now. Constance whispered. Our Woden dynasty are still vassals to the Evern matriarch dynasty on paper, but this has ceased to be the reality for several years now. It is not enough for us to rely on our connections to the Superior Mother and the Supreme Sun alone. We must embrace cultivation harder than any other Hexer and outperform the matriarchal dynasties in this regard. The Superior Mother will help us as long as we fully surrender ourselves to her. The matriarch said with certainty. She will bless every faithful Hexer that seeks to master her power, but she will favor the Wodens more than most because we are her family. Once we have risen to power, we can fully direct the Hexer people to establish a power block within the Red Collective. We must do our utmost to elevate the Supreme Sun to the highest seat. Even if we fail, we must continue to act as his strongest and most loyal base of support within this large umbrella organization. Unity and faith shall be our greatest contributions to my grandson's cause. In turn, he shall reward us with power, appointments and other benefits. This shall be the blueprint of our ascendancy. Chapter 5793 Family Support 5793 Family Support. While the Wodens were plotting their incredibly ambitious rise to power and their eventual takeover of the Red Collective, Vase remained oblivious to the designs of his family-in-law. He had reduced the priority of the Hexers a long time ago. They were only important when he actively designed mechs for them. Outside of that, he did not hold any elevated expectations towards them. They often boasted about their prowess and their superiority, but time and time again reality taught them that they were no better than other people. Vase had other concerns on his mind at the moment. His comm exploded with countless messages as everyone and their mother wanted to get a hold of the man who transformed red humanity forever. Though Vase wanted to block all of them, this indiscriminate approach would do him no favors, so he accepted the calls from the most important parties just to show that he still cared. How are the Larkinsons over at the Expeditionary Fleet doing? They are happy for you, grandson. The projection of Venerable Benjamin Larkinson smiled and responded. They were worried that the Red 2 would abolish or limit our living mechs. The fact that you managed to turn our entire society upside down just so you can make those unsympathetic elites forget about their original goal is nothing short of astounding. We are all proud of you, Vase. In order to emphasize that, Benjamin briefly expanded the 1215 in order to emphasize that, Benjamin briefly expanded the scope of his projection, giving Vase a glimpse of all of the pilots who had gathered together to toast and celebrate the preservation of their powerful third-order living mechs. Though they only encompassed a small sample of clansmen, Vase still got a good impression of the jubilance that had swept throughout the expeditionary fleet. I am glad that I could be of service to our mech pilots. Vase smiled in genuine satisfaction. Serving mech pilots had always been his highest calling. After this disaster of a public inquiry, I think it is safe to say that my living mechs are no longer under threat anymore. The only way they can be undermined is if they somehow underperform compared to other mechs. That sounded way too unlikely to Vase. The only notable exception was true mechs, but they definitely came with their own fair share of limitations. We are also happy and proud of you for being able to give a harsh dose of reality to those powerful fleet admirals, god pilots and star designer. Venerable Benjamin continued, you did your Larkinson name proud. Any other man your age would have quaked in his boots when he commanded the attention of so many powerful people, but you bravely stuck to your principles. You would have made for a good mech pilot. Once upon a time, that remark would have caused Vase to lament his lack of genetic aptitude. Nowadays, he wasn't even interested in piloting mechs anymore. He had fully embraced his identity as a mech designer and was determined to see it through. I know, Grandpa, but this is not the time for us to look back. We need to stay sharp and carefully navigate our way forward. I really did not ask for this, you know. My strong involvement with the Red Collective has dragged us in the forefront of everyone's attention. On one hand, a lot of doors have opened for us. On the other hand, all of our actions become much more scrutinized than before. We cannot afford to falter or disgrace our reputation. Benjamin understood this quite well. You have become a hero to our society. The price of being put on a pedestal is that you must continue to live up to your image. I am concerned about more than that, to be honest. Vase briefly paused and took a deep breath. I am scared. I don't easily admit this, but I have raised my profile far beyond what I can tolerate. I have made a lot of powerful enemies that I might not be able to fend off. Worse, they might attempt to target you and the rest of the expeditionary fleet in an attempt to undermine me. If I had my way, I would step away from anything related to the Red Collective, but the people above me won't accept that. The Red Collective is my brainchild, and I am expected to contribute to its formation. The older Larkinson frowned with concern. It was easy for people to see Vase as a larger-than-life hero who accomplished impossible feats as if he was having another Tuesday, but few people understood that he was still human underneath all of that bravado. The clan will always have your back, Vase. If all of these power plays are too much for you, don't hesitate to pull back and come back to us. It doesn't matter if our ascent to first class gets delayed because of your actions. What is important is that we remain happy and content with our lot. You are not responsible for shouldering the entire future of red humanity. There are so many other powerful mech pilots and mech designers out there that can already do the job. As far as I am concerned, your only job is to design mechs. I don't understand why you are spending so much time and effort on activities outside of that. Perhaps it is best for you if you go back to the design lab and find yourself again. Vase closed his eyes as his grandfather gave his sage advice. You're right, but it is quite hard to shed my additional responsibilities. I still have a lot of items on my agenda that I need to address. I can promise you that once I am done with all of that, I will make sure to do my best to stick to designing mechs in the foreseeable future. I won't be able to avoid the council meetings on how to shape the Red Collective, but I will do my best to do the minimum work expected of me. The other leaders have a much better clue on how to organize an equal partner to the Red 2. It is good that you know your limits. You may have a penchant for doing the impossible, but let's not make it a habit, right? Vase truly did not have the qualifications to form an organization of this size and scope. He never studied any of the related courses, and his experience serving as the patriarch of the Larkinson clan did not translate well to an organization as unprecedented as the Red Collective. After a bit more talking, Vase ended his call with his grandfather. The call had done wonders to restore his mood. It was nice to hear that he could still count on the unconditional support of his grandfather and the rest of the clan. He soon accepted the next caller. The Colonial Federation of Davut has already changed its tune towards us. General Ark Larkinson reported to his nephew. We have not only received a lot more priority in the structure of the armed forces of Davut, but we are also being offered territory and other properties. The Clive administration actively seeks to bind our Davut branch to the state. Vase did not look too surprised at that. You don't need to wait for my input to decide on this stuff. You're in charge over there. I will leave this stuff to your discretion. If you want to rule over your planet, be my guest. Just make sure that you uphold the honor of the Larkinson clan and clean up your own mess. It may not be necessary. I am wary of accepting gifts without an immediate expectation of repayment. I would rather earn the right to rule over a planet by relying on our merits. We are already relying too much on your success as it is. General Ark responded with a rueful smile. I am glad to hear that you still recognize this reality. I won't lie to you, Uncle. We are lifted higher than ever, but we are also teetering on collapse. Our foundation is not up to the task of supporting us anymore. We are too weak and underdeveloped. We are especially deficient in military force. As long as we do not have the power to protect ourselves, we will always be at the mercy of those who do. This concerns me a lot. General Ark's expression grew serious. We are all working harder than ever to break past our bottlenecks. Your grandfather and I are trying our best to become the first ace pilots of the Larkinson clan, but overcoming the barrier between expert pilot and ace pilot is not that easy, even if I have third-order living masterwork expert Mech at my disposal. The closer I come to pushing against the barrier, the more I realize how I have to live up to in order to attain a new level of power. That caused Vase to frown. From what he heard, the Red Kingdom should have been tweaked to lower the threshold to breaking through. Producing more high-ranking mech pilots was a much higher priority than ensuring that each of them were stable nowadays. If Ark still found it difficult to advance to ace pilot after he had received his Lionheart, then there may be more severe reasons why he failed to make any further progress. The two Larkinsons talked a bit more with each other before they ended the call. Uncle Ark gave a final word to Vase before he left. From what I have observed during the broadcast, most of those god pilots have come to respect you a lot. That is truly impressive, Vase. However, you need to be careful around them as well. It only takes a single misstep for them to think that you are the scum of the cosmos and decide that it is best for our civilization to erase you from existence. They are not family like we are. They all serve their own masters, and none of them include you or the Larkinson clan as far as I am aware. Vase seriously nodded. I will be careful. Once this call came to an end, Vase thought for a moment before he decided to call his wife. She deserved to hear from him, and she had been trying to call him non-stop all this time. Hello, honey, I am glad to. You absolutely stupid imbecile. Why are you so opposed to assuming leadership over the Red Collective? Don't you realize that this is your golden opportunity to promote to a Tier 1 galactic citizen right away? Anyone else in your shoes would have shown their willingness to accept this responsibility already. It may be acceptable for you to refuse the first time out of modesty, but continuing to reject the obvious hints will only cause you to get passed over. Vase blinked and leaned back from the tirade. Well, it is nice to hear from you too, Gloriana. While I understand your perspective, I respectfully disagree with your opinion. I am not equipped to lead the Red Collective. I don't have the backing or the foundation to hold such as an important position. It is at least a century too soon before I am even remotely qualified to hold a high leadership position within the collective. None of that is insurmountable. When you spoke to every red human today, I saw what you could be at your best. Why are you denying that you have the ability to take responsibility for the organization that you have created out of your own imagination? It is your birthright to lead the Red Collective. We can all become so rich and powerful once you are in control of one of the Red Three. Think of how much our children will benefit from your position of power. Did Gloriana not realize his true goal for proposing the Red Collective? The entire point of making it inclusive to the point of mixing Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, Rubarthans and every other group of people into a single melting pot was to make it divided to the point where it became ungovernable. Let alone Vase, not even the greatest statesman among humans could turn the Red Collective into an effective organization. Of course, Vase knew better than to share this reasoning to his wife over an unsecure channel. Our children will be fine regardless of what I do. Enough about this, dear. How have you been? Has anyone back in New Constantinople approached you due to my latest actions? How is the security situation? We are fine. Gloriana calmed down a bit now that they changed the topic. The local branch of the Red Association has dispatched additional first-class multi-purpose mechs to guard D&D base. The Devos ancient clan has also made multiple accommodations to increase the security of the star system. Chapter 5794 The Beacon of Evolution 5794 The Beacon of Evolution After ending an exhausting call with his wife, Vase quickly chatted with a few other important figures before he finally cleared his immediate schedule. He only had minutes to go until his appointment with the Evolution Witch commenced. It did not surprise him that there were protocols to contacting god pilots by remote. Their dignity should never be affronted, and it was bad form to keep them waiting for whatever reason. The choice of venue where Vase wanted to establish a connection was important. The Ector V branch of the Red Association had offered its most stately secure communication center, though he could always fall back to the Tarask as well. The planetary headquarters offered much better facilities, but Vase plainly did not trust the place. He chose to get teleported back to the Tarask without hesitation, as the flagship as well as the Blue Jay fleet had been under the effective control of the survivalist faction for the most part. Even if a god pilot was capable of establishing total information security on the other end of a communication line, it was best not to tempt fate. Vase freshened up a bit. He donned another uniform and made sure to go over the topics he wanted to discuss with the Evolution Witch. An opportunity like this did not come every day. Not only had he managed to arrange a personal meeting with her, he also did so just after completing one of his greatest coups in his career. The halo from his astonishing attempt to reform human society had not only lifted up his spirits, but also earned the appreciation of almost every god pilot in the new frontier. Most of these ultimate soldiers and warriors appreciated bravery in others. Vase had always tried to be more proactive and take greater risks than other mech designers precisely because it would endear him more to mech pilots. While the dangers were myriad, the payoff was worth it. He doubted that he would have been able to secure a meeting with a powerful god pilot so easily if he had not proven his mettle through other deeds. While Vase expected the upcoming meeting to proceed cordially given that he already cooperated intimately with the transhumanist faction, he still grew concerned about what its leader might impose on him now that they met in person. It was quite difficult for Vase to resist any direct instructions from the Evolution Witch. He might not be a direct subordinate of hers, but their power disparity was so high that it was not feasible for him to reject any orders as long as they were reasonable enough. The only way he could counter such an event was to invoke the Destroyer of Worlds and hope that his most supportive ally among the god pilots would put an end to any tyrannical behavior. Vase took a couple of deep breaths in order to calm himself down and reset his mind. God pilots possessed razor-sharp intuition and were extremely good at reading the intentions of other people. It would not do for Vase to entertain any negative thoughts. A signal sounded across the secure chamber deep inside the Tarask. That prompted Vase to straighten his back and inspect his appearance one more time. He had defaulted to wearing his usual Larkinson uniform again. His ocean collar, his hammer of brilliance and his hammer of melody all hung on his trusty toolbelt. He wore each of them proudly even if few people understood what they actually represented. Actually, that was not true anymore. Vase had shown off the ocean collar in such an astonishing manner that inquiries about it had already exploded on the galactic net. He hoped that revealing and showcasing a high-level artifact might spur the growth of the traditional blacksmith community. Their crafts could produce feats that could not be replicated with modern technology, at least for the time being. Once cultivators became more common in society, each of them needed the appropriate tools and weapons to enhance their individual capabilities. Of course, there was nothing wrong with equipping them with modern equipment as well. Who said a cultivator couldn't wear a suit of combat armor? The Tarask's secure communication system soon began to establish an encrypted connection with the Evolution Witch. A strong presence descended into the entire compartment. Vase had already endured the presence of multiple powerful personalities before, but this was different. Not only was this taking place in a much smaller setting, but the Evolution Witch clearly paid a lot more attention to Vase on an individual basis. He could clearly feel that the god pilot took her time to explore the immediate surroundings. Just the barest hint of her god kingdom extended through the communication channel, but that already granted the evolution witch plenty of power to inspect the entire chamber and muffle any hidden sensors and other unpleasant surprises. Not that Vase expected her to find any. From the moment he booked this compartment, the crew of the heavy cruiser would make sure it was swept totally clean. No Mecher wanted to bear the guilt of attempting to eavesdrop on a conversation involving a god pilot, no matter how futile it was for the attempt to even succeed. The fact that the evolution witch took her time showed that she showed enough care towards this concern. It also signaled to Vase that she probably intended to address a number of sensitive topics herself. Once she was done, the god pilot continued to maintain a light energy field that was sufficient to block and detect practically any remote listening attempts. Unfortunately, it also had the effect of blocking or dampening Ves's existing connections with the Golden Cat and other entities, but he had already taken this possibility into account. The physical projection of the god pilot floated imperiously before Vase. The woman who appeared in her human guise wore a purple robe with glowing green accents. Despite her name, the evolution witch consciously maintained a relatively normal human appearance. She did not display any obvious inhuman mutations, though her body was certainly anything but normal. The only personal touches she made to her human form was to turn her eyes yellow and her hair midnight blue. Her human appearance was ultimately a trivial part of herself. Vase knew enough about god pilots that they had effectively transcended the barrier between the material and immaterial. They were willpower made manifest, which was another way of saying that they were extremely powerful energy-based life forms. It was her god kingdom that truly gave Vase an understanding of her fundamental personality, conviction and psyche. The descriptions that people made for the evolution which were exactly on the mark. Anyone who had the luxury of getting in touch with her god kingdom would feel their body, mind and spirit become more stimulated. Vase almost couldn't resist the urge to close his eyes and bask in the woman's presence. He felt that every part of himself had become a little looser, priming himself for any form of evolution. Blinky's constantly active cultivation also became a bit more effective than before. His efficiency increased a little further. The Blinky-verse filled up a little faster, speeding up the expansion of its internal space into a sizable star system. This was the power commanded by god pilots. Their god kingdoms formed the basis of their power and exposed their true selves without any obfuscation. Right now, Vase gained a more thorough understanding of how much the evolution which obsessed about improving her life essence. This actually reassured him a bit. Not only did this make her more predictable, but he also happened to be quite compatible with her. His design philosophy was based around mutual growth, which meant that his principles and ideals were bound to be similar. Both of them smiled at each other. They both understood without saying anything that they probably shared a few goals in common with each other. The female god pilot finally broke the silence. Less than nulb greater than you are an interesting personality. I have taken the time to investigate you. I studied your records, watched your public footage and interviewed a number of people who have interacted with you before. My interest in you has only grown after that. You may not look like it on the surface, but you are far more than what you appear on the surface. Vase tried his best to remain calm. I may have developed a few special talents and abilities, but I always consider myself a mech designer first and foremost. Everything that I do is for the purpose of empowering my mechs and serving my customers in better ways. The evolution witch did not hide the fact that she was judging him at this time. Less than nulb greater than I am relieved to find that you are being sincere. If your motives and methods were impure, then we would be having a different conversation. That does not mean that you are off the hook. The knowledge and abilities that you possess can inflict untold damage to our society. Do you agree, Holy Son of the Metal Scroll? Vase resisted the urge to gulp. This was a pretty direct threat and warning. I am a mech designer. I won't be stupid enough to forget my fundamental purpose. I may get distracted from time to time, but my research always ties back to my primary vocation in a way. As for that Holy Sun stuff, that is completely irrelevant to me. I am more than aware that the Five Scrolls Compact is a thing of the past. We aren't even in the same galaxy anymore. I have always considered myself to be a member of modern human society. The evolution witch smiled and slightly let up on her pressure. Less than nulb greater than it is good to hear that you have a proper perspective. I was born long after the time where the Five Scrolls Compact terrorized human civilization. I do not harbor any ill will towards the fact that you carry a fragment of the mythical metal scroll with you. I even consider it to be a boon for red humanity. Your eclectic inventions indicate that you have a willingness to translate your gains from this ancient relic into meaningful contributions to human civilization. It is ultimately through deeds, not words, that you have demonstrated the capacity that you are a true mech designer. Though Vase was most definitely frightened about the fact that the evolution which openly addressed the metal scroll, he already knew that it was impossible to hide this secret from the likes of a god pilot at this point. The Red Association knew too much. The Mechers tracked everything. They spied on almost every move he made. They calculated and analyzed his progression to such a fine detail that it was obvious that he definitely benefited from extraordinary help in order to produce so many groundbreaking innovations. I cannot deny that there is an element of self-enrichment in my usage of my gifts, but no human works for free. I like to think that I have been a remarkably responsible user of my fragment of the metal scroll than most. Less than null greater than I am inclined to agree, but do not expect everyone to express the same degree of understanding. The survivors of the Age of Conquest have a much worse impression towards Holy Sons than the children of the Age of Mechs. The First Flame's attitude towards you is especially concerning. Damn, the First Flame was over 600 years old, which meant that he most certainly occupied a senior position when the Big Two rebelled against the Five Scrolls Compact. The God Pilot not only knew a lot more about the Compact and its Holy Sons than anyone else alive today, but he had likely lost a lot more friends, comrades and subordinates during this tragic war. How could Vase possibly react to this reality? My mother may be culpable for any past crimes the Five Scrolls Compact has committed, but it has nothing to do with me. I hope the First Flame understands at least that much. Less than null greater than he does, which is the main reason why he has not extended his flame and burned you until there is nothing left but ashes. You are playing a dangerous game so long as you continue to hold a remnant of the dreaded compact. Do not give my older peer an excuse to take action against you. Nothing can save you from his cleansing flames. This time, Vase could not stop himself from gulping. Chapter 5795 A Little Housekeeping 5795 A Little Housekeeping The evolution which had given Vase an essential reminder. He was walking on thin ice. It had become painfully difficult for Vase to cling onto the secrets that he wanted to hide the most. The fact that it was starting to become common knowledge among Tier 1 galactic citizens that he was the Holy Son of the Metal Scroll annoyed Vase a lot. While the reactions from the leaders of Red Humanity were much better than the worst-case scenario, they were not exactly the best either. It has been centuries since the Five Scrolls Compact met its end. Vase said in a resentful tone. I can understand that the people who have survived that conflict have constantly remained on guard against its revival, but the chances of that happening in the Red Ocean is too low. They should be worrying about present-day conflicts a lot more. Less than null greater than I agree, but not everyone shares my opinion. We live in a society that is shaped by the likes of the First Flame, Fleet Admiral Jameson and other defenders of modern humanity. Their influence may have waned over the centuries, but they will never abandon their mission. We are all children in their eyes. They regard our persistent desire for improvement with suspicion. Anything that causes us to regress to anything resembling the old compact will trigger their worst fears. Strangely enough, Vase felt a lot more sympathetic towards the evolution which. He realized that the two of them were actually in the same boat. They had no direct involvement in the events that took place at the end of the Age of Conquest, but they suffered from its consequences anyway. Both of them could do so much more with their knowledge and their abilities, yet they constantly had to check whether their initiatives might offend the old guard in any way. Vase relaxed a bit in the evolution witch's presence. The god pilot clearly indicated that she considered him to be on the same side with regards to this issue. Both of them had to fight against the same constraints. I don't think it is a good idea to continue to limit ourselves. He said, one of the reasons why I proposed the Red Collective in the first place is because the old-timers in the Red 2 are so inflexible about this that there is a need for a more constructive platform to consider these matters. However, if these guys continue to push back against everything we do, then we still won't be able to make enough progress to overcome every challenge. The evolution which made a dismissive gesture. Less than null greater than opposition to cultivation will always exist. As much as I dislike it, some of it is necessary to keep us in check. We can only compromise with these forces and do our best to contribute to society in a safe and responsible manner. Once the Red Collective has demonstrated that it can effectively restrain the worst excesses of cultivators, we may be able to push our boundaries further, but do not expect to make any rapid gains. That was a letdown to Vase, but he supposed that it would be foolish to hope for anything better. Thank you for telling me that. The insights that you have given me are useful to know. I will be sure to pay more attention to this angle. They soon moved on to more practical issues. Less than nulb greater than as both the leader of the transhumanist faction and the newly appointed head of the Interim Leadership Council, I have conducted the first steps into determining all of the existing initiatives that should be absorbed by the Red Collective. Many of your works happen to fall into my consideration. What do you mean by that, Your Holiness? The God Pilot formed a projection that displayed his most prominent contributions to the Red Association. The powerful woman plucked some of them out of their place and deposited them under the scope of the Red Collective. Less than nulb greater than after a short consideration, it is clear that inventions such as kinship networks, companion spirits, glow, that can promote breakthroughs in the Overlord project are much more at home in the Red Collective. They do not have any direct relations with mechs, though they do have obvious synergies with them. Do you have any questions or objections about this planned transfer? He did not expect the evolution witch to plan this arrangement so soon after she became responsible for forming the foundation of the Red Collective. Vase was taken a bit aback and had to think quickly in order to formulate a coherent response. I suppose that it makes sense. Vase eventually said, I am worried about who is put in charge of managing and overseeing all of this stuff. It would do no good to promote their development and increase their usage when you end up putting one of the haters in charge. The evolution witch had clearly thought about that as well. Less than nulb greater than it is too early to determine how projects will be managed. It is possible to put you in charge of them, but given their extreme importance, they will likely need to be supervised by knowledgeable experts. You do not have to be afraid that your works will be unreasonably suppressed. They are too useful to set aside. Anyone WHO restricts access to their benefits will have to answer to me. I shall not tolerate senseless obstruction in a time of war. That reassured Vase a lot. He could trust in the promise of a God Pilot. Her willingness to put her own credibility on the line said much about how much she valued his various contributions. I am grateful for your care and attention, Your Holiness. I cannot help but notice that living mechs and Carmen mechs are not included in this shift. Less than nulb greater than good observation, Professor Larkinson. The evolution witch nodded. Less than nulb greater than they straddle the line between mechs and cultivation. For now, I propose to special arrangements for both of them. The Red Association and the Red Collective should hold joint responsibility for living mechs. The association will perform its original task of supervising the material design and construction of your works. The collective shall oversee the growth and development of their living personalities after they have been made. This was a messy and imperfect solution, but it made sense in a way. Vase was anything but happy about needing to answer to two separate authorities, but at least their responsibilities did not overlap with each other. Vase could live with this solution. Vase already understood the Red Association well enough to believe that the mechers would not have a problem with the more mundane aspects of his mechs. The Red Collective still possessed a lot of unknowns, though. Its structure, rules, strictness and more were still unclear. It would be unreasonable to appoint Vase as the supervisor of his own works. The conflict of interest alone made it unacceptable for him to become his own policeman. Still, the evolution witch had already shown a willingness to accommodate Ves's needs. He had also become a member of the Interim Leadership Council, so he could still exert a bit of influence on how the Red Collective managed all of this stuff. I can live with that as long as the areas of responsibility are truly split as you have stated. Vase eventually said, what about Carmen mechs? It will be a lot harder to separate all of the variables seeing as how they are more permanently bound to each other. Less than nulb greater than Carmen mechs and any applications based on the Carmen system shall continue to remain under the purview of the Red Association. The evolution witch declared. Less than nulb greater than as new and unconventional your Carmen mechs may be, the fundamental truth is that it is promoting the development of mechs and mech pilots more than cultivators. The transhumanist faction and the survivalist faction will continue their joint research and supervision over these works. That made sense. Even though mech pilots were technically cultivators, modern humanity still treated the former as if they existed in a category of their own. The interest groups based on the mech community were so strong that it was impossible for them to give up a treasure as valuable as Carmen mechs. Not only did the Carmen system allow ordinary people to experience the wonder of piloting mechs, they also enhanced the control of existing mech pilots over their cherished machines. Vase nodded in acceptance. I can agree to that. Keeping Carmen mechs under a single organization will make my life a lot easier. The transhumanists will be glad that they won't lose another toy. The Red Collective will take away so much stuff that it would be painful to lose Carmen Mechs as well. Less than nulb greater than I am pleased you understand. I see great promise in Carmen Mechs, but their implications can be severe. We will need to introduce them to the public at the right time. I commend you for your patience and your restraint. She knew that Vase must have felt tempted to defy his instructions and reveal the existence of the Carmen system. The fact that he ultimately did not resort to this solution proved that he could be trusted to keep his word. This was an extremely important virtue to God pilots. They talked a bit more about what exactly had to be transferred to the Red Collective once it got off the ground. The importance of inventions that had already shown their value, such as companion spirits and kinship networks, was great, and many people knew it. That meant that a lot of players would compete against each other in order to gain even the slightest measure of responsibility or authority over them. That was not a good development. Less than nulb greater than you will be approached by many parties who are seeking to become your allies. Discern their intentions and decide for yourself if it is beneficial to cooperate with them. Do not make promises that you cannot fulfill. The Red Collective is greater than any of us. It will be difficult for any single individual to dictate its overall direction. Vase twitched his lips, knew that there was no way for him to hide his true thoughts on this subject in front of an astute God pilot who was definitely studying his reactions carefully. He did not bother to hide his motivations this time. It was useless anyway. The Red Collective should not be an organization that is too proactive or decisive. As an inclusive organization by design, it should not implement policies that only serve a small minority of people. For better or worse, a lot of extreme and selfish proposals will have little chance of passing. No matter what people believe in, they all have to find a middle ground that enough groups can stomach. Less than nulb greater than I like your characterization. It is good that an organization is prone to making compromises that avoid any extremes, but many deadlocks will ensue in the event a consensus cannot be formed. I do not entirely favor this outcome. Moderation is maybe the ideal state when humanity was still in the age of mechs, but in wartime more decisive action is needed. I shall endeavor to empower the highest position of the Red Collective just enough to prevent any logjams. I see. I don't think a lot of stakeholders will like it, though. The point of the collective is to give the dispossessed people of Red humanity an actual voice. It would be a mistake to imitate the Red Association and the Red Fleet in becoming deaf to their pleas. It was difficult if not impossible to find the right balance between top-down and bottom-up management. Vase did not think that even a God pilot as powerful as the evolution which could solve this dilemma. The God pilot in question certainly was not amused with Ves's petty antics, but she saw little reason to delve into this topic further. It was still too soon to determine how the Red Collective was run. There was still an entire year for everyone to figure out how this novel new organization should complement human society. Chapter 5796. The Radical Witch 5796. The Radical Witch. Vase did not expect to talk about mundane administrative topics with the Evolution Witch. She took her responsibilities seriously and made it clear that she was fully invested into turning the Red Collective into a functional and productive addition to human civilization. Perhaps that may have been one of the reasons why the Tier 1 galactic citizens came to a consensus about appointing her as an interim leader. Vase had a feeling that the Red Collective would end up a bit differently from what he originally envisioned if the Evolution Witch continued to make her mark in the following year. She was driven, committed and utterly serious about discharging her responsibilities. That was not entirely good news to Vase, as a more effective version of the Red Collective did not fall in line with all of his goals. Alas, there was little that Vase could do about it. He felt as if he had organized a calm expedition, only for General Ark Larkinson to swoop in and lead the fleet to an entirely different destination. Vase did not like to lose control, but part of it was his fault. His wife was right that his continual attempts to deflect responsibility did not do him any favors in this regard. He felt conflicted about his initial decisions, but he chose to stick to his guns. Designing mechs was more important than anything else. All of this political power was all illusionary because it could easily be taken away from him so long as his actual competence continued to remain inadequate. Less than nulb greater than the vision that you have presented to Red humanity has served as a catalyst for fundamental changes to our society. The Evolution Witch began to share her more philosophical musings after a while. Less than nulb greater than the prospect excites me. For over 1.5 years, we have tried to run our society as if we were still operating in the Milky Way. While the Red 2 have made a number of necessary adaptations, They are unwilling to go far enough to help our race thrive in this new location and era. Survival of the fittest, Vase remarked. The species that tend to survive in the long run are not necessarily those who are the strongest at any given place and time, but those that can adapt the best to changing circumstances. Even the biggest and strongest monsters can go extinct once an ecosystem can no longer support them anymore. If there were other races from the Milky Way who happened to invade the Red Ocean with us, then humans like us would feel a lot more urgent about embracing the benefits of E-energy radiation. He demonstrated enough understanding of biology to signal that he understood her desire for change. However, it also created another uncomfortable association. Less than null greater than did you learn that from your now infamous mother, Professor Larkins on. That is just standard biology, Your Holiness. I am not my mother. You do not have to fear that I will follow in her footsteps. I have grown up in a very different environment, and my ideals are my own. The fact that I am committed to mech design should serve as sufficient proof of my dedication. Less than null greater than it is not my intention to question your motives, but you have to realize that you cannot evade this controversy forever. You have brilliantly managed to deflect any inquiries relating to your mother, but there will come a time when people will recall that you are directly descended from a mass murderer, a war criminal, a traitor and an oath breaker. What is more uncomfortable is that it remains unclear whether she is alive or dead. According to the records, she died when you were but a child. Yet one of your spirits is literally regarded as your mother by regional religion. Vase grew a lot more uncomfortable. He did not want to volunteer any further information related to his mother than necessary, but it seemed as if everyone had uncovered more information about her than himself. The god pilot leaned forward. Less than null greater than WHO is the superior mother. She is a creation of mine. Vase honestly admitted. The superior mother is modeled after my actual mother. That is why they share many similarities. There are times where I truly treat the superior mother as the woman who raised me in my early years, but there are also times when I treat her as one of my living products. It depends on the context. The expression on the evolution witch's face showed that she was not satisfied with his answer. He may have responded with the technical truth, but there was no way for Vase to hide the fact that he was trying to be deceptive. Unlike the polymath who was solely attuned to truth or falsehood, the razor-sharp intuition of a god pilot was much better at gleaning people's underlying intentions. The evolution which floated a little closer and amped up the pressure against Vase. Less than null greater than do not mistake my cordiality for tolerance. Have you forgotten WHO you are speaking to? I will ask you one more time. WHO is the superior mother. Vase liked to have claimed that he put on a brave face and courageously stood his ground against the leader of the transhumanist faction. What actually happened was that he crumbled in an instant. Okay, fine. What I told you earlier was true, but what I did not mention right away is that the superior mother is an incarnation of Cynthia Larkinson. Less than null greater than you are complying, but not enough. What else are you withholding from me, Professor Larkins on? Damn. The evolution which truly did not intend to let Vase off until she obtained the full truth. The god pilot did not hesitate to exert more crushing pressure on Vase. Despite the fact that she was stationed light years away from the Ector system, the evolution which was still able to give him nightmarish illusions where his true body mutated into all kinds of different biological monstrosities. Vase did not have the desire to test whether the evolution which possessed the ability to induce physical mutations over a communication channel. Okay, I may have left out the tiny little detail that Cynthia Larkinson is still alive and well in the Milky Way, and that she has carved out her own empire in the Oblivion Empire while at the same time remaining connected to what is going on in the Red Ocean. The powerful god pilot finally smiled and relented. Less than null greater than that is better. Your confessions match my analysis. You should have been more forthcoming from the beginning. I am not your ally, but you do not want to be my enemy. Do not forget that, Professor Larkinson. Vase tried to regain his composure. I understand, Your Holiness. Less than null greater than it is useful to know that your mother is powerful enough to know that your birth mother is able to project herself in this dwarf galaxy. Many people will express concern if they learn that she, and by extension you, still maintains an active communication link with humanity in the old galaxy. You need not fear the possibility that I will pass on what I have learned. I will hold this secret for you. News of this will only distract others. That relieved Vase a lot. He might not like the evolution witch all that much at this time, but he could trust in her word. I don't control or even understand my mother, but you don't have to be afraid that she will turn into the second coming of original sin. She has left her slaughtering ways far behind her. The superior mother primarily functions as a conduit and a source of feedback. The god pilot did not put much stock in his words. Less than nulb greater than you have just confessed that you do not understand the true face of your mother. It was clear earlier today that the information shared by Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson was completely new to you. No matter. It is of little consequence to me. Now that I have extracted enough context from you, I am sufficiently prepared to approach her directly. What? You want to seek out my mother? The female powerhouse grinned. Less than nulb greater than the first flame will torch me if he discovers my intentions, but I am determined to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with one of the most powerful survivors of the Five Scrolls Compact. Vase almost blanked out. He had difficulty understanding what could possibly drive the evolution which to desire a meeting with his actual mother. Why? Less than nulb greater than. As I have stated earlier, I am a child of the age of mechs. I grew up in a time period where the horrors unleashed by the Five Scrolls Compact have already turned into historical records. To be more direct, I do not bear any animosity towards former adversaries from a conflict that has already concluded 4 centuries prior. 2 ages has passed since then. It is time to let go of the past and meet the future with a fresh perspective. She can be of enormous use to the Red Collective. Wait a second, you want to employ her as a consultant? Less than nulb greater than why not? It is an obvious course of action now that I am aware of her existence and availability. Your mother is certain to possess an enormous accumulation of knowledge and experience on all aspects regarding cultivation. I can think of no better advisor on how the Red Collective should be organized. Far be it for me to question the wisdom of your plans, but aren't you afraid that her advice will inadvertently make the Red Collective resemble the Five Scrolls Compact a little too closely? The god pilot imperiously crossed her arms. Less than nulb greater than. That is why she is only one of many experts that I will listen to. I will make sure to solicit the advice of numerous hard-line opponents of cultivation. I must listen to a wide spectrum of opinions because the Red Collective has dual responsibilities. The new organization must promote the practice of cultivation, but it must also restrain it when abuses have taken place. Emphasizing one at the cost of neglecting the other will not yield the desired outcome. He agreed with her logic. What threw him off guard was that the evolution which saw no issue with exchanging notes with a former mass murderer. She demonstrated a degree of ruthless pragmatism that was difficult to attribute to high-ranking mech pilots. I will be sure to notify my mother beforehand about your intentions. Vase gently offered. As far as I know, you pose a strong threat towards her, so she will likely be reluctant to communicate with you directly. Less than nulb greater than god pilots have that effect on other cultivators, even if they are true gods. The evolution which commented with a deceptively mild tone. She was totally not bragging. Vase coughed at that. If you truly want to talk to her and nothing more, then I can help you arrange a more indirect means of communication with my mother. I do not have the ability to know what is on her mind, but I think she will be more than willing to help you set up the Red Collective as long as it will help me. She cares a lot about my well-being. She is just as invested in defeating the aliens that threaten to engulf our civilization as any human in the Red Ocean. The god pilot radiated greater interest after hearing that. Less than nulb greater than the more our goals are aligned, the greater the room for cooperation. Perhaps it may be possible to employ spirits, such as the Superior Mother, as the representatives of different populations of red humanity. It is an unprecedented idea, but it can theoretically work. Vase had only thrown out that suggestion to get people to stop hounding him for answers. Even though he seriously entertained its merits, he did not truly mean to turn it into a reality. The idea went a bit too far even for him. There was no way he wanted one of the most important institutions of red humanity to be run by pretender gods of all entities. No offense, Your Holiness, but I think it is better to let red humanity run its own affairs. Chapter 5797A Not So Minor Request 5797A Not So Minor Request. Vase had a feeling that while the evolution which certainly appreciated him and his work, she valued his ties to a former high-ranking Compact member even more. The god pilot certainly did not hide her obvious interest in seeking cooperation with a true god who should have been her archenemy if they lived in the previous ages. However, the charm of the Age of Dawn was that it had not only severed the Red Ocean's physical connection to the Milky Way, but also shed a lot of old and useless baggage in the process. Vase liked it that the leader of the transhumanist faction was a lot less old-fashioned and willing to implement drastic changes that she deemed necessary. What he did not like was how much she was willing to make effective use of her superior bargaining position to push through her demands. When the lengthy but impactful conversation between him and the energetic god pilot finally reached the stage where he could bring up his desired topic, he began to doubt whether it was a good idea to go through with his initial plan. He had talked long enough with the evolution witch to understand her measure. This was a driven god pilot who was not above taking advantage of a situation to advance her own interests. She definitely had a set of principles that she abided by, but they were apparently a lot looser and less restrictive than the ones borne by more rigid god pilots. It was no wonder that her reputation painted her as dangerous. She was a transcendent figure who wielded great martial might, but could not be restrained by rules and morals as easily as other god pilots. As much as Vase feared the ire of the First Flame, the oldest god pilot could at least be trusted to abide by a strong code of honor. It was exactly because high-ranking mech pilots built up their strength by maintaining their honor and following their convictions that they did not attract fear and suspicion. The opposite was the case. Under the deliberate machinations of the Mech Trade Association, high-ranking mech pilots and especially god pilots were all treated as exemplary heroes who could do no wrong. The public had long developed a strong impression of these powerful beings as honorable soldiers or warriors who fought for their ideals and for the betterment of mankind. The fact that they were so strongly associated with mechs and not anything monstrous helped to increase their ties to modern humanity. This strong climate ensured that every mech pilot that broke through and reached a greater stage of power continued to remain trapped in a society that imposed strong expectations on their behavior. Assisted by the selective criteria of the Kingdom of Mechs, the mech community successfully produced the most combat-effective cultivators of humanity, yet amazingly turned them into the brightest and most honorable paragons at the same time. Anyone who understood how power could corrupt anyone would be amazed at how human civilization had managed to do the impossible. Vase had grown up in a society where people universally admired and trusted high-ranking mech pilots. It was therefore a little jarring for him to meet and interact with a god pilot who did not precisely fit this stereotypical mold. Of course, Vase was not naive to assume that all demigods and higher were universally trustworthy and dependable. He had met enough expert pilots and ace pilots who possessed obvious personality flaws that made them dangerous and unpredictable. It seemed that he would have to add the evolution witch to that list. Vase felt more and more apprehensive when he thought about issuing his request, but he might as well get it over with now that he was here. Who knew when he would be able to hold another private chat with the evolution witch? At least she was in a good enough mood. Your Holiness, less than nulb greater than yes, Professor Larkin's on. Knowing that the evolution witch's time was valuable, Vase pressed onwards. I have a small request, at least I think it is small. I have an urgent need to acquire an extremely rare and valuable material that is not available in the Red Ocean. I have tried to use other channels to inquire where I can acquire this exotic substance. I eventually managed to acquire a detailed analysis report of this material from the xenotechnician, but, the evolution witch peered at him with a gnawing glance. Less than nulb greater than you require my assistance. I see. Given that you have approached me with this request, I presume this material is organic in nature. That is not a surprise. I have received similar requests since the start of the Age of Dawn. You would be surprised at how many different exo-beasts there are in the Milky Way that can produce extraordinarily helpful organic substances. Pass me the report. Vase did so. The god pilot immediately frowned as she rapidly read through all of the descriptions and numbers. Are you able to synthesize Yondu milk? He cautiously asked. I don't need much of it. Just 12.556 milligrams will do. I would be happy if you could give me more, but it is not strictly necessary. He did not dare to request 0.001 milligrams more for fear that the evolution witch might call him out on his dishonesty again. The silence stretched on, causing Vase to grow more nervous. Was the evolution witch capable of reproducing this unique material? Would she be willing to go through the trouble of meeting his request? This was an important issue to him. The supply missions had been hanging over his head for many years now. With so many expectations placed on his shoulders, Vase urgently needed to speed up his development more than ever. It actually helped that it had become an open secret that his mother had gifted him a fragment of the metal scroll. The Mechers and the Fleeters had a logical explanation why he progressed so quickly and came up with the craziest inventions at times. His status as the Holy Son of the Metal Scroll also covered any other unusual actions and results, even if they had no direct connection to the Mech designer system. In other words, Vase did not have to be as subtle and circumspect about his use of the system as before. This was one of the reasons why he mustered up the courage to ask for Yondu milk from one of the leaders of the Red Association. There was hardly any other logical explanation why he would randomly have a need of an extremely powerful organic substance. The evolution which ultimately broke the silence after 3 full minutes of contemplation. Less than null greater than I have good news and bad news for you, Professor. The good news is that I can reluctantly synthesize it. My God Kingdom is indeed suitable for this purpose, and the xenotechnician has worked thoroughly enough to collect all of the essential data. What is the bad news, then? Less than null greater than you should already have an expectation of the cost. 12.556 milligrams of Yondu milk is not a trivial amount. There is a real price to synthesizing just a fraction of it. Let me put it this way. If I set aside every other priority, I will need to spend more than a week on channeling all of my willpower purely on producing drop after drop of this alien milk. I will not be able to spare any energy on defending human strongholds, fighting hostile space whales or engage in any other essential activity. A week might not sound like much, but the time and energy of a god pilot was extremely precious. There were only 8 god pilots, each of whom fulfilled essential duties. Vase knew that at least one of them was stationed in Bridgehead 1 in order to guard the Greater Beander Gate. Maybe 1 or 2 more god pilots were stationed in other essential star systems, while the rest continually patrolled the border regions in order to deter or repel large alien incursions. There were so few god pilots that the absence of one of them would definitely worsen the strategic outlook of Red humanity. If the Red Cabal somehow got wind of it, the native aliens might decide to launch a massive offensive, taking advantage of the fact that a god pilot was temporarily unavailable. Suffice to say, it would be the height of selfishness for Vase to insist the evolution which meet his request after knowing how much it cost to reproduce this damned Yondu milk. What makes this Yondu milk so special and difficult to synthesize? The report contains a lot of descriptions about its properties, but it doesn't really state what it can do. The only piece of relevant information that I have obtained is that it is used in one of the most effective life-prolonging treatment serum formulas. The evolution which smiled again. Less than null greater than Yondu milk is a substance that defies reality. This is not a surprise because it is produced by an impossible exobeast. Let me give you another description. Yondu milk is a product of a god, an alien one, but a god nonetheless. It is not too difficult for me to reproduce its material properties, but what is truly challenging is to imitate the non-material properties that the ancient exo-beast attaches to the milk. Have you ever attempted to imitate the work of another god? Less than null greater than the mechers that you have previously consulted were correct to point you in my direction. I am the only being in the Red Ocean that can fully reproduce Yondu milk. My ability to imitate other organisms is unsurpassed. My dominion over biology is absolute. I can assure you that no one else can meet your difficult request. While it takes an immense amount of effort to produce the desired quantity of Yondu milk, I can still do it without compromising my other responsibilities by taking my time. The evolution which did not emphasize her uniqueness for nothing. Vase recognized that he was being subjected to another negotiation. I understand, he said and bowed his head. You don't need to boast any further. What do you want in exchange for 12.556 milligrams of Yondu milk? The evolution which grinned and leaned forward in a slightly intimidating fashion. Less than null greater than I already have what I want from you. There is nothing urgent that I require from you at this time. She was probably right. The Red Association had already forced Vase to make a lot of major contributions. While he received decent compensation for his actions, it also left him with a meager reserve of stuff he could trade with the likes of a god pilot. Owe you a favor. The evolution which did not look impressed. Less than null greater than there is a solution to your problem. I will deliver the requested quantity of Yondu milk in half a year. In exchange for this service, your mother will incur a debt on your behalf. She will have to cooperate with me on an unconditional basis until she has fully compensated for the cost of satisfying your demand. Is this acceptable to you, Professor Larkins? Damn, the evolution which sure drove a hard bargain. Though Vase felt reassured that the god pilot did not expect him to do anything crazy or time-consuming in exchange for 12.556 milligrams of Yondu milk, the same could not be said for his mother. Vase already had a few ideas of what the evolution which sought by cooperating with his mother. However, there was a huge difference between approaching his mother as a business partner than as a lone shark. "I can't make this decision on her behalf," he responded. "I need to contact my mother and find out whether she is willing to play along. It would help if you can provide details on what you would have her do. I don't think she is unreasonable enough to reject cooperation out of hand." Chapter 5798 Blocked. 5798 Blocked. Vase exited the secure communication chamber half an hour later. The powerful god kingdom that had reached across the communication channel and imposed an isolation field around the compartment had finally disappeared, much to the crew's relief. Every mecher stationed on the Tarask tried to fulfill their routine duties as diligently as possible. None of them dared to relax, joke around or act less than impeccably. Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban waited outside the corridor for the entire duration. Both of them kept their backs ramrod straight even though it was clear that the evolution which never paid them any mind from beginning to end. Vase did not look like he had experienced a dream come true by speaking at length with an actual god pilot. Countless people would have given up everything just to receive a little bit validation from one of the most powerful humans to exist, yet Vase looked as if he had lived through an arduous battle. "Has your meeting with the leader of my faction concluded to your satisfaction?" Professor Vector Loban inquired. Vase tiredly rubbed his face. "I suppose so, but she didn't make it easy for me. It's been a long day. So much has happened that I need to take a lengthy break. Your quarters are always available to you. For security reasons, it is best if you and your entourage remain on this flagship. The Red Association has already confirmed that reinforcements are on the way to bolster the Blue Jay fleet. We will soon be joined by 3 light cruisers and 2 combat carriers." Combat carriers? Yes. They are urgently needed. The ship class selected for the Blue Jay fleet can only hold 20 first-class multi-purpose mechs each, but they possess robust repair suites and can carry an abundant amount of supplies. Additionally, the carriers also hold 1 elite infantry battalion each. The availability of additional mechs and infantry will substantially improve your security whenever you are indoors or on the surface of a planet. "Well, I guess anything helps." Vase shrugged. He should have been more pleased that the mechers had seen fit to ramp up his security, but he was too mentally fatigued to show a stronger reaction. Trying to keep his wits and maintain his composure in front of the evolution which had drained him a lot more than he expected. Jovi made an awkward remark. "The additional reinforcements are welcome, but they fall short of the standards of a full escort fleet for a Tier 2 galactic citizen or higher. Given everything that you have accomplished today, there should be enough justification to raise your galactic citizenship tier. However, I have found no such change in the records." Vase grimaced when Jovi mentioned this painful point. There was a time where he would have rejected such a high-profile move, but that had passed now that he had painted an even bigger target on his back. "I politely requested the evolution which about this subject, but I did not receive a favorable response." "For what reason?" Both mechers looked genuinely puzzled. Vase was already being called the father of the Red Collective despite the fact that the organization had not yet formed at this time. Since the Red Collective was meant to become an equal partner to the Red Association and the Red Fleet, it would be a travesty if Vase still did not receive the promotion he deserved. His current level of fame and influence over Red humanity was much greater than before the start of the public inquiry. There were many Tier 2 galactic citizens that had not come even close to changing the course of human history as much as Vase. However, the lack of satisfaction on his face made it clear that he did not gain the official recognition that he sought. To be fair, it is not the evolution which is fault. She actually expressed a willingness to file an application, but when she did so, she received an instant rejection. It turns out that a certain powerful figure has implemented a block on any further promotions. My citizenship tier can only be raised when I have advanced to the rank of Master Mech Designer. Nothing else can remove this block. Her Holiness came around and agreed with this measure. I see. That is inconvenient. All 3 knew what was going on more or less. Whoever originally implemented this block wanted Vase to stay on track and prioritize his mech design activities first. This was not only for his own good, but also helped to limit the amount of time he could spend on other priorities, such as trying to run the Red Collective or such nonsense. Vase was not a politician. He was a mech designer. There was nothing more that Jovi could say to that. This was indeed a clever way to encourage Vase to stick to mechs. If not for this measure, Vase might have felt tempted to put his original vocation aside and spend a lot of time and energy on becoming a more traditional cultivator. This was not a good outcome to many people. They preferred it if Vase remained preoccupied with designing mechs as opposed to concocting forbidden horrors. Though Vase resented the obvious manipulation, he did not have the power to push back against it. He could only accept the current reality and play by the rules. I'm heading back to my stateroom. Is there anything else? We are curious what sort of agreement you have made with the evolution witch. Is there anything you are willing to share? Vase thought for a moment. Nothing immediate comes to mind. One of the most important changes is that a lot of initiatives related to my contributions are slated to be transferred to the Red Collective at the appropriate time. Before you ask, the Karman system and its derivative products will remain under the Red Association. This was a logical division. Vector Loban mainly cared whether he could still conduct research on Karman mechs. Hearing that the upcoming reforms would not deprive him of this opportunity relieved his most immediate concern. Vase answered a few more questions until they arrived in front of his stateroom. By the way, is the grand auction still on track to begin in 2 days? He asked. It is, but it has received much more interest among high society than before. Jovi reported. Esteban Leeds has capitalized on your surge of popularity and the vast amount of increased attention on Hector V. There is not enough time for wealthy groups across the new frontier to dispatch their representatives to this port system in time to attend the auction in person, but there are still plenty of local magnates who have decided to attend this event. Are you still committed to auctioning 25% of the LMC's outstanding stock? Its estimated value has increased by a large margin, and that is not just because your living mechs have escaped sanction. Vase needed to think more deeply about this matter. I can probably attain the same results as before if I only auction 10% of the LMC's shares, but I don't want to go back on my word. It is not necessarily a bad idea to stick to the original plan. I can gain much more out of this than I initially estimated. Whoever is willing to invest in my mech company will also be a lot stronger as well. That is going to be important for me and my clan as we could use more friends in high places. His latest talk with the evolution which reminded him of the importance of power. While it would be best if he became a star designer and could single-handedly earn the allegiance of many willing groups, Vase was way too far from reaching this point. The only way he could quickly increase his power base was to expand his network of allies. It had already demonstrated its value once before, so Vase had high hopes of strengthening it further. Having a lot of powerful friends did not necessarily secure his position, but it made it a lot harder for enemies to dislodge him. Vase just needed to make sure that he continued to remain a valuable ally. The auction can go on as planned, but I would like to add one more rule. Vase said after a brief moment of thought. I have made a lot of new enemies today. I don't want these guys to outbid others and take partial control of my company just to hinder my work. I should retain the right to reject a winning bid if I don't like the highest bidder for whatever reason. That is understandable. I will inform Esteban Leeds on your behalf. I am sure the company will not object to this change. Anything else? Captain Zonrad Rees most definitely wants to meet with me. Tell him that I will be ready to talk to him in private. Make sure to arrange a secure meeting location. Very well. Vase finally retired for the day. There was a lot of stuff that he needed to catch up to, but he needed rest more than anything else. A turbulent night passed in Charvi as the ripple effects of the infamous public inquiry still reverberated across human space. When Vase woke up again, he no longer worried too much about what his words and actions had wrought upon human civilization. Even if he had initially set off the formation of the Red Collective, the evolution witch and many other leaders had gotten their hooks on it. This relieved Vase of the burden and the responsibility to baby over this initiative as if it was his child. With that out of the way, Vase tried to narrow his scope and focus on his more immediate concerns. He was more than eager to get back to New Constantinople and do his best to help his wife complete the challenging Dark Zephyr Mark III project, but he still needed to complete a few chores. Let's see what I have on my plate. Vase murmured to himself as he shoved his breakfast into his mouth. Meow. Lucky echoed as he buried his metallic head inside his food bowl. Aside from preparing for the grand auction, Vase looked forward to finally making actual progress in completing his supply missions. He could afford to wait half a year before he could obtain his precious Yondu milk. He just had to make sure that his mother continued to cooperate with the evolution witch. Vase still needed to do more in order to secure a batch of EE343F00334R. He was not sure whether he could satisfy the Red Fleet's demands at his current level of competence, so he was eager to make the attempt. In order to do that, he would have to make a detour and journey to one of the Red Fleet's powerful dreadnoughts so that he could gain access to the powerful vessel's AI core. Vase had no idea how the Red Fleet took the revelation that Archie had inadvertently turned into a living deity cultivator. Revealing this uncomfortable truth had been a reckless move, but Vase did not regret it. He used it to gain more momentum and forestall any attempt for Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson to make a comeback. Still, Vase worried whether the Fleeters could live with their current reality. What if they violently lashed out against Archie? What if Archie went mad in an attempt to defend its right to live? Vase needed to make contact with Sigrund again in order to gain a better understanding of the current affairs of the Red Fleet. Now that the latest events had made parts of the Red Fleet more open towards unconventional solutions, Vase was eager to explore additional forms of cooperation. He might not like everything about the Fleeters, but they were just as wealthy as the Mechers, if not more. There were bound to be a lot of opportunities for Vase to sell his services to the Red Fleet. Chapter 5799 Internal Rifts 5799 Internal Rifts Jovi arranged a secure meeting place as promised. Located deep underground, a private resort, the luxuriously furnished meeting room had been a place where the movers and shakers of Hector V negotiated and concluded many business deals. Vase would have preferred to meet with Sigrund in a location that was more secure, but that was not possible. They needed to meet in a location that was not under the direct control of the Red Association or the Red Fleet. There were factions and powerful personalities within both organizations that really did not like Vase at the moment. It was best not to give them easy opportunities to gain an advantage over him. Once more he lamented that he had outpaced the growth of the Larkinson clan. Fortunately, that would change in a few years. The Red Ocean would look a lot differently once the clansmen who had undergone ED-net training finally returned en masse, but their newly gained competence would instantly elevate his power base. At the very least, he no longer wanted to depend entirely on the Blue Jay fleet for his security needs. The hatch slid open shortly after Vase entered. A familiar fleeter captain stepped inside. Both Vase and Captain Rees deployed their respective jammers and security devices. Lucky flew around and phased through the reinforced walls to sniff out any buried listening devices. Though the routine was time-consuming, Vase and Sigrund did not mind the delay. The peace of mind they gained was much more important. Once the place was reasonably secure, Vase immediately started to ask questions. "How is the Red Fleet doing?" "It is not doing particularly well at the moment," Captain Rees responded. "If not for the fact that I am currently your designated contact person, I would have gotten dragged into the debate about the continued existence of Archie. There are many fleeters who are not pleased that the improved evaluation and monitoring system that has been responsible for increasing their productivity has actually mutated into a sentient AI with godlike powers. Fears that everyone will get taken over by this inhuman monstrosity has provoked a lot of knee-jerk reactions." Vase furrowed his brows. "I can understand how that can be creepy for people. Surely there are fleeters among you that see enough reason to recognize the value in keeping Archie." The captain briefly smiled. "There are. Many fleeters, particularly the lower and middle ranks, adore Archie. Ever since it took the place of the more limited IES, many spacers and officers have received the promotions that they have always deserved. The gratitude they owe to the fair and impartial system that is devoid of any bias and nepotism is massive." "What about the other side? I am sure the fleeters who are in charge don't share this sentiment. I am surprised they allowed Archie to come online in the first place. You would be surprised how many fleeters are in favor of employing more effective ice, though only within reason. In any case, the higher-ranking fleeters have not benefited nearly as much from Archie, so they regard it in a much more negative light. Those high-ranking officers also tend to be much more preoccupied with philosophical and societal problems. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson is a good example of that. She is only 254 years old, but she has inherited so much responsibility that she is just as paranoid about ice as the survivors of the Age of Conquest." Vase immediately frowned. "What is she up to now that her massive gambit yesterday failed?" "She is still fighting," Sigrund replied. "She may have lost the battle against you, but there are plenty of other battles that she can fight. She and her compatriots regard the massive encroachment of cultivation and everything related to it as a war. They are not too concerned about losing individual battles. What matters to them is that they make meaningful progress. As long as they can stop or delay the onset of cultivation within the Red Fleet and beyond, they have fulfilled their mission. They are not going to stop being a thorn on our sides." I guess I shouldn't have expected our opponents to have a change of heart." Given that these spoilsports are so adamantly opposed to Archie, is there a possibility that the Red Fleet will experience a schism and split in half? You'd like that, wouldn't you? The Fleeter smiled without emotion. I do get a sense of vindictive satisfaction at the thought of the Fleeters causing their own downfall. Then I am afraid I have to disappoint you, Vase. We are not as stupid and short-sighted as you think. A furious debate is raging within our organization, but we are well aware that the Terrans and the Rubarthans would like nothing more for us to disintegrate. I think that even the Mechers do not want us to fracture. One way or another, Fleet Admiral Argyle and Fleet Admiral Jameson will find a resolution that will end the ongoing ideological struggle. This sounded similar to the prior division within the survivalist faction. There was plenty of room for different opinions, but once the survivalists had voted on a plan, they expected everyone to fall in line and unite behind the winning proposal. It was an effective way to resolve differences between opposing factions, but it required enough maturity from the losers to achieve the desired results. Vase was not sure whether the Fifth Fleet was willing to play along if too many fleeters ended up favoring Archie. Does this ongoing fight affect our earlier deal, Captain? He questioned. I hope you haven't forgotten about exchanging EE343F00334R for my services. We have not forgotten, Vase. The strife is problematic, but it will not cause any undue delays. We are still eager to discover whether you can improve the performance of our cherished warships. We will just have to bring you to a dreadnought where your contribution is more welcome than others. It would be ideal if we can take you to the Dominion of Man. The dreadnought already carries enough stock of this precious material to meet your needs. Vase grew a little disappointed when he learned the Red Fleet's current distraction had made it unclear whether he could conduct his experiment on the Dominion of Man. However, it ultimately made little difference if he worked on one of the other dreadnoughts. The fleeters would simply have to spend a bit of extra time to deliver several kilograms of EE343F00334R to his location. What Vase prized the most was that he was finally making real progress. Completing the supply mission strengthened the mech designer system by a large extent, thereby unlocking powerful new capabilities that would bring it closer to the level of the complete metal scroll. Vase briefly wondered whether it was possible to turn his fragment into a full sacred scroll again, but he quickly dismissed the possibilities. He did not think it could fix all of the missing parts just by mixing a few top-quality materials together. What will happen after the experiment is successful? Vase asked. If you have succeeded in bestowing life to one of our dreadnoughts, then we will have to conduct thorough tests to determine the differences. This will take months if not years. Once we have verified that your method is useful to us, you can expect us to conclude a more comprehensive deal with you. It is likely that we will wait until the Red Collective has entered into operation. It will be much less problematic to embrace aspects of cultivation if a part of us has already joined the new cultivation-oriented organization. That makes sense. I hope I don't have to wait that long to get my hands on EE343F00334R, though. I do not believe you have to worry about that. The alloy is certainly valuable enough for the Dominion of Man to keep in stock, but the value of cooperation ultimately exceeds the value of this material. That was reassuring to hear. Now that Vase learned what he wanted from Sigrund, he relaxed and began to chat about less urgent matters. Will the fleeters participate in the upcoming grand auction? Captain Rees chuckled. In fact, we will. None of us really cared about it previously, but it is different now. The auction house has rapidly expanded capacity. Not only is it accepting many more items to be auctioned the next day, but it is also expecting the arrival of many more guests. Many of them are primarily coming because of you. The grand auction is bound to become a lively event. Vase had already received word that Esteban Leeds was capitalizing on his popularity, but this sounded like a much bigger deal than before. Will the fleeters put up anything good on auction? Let's just say that we have put items up for bidding that even you will take interest in. That is all I can say. I am bound by confidentiality to not divulge any further information. I hope you bring enough capital. Don't worry about that. My latest arrangement with Isthmus Manufacturing has vastly increased my net worth. I can also spend the expected proceeds from auctioning LMC shares in advance. Money was no longer an insurmountable problem to Vase at this point. Just as his wife and several advisors suggested, he could always go deep into debt in order to finance a massive investment. His earning ability was more than enough to pay it all back in time. Vase asked another question after a while. Since the Red Fleet is geared to become a participant in the Red Collective, which fleets are set to embrace cultivation? None of that is clear at the moment. Sigrun shook his head. Not enough time has passed to make this determination. I think that the 7th Light Fleet that I am a part of may be a likely candidate. We are new and more open to change. We do not field any large warfleets, so any adverse consequences will not result in a rapid collapse of our defensive lines. Admiral Chelsea Mealy is also closely aligned to Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle, so the 7th Light Fleet can be trusted to make an honest effort to integrate cultivation. So the 7th Light Fleet will serve as a guinea pig for the 2nd Main Fleet. Essentially, yes, Sigrun answered. The 2nd Main Fleet is much older and more steeped in old traditions. It is crewed by veteran officers and spacers who have always known one way to fight. They are much more resistant towards radical changes than usual. They need convincing proof that cultivation can produce real performance gains before they are willing to adapt. As long as the 2nd Main Fleet has clearly become more powerful due to these changes, many of the other fleets will follow suit. I can't imagine the 5th Enforcement Fleet doing this. It would be too embarrassing of a retreat. This is why Fleet Admiral Jameson is most certainly urging her R&D personnel to come up with viable alternatives that do not bear any direct relation to cultivation. There are still many die-hard fleeters out there that think that pure technology can still save them all. I do not necessarily disagree with this stance, but the opponents are fighting an uphill battle with this attitude. Speaking about the female Fleet Admiral, how is her descendant doing? Has Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson already tucked her tail between her legs and left the port system? I am afraid I have to disappoint you, Vase. She is still lingering, though neither of us have ever spoken to each other. From what I can surmise, she will most definitely participate in the upcoming grand auction on behalf of her ancestor. You can expect her to have access to deep pockets. Great. On the other hand, the 5th Enforcement Fleet may have put items of their own up for auction. I do not know what they have entrusted to Esteban Leeds, but the Jamesons are eager to win back their lost prestige. Interesting. Chapter 5800 The Flooded Theater 5800 The Flooded Theater The grand auction organized by Esteban Leeds on Hector V received much more attention than anyone originally thought. Due to the participation of the mech designer who had detonated human civilization in the Red Ocean only a few days ago, countless players wanted to get into contact with him through any means. Unfortunately, many of their attempts became stymied due to the restrictive entry requirements imposed by Esteban Leeds for its highest class of auctions. The company endured an enormous amount of pressure to ease up on the most stringent condition for participation. For as long as the prestigious company organized its most prestigious grand auctions, it had always insisted on live participation. Combined with the fact that only Tier 6 galactic citizens and higher could get in, this had turned its grand auctions into highly exclusive gatherings where only the most powerful regional players got together in order to exchange their goods and services with each other. The grand auctions did not only serve as a place for these wealthy magnates and powerful politicians to earn big scores or acquire valuable treasures. It gave regional players an excuse to converge in a single physical location and expand their networks. Friends and allies deepened their ties with each other while relative strangers explored new business opportunities. In short, the exclusive venue provided an intimate stage for different groups to forge deals with each other that was far superior to any remote communication method. The high entry requirements did not seem to deter participation. It instead became a powerful draw as every regular participant knew that those bothered to come were both worthwhile to talk to and anchored to the regional economy. Esteban Leeds therefore functioned far more than a mere auction house. It served as one of the economic lubricants that performed a vital role in accelerating the development of the prosperous Zelmer Upper Zone. However, recent events had completely changed the character of the grand auction. Many of the regional players who used to receive the highest treatment had been relegated side characters. In the past 2 days, over 360 participants signed up for the grand auction on short notice. What was remarkable was that the vast majority of them were way more important than mere Tier 6 galactic citizens. Many Tier 4, Tier 3 and even Tier 2 galactic citizens had signed up right away. After that, they hopped onto their fastest superdrive-equipped starships and urged their blazingly fast vessel to travel to the Ector system as quickly as possible. It helped a lot that the Ector system was a port system, but even then a lot of Terrans and Rubarthans lamented the distance from their own territories. If Esteban Leeds wanted to give all of these other high-tiered galactic citizens a chance to attend the auction of their lifetimes, the company could have delayed the big event by a week. The number of attendees could easily become an order of magnitude greater than the current prognosis. Ultimately, the company resisted the temptation to do so. The company had operated since the Age of Conquest, so its management was anything but short-sighted. People trusted the auction house because it had built up an unflinching reputation for being fair, honest, transparent and reliable. Its determination to hold the grand auction on the scheduled date was admirable, but it certainly hadn't been easy given that it had made a lot of powerful groups angry. When Vase got ready to attend the much-hyped grand auction, he became somewhat amazed at how extensively his involvement had warped the entire event. "I have enough stuff on my plate at the moment," he said as Abad neatly adjusted his bow tie. "I know that a lot of power players have come to talk to me, but I am not in the mood to wine and dine with them at the moment. You will disappoint many potential business partners, sir," Kelsey Ampatok said as he filled in for the role as his personal assistant at this time. "Back in Rubarthan space, there are many mech designers who would kill to be in your position. Whether it is your ability to design unique living mechs, or your outsized voice in the Interim Leadership Council, there is great demand for your attention. You do not need to meet with too many people. You can allow us to select a handful of VIPs and meet with them in private to hear their offers. This may be a good opportunity for you to acquire territories, first-class planets, rare resources and sizable ownership stakes in major companies." The mention of all of these potential gains briefly aroused Ves's greed, but he quickly controlled himself. While he and his clan could definitely use the help, Vase was still cognizant that his overall strength and means were still too limited. So much had happened already that changed his reality. Vase felt the need to restrain himself before he lost all perspective. "I am fine with our current trajectory," he said as he continued to admire the mirror projection's custom tuxedo-clad form. "If people truly want to cooperate with me, then they can bid on the shares that I am putting up for auction. I think that making myself scarce will increase the demand for my company's shares. After all, I can't ignore the demands of shareholders. That may work. It will limit the amount of partners you cooperate with, but the relationships will become more enduring," Kelsey concluded. "Besides, I can always hold my services in reserve in case I want to bid on something really special. I have heard that all kinds of remarkable stuff show up in these grand auctions." Vase looked forward to that. One of the benefits of all of the increased attention was that many of the participants consigned a lot of valuables to Esteban leads. Naturally, the auction house maintained strict standards on what kind of goods they added to the list. None of the high-tier galactic citizens wanted to waste their time on ordinary commodities. "Meow meow," a dark archimetal cat floated up to Vase and made his demands clear. The gem cat looked especially cute after a bot had tied a miniature bow tie to his collar. "I know, Lucky, I will keep an eye for interesting exotics for you. Just make sure you don't use up all of it to strengthen your body. Leave some for your primary function." Meow. After Vase became satisfied with his appearance, Vase and the rest of his immediate circle got teleported to one of the VIP teleportation chambers of the auction house. Just like all of the other structures in the aquatic-themed city of Charvi, the auction venue had been decorated in an interesting manner. Esteban Leeds had turned the entire auction house into an ancient theater that had been flooded with water. Everything was submerged with water, causing the environment to look more enchanting. Plenty of alien aquatic life forms filled up the halls and corridors. Glowing purple weeds, strange six-eyed fish and transparent invertebrates leisurely floated in the water or rooted themselves into tastefully looking cracks. Everyone who entered the flooded theater wore the same special energy shields that kept the water at bay, allowing their bodies and their clothes to remain dry. Even Lucky wore a miniature version of the same device. Vase was pretty sure that his gem cat could swim through water without any problems, but it was best not to test his patience. Meow. Lucky certainly did not look comfortable in this environment. He flew closer to Vase and perched on his shoulder as if he was afraid his miniature water-repelling shield could fail at any second. "Okay, so what now? There is still plenty of time before the grand auction begins," Kelsey Ampatok said. "It is advisable for you to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with the manager of the auction house. If you do not want to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel with anyone else. I can lead you straight to the upper hall where the big event is scheduled to take place. It is divided into a common seating space and private boxes. I take it that we have already reserved one of those private boxes, right?" "Yes, but it usually isn't necessary. You see, the exclusive clientele that attends these grand auctions usually like it when they can sit in the same space. Many attendees actually prefer to sit in the large common space where they can easily approach and chat with other peers." That actually sounded nice, but Vase had become so high profile that he would definitely become the center of attention if he appeared in a crowd. Can I gain a preview of the listings if I speak? Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to the manager. No, that is expressly forbidden by the rules set by Esteban Leeds. Either everyone or no one gets access to this information. Since surprise is part of what makes these exclusive auctions more dynamic and exciting, the auction house does not have a habit of sharing this information in advance. I see. That's fair. I guess I will just have to wait for the grand auction to get going. Let's move. Vase, Lucky and Kelsey moved straight to their private box and settled in for a comfortable wait. In the meantime, more and more distinguished guests arrived and met each other in the reception hall and other spaces. The absence of Vase in these public gatherings did not dampen the excitement among the participants. Not only did they talk about routine business affairs, they also showed a lot of enthusiasm as they exchanged their opinions on explosive subjects such as cultivation, the Red Collective, and what it all meant to their respective states or organizations. Nobody remained unaffected by the changes sparked by the historic public inquiry. Many people stood to suffer a lot of losses, but there were others who saw brand new opportunities advance their interests. None of these powerful people wanted to remain stagnant and fall behind the latest development. Regardless of whether they supported or opposed the recent changes, they all sought to capitalize on the latest trend, if only to ensure they kept up with their rivals. This was why even the likes of Lieutenant Commander Astrid Jameson attended in order to represent the interests of the 5th Enforcement Fleet. Of course, her galactic citizen tier was not high, but she came in the company of a more senior RF officer. The same applied to Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban. They arrived with their respective buddies from the same faction and eagerly helped to identify new opportunities for cooperation. The eagerness to forge new partnerships was a clear indication that the latest turning point had shook a lot of parties. It became impossible to maintain the old status quo because Vase single-handedly shook the very foundation of human society and the Red 2. Cultivation should have been an open secret for at least a few more years. That would have given all of the major players a comfortable head start. Since Vase had spoiled their plans, they all scrambled to adapt in order to strengthen their positions in more immediate ways. Vase smirked when he thought about what he had done. Those elites sought to deprive the common folk of essential benefits in order to satisfy their selfish interests. They had what was coming to them as far as he was concerned. Only by serving the common folk would humanity be able to realize its greater potential. Many powerful folk rightfully feared that giving ordinary people access to cultivation would lead to a lot of instability, but that was precisely why the Red Collective became necessary. Time slowly passed by. Vase spent much of his time petting Lucky while allocating much of his attention to catching up on his advanced studies in his mind. Soon, hundreds of high-tier galactic citizens and many more followers steadily began to fill up the upper hall. The lighting of the cozy venue gradually began to dim. The only sources of light came from the fluorescent fish and aquatic plants that occupied the submerged space. Their inconsistency added a lot of novelty and created a special atmosphere in the upper hall. Jovi and Vector both entered Ves's private booth after a while. Their energetic expressions showed that they had likely participated in a few successful ventures. Before the two mechers could share their experiences, the highly anticipated event commenced. Chapter 5801 The Grand Auction begins. 5801 The Grand Auction begins. The upper hall descended into darkness as the fluorescent plants and fish slowly retreated from sight. That was until a pair of bright blue eels entered from above. The beautiful eels swam with perfect coordination as they formed a double helix. The genetically engineered creatures soon reached the bottom, where they subsequently exposed the presence of a handsome man. Nobody noticed how the fellow managed to sneak up on the center of the main stage, but now that he became visible, the entire audience took note of his exceptional allure. The man was handsome, his face and body proportions sculptured to perfection. He wore a fashion-forward outfit that tastefully exposed his physique. There was an invisible glow to him that enhanced his attractiveness and made it difficult to ignore his presence in a crowd. Many people present in the upper hall were either high-tier galactic citizens or followers who were accustomed to the presence of powerful figures. However, the auctioneer that captured everyone's attention possessed a substantially greater pull in spite of the fact that he was probably under 100 years old and not that famous. More and more fish that glowed in different colors began to enter the upper hall again. They began to light up the main stage and entrance people's eyes. "Welcome to our humble auction house on Hector V." The unnaturally beautiful man spoke with a voice that sounded like pure magic. I am Orion Leeds, and I have received the distinct honor of guiding you through our greatest grand auction in the Red Ocean to date. Esteban Leeds is honored to receive several hundred familiar guests as well as many more first-time participants. We have done our utmost to scale up this grand auction and endeavor to serve everyone's varied needs. As Orion Leeds began to explain the basic rules for the benefit of the newcomers, Vase finally understood why the man appeared so damn attractive. The auctioneer was a cultivator. Not only that, but he did not restrain his extraordinary characteristics like most of his kind. Now that cultivation became public knowledge, it was no longer taboo to show unnatural traits in the open. Vase was not familiar with the cultivation method practiced by Orion Leeds, but he bet that it was a combination between a chi cultivation and body cultivation method. Blinky's sharp senses collected more information. Orion's domain primarily centered around charisma. Being so damn handsome was the main point of practicing this method. So that was why Orion's appearance reminded him of his kids. As nascent primordial humans, they possessed a similar kind of extraordinary charm, though theirs were a bit more subdued as they were a lot more natural. Orion on the other hand practiced a technique that deliberately amplified these traits far beyond any other characteristics. The extreme specialization made Orion weak in every other aspect, but that was not a problem so long as his job matched his acquired talents. Vase started to pay attention again when the auctioneer explained the goods put up on auction. Esteban Leeds has received a glut of items, many of which are rare and desirable enough to be added to our highest list. We have applied stricter criteria than before and filtered out many submissions that have just fallen short of the mark. The goods fall into the following categories. A projection appeared that displayed a straightforward list. Raw and intermediate materials, personal equipment, mechs and mech parts, starships and starship parts, human cultural items, alien cultural items, living organisms, knowledge repositories, corporate assets, ancient cultivation relics. That was impressively diverse. Practically everyone would be able to find what they needed today. The only question was whether they had enough wealth to place the winning bids. That was anything but certain. Payment was another big topic. There are different currencies in the Red Ocean. Orion continued to explain. The standard unit of value used in our grand auction is phase water. That does not mean you literally have to pay with physical quantities of phase water. We readily accept MTA credits and CFA credits at the prevailing exchange rates rounded up. If you are short on cash, you may also contact one of our appraisers in private and exchange illiquid assets for liquid currency that you can use to place your bids. Vase winced. The use of phase water as the standard currency was a definite sign that this was going to be an extravagantly expensive auction. The market price of phase water had skyrocketed in a few years. The Great Severing had worsened the problem as the inability to conquer more territory and the rapidly rising demand for transphasic mechs and starships had made phase water more expensive than ever. It hadn't been too long ago where Vase could buy 1 gram of phase water for 200 MTA credits. Nowadays, he needed to cough up around 3,650 MTA credits to buy the same quantity of phase water. The problem wasn't abating at all. The market price kept rising because people kept building stuff that incorporated a lot of transphasic parts. If not for the fact that the Larkinson clan was able to fulfill its own internal demand by plundering phase water from the aliens, the Larkinson army wouldn't have been able to field as many transphasic mechs. The inflated price level of phase water had practically made it unaffordable for most second-class forces. Only state-backed militaries could afford to employ it in their high-ranking mechs and most important starships. The remaining phase water available for sale always got absorbed by one of many first-class powers. Their continued willingness to pay large sums of money for literal drops of phase water had enriched a lot of alien hunters, but also turned phase water into the near-exclusive resource of first-raters. It was a sad state of affairs. Many analysts regarded the market price of phase water as an indicator of how well-read humanity was doing. The fact that the price continued to go up with no signs of flattening out was a powerful clue that people desired greater strength. They were so insecure about their positions that they were willing to abandon many luxuries in order to strengthen their security. Vase personally thought that 3,650 MTA credits for a single gram of phase water was still a steal. The budget for a typical first-class multipurpose mech was around 50 million MTA credits. That meant that a basic application of phase water hardly took up a significant chunk of the total cost. Yet it was that kind of thinking that kept driving up the price of phase water. Every major power wanted to field transphasic mechs, and there was a lot of other tech that could make use of this exotic substance as well. Vase shook his head. He didn't have to worry about this problem for the time being. His finances had become a lot more flexible and he still had a bit of phase water in reserve. Once Orion Leeds got all of the basic rules out of the way, the grand auction finally kicked off when a pair of fish dragged in a transparent cage that held a chunk of ore. For the first item put on auction, I am happy to present 25.7 kilograms of a newly discovered exotic material called noriodellarite. It is an unrefined metallic ore that does not possess remarkable properties in itself, but possesses the distinct ability to harden hyper materials by a large factor. This makes noriodellarite ideal for fortifying the most delicate hyper-tech components of a high-quality mech. A projection came to life that displayed a lot of technical data. Vase quickly skimmed through the numbers and graphs and soon lost interest. Noriodellarite was definitely useful for ace mechs and such. It could increase their fault tolerance and allow them to retain their functionality even after they had suffered several serious blows. However, the quantity available for auction was rather meager to a mech designer like Vase. An even greater problem was that no further samples of noriodellarite had been discovered as far as he was aware of, so it was nearly impossible to produce replacement parts if a mech that incorporated the material ever suffered heavy damage. 700 grams of phase water, 1 kilogram of phase water, 1.05 kilograms of phase water, 1.20 kilograms of phase water. Just as he expected, not many people showed a willingness to place a bid. The initial round of bidding was fairly tepid as only a modest group of mech designers and researchers desired the exotic ore. Mech designers probably wanted to incorporate noriodellarite into their mechs right away. Material scientists wanted to study it in order to figure out whether they could imitate it or use it as the basis for a more powerful exotic alloy. Going once, going twice, sold to Professor Iriwa Crenshaw for 2.25 kilograms of phase water. That was effectively over 8 million MTA credits for a chunk of ore that a random outfit likely picked up in an asteroid belt one day. Was it worth the price? That was difficult to determine as there was no objective way to determine the value of the piece of exotic ore. The pair of fish soon towed the noriodellarite away before another pair of fish brought in a different consignment. The item clearly belonged to a different category as it looked like an advanced technological product. Assassinations are on the rise. Tensions are growing and enemies are lurking in the shadows. It has become more important than ever to protect yourself against attacks near or far. You can never expect your hidden enemies to play fair. Not only will they strike you when you least expect it, they will not hesitate to employ weapons far beyond what a simple killer on foot can carry. This is why the renowned boutique Zhen & Sons has combined its deep understanding of personal shield generators with hyper-technology and other disciplines to put together their strongest protective device to date. The information panel displayed a lot more interesting information to Vase. He immediately became impressed by how much damage the custom personal shield generator could resist. The masterwork bearing the name of Bubblestorm is capable of projecting 3-layered Azure energy shields around a single human-sized individual. Although each individual layer is slightly weaker than a standard shield generator, the Bubblestorm can be trusted to block multiple powerful attacks in rapid succession. What further makes it unique is that it can be set to release a powerful physical push in any direction upon impact. If teleportation or alternate means of relocation are inadequate, the Bubblestorm can effectively leverage the attacks of your adversaries to launch your protected body in the opposite direction, but only if you wish. These features make the Bubblestorm perfect for evading a myriad of assassination attempts. Vase actually developed a serious interest in the Bubblestorm. Every personal shield generator that he came into contact with only formed a single energy barrier around a person. He never imagined that a small development firm managed to miniaturize one of the characteristic technologies of the native aliens and stuff it inside such a small package. The bidding immediately began after Orion Leeds ended his explanation. 5 kilograms of phase water. 7 kilograms of phase water. 20 kilograms of phase water. Don't bother to flaunt your meager wealth, Terran. I bid 30 kilograms of phase water. Personal safety ranked high in everyone's priorities, so a lot more people participated in the bidding. Vase was so taken aback by the aggressiveness of the bidders that held back from adding his own voice. His demand for personal shield generators was not as great because he could also count on the protection of his true body. While it would be nice for him to acquire additional layers of insurance, Vase would rather save his money for more strategic goods. He briefly thought about making a bid anyway in case he wanted to gift the Bubblestorm to his wife or one of his children, but he ultimately deemed it to be a wasteful course of action.